The Immortal Cultivation System of the Wealthy. July 26th. This year's college entrance examination results have been released. As the saying goes, 10 years of diligent study leads to one morning of fame. However, Lynn gazed at his score of 305 and sighed. At the age of 20, the time for a second attempt at the exam was rapidly slipping away. For someone his age, failing to gain admission to university felt increasingly dire. He vaguely recalled his first attempt at the examination, where he achieved a score of 303. The second attempt yielded 304, and this year he managed to score 305. Calculating in his mind, Lynn realized that if he continued to improve at this steady rate each year, it would take him 300 years to be admitted to a prestigious university in China. He allowed a deep sigh. Am I truly incapable of even getting into a second-tier university? Am I really so utterly worthless? His eyes reddened as he glanced at the Rolex adorning his wrist and then surveyed his spacious 180-square-meter living room. Am I destined to return like a mere driftwood, inheriting my father's dozens of properties and a publicly listed company worth $500 billion? This was certainly not the life Lynn envisioned for himself. He did not wish to merely guard the 300 property deeds bearing his name, counting money in a haze of opulence for the rest of his days. Nor did he desire to inherit his father's company, waiting annually for dividends from a substantial share of the profits. Sir, the financial report for the overseas investment company you own has been released this year, revealing a slight decrease in total profits compared to last year, amounting to only $100 billion. Young master, the legendary investor Warren Buffett has already scheduled 5 appointments with us. He wishes to dine with you. Young master, you have been selected as one of Time Magazine's top 10 most influential young entrepreneurs of 2020, and you are in the first position. Enough. Lynn abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes reddening as he spoke. Do not speak to me of such matters. They hold no significance for me. I have no interest in wealth. My greatest regret is not dedicating myself to my studies back in the day, which led me to establish these Fortune 500 companies. The surrounding maids, with tears in their eyes, implored, Young master, please do not despair. Lynn stood up from the leather sofa and walked to the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the azure sky. He inhaled deeply and declared, I have made my decision. I shall renounce worldly affairs and seek enlightenment in a Taoist temple. I believe that is where I truly belong. The maids gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Young master. Just as Lynn was about to respond, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Immortal Cultivation System has been successfully bound. Would the host like to activate the system immediately? Lynn was taken aback. A system? Has he truly awakened a system? He was not particularly surprised, as he had perused numerous novels and was well acquainted with the various configurations of such systems. He was merely astonished that he too would experience such an awakening. Without hesitation, Lynn instructed all the maids in the living room to leave. Activate, Lynn commanded tentatively. That in his mind, the synthesized voice of the system suddenly echoed. Ding! The Immortal Cultivation System has been successfully activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating the Immortal Cultivation System. This system is a divine luxury cultivation system, designed to assist the host on the path of cultivation, with the ultimate goal of aiding the host to become the supreme immortal monarch. The system will issue daily tasks to the host, and upon completion, the host shall receive various rewards provided by the system. Lynn was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy as he exclaimed, System, is it truly possible that such a thing as immortal cultivation exists in this world? Surely, it must be mere legend. The system replied, It is not a legend, it is simply that the mundane cannot perceive it. In the world where the host resides, numerous cultivators still exist, yet due to the constraints of the age and the scarcity of spiritual energy, most cultivators do not manifest before the eyes of ordinary people. Lynn was astonished. He had never imagined that what was typically confined in novels and various cinematic works could indeed exist in reality. Images of soaring through the skies and traversing mountains and seas instantly filled Lynn's mind. Cultivators defy the heavens, traversing vast distances in a single step and wielding swords that pierce the heavens. Even the mere thought of it sent waves of exhilaration through him. The system continued. System detection indicates that the era in which the host resides is one of the end of Dharma. However, this era will soon conclude within a year at most. The world will witness a resurgence of spiritual energy heralding a great transformation. Many ancient immortal sects, long hidden from the world, will once again emerge. At that time, it shall be not wealth that determines status, but power. Thus, prepare yourself, host. Lynn was taken aback. Could such a thing truly occur? The system replied, fear not, for this system is a divine luxury cultivation system. With its assistance, you will undoubtedly seize the opportunity during the spiritual energy revival a year hence. Lynn felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Within, could the world indeed transform as the system foretold, with the resurgence of spiritual energy? If that were the case, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. Ding! The system has detected that the host has a beginner's gift pack awaiting collection. Shall it be claimed immediately? Lynn was stunned. There was actually a gift pack. Claim it. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift pack. The beginner's gift pack is now being opened. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a portable inner space of 5 cubic meters. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 muscle transforming and bone washing pill. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 supreme great recovery pill. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 supreme spirit gathering pill. In an instant, Lynn felt an inner space of 5 cubic meters manifest within his mind, and the 3 types of elixirs he had acquired were neatly arranged within this space. Lynn's heart raced with astonishment. He immediately retrieved the 3 resplendent elixirs from that space. A mere glance was enough to ascertain that these pills were far from ordinary. The moment they were produced, the entire room was enveloped in a fragrant aura. Such a marvelous item. Lynn gasped, his breath quickening. This was truly the legendary elixir, a substance thought to exist solely within the pages of novels. Beep. Would the host like to accept the first task? Upon completion, the host will be rewarded with a multitude of benefits provided by the system. I accept, Lynn exclaimed, filled with excitement. Beep. The system announces the first task, washing the marrow of the I Ching. Task description. To embark on the path of cultivation, one must first cleanse their body of all impurities, consume the finest elixirs, and establish a solid foundation. The host is required to use the marrow cleansing elixir provided by the system to initiate the cleansing process. Upon successful completion, the host will receive rewards from the system. Failure penalty: 100 premium marrow cleansing elixirs. If unsuccessful, continue the cleansing process. Lynn's eyes widened in astonishment. Even failure came with a compensatory reward. What a user-friendly system. He was enamored. Without hesitation, Lynn swallowed the marrow-cleansing elixir. Instantly, his eyes widened in surprise. He felt waves of warmth radiating from his stomach, spreading throughout his entire being. It was a most delightful sensation. Yet, in the next moment, Lynn was abruptly struck by intense pain coursing through his body, as if his very bones were being extracted. What the hell? Why does it hurt so much? My bones feel like they're about to crack. Lynn grimaced in agony. At that moment, the sound of the system echoed in his ears. The process of cleansing one's marrow is intended to eliminate impurities from the host's body, and it undoubtedly requires considerable effort. However, there is no need for concern, as the system has thoughtfully provided the host with a pain relief pill to facilitate a smooth purification. May I inquire if you wish to claim it immediately? Lynn was taken aback. What a considerate system. With such a system at his disposal, what more could he desire? I shall claim it. The Immortal Cultivation System of the Wealthy. July 26th. This year's college entrance examination results have been released. As the saying goes, after 10 years of arduous study, one finally achieved success on the examination. However, Lynn gazed at his impressive score of 305 and sighed. At the age of 20, the prospect of not being accepted into a university weighed heavily on him. The time for re-examination was running thin. He vaguely recalled his initial attempt at the college entrance exam, where he scored 303. His second attempt yielded a score of 304, and this year marked his third attempt, resulting in a score of exactly 305. Lynn calculated that if he continued to improve at this steady rate each year, it would take him 300 years to gain admission to a prestigious university in Huaxia. With a heavy heart, he lamented, "Am I truly incapable of even entering a second-tier university? Am I truly so lacking in merit?" His eyes reddened as he glanced at the Rolex adorning his wrist and then surveyed his expansive 180-square-meter living room. "Am I destined to return like a mere fish, inheriting my father's numerous properties and his 500 billion yuan publicly traded company?" This was certainly not the life Lynn envisioned for himself. He did not wish to merely hold on to 300 property titles bearing his name, counting money and languishing in a life of opulence. Nor did he desire to inherit his father's company, waiting each year for a significant share of profits, reaping billions in dividends. "Master, the financial report from the overseas company you invested in has been released. This year, the total profit has decreased slightly compared to last year, amounting to only 100 billion, Master. The renowned stock guru Warren Buffett has already scheduled 5 appointments with us. He hopes to dine with you. Master, you have been selected as one of Time Magazine's top 10 most influential young entrepreneurs of 2020, and you are ranked first." "Enough." Lynn suddenly rose, his eyes reddening as he exclaimed, "Do not speak of such matters to me. They hold no significance whatsoever. I harbor no interest in wealth. My greatest regret is not dedicating myself to my studies back then, leading to the creation of these Fortune 500 companies." The surrounding maids, their eyes glistening with tears, implored, "Master, please do not despair." Lynn stood from the leather sofa and approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the azure sky. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "I have made my decision. I shall renounce worldly ties and seek enlightenment in a Taoist temple. I believe that is where I truly belong." The maids gasped in astonishment, calling out, "Master!" Just as Lynn was about to speak, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The Immortal Cultivation System has been successfully bound. Would the host like to activate the system immediately?" Lynn was momentarily taken aback. A system? He had actually awakened a system? Though not entirely surprised, for he had perused countless novels and was well-versed in various system tropes, he was slightly astonished that he too would experience such an awakening. He promptly sent the maids out of the living room. "Activate," Lynn commanded, testing the waters. In an instant, the synthesized voice of the system resonated in his mind. "Ding! The Immortal Cultivation System has been successfully activated." "Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Immortal Cultivation System. This system is a divine luxury cultivation system aimed at assisting the host on the path of immortality, with the ultimate goal of aiding the host in becoming the supreme immortal king. The system will issue daily tasks to the host, and upon completion, the host will receive various rewards provided by the system." Lynn was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "System, is it truly possible that such a thing as immortal cultivation exists in this world? Surely, it must be a mere legend." The system replied, "It is not a legend, it is simply that ordinary individuals are unable to perceive it. In the world where the host resides, numerous cultivators still exist. However, due to the constraints of the era and the scarcity of spiritual energy, most cultivators remain hidden from the eyes of the world." Lynn was astonished. He never anticipated that what was typically confined to novels and various cinematic works could indeed manifest in reality. Visions of soaring through the skies, traversing the earth, and moving mountains and filling seas flashed before Lynn's mind. Cultivators defy the heavens, traversing vast distances in a single step, wielding swords that pierce the heavens. Just the thought alone stirred a palpable excitement within him. The system continued. System detection indicates that the era in which the host resides is the end of the Dharma age. However, this era will soon conclude. Within a year at most, the host world will witness the resurgence of spiritual energy. At that time, the world will undergo a tremendous transformation, and many ancient immortal sects that have remained hidden will once again emerge into the world. At that time, it will no longer be wealth that determines status, but power. Therefore, host, please prepare yourself. Lynn was taken aback. Could such a thing really happen? The system replied, "However, the host need not worry. This system is the divine wealthy immortal cultivation system. With the assistance of the system, the host will undoubtedly seize the initiative in the awakening of spiritual energy a year from now. Lynn's heart surged with excitement. Could it be true that this world would undergo a transformation as the system described, with the revival of spiritual energy? The mere thought was exhilarating. Ding! The system has detected that the host has an unclaimed beginner's gift pack. Would you like to claim it immediately? Lynn was astonished to discover a gift pack. Claim it. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift pack. The beginner's gift pack is now being opened. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a portable inner space of 5 cubic meters. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 muscle transformation and marrow cleansing pill. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 supreme great recovery pill. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have secured 1 supreme spirit gathering pill. In an instant, Lynn felt the emergence of a 5 cubic meter inner space within his mind, where the 3 gleaming pills he had acquired were neatly arranged. Lynn was momentarily stunned. He promptly retrieved the 3 shimmering pills from that space. Just a glance was enough for him to discern that these pills were far from ordinary. As soon as he took them out, the entire room was enveloped in a fragrant aura. A remarkable discovery, exclaimed Lynn, his respiration becoming somewhat accelerated. Incredibly, it was indeed an elixir of the kind previously relegated to the realm of fictional narratives. Ding! Query. Does the host consent to embark upon the inaugural mission? Upon its successful completion, the host shall be endowed with a plethora of rewards courtesy of the system. I accept, Lynn declared, his heart swelling with fervor. Ding! The system has promulgated the first mission, Yijing Shi Sui Marrow Cleansing. Mission synopsis. In the pursuit of immortality, the initial step invariably entails the purification of all impurities within the corporeal form. Consume the most exquisite elixirs, establish the most formidable foundation. The host is hereby entreated to employ the marrow cleansing pill provided by the system to initiate the marrow cleansing process. Upon its successful culmination, the host shall be the recipient of rewards proffered by the system. Penalty for failure: 100 supreme grade marrow cleansing pills. Should the cleansing prove incomplete, persist in the endeavor. Lynn's eyes dilated in astonishment. Even in the event of failure, compensatory rewards were to be bestowed. A system of such benevolent design. He was enamored, utterly enamored. Without hesitation, Lynn ingested the marrow cleansing pill he held in his grasp. Lynn's eyes widened perceptibly. He instantaneously perceived a succession of thermal currents emanating from his stomach, permeating every fiber of his being, inducing a sensation of gentle warmth and profound comfort. However, in the ensuing instant, Lynn was assailed by waves of excruciating pain, as though his very bones were on the verge of being extracted from their sockets. Good heavens! Why such agony? It feels as though my bones are fracturing. Lynn grimaced, his features contorted in torment. The voice of the system resounded in his ears without delay. The marrow cleansing is inherently a transformative process designed to eradicate impurities within the host's corporeal form, and, as such, is expected to be a somewhat disruptive ordeal. However, fret not, for in its benevolence, the system has provisioned you with analgesic pills to facilitate a seamless and less distressing transition. Would you desire to avail yourself of this provision forthwith? A wave of astonishment washed over Lynn, marveling at the system's attentiveness. To be endowed with such a system is a boon beyond measure. Accept. The Book of Changes, Marrow Cleansing. 1,000 marrow cleansing pills. With a soft sound, a jade green pill appeared in Lynn's hand. Without hesitation, Lynn swallowed it directly. Immediately, Lynn felt a frigid chi enveloping his entire body like a tempest. Truly effective. That excruciating pain vanished in an instant. Moreover, the coolness was incredibly soothing. Soon, Lynn noticed that heaps of black sludge were slowly oozing out from the pores of his skin, looking utterly revolting. Lynn was overjoyed. It seemed that these were the impurities. The marrow cleansing pill was helping him expel the impurities from his body. Lynn promptly dashed to the bathroom, turned on the water heater, and let the water gush as he rinsed away all the impurities on his body. Half an hour later, no more impurities emerged from his body. System, have I completed the marrow cleansing? Ding. The system detects that only 10% of the impurities in the host's body have been removed. The task has failed. The host has received a punishment of 100 top-grade marrow cleansing pills from the system. In the next moment, 100 marrow cleansing pills rained down in front of Lynn like dumplings. Lynn was utterly stunned. Truly, it lived up to its name as the Godly Rich System. How generous it was with its rewards. Then, the system's prompt echoed in Lynn's ears. Ding! The system is issuing a new task to the host: marrow cleansing and the Book of Changes. Perseverance leads to victory. There are too many impurities. Take the pills. The Godly Rich System has an abundance of pills. Punishment for task failure: 1,000 marrow cleansing pills. Keep trying, and you will surely complete the marrow cleansing. Even Lynn was infected by the system's passionate enthusiasm. Without hesitation, Lynn immediately picked up the 100 marrow cleansing pills and stuffed them into his mouth like jelly beans. Be careful not to choke. The system has 1 bottle of precious flower jade, dew water, which can help the host quickly digest the marrow cleansing pills. May I ask if you want to claim it immediately? Claim it. The system has 5 kilograms of smooth body, shaping spirit water, which can help the host quickly clean the impurities in the body. May I ask if you want to claim it immediately? Claim it. The system has. Claim it. Meanwhile, in a Taoist temple in the Huaxia Kingdom, an elderly Taoist priest with white hair was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Behind him were the statues of the 3 pure ones, and the incense was burning sparsely. In front of the old Taoist priest, a young woman in a Taoist robe was kneeling. The woman had long, floating hair and an extremely pure and ethereal appearance. However, the only flaw was that she wore a large pair of glasses on her nose. Qing Xian, the old Taoist priest said tremulously, "You must remember that our Qingyang sect was once a well-known and prestigious sect in the realm of cultivation thousands of years ago. The reason why it has declined to this state is not due to the poor management of our ancestors, but rather because the spiritual energy in this era is too thin." The young girl named Qing Xian blinked her eyes and said, "Yes, master. You've told me that 200 times already." The old Taoist priest tremulously took out a delicate wooden box from his bosom and said, "Qing Xian, take this. This is a low-grade marrow cleansing pill passed down through generations by your ancestors. Keep it. You are the disciple with the highest talent and aptitude in our Qingyang gate over the past few millennia. Had you not lived in such a declining era, you would surely have become an outstanding figure in the realm of cultivation." Qing Xian stretched out her hand, took the delicate wooden box, opened it, and saw a blackish pill inside. Curiously, she asked, "Master, is this the marrow cleansing pill?" The old Taoist priest sighed and replied, "Indeed. The marrow cleansing pill can help you remove the impurities in your body. And it is also the first step for a person to embark on the path of immortality. Don't underestimate this pill. Even thousands of years ago, this low-grade marrow cleansing pill was valuable enough to exchange for a city in the mortal world." Upon hearing this, the young girl was greatly astonished and exclaimed, "Is the marrow cleansing pill really so precious?" The Taoist priest nodded and sighed, saying, "Yes. It's a pity that nowadays, few people can refine such pills anymore. A few years ago, an old friend of mine accidentally refined an inferior marrow cleansing pill, and it was sold at a sky-high price of 10 billion. The young girl was shocked and said, 10 billion? So much. Master, what about a top-grade marrow cleansing pill?" The Taoist priest gazed blankly at the sky and said, "A top-grade marrow cleansing pill? Oh, you don't have to even dream about it. Even thousands of years ago, very few people could refine a top-grade marrow cleansing pill. Just one of them could exchange for a dynasty's tribute for 100 years. The young girl named Qing Xian gasped in disbelief and tightened her grip on the pill in her hand even more forcefully. Upon hearing what the master said, the value of this pill was simply beyond imagination. The young girl exclaimed joyfully, "Master, after I take this marrow cleansing pill, will I be able to cleanse all the impurities from my body?" The old Taoist priest scoffed, "Don't have such wild fancies. Having all the impurities in your body cleansed means attaining a flawless physique. It's impossible to achieve a flawless physique with just a low-grade marrow cleansing pill." The young girl asked curiously, "Is it truly impossible to have a flawless physique from the very beginning?" "No, it's possible." The young girl quickly asked, "What's the method?" The old Taoist priest smiled and said, "Take pills. If you have hundreds or thousands of top-grade marrow cleansing pills and consume them like candies, you'll definitely be able to attain a flawless physique. After all, if you wash a piece of clothing multiple times, it will eventually get clean." The young girl replied, "Master, you're teasing me again. You've said that top-grade marrow cleansing pills are extremely valuable. How could anyone really consume them like candies? The young girl pouted, feeling once again tricked by her master. Inside the building in the center of Zhanghai City, after consuming a full 100 marrow cleansing pills, Lynn felt completely refreshed. Lynn lay in the bathtub and said, "System, have I completed the marrow cleansing?" Ding. The system detects that 20% of the impurities in the host's body still remain. Mission failed. Lynn was greatly shocked and said, "Are you kidding me? I've taken 100 marrow cleansing pills, and yet I still haven't completed the marrow cleansing?" System, host, you are the human with the most impurities in the body I've ever seen. Even 100 marrow cleansing pills can't make you have a flawless body. However, it doesn't matter at all. The system has plenty of marrow cleansing pills. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving the punishment for task failure, 1,000 top-grade marrow cleansing pills. In an instant, the marrow cleansing pills were like stir-fried beans, pattering down into 5 wash basins. Lynn, the task marrow and meridian cleansing is issued to the host again. Task punishment, 10,000 top-grade marrow cleansing pills. System host, don't be disheartened. Perseverance is victory. As long as you take these pills with determination, you will surely complete the marrow cleansing. Truly, one was immediately infected by the system's enthusiastic spirit. Indeed, perseverance is victory. So what if it's 1,000 marrow cleansing pills? Just do it. Come on. Half an hour later, accompanied by a clear system prompt, Lynn had consumed a full 1,000 marrow cleansing pills. Finally, he burped, finished them. Congratulations, host, on completing the comprehensive marrow and meridian cleansing. The cleansing was extremely successful. The marrow cleansing pills have removed 100 of the impurities from the host's body. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to a flawless body. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the system rewards. Purple Chi Cultivation Technique X1, Great Restoration Pill X1, Chi Force Fist X1, Chapter 3, Flawless Body, Top-Notch Appearance System. Well done, host. Congratulations on finally completing your first task. Keep up the good work. Don't be discouraged. Lynn rose from the bathtub with exultation. Instantly, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his body seemed to have become much lighter. His once somewhat plump figure, due to the long-term lack of exercise, had now become incredibly well proportioned. The abdominal and pectoral muscles on his body were sharply defined, neither bloated nor overly prominent, perfect in every way. More importantly, Lynn felt that his 5 senses had become extraordinarily sharp. It was as if he had boundless strength throughout his body. Then, his gaze involuntarily fell upon the mirror not far away. He stood still, stunned. Lynn swore that at this moment, he was truly flabbergasted. For he had never seen anyone as handsome as this. The well-proportioned build, the healthy complexion, the chiseled cheeks and abdominal muscles, and those bright, piercing eyes. Even a distant glance could make one feel the overwhelming charm and heroic aura. Who was he? How could there be such a handsome person in the world? For a long time. With great difficulty, Lynn snapped out of the daze caused by that overwhelming handsomeness. After repeatedly confirming that it was a mirror, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "So it's me. I thought a super handsome guy had suddenly emerged from somewhere. It really scared me. System, why have I suddenly become so handsome?" Immediately, the voice of the system echoed in Lynn's ear. The host has successfully removed all the impurities from the body. So there has been a huge change in the constitution. The host's current appearance can be rated 9 out of 10. The host can now be ranked among the top-tier aesthetic deities. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully ranked among the top gods of appearance and advanced to the state of flawless purity. You have received the following system rewards: 99 Great Restoration Pills. May I ask if you would like to claim them immediately? Wow. Lynn was astonished. Could he actually get rewards for becoming more handsome? System, naturally. The full name of this system is the Godly Rich Cultivation System. Naturally, it has to live up to its name. May I ask if you would like to claim the rewards immediately? Claim them, Lynn exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, accompanied by a rattling sound effect, 99 Great Restoration Pills appeared before Lynn. Gazing at the golden pills emanating a wispy spiritual aura, Lynn's eyes widened. He was convinced that these were truly top-grade pills. If such pills were to appear in the cultivation world, they would surely cause a fierce scramble among everyone. And here with him, they were even piled up in a wash basin. How incredibly lavish. The system said the Great Restoration Pills are of the highest quality. They can significantly enhance one's cultivation level. Taking one before and after meals every day will ensure that the host's advancement is as swift as a rocket. Lynn couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I'm in love. I just adore this system's air of godly opulence. What Lynn didn't know at all was that even in the eyes of cultivators, these great restoration pills were extremely rare and precious. Just one of them was enough to cause a mad rush. Especially in this era of the decline of magic, such pills were priceless and hard to come by. Ding. May I ask if the host would like to accept the next mission immediately? Yes. Lynn replied. Task issued. The host is required to practice the purple chi from the East Chi, refining art provided by the system, and successfully raise his cultivation level to the chi, refining realm. Task description. Cultivating the sense of chi is the first step on the path of cultivating immortality and the first significant challenge on this arduous journey. Task punishment. A extremely severe punishment. Lynn was startled and exclaimed, why has the task punishment suddenly become so terrifying? System. How could a young lad like you be intimidated by a mere punishment? A young man should be enterprising, unafraid of hardships, and face difficulties head on. Lynn grumbled, I suddenly feel all fired up. Nevertheless, Lynn immediately retrieved the purple chi from the East Chi, refining art provided by the system from his inner space. The moment he took it out, he was astounded. Truly, it lived up to being a cultivation technique for immortality. Even the pages emitted a faint glow, exuding an air of extraordinary grandeur. Then, Lynn walked out of the bathroom contentedly. Just then, there was a knock on the door, followed by a melodious female voice. My lord, it's noon. Lon has brought your lunch. The door swung open. There stood a delicate and adorable young girl in a maid uniform, carrying a tray of food. But the very next moment, when the maid caught sight of Lynn, she was completely stunned. Is it my imagination? So handsome. So incredibly handsome. Isn't this my lord's room? When did such a super handsome young man arrive? Could this truly be a human's level of good looks? Just one glance makes one can't help but yearn. Lynn turned around, waved his hand and said, Understood. Just put the dishes on the table. Lon. Come here and help me change clothes first. Then Lynn took off the bath towel, revealing his well-proportioned and muscular male body. Lon. Instantly, 2 streams of blood spurted out from the nose of the maid named Lon. The maid stared blankly at Lynn's back, her heart pounding wildly. Her face instantly flushed all the way to the base of her neck. Is it the young master? Is this ultimate handsome guy really the young master? She was Lynn's personal maid, and helping Lynn change clothes was originally part of her job. She had done it countless times. But now, it was completely different. This figure, this appearance, just one glance made people feel that this life was worth living. She walked over with rapid breathing, looking at Lynn's muscular body and feeling dizzy. Are you really the young master? Hearing this, Lynn turned his head, reached out and tapped the tip of her nose playfully, saying, What? Don't you even recognize the young master? Immediately, Lon blushed deeply, staring blankly at Lynn's face, with wisps of white air rising from the top of her head. Lon blushed as she helped Lynn put on his clothes, feeling the approaching aura, her head dizzy throughout the process. With this appearance, the young master was definitely a top-level male god. After having a meal, Lynn immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and picked up the purple chi from the East Chi training manual in his hand to read. Looking at the cultivation method in his hand, Lynn said, System, I've completed the marrow washing. What should I do next? The system said, the first step in cultivating immortality is naturally to develop a sense of chi. A sense of chi is the perception of spiritual energy. Only when one can perceive spiritual energy does one truly enter the threshold of cultivating immortality. However, this threshold is high enough to block 99% of the people in this world. If one has poor talent, even after a lifetime of cultivation, one will only remain stagnant. Lynn exclaimed in surprise, Is it so difficult? The system replied, Indeed. Cultivating immortality goes against the natural order, so it can never be a smooth journey. Especially in this era, the external spiritual energy is extremely scarce, making it even more arduous to develop a sense of chi. But the host need not worry. The system has long prepared a generous gift package for the host. The next moment, Lynn suddenly heard the system's prompt in his ear. Ding! A task is issued. Develop a sense of chi. Task description. Since the external spiritual energy is scarce, one has to rely on pills. Use the spiritual energy in the pills to replace the external spiritual energy and develop a sense of chi. Task requirement. Take the great returning elixir rewarded by the system and perceive the circulation of spiritual energy within the body. Task failure penalty. 999 great returning elixirs. Do you accept? Chapter 4. Task penalty. 9,999 great returning elixirs. Lynn was startled. Wow, truly worthy of the system. How generous. I accept. Lynn immediately accepted the task. Then he took out the 100 great returning elixirs previously rewarded by the system, sat cross-legged on the ground. Guided by the system, he opened the introductory chapter of Purple Chi from the East Chi training manual and began to inhale and exhale in an orderly manner. Lynn soon realized that as long as he followed the breathing method in the Chi training formula, there was a certain probability of cultivating the sense of Chi. However, due to the scarcity of spiritual Chi, the possibility of cultivating the sense of Chi was almost zero. Lynn stared at the large basin of great return pills in front of him, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said, "Come on, just do it." Immediately, Lynn grabbed handfuls of great return pills and stuffed them into his mouth like eating fried beans. If this scene were witnessed by a cultivator, they would surely scold Lynn for being prodigal. These were great return pills. In this era of spiritual Chi shortage, they were absolutely priceless and extremely valuable. Many elders of cultivation families carefully preserved a single great return pill, waiting to use it to prolong their lives when they were on the verge of death. How could anyone be like Lynn, eating them as if they were regular food? Ding. The host has taken a great return pill, but failed to cultivate the sense of Chi. Ding. The host has taken a great return pill, but failed to cultivate the sense of Chi. A series of system notifications rang in Lynn's ears. Half an hour later, Lynn had consumed all 100 great return pills in front of him. Ding. The system detects that the host has failed to cultivate the sense of Chi. The mission has failed. The host has received the mission penalty of 999 great return pills. The next moment, under Lynn's shocked gaze, accompanied by the sound effect of da-da-da-da, countless great return pills rained down into the basin in front of Lynn. There were so many that the basin could no longer hold them all. Ding. The system is once again issuing a mission to the host. Cultivate the sense of Chi. Mission penalty, 9,999 great return pills. Lynn was shocked. This was truly the rhythm of never giving up until the goal was achieved. However, Lynn was soon infected by the system's spirit. So what if it was about cultivating the feeling of Chi? So what if it was about the Great Restoration pills? Eat. Just do it. Then Lynn picked up the Great Restoration pills and, while practicing the method of inhaling and exhaling Chi, continuously stuffed the pills into his mouth. If there were any cultivators here, they would surely see that at this moment, rolling spiritual Chi was constantly surging out from Lynn's body. The density of the spiritual Chi was so high that the entire room became hazy. All of this was the result of the spiritual Chi that Lynn couldn't absorb escaping. Only when a cultivator cultivated the feeling of Chi could they control the spiritual Chi within their body and perform the circulation of the major and minor celestial cycles. This was the first step of cultivating immortality. I don't know how much time had passed when the system's prompt rang in Lynn's ear again. Ding. All the great restoration pills have been consumed, but the host still hasn't cultivated the feeling of Chi. The task has failed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the system punishment. 999 great restoration pills. Lynn. System, don't give up. Success is just around the corner. The system may not have much else, but it has an ample supply of pills. Come on, host. The host will definitely be able to cultivate the feeling of Chi. Lynn looked at the 999 great restoration pills on the ground, utterly terrified. No way. Absolutely not. The 999 pills had almost made him burst from overeating. If he ate any more, he would surely die. And just then, Lynn had a sudden realization and came up with an excellent idea. The system has stated that due to the insufficiency of spiritual Chi here, it has become extremely arduous to cultivate the Chi sense. Then there's absolutely no need for him to consume them. Why not just let these great restoration pills transform into spiritual Chi? Someone come here. He roared towards the outside. The next moment, Lynn heard the hasty sounds of footsteps. Only to hear a loud crash, 5 delicate and charming maids burst into the room. "Young master, we're here." Instantly, those 5 maids were stunned. They saw that the ground was densely littered with countless great restoration pills. So much so that there was hardly any place to set foot on. Lynn immediately stood up and said, "Call more people and gather all these pills on the ground. Follow me." "Yes, young master." A dozen minutes later, at the largest bathhouse in the city center of Shanghai, a stretched Rolls-Royce slowly pulled up in front of the bathhouse's entrance, followed by more than a dozen top-notch sports cars. All the passers-by on the road looked at this scene with extreme envy. Each car in this motorcade was worth over 10 million. What a luxurious motorcade. Damn it, that seems to be the latest limited edition Rolls-Royce. So wealthy. Truly incredibly wealthy. even if they worked hard all their lives. They couldn't afford a single part of one of these cars. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the motorcade stopped. A maid quickly got out of a Porsche from the back and respectfully opened the door of the Rolls-Royce. "Young master, we've arrived." Lynn, dressed in a suit and wearing sunglasses, strode out of the Rolls-Royce. Upon witnessing this scene, all the young ladies gathered in front of the bathhouse were utterly stunned. "How handsome!" one of them exclaimed. "Did you see that young gentleman? He's not only wealthy, but also incredibly good looking. He's simply a male deity." Another sighed, "Alas, I wish I could be his girlfriend. He's so charismatic." Lynn paid no heed to the gazes of those around him and strode purposefully towards the bathhouse. The 5 maids trailing behind him promptly followed in his wake, ready to receive his commands. As soon as Lynn stepped into the bathhouse, the manager, who had already been informed of his arrival, rushed over in a hurry with his entourage. When the manager caught sight of Lynn, his eyes lit up. He could immediately tell that Lynn was a scion of a wealthy family. The suit Lynn was wearing was something he recognized. It had made its debut at an Italian fashion show just 5 days ago, designed by a top-notch Italian designer. It was a global new release, worth at least $2 million. Then, he cast a glance at the 5 maids, each with a beauty rating of 9 out of 10, and the dozen or so bodyguards following Lynn. His mind was filled with profound shock. "This is definitely an extraordinary individual," he thought to himself. "Ordinary people can't afford to keep maids and hire bodyguards, let alone own those dozens of top-class luxury cars parked in front of the door." The manager quickly stepped forward and said, "Good day, sir. I'm the manager here. Is there anything I can?" Lynn interrupted straightforwardly, "I'm here to take a bath. However, I prefer not to be disturbed. Do you have any recommendations?" The manager's eyes brightened again. "That's easily arranged, sir. We have a variety of private luxury baths for you to choose from. What size of bath would you prefer?" Lynn raised an eyebrow and asked, "What sizes of baths do you have?" The manager quickly said, "We have a 500 square meter presidential bathhouse, where all the facilities are available. Meanwhile, we can offer you a full-time one private yoga instructor, a private, customized lunch by a 5-star Michelin chef, and—" Lynn impatiently interrupted, Price. The manager immediately beamed and said, "The daily rent of our presidential bathhouse is 500,000 RMB. If you need it, we can give you a 10 discount." Lynn pondered, 500,000? So expensive? The manager smiled and said, "Actually, it's not that expensive. The services we provide are all." Lynn looked up and said, "Rent it for a year first. Cash or card? If it's cash, I'll inform the bank to send an armored vehicle." The manager, the receptionist, Chapter 5, thought it was a tycoon, but turned out to be a mega tycoon. The moment Lynn uttered these words, everyone was stunned. The manager was so shocked that he became completely motionless and stammered, "Oh, 1 year. You know, this was a presidential bathhouse. The daily rent was 500,000 RMB. The annual rent was a staggering 182,500,000 RMB. The manager felt his mind go blank. He originally thought a tycoon had come this time, but never in his wildest dreams did he expect that the person who came was not a tycoon at all, but a mega tycoon. Then, under the extremely astonished gazes of the manager and the receptionist, Lynn waved his hand, summoned a maid, quickly wrote out a check, and said, "Take them to the bank to collect the money. If there are any other trivial matters, handle them all." "Yes, young master." The maid obediently took the check. Lynn casually tore off another check from the checkbook and gave it to the maid, saying, "This is 100,000. It's for your errand fee and car fare. Keep the rest and spend it. Go." The maid was overjoyed, took the check, and said, "Yes, young master. Thank you, young master." Seeing this scene, the manager and the surrounding receptionists were all stunned. This was simply so generous. Those receptionists were even extremely envious as they gazed at the maid. Following such a young master was truly a great blessing. The errand fee he casually gave was enough for their annual salaries. Alas, if they could marry such a super wealthy man, their lives would be secure. Lynn waved his hand grandly and strode towards the interior of the bathhouse, saying, "Lead the way ahead." "Yes." The manager immediately excitedly led the way in front, constantly bowing and nodding, introducing all sorts of projects there to Lynn. How could he not be excited? Such a super big customer would give him an astronomical share afterwards, if he could serve this super wealthy man comfortably. When the man was in a good mood, the tip alone would be enough for his annual salary. A super wealthy man. This was absolutely a super wealthy man. Meanwhile, inside the swimming pool of the public bathhouse, A young girl in a swimsuit with long hair cascading over her shoulders emerged from the swimming pool, revealing a pair of dimples. Everyone around was utterly entranced. This young girl's beauty was truly of the highest caliber. Moreover, her figure was exquisitely curvaceous, clearly a living embodiment of a great beauty. Her name was Su Yinyan. The school bell of Jiao High City No. 1 High School. The college entrance examination results had come out, and Su Yinyan had successfully gained admission to a top-tier university in China with a remarkable score of 600. Yinyan, congratulations on getting into Tsinghua. Our talented girl is truly exceptional. A young girl on the shore picked up a wine glass with a beaming smile. Su Yinyan gave a shy smile, brushed aside her wet long hair, revealing her fair and slender neck, and said, "You're also quite good." That young girl pursed her lips and said, "I only got 550 points. I'm far behind you, Yinyan." After saying that young girl quietly approached Su Yinyan, wearing a mysterious smile, and said, "Yinyan, let me tell you a secret. Don't tell others I said it." Su Yinyan blinked her eyes in confusion and asked, "What secret?" That young girl smirked and said, "Do you still remember that senior in our class who repeated the grade for 3 years?" Su Yinyan was stunned for a moment and replied, "You mean Senior Lynn?" That young girl nodded vigorously and said with a beaming smile, "I'll tell you. Senior Lynn failed his exams again this year. Do you know how many points he got? 305. Haha. It's barely half of yours, Yinyan, with such grades and having repeated for 3 years. Isn't it hilarious?" Su Yinyan shook her head and said, "Yuyan, don't speak ill of others behind their backs. Actually, I really admire Senior Lynn. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have that perseverance." The young girl named Yuyan snorted, leaned against the bank, and slapped the water with her long legs, saying, "That's not perseverance. It's being stubborn. Moreover, he looks so ordinary. It's obvious that he comes from a working-class family. I wonder how much money his parents spent to send him to school, instead of wasting time like this. He might as well go to the construction site to carry bricks. Unlike our class monitor, Wang. He's handsome, wealthy, and studies so well. That's what a male god should be like." Su Yinyan frowned her delicate eyebrows and said, "Yiyan, I'm ignoring you." The young girl named Yiyan immediately walked over, grabbed Su Yinyan's arm, and made a funny face, saying, all right, I won't speak ill of him anymore. I know that Lin often asks you to tutor him, and you actually have a pretty good relationship with him." Su Yinyan shook her head, but still couldn't help letting out a soft sigh. When she was a freshman in senior high school, Lin was already a senior. When she became a senior, Lin was still a senior. She became the school belle, while the senior became the school's laughingstock. Su Yinyan actually felt a bit of pity and sympathy for this senior. After all, really few people could persevere in repeating the senior year for so long. She thought that if Senior Lin still intended to retake the exam, she wouldn't mind continuing to tutor him, striving to help the senior break the college entrance examination curse as soon as possible. As she was lost in thought, a sudden chorus of exclamations arose in the distance. A wave of voices exclaimed, "Behold, a remarkably handsome man has arrived. Incredible. Do you observe those individuals bowing obsequiously before him? Are they not the proprietor and manager of this establishment?" Another voice chimed in. "Such elegance, such presence. Attended by both a maidservant and bodyguards. Does anyone know his identity?" Startled, Su Yinyan turned her gaze in the direction of the commotion. The moment her eyes fell upon Lin, surrounded by his entourage, she was utterly stunned. It is Senior Lin. Her eyes widened, and she covered her lips with her hands in disbelief. Her gaze lingered on Lin's face, then shifted to the bodyguards and maidservant behind him, leaving her speechless. How can this be? Is that truly Senior Lin? How has he become so strikingly handsome? And wasn't Senior Lin from a humble background? How can he command such a spectacle? After a moment of astonishment, Su Yinyan shook her head. "No, I must be mistaken. It's impossible for Senior Lin to be so handsome. Perhaps it's merely a coincidence in appearance." Nevertheless, a pang of envy stirred within her. Gazing at Lin in his tailored suit, Su Yinran's heart fluttered. A man of such means and striking looks must be the object of many young women's affections. Though she hesitated to admit it, a small part of her harbored a sense of longing. To have such a suitor would indeed be a shortcut to success. Watching the young man being escorted into the VIP area by the crowd, Su Yinyan reluctantly withdrew her gaze. However, she only dared to have such thoughts. Such a wealthy and handsome godlike figure was far beyond her reach. "Yiyan, you're back." "Yes, Yinyan, I brought a bottle of red wine. Let's have a drink as an apology to you." "This should be quite expensive, right?" "Not at all. It's just 2,000 yuan. Come on, Yinyan." Here's to you getting into Tsinghua University. Let's have a toast. Chapter 6. Create a celestial paradise of one's own. Open the system mall meanwhile. In the presidential luxury bathhouse of Lynn. As soon as Lynn arrived here, he immediately had his men take over the entire bathhouse. System host. Instead of using the great returning pills to cultivate, why have you come here? Lynn folded his arms, standing in front of the hot, spring-sized pool. With a sagacious smile, he said, previously, I've consumed over 1,000 great returning pills, yet the effect was negligible. I believe I've been using them in the wrong way. System, didn't you say that an environment rich in spiritual qi is the most crucial condition for cultivating the sense of qi? System, that's right. Lynn smiled faintly and said, since there's no such environment in our era, why don't we create one ourselves? System. The next moment, Lynn turned around and shouted loudly to the maid in the distance, is my decoction of the great returning pills ready? The maid bowed and blinked her eyes. Then said sweetly, young master, all preparations have been made. I've had the staff boil all your great return pills into soup. Lynn smiled faintly and said, excellent. Let's begin. Yes, young master. At that very moment, the system suddenly heard the roaring sound of a blower in the distance. Instantly, the system was stunned. Lo and behold, billowing white mists were continuously wafting from the blower into the bathing area. Immediately, the system sensed that those white mists held an unimaginable and rich aura. It didn't take long before the mists enshrouded the entire bathing area. And in the next moment, the sound of gurgling water echoed from the bathing area. A large amount of water brimming with surging spiritual power gushed into the hot, spring pool. The system was astounded. Damn it, host. You. Lynn smiled calmly, rolled his shoulders, and strode into the hot spring teeming with spiritual power. He took a deep breath and said, it's quite simple. Since the great return pills contain a vast amount of spiritual power, I simply stimulate all the spiritual power within them. The environment here is enclosed. By letting the spiritual power turn into mists to cover the entire bathing area, it's equivalent to creating an environment rich in spiritual power. Lynn sat cross-legged in the medicinal bath filled with spiritual power and smiled. I'm now taking a medicinal bath in this hot spring that has absorbed the essence of 9,999 great return pills. Do you think this environment is suitable for my cultivation? The system was completely flabbergasted. Ding. The system detects that the concentration of spiritual power around the host is rising rapidly. Ding. The environment here has reached the standard of a first-grade celestial blessed land. Ding. The environment here has reached the standard of a second-grade celestial blessed land. Amidst the continuous prompts from the system, finally, the standard tested by the system reached an astonishing level of spiritual energy richness equivalent to a fifth-grade celestial blessed land. A fifth-grade celestial blessed land in the cultivation world is undoubtedly a precious place that could trigger a battle among immortal sections. Even the system didn't expect that the host was so remarkable. Lynn sat cross-legged in the hot spring, smiling faintly and saying, System, look. I've used up all the great restoration pills, yet I still haven't felt the sense of qi during my cultivation. Clearly, this task has failed. So, where's the punishment? What about the punishment of 999 great restoration pills? Seeing the mischievous smile on Lynn's face, the system, of course, knew what was going on in his mind. He hadn't even started his cultivation yet. However, Lynn still heard the system's prompt. Ding. The task has failed. Please, host, accept the punishment. You are penalized 999 great restoration pills. System, you're so considerate. I'm in love with you. A few minutes later, Lynn asked the maid to take all the punished great restoration pills to make a soup. Instantly, the richness of spiritual energy in the bathing area soared to the standard of a ninth-grade celestial blessed land. What does a ninth-grade celestial blessed land mean? It is the dojo of immortals. It is a top-notch dojo that could incite a world-wide war in the cultivation realm. Although it only briefly reached the standard of a ninth-grade celestial blessed land, who else would dare to do such a thing? This is the kind of profligate behavior that only a divine tycoon would engage in. Immediately, Lynn sat cross-legged on the ground and commenced his cultivation. Time ticked away. It was unclear how much time had elapsed when Lynn suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, within his field of vision, he beheld billowing spiritual qi floating around him. Lynn was taken aback and promptly closed his eyes. Instantly, he was astounded. At the moment he shut his eyes, he felt the surging spiritual qi flowing within his body. Watching that spiritual qi pass through his internal organs and traverse his meridians, his shock was beyond measure. Could it be that I've achieved the sense of chi through cultivation? Suddenly, a system prompt rang in Lynn's ear. Ding. The system detects that the host has successfully cultivated the sense of chi. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Congratulations to the host for receiving the system reward, a 1-hour double cultivation time card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully stepping onto the path of immortality cultivation. The system has unlocked a new function, the exchange mall. Lynn was first stunned and then overjoyed. Holy cow! I've truly cultivated the sense of chi. Have I really stepped onto the path of immortality cultivation? The system replied. Yes. Congratulations to the host. From now on, you are an official cultivator. It took you a total of 5 hours and 8 minutes to cultivate the sense of chi. You've broken the record for the fastest cultivation of the sense of chi in the history of this world. Congratulations to the host. If this scene were witnessed by other immortality cultivators, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Others might never cultivate the sense of chi even if they spent their entire lives on it. Even for geniuses, it would take at least 5 years. Yet Lynn achieved it in merely 5 hours. Words truly failed Lynn at that moment. He took a deep breath and then inquired curiously, a mall? System, do you have a mall? The system replied, indeed. As a system, it's only natural to be all-encompassing. In the system mall, various rewards that the host has unlocked will be sold at extremely low prices. May I ask if you'd like to open the mall immediately? Lynn was taken aback and exclaimed, yes. The next moment, a virtual panel suddenly materialized before Lynn. On the panel, only a few reward items he had unlocked were displayed. Top, grade marrow, cleansing pill, a miraculous pill that can assist cultivators in cleansing their meridians and marrow. Stock, 10,000 pills. Selling price, 20 renminbi. Great restoration pill, a miraculous pill rich in spiritual energy, capable of enhancing a cultivator's cultivation base. Stock, 100,000 pills. Selling price, 10 renminbi. Spirit, gathering pill, a miraculous pill that can rapidly eliminate the host's fatigue and replenish the host's energy. Stock, 10,000 pills. Selling price, 20 renminbi. Double, cultivation card, can double the host's cultivation speed for 1 hour. Stock, 24 cards. Selling price, 1,000 RMB. And so on. The stock of all goods is refreshed daily. After reading the text above, Lynn was stunned. Damn it, he thought. So cheap. This is practically a fire sale. 10 yuan for a great restoration pill and 20 yuan for a top, grade marrow, cleansing pill. The most expensive double cultivation card only costs 1,000 yuan. These are rock bottom prices. Lynn exclaimed in great surprise, system. Are you sure you're selling them at such low prices? Are you really sure? Chapter 7. Stepping into the Chi Training Realm. Unblocking the Governor and Conception Vessel System. This system is the Godly Prodigal System. Compared with other systems, it is, of course, full of sincerity. If it weren't for the regulations in the system world, where the items in the mall are limited in quantity and not free, this system would have already set the elixirs to the maximum for you. Lynn's heart was pounding wildly. This system, I'm in love with it. Damn it. He originally thought he was wealthy enough, but unexpectedly, the system was even wealthier than him. I'd like a dozen of such systems. System, please, host. Strive to complete all kinds of tasks issued by the system. As long as you finish the tasks, you'll be able to unlock new items. Of course, the system will also provide the host with various perks irregularly. It's absolutely full of sincerity. Lynn was on the verge of tears. System, from now on, we're like sworn brothers. You understand me so well. Lynn immediately took out the double cultivation card rewarded by the system and said, System, can this really enhance the cultivation speed? The system replied, indeed. The double cultivation card can double the host's cultivation speed. After the host finishes various tasks, triple, 5-fold, 10-fold, and even 100-fold cultivation cards will be unlocked. How amazing! Lynn was astounded, clutching the card in his hand. He immediately said, use it. In an instant, the double cultivation card in Lynn's hand instantly transformed into a beam of light and entered his body. Lynn clearly felt that the circulation speed of the spiritual energy in his body had doubled. Lynn exclaimed in surprise, damn, this is definitely a great thing. The next moment, the voice of the system echoed in Lynn's ear. Ding! A new task is issued to the host within 1 hour. Practice the first level of the Purple Chi from the East Chi training art. Run 5 small circulations in the body and open up the governor and conception vessels. Punishment for task failure. 1 top, grade Sanha elixir. After seeing the punishment for task failure, Lynn was stunned and said, System, Reveal what kind of elixir the top-grade Sanha elixir is. The system replied, all you need to know is that it is an elixir equivalent to 10 times the power of the Great Restoration elixir. Lynn was utterly shocked. Damn it. Goodness. This punishment for failure is truly severe. 10 times the spiritual energy. One can't help but desire to fail a few more times. However, Lynn didn't dare to slack off. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. According to the description in the Purple Chi from the East Chi training art, he began to skillfully mobilize the spiritual energy within his body and initiate an internal circulation, before opening up the governor and conception vessels. When the spiritual energy traveled through all the acupoints in the body for one round, it was called a small circulation. After opening up these two vessels, when the spiritual energy circulated through them for one round, it was a large circulation. This was a gradual process. After all, nothing could be achieved overnight, especially cultivation, which emphasized a step-by-step approach. After Lynn felt the sense of Qi during his cultivation, according to the description in the Qi training art, he was now barely able to mobilize the spiritual power and let it wander along the acupoints around his body. As Lynn was just starting out, it was naturally extremely difficult at the beginning. Although he had a two-fold acceleration, it still took him a full hour to complete the first small circulation. Despite this, it exhausted Lynn. He felt as if his body had completely collapsed. Only 3 seconds remained. 3 seconds remaining. Lynn opened his eyes wide and exclaimed in ecstasy. In 3 seconds, my task will fail. The system. After 3 seconds, along with the prompt of the system task failure, a top-grade Sanha pill suddenly appeared in Lynn's hand. Gazing at the pill emitting a faint blue glow, Lynn wasted no words and swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately, Lynn felt as if his whole body was on fire, and the surging spiritual power rushed wildly through his entire body. Goodness, what a potent pill! Lynn exclaimed with great joy. He promptly controlled the surging spiritual power to initiate a small cycle. Ding! Congratulations! You've unlocked the top-grade Sanha pill. And your system mall has been updated. Lynn quickly opened the mall and instantly spotted the Sanha pill. Top-grade Sanha pill. A pill that can significantly enhance a cultivator's cultivation base. Stock, 1,000. Price, 100 renminbi. Lynn was overjoyed. It only cost 100 yuan. What a bargain. Lynn immediately took out 100,000 yuan and purchased 1,000 Sanha pills. Then, he began his cultivation. Feeling sleepy or exhausted, Lynn simply bought a dozen nailing pills from the mall and popped one whenever he felt the need. In an instant, his energy was fully restored, and he could resume his battle. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. Lynn became increasingly proficient in manipulating the spiritual energy. Initially, he could only complete 1 cycle per hour, but after a few hours, he could barely manage 3 cycles. Moreover, every time the task failed, Lynn would receive a Sanha pill as compensation. How delightful! Finally, by evening, Lynn was able to complete 5 small cycles. Now, it's time to make an assault on the governor and conception vessels. As long as he could break through the governor and conception vessels, he would officially step into the Qi training realm. System. Open the mall. Instantly, a virtual panel appeared before Lynn. He immediately exchanged all the remaining Sanha pills from the mall at once. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed the Sanha pills one by one, forcibly using spiritual energy to digest them. Soon, the spiritual power within his body became incredibly abundant. He intended to utilize the formidable medicinal power of the Sanha pills to help him break through the governor and conception vessels in one fell swoop. Let's begin, Lynn shouted. In an instant, he controlled the surging spiritual energy, which transformed into a torrential flood and rushed towards the barrier. Boom! With a loud noise. The governor and conception vessels remained unmoved. Again, during the second assault, the governor and conception vessels showed a slight sign of loosening. Again, during the third assault, accompanied by a thunderous boom, a crack appeared in the governor and conception vessels, yet they still hadn't been completely broken through. Again, boom, amidst a deafening sound. Lynn suddenly felt that the surging spiritual energy within his body gushed out like a bursting dam, directly breaking through the governor and conception vessels. Several small circulations in his body were instantly connected, forming a large-scale circulation. Lynn abruptly stood up and exclaimed joyfully, "I've broken through the governor and conception vessels." If other cultivators in the cultivation world were to witness this scene, they would surely be extremely shocked. From generating spiritual Qi to breaking through the governor and conception vessels and achieving the unification of the small within the body, how short a time had it taken Lynn? It was simply unimaginably terrifying. In fact, Lynn is not a genius, and he himself is well aware of this. However, he has a God-like rich man system. This is something that ordinary people cannot compare with. Pills like the Great Restoration Pill and the 3-combination pill are definitely among the top-notch pills in the cultivation world. Who else can be like Lynn? Casually having thousands of pills, even measuring them by the caddy. Meanwhile, the system's prompt instantly rang in Lynn's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through the governor and conception vessels. Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching the first stage of the Qi refining realm. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the system rewards, a triple cultivation card X1, the sword control technique X1, and a Tai pill X1, Chapter 8. Dozens of times enhanced physical fitness. As hard as steel, Lynn's eyes suddenly lit up. Goodness, there are so many rewards from the system this time, not to mention the triple cultivation card. He even obtained the awesome sword control technique. Instantly, the image of those cultivators flying on swords in TV shows emerged in Lynn's mind. He never thought that he would also have the day to control a sword. After seeing the Tai pill, Lynn's breathing quickened. He could clearly sense the spiritual power fluctuations from it. System, what special effects does this pill have? Lynn asked in astonishment. System, the Tai pill contains 50 times more spiritual energy than the Great Restoration pill. Moreover, after taking it, it can greatly enhance the host's physical strength. Lynn was shocked. Is it really that miraculous? Without hesitation, Lynn swallowed the Tai pill in his hand. Instantly, Lynn felt as if his body was about to explode. Countless strands of spiritual Qi were rampaging inside him. The effect of this Tai pill was even more astonishing than that of the Sana pill. Lynn grimaced in pain. Damn it, it hurts so much. I feel like my whole body is about to burst. Analgesic pill. Do you wish to claim it? The system's words were becoming increasingly concise. Claim it. After taking the analgesic pill, Lynn finally heaved a sigh of relief. And in the very next moment, he was astounded to discover that a faint golden glow had emerged on his skin. It was so feeble that one could hardly notice it without a careful look. This was, the system stated, the Tai pill has strengthened your skin. Your defensive power has now been significantly enhanced, and at the same time, your strength has also witnessed a substantial boost. Lynn was startled and exclaimed, could it be body refining? The system replied, indeed. Both body refining and Qi refining are viable paths for cultivating immortality. Compared to Qi refining, body refining is far more arduous. However, after achieving the 6 Zhang golden body, the destructive power of body, refining cultivators will be greatly enhanced, overpowering Qi refining cultivators. Lynn gasped in shock and said, then can I? The system responded, of course. Developing in all aspects is the right way. With the Godly Rich Man system by your side. Starting tomorrow, the system will arrange courses for body refining for you. It guarantees that you'll be invincible in both Qi refining and body refining. Lynn's eyes immediately lit up. Truly, the system was worthy of being his good buddy. It was so considerate and understanding. He was utterly smitten with it. Then he turned his head and gazed at a marble pillar opposite. To test whether his cultivation had succeeded, Lynn took a deep breath, mobilized his spiritual energy, suddenly opened his eyes wide, let out a great shout, and threw a punch. Boom! There was a deafening noise. Immediately, Lynn was stunned to see that a surge of spiritual energy directly transformed into an energy blast and shot out from his fist, hitting the marble. Instantly, numerous cracks appeared on the marble pillar, and finally it exploded with a thunderous sound. Damn it! Lynn stared at this scene in disbelief. He had actually become so powerful now. The system said, host, there's no need to be surprised. Even though you've just stepped into the Qi refining realm, your physical fitness and strength far surpass those of ordinary people. Your current strength is at least 50 times that of an ordinary adult. Lynn was shocked. 50 times. Damn it. He well knew that just one day ago, he was still an osteoporotic otaku. A single punch from someone else would probably put him in bed for 10 days or even half a month. Young master, young master, young master, are you okay? Hearing the sound of the broken marble, the more than a dozen bodyguards who had been waiting outside the door immediately rushed in. After seeing the broken marble, the bodyguards stared in astonishment and said, young master, what happened? We suddenly heard a noise inside just now and thought. Lynn smiled faintly, looked at them, and said, it's nothing. Xiaobing, Xiaozhong, Xiaolei, come here and attack me with all your might. As soon as these words were spoken, all the surrounding bodyguards were shocked. Young master, what are you saying? Let us strike you? This. What a ridiculous joke. Lynn smiled faintly and said, "It's all right. If I allow you to hit me, then do it. To tell you the truth, my current physical strength has far surpassed yours." Lynn's bodyguards were all retired Special Forces soldiers, possessing extremely strong physical qualities and excellent fighting abilities. Testing his own defense ability on them was, of course, the best option. Naturally, Lynn wouldn't truly compete with them in fighting. Although his strength and defense had both significantly improved, he remained utterly ignorant in terms of fighting skills. Upon hearing Lynn's words, the bodyguards immediately looked at each other in dismay. Hit the young master? If they accidentally killed the young master, wouldn't they be in big trouble? Lynn glared and shouted, "Damn it! What are you standing there for? If I tell you to hit, then hit. Stop being so hesitant and hurry up." One of the bodyguards gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, then I'll strike." Quickly, that bodyguard took a deep breath, let out a loud roar, and threw a straight punch at Lynn's chest. But at the moment when his fist landed on Lynn's chest, the bodyguard was shocked. Although he didn't use all his strength, this punch still had about 70% of his power. However, after throwing this punch, he felt as if he had punched a steel plate. Moreover, he was even sent staggering back a dozen steps by the huge counter force. Lynn was taken aback and said, "Put more strength into it. Such a weak punch. Have you not eaten?" Lynn didn't have any special feeling at all. It was just like being bitten by a mosquito, gentle and feeble. All the surrounding bodyguards were also stunned. They stared at their young master in disbelief. They were all professionals, so they could immediately tell that although the previous punch was held back, it was definitely beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Yet, the young master remained completely unharmed. One of the bodyguards gritted his teeth and finally became serious. He said, "Fine, young master, then I'll use all my strength. Enough of the dilly-dallying." The next moment, that bodyguard let out a roar, took a running start, and threw a powerful punch at Lynn's chest. When this punch was thrown, all the surrounding bodyguards closed their eyes. They could tell at a glance that the force of this punch was extremely great. If they were to take this punch full force, they might as well lose half their lives. However, in the very next moment, they heard a crisp cracking sound and a pained wail. They suddenly opened their eyes, and in an instant, they were shocked. They saw that Lynn still stood there, unmoved. The bodyguard, on the other hand, had retreated more than 10 meters. His wrist was bleeding profusely and was broken. Damn it. They stared at their young master in disbelief. When did the young master become so powerful? This was simply terrifying. His defensive power was comparable to that of a steel plate. Chapter 9. Here. Take 100,000 each and spend freely. The bodyguard knelt on one knee and clasped his fists, saying, "Young master, I admit defeat." Lynn felt his chest and found that apart from a bit of redness, it was completely unharmed. Lynn was shocked. Just as the system had said, his current defensive power had far exceeded the standard of an ordinary person. The surrounding bodyguards gasped in horror, and the bodyguard who had attacked Lynn had a deep understanding of his defense. When he punched Lynn, it felt as if he had hit a heavy-duty tank. His arm was all but useless. Lynn glanced at the bodyguard, walked up with a smile, and said, "Get up. Take this pill. It'll do you good." Lynn took out a great recovery pill and handed it to the bodyguard with the broken arm. The bodyguard stared at the orange, yellow pill in amazement. Without much thought, he popped it into his mouth. In the very next moment, his eyes widened. Instantly, he felt as if the pill had ignited inside his body, surging through every part of him. The next moment, he noticed that his fractured wrist felt warm. The skin on it was visibly starting to heal. There were even crackling sounds coming from his bones. When he raised his hand, to his utter shock, he found that his hand had completely healed. Holy cow! The shock was beyond imagination. What kind of pill in this world could mend broken bones in such a short time? Moreover, he instantly felt that there seemed to be an inexhaustible supply of strength within his body. Even his vision and hearing had improved significantly. The bodyguard stared at Lynn in disbelief and stammered, "Young master, this is..." Lynn smiled faintly and said, "It's the Great Recovery Pill. You must have heard of this name in various novels and martial arts dramas. I happen to have some on me." As these words fell, all the bodyguards around were utterly astounded. The Great Restoration Pill. Goodness, there was actually such a miraculous pill in this world. They couldn't help but believe it. The regrowth of broken bones, the healing of wounds, and the enhancement of physical fitness all happened in an instant. Young Master Sia. That bodyguard knelt on one knee again, his eyes alight with ecstasy. Could it be that the reason the young master had suddenly become so powerful was that he had come into contact with the internal energy and miraculous martial arts skills described in martial arts novels? This was simply incredible. Those things actually existed. The Great Restoration Pill. It should be an extremely precious pill, and the young master had directly bestowed it upon him. How touching. What he didn't know at all was that Lynn was not practicing martial arts but cultivating immortality. He also didn't know that the Great Restoration Pill was not precious at all. Their young master had just used these pills for a bath. Lynn turned his head, looking at the astounded bodyguards not far away, and said with a smile, "Come on, stop staring. I have plenty of these pills. Come here. Each of you will get one. As my bodyguards, if your strength is weaker than mine, how can you protect me?" The surrounding bodyguards were instantly overjoyed and replied, "Yes, young master." After rewarding each of them with a Great Restoration Pill, seeing their joyful expressions, Lynn also felt a surge of amusement in his heart. Although he had been cultivating for nearly 8 hours, Lynn still felt that he had boundless energy in his body. The system said, "Dear host, please persevere. Continue your cultivation tomorrow. One day, you will surely become the most powerful immortal king in this world." Lynn gave a thumbs up, revealing his pearly teeth that glistened like a sudden flash of light. Exactly. He strode out of the bathhouse. Gazing at the maids outside, Lynn was in high spirits. With a smile, he said, "Everyone has been busy all day today. Are you tired?" All the maids around replied loudly, "Not at all." Lynn shook his head smilingly. These were all his carefully selected confidants. The bodyguards were retired Special Forces soldiers, and the maids were all top-notch beauties with a beauty score of over 9. Naturally, he paid them handsomely, with a monthly salary of over 100,000 for each. Lynn reached into his bosom, took out a checkbook, and swiftly wrote several checks. Then he said, "Well, you've all been working with me all day. Take this money and go out for fun. 100,000 for each of you. Everyone gets it." As soon as he said this, all the maids showed extremely delighted expressions. The young master is so generous. Wow, 100,000 for each. He's giving us a whole month's salary at once. It's really great to follow the young master. Long live the young master. Thank you, young master. I love you. Young master. Oh, the young master is so magnanimous. Seeing the joy on everyone's faces as they took the checks, Lynn also beamed. When it came to his confidants, he had to be generous. Otherwise, how could he expect them to work for him? "Lon, come here." Lynn waved to his personal maid. The delicate and lovely young girl named Lon immediately trotted over obediently, bowed, and said sweetly, "Young master." Lynn pinched her cheek and said with a beaming smile, "Come on, go out for a spin with the young master. The young master will take you to have French cuisine." Lon instantly widened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed in delight, "Yes, young master." Looking at Lynn's incredibly handsome face, Lan's heart raced wildly. He's really getting more and more handsome. Although the young master used to often take her out for a drive, he was extremely taciturn back then, always gloomy and prone to losing his temper. So she was always a bit scared every time they went out. However, now she could clearly sense that the young master had changed so much, especially those eyes, confident and bright, paired with that perfectly handsome face. It was simply melting. Could it be that handsomeness can truly influence a person's personality? The other maids looked at Lon, who was gazing at Lynn adoringly, and their eyes were filled with envy. Lon was really so lucky to be able to go out for a drive with the young master. Alas, I also want to go with the young master. The young master is really so handsome. Going out with such a godlike young master is like a dream. Lynn walked out of the bathhouse with a beaming smile, his arm around his personal maid. He didn't ask the bodyguards to accompany him, but told them to drive back home first. After all, with his current strength, ordinary people simply couldn't harm him. Although he hadn't yet reached the Chi training realm, Lynn could still clearly feel the changes in his body. Currently, I possess the strength to shatter a tree of considerable girth with a single strike. Desiring merely a leisurely drive, I eschewed ostentatious vehicles, opting instead for the most economical of my collection, a Ferrari valued at 8 million, and embarked on my excursion with Lon. Traversing the city in the Ferrari, we immediately garnered the envious gazes of numerous pedestrians. Observe, that Ferrari is exceptionally stylish. I recognize that model. It appears to be the latest Ferrari, introduced last year, with a limited global production of 1,000 units, valued at over 8 million. How impressive. I chuckled softly, leaving a mere silhouette as I drove the Ferrari away. Chapter 10. A gentleman in a Ferrari exudes irresistible allure. Moments later, I, accompanied by my attendant, Lon, arrived at an upscale boutique. It is time to procure some new attire, Lon. Come, accompany me in acquiring a few ensembles. Lan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Certainly, master, she replied. Observing my upright and robust physique, Lan's countenance flushed slightly. Master is purchasing new garments? How delightful, she mused. Instantly, visions of my sartorial display filled her mind. Even in mere contemplation, her heart raced with excitement. With a flourish, I executed a graceful drift, bringing the Ferrari to a stop. This maneuver immediately attracted considerable attention, particularly from the young ladies emerging from the boutique, who were immediately captivated upon seeing me alight from the Ferrari. An exquisite automobile complemented by a handsome gentleman, an impeccable pairing. Numerous young ladies paused, their hands covering their mouths, gazing in admiration at Lynn's striking countenance. It was by no means Lynn's intention to attract attention. His sheer attractiveness rendered it unavoidable. Upon entering the luxury boutique with Lan, the eyes of several of the shop assistants, each possessing a noteworthy beauty, immediately sparkled with delight. My, what a dashing young man! One exclaimed. You are, without a doubt, the most handsome gentleman I have ever encountered. In response to the shop assistant's compliment, Lynn offered a polite smile, grasped Lan's hand, and strode purposefully into the establishment. This visit was, of course, intended for a lavish expenditure, a veritable celebration of affluence. Lynn was far from fastidious. Whatever caught his eye was promptly acquired and packaged. Moments later, with Lan's discerning guidance, Lynn emerged, adorned in a suit of impeccable cut and style. Instantly, the gazes of everyone present converged upon him, each individual captivated in stunned silence. Remarkable, utterly remarkable, one whispered. Lan, in particular, was astounded, her hands instinctively rising to cover her mouth. The suit she had selected for Lynn was a testament to her exceptional taste as his personal attendant. Her eyes had immediately been drawn to the violet ensemble, the latest design of the year, even featured in an advertisement with Lu Xiaohan as its spokesperson. Yet, as she beheld Lynn in the suit, Lan realized that her young master surpassed even Lu Xiaohan in sheer handsomeness. How does it appear? Lynn inquired, rotating his shoulders slightly. Does it suit me well? Lan nodded obediently, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Young master, you are exceedingly handsome. This suit really suits you perfectly. Lynn reached out his hand and without saying a word, said, Pay. Immediately, a young shop assistant walked over and politely smiled, saying, Sir, the total price of this suit is 525,000 RMB. May I ask if you'll pay in cash or by card? Lynn casually took out a card and replied, By card. The young shop assistant's eyes lit up, and her admiration for Lynn almost overflowed. Those local tycoons who always asked around on normal days were nothing. This was a real godlike magnate. He didn't even bargain. He just picked what he fancied. Moreover, the way he took out the money was so elegant, decisive, and charming. And he was also so handsome. He was simply a living male god. Wait a moment. Just as the young shop assistant took Lynn's card, she heard Lynn's voice. The young shop assistant quickly said, May I ask if there's anything else I can do for you? Lynn turned around, walked to the women's clothing section not far away, reached out his hand, pointed at 5 dresses each priced over 100,000 RMB, and said, Include these as well. Suddenly, Lan was stunned. She recognized at a glance that those dresses were the ones she had liked the most when she passed by just now. But she had only cast an envious glance at them. Could it be that the young master had noticed her gaze and kept it in mind? Lynn moved his shoulders casually and said, I saw you looking at these dresses when we came out just now. I guess you thought they were nice. Lynn gave a faint smile. Immediately, he looked at the shop assistants and said, What are you standing there for? Pack these up and swipe the card. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing this, the shop assistants snapped out of their daze and quickly packed up the several dresses that Lynn had selected. Sir, these dresses are extremely expensive. But I'm not short of money. Faced with Lynn's outrageously generous response, Lan was momentarily at a loss for words. Her beautiful eyes shyly fixed on Lynn, and she hesitated slightly. But sir, my salary is not enough to buy these dresses. Who said you need to buy them? Lynn looked at Lan somewhat puzzledly. Then, as if he had thought of something, he stroked her little head and said, Don't worry. I'm in a good mood today. These clothes are a gift for you for accompanying me on the shopping spree. I won't deduct the cost from your salary. Is that so? Lan replied meekly. She didn't know whether she should be happy or disappointed. So these were just small gifts from the sir for her accompanying him. Well, it made sense. She was just a maid. How could she ever expect to catch the sir's fancy? Lan lowered her head, her eyes slightly dimmed. But in the eyes of the shop assistants, this scene looked exactly like the look of extreme shyness after being overly doted on by her master. Goodness, who wouldn't love such a wealthy master? With his looks, his figure, and his outrageously generous demeanor, not to mention getting paid. even if there was no salary. They would all be willing to be his maids. Beholding the excited and envious gazes of the shop assistants, and then glancing at Lon, who was so bashful that she kept her head down in silence, Lynn instantly felt a splitting headache. All he had done was simply buy a few dresses for this little maid at random. After all, he was wealthy and had an abundance of idle time. Soon, the two of them left the luxury store under the envious looks of the shop assistants. The moment they stepped out of the store, Lynn noticed a group of young ladies gathered around his luxurious car parked by the roadside, holding their mobile phones and excitedly taking pictures. Several girls even leaned against his Ferrari, posing seductively for selfies. Presumably, within a few minutes, these photos would appear on their WeChat moments, accompanied by some pretentious captions like, "Alas, my boyfriend insisted on buying me a new car. How annoying." Or perhaps something like, "I'm so lonely today. I can only go for a solo drive without anyone to accompany me." Lynn shook his head, took Lanlin's hand, and strode towards his Ferrari. Politely, he said, "Excuse me. I'm leaving." The young ladies around immediately stood up in a panic. However, upon seeing Lynn, they were instantly stunned by his good looks. How handsome. The young ladies covered their mouths and took a step back, their alluring eyes fixed on Lynn. Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? Handsome guy, can I invite you to dinner? Handsome guy, can I take a photo with you? Facing the surrounding girls who crowded around, Lynn remained extremely calm. He took out his Ferrari keys, sat in the driver's seat, and said with a faint smile, "Excuse me, I'm about to drive." Amid the roaring of the engine, Lynn sped away. Watching the retreating figure of the Ferrari, the girls behind all felt their hearts race. Oh, what a cool and aloof young gentleman. Such a distinctive young man is rarely seen these days. Moreover, he's a cool young man driving a Ferrari. Chapter 11. How could Lynn be as handsome as you? After having French cuisine with his little maid, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Sitting in the Ferrari, Lynn looked at the little maid with a blushing face in the passenger seat and smiled gently, saying, Lon, would you like to go for a drive?" The little maid's face turned even redder. She blinked her eyes cutely and exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Of course. How could your young master deceive you?" "Fantastic," Lon cheered. Soon, Lynn drove his car out of the urban area. Amid the howling summer wind, he started speeding on the outskirts. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lan's heart pounded wildly. Watching the scenery flashing by outside the window and listening to the engine roaring like a wild beast, she excitedly let out a shout. Naturally, she could tell at a glance that her young master was in an extremely good mood today. Moreover, compared with before, the young master seemed to have changed into a different person, becoming more cheerful and charming. Lynn drove the car at full speed all the way. After speeding for over an hour, Lynn pulled over and said with a smile, "Are you tired? Have a rest, and then I'll take you home." Lon had a blushing face and bright, shining eyes. She blinked and said, "Yes, thank you, young master." Under the dim car lights, the summer wind was blowing briskly. Lon leaned against the seat, furtively gazing at Lynn's profile. She was alone with the young master. Recalling the whole day, Lon felt as if she were in a dream. Moreover, it seemed that it was the first time the young master had taken her out for a drive. Where did this sense of happiness stem from? And why, among so many maids, did the young master choose her to go out and have fun with? At the thought of this, Lanlin's heart started to thump wildly. Her mother used to say that if a boy took a girl out shopping and spent money on her, he must have ulterior motives. However, if it was the young master, she didn't really mind. The young master was so handsome. It seemed that she was the one getting the better deal. But if the young master really made that kind of request, how should she respond? Should she be excited, shy, angry, or just play dumb? Lynn took out a bottle of mineral water and said, "Drink." "Yes." Hearing Lynn's voice, Lon instantly widened her beautiful eyes. Her body tensed up, and she sat up straight. Her fair little face flushed bright red in an instant. Lynn was taken aback and asked, "Why is your face so red?" "Because." Lon stared with wide eyes and replied, "Lon doesn't know either." "Are you running a fever?" Lynn frowned, reached out his hand, pushed aside the hair on her forehead, and placed his palm on her forehead. Lon looked at Lynn, whose eyes were full of concern. The young master's alluring aura instantly assailed her nostrils, making her feel dizzy. Oh no, she was so shy. Oh, perhaps it's okay to be pushed down by the young master right here. Seeing the puzzled look in Lynn's eyes, Lon lightly pursed her lips. "Young master, you have a fever, but it's not here." Lon shakily stretched out her small hand, gently grasped Lynn's hand on her forehead, then held that hand and pressed it against her own chest. "It's here that's burning." Lon lowered her head, her face blushing deeply, not daring to look into Lynn's eyes at all. "Lynn, If Lynn still couldn't understand the feelings of his little maid after this, then he would be unworthy of the title of a man. Looking at Lanlin's rosy cheeks and those affectionate eyes, how could Lynn possibly not understand her meaning? As the private maid he had carefully selected, Lan was naturally extremely beautiful, with an absolute beauty rating of over 9 points. Moreover, she was innocent, lovely, and a bit of a natural airhead, just like someone who had stepped out of an anime. However, Lynn swore that today he had brought his maid out for a ride simply because he was happy about awakening the system and felt it would be dull to go out alone. So he just brought his maid along, by the way. Well, for a moment, Lynn didn't know how to respond. Lan lowered her head, her face so red that it seemed blood would drip, and said, "It doesn't matter what the young master does. Lan likes the young master very much. So it's okay." Lynn deliberately asked, feigning ignorance. "It doesn't matter what I do." Lan gently nodded and blushed as she lowered her head. In the desolate outskirts, there was a luxury car and a beautiful young lady. The streetlights were dim, and it was a moonless and windy night. Moreover, his little maid had made explicit hints. Well, should the following 10,000 word content be omitted here? But just as Lynn was about to engage in some intimate activities with his little maid and the atmosphere was heating up, suddenly, the roaring sound of several cars came from afar on the road. A minivan instantly scraped past his Ferrari and heavily crashed into a nearby tree. Boom! With a loud noise, Lan, who was curled up in Lynn's arms, was startled and let out a terrified scream. "WH. What's going on?" Lynn frowned and looked out through the car window. He saw a young man in a white shirt staggering out of the minivan that had crashed into the tree. His whole body was covered in blood and wounds from knives, as if he had just gone through a fierce battle. When Lynn saw his face, he was stunned for a moment and exclaimed, "Deputy, class, monitor by?" Indeed, Lynn knew this person. Baizé was the deputy class, monitor of their class. In fact, Lynn didn't know him well. Firstly, Baizé had a strange and somewhat withdrawn personality. Secondly, his academic performance was top-notch in the whole school. So he naturally wouldn't be in the same circle as them, the underachievers. In Lynn's memory, Baizé was gentle and scholarly. How could he get into a fight with others? Lan, stay in the car and don't come out. After saying that, Lynn pushed open the car door forcefully and strode towards Baizé on the other side of the road, shouting, "Hey, are you Baizé?" The young man in a white shirt gasped. Hearing someone call his name, he immediately turned his head and warily looked at Lynn, saying, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" As soon as Lynn heard his voice, he knew it was this guy. Lynn shook his head and smiled faintly, saying, "Ah, it's really you. Why are you wandering around here in the dead of night instead of sleeping? Don't you recognize me, Lynn, so soon?" Baizé was instantly stunned and fixed his gaze on Lynn's face. Lynn, the one who had repeated the third-grade course, always sat at the back of the classroom and often asked for leave or skipped classes. Baizé warily stared at Lynn and said, "Are you joking? How could you be Lynn?" Lynn was taken aback and said, "Don't I look like him?" Baizé said gravely, "Lynn could never be as handsome as you." Lynn, Chapter 12, with the shot, "You intended to take my life, didn't you?" Lynn cleared his throat and smiled faintly, saying, "You surely remember the placement test half a month ago, right? At that time, I asked you for the answers to the multiple choice questions and passed you a note, but you drew a pig's head for me. Am I right?" Hearing this, Baizé was stunned. He recalled that such a thing did seem to have happened. "You're really Lynn?" Baizé exclaimed in shock. Lynn strode towards him and said, "Absolutely genuine." Baizé stared at Lynn in shock, who was dressed in a well-tailored suit with a Ferrari parked behind him. He simply couldn't associate this extremely handsome young man with the Lynn in his memory. What a drastic change. Just as Lynn had just stepped into the middle of the road and hadn't had time to ask Baze, suddenly, the howling sounds of cars came from afar. Baze's face paled dramatically, and he exclaimed anxiously, "No, they're after us. Lynn, go quickly. Don't get involved because of me." Lynn turned around and gazed at the several cars roaring towards them from afar, saying, "What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into?" Baze replied urgently, "Someone wants me dead." Lynn smiled and asked, "The people who want to kill you are in those cars behind? Knowing that, why don't you leave quickly? Do you want to get run over?" Baze roared. At that very moment, the several roaring cars noticed Baze. Instead of slowing down, they stepped on the gas and rushed towards them. Baze could even clearly see the cold sneer on the face of the man in the driver's cab. Lynn. Baze was extremely anxious and was about to rush forward to push Lynn out of the way. However, in the next instant, he saw Lynn suddenly lift his leg and kick at the car hurtling towards them at a speed of over 100 miles per hour. Under Baze's shocked gaze, The car was directly dented by Lynn's kick and then skidded dozens of meters away. Seeing this, the two cars following immediately turned their steering wheels sharply and rammed heavily into the guardrails on both sides. Baze exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap." Lynn flexed his ankle, shook his head, and said, "Didn't you see the road sign up there? The speed limit is 15 kilometers per hour, yet you still dared to drive so fast?" From the three wrecked cars, a dozen young men in suits climbed out with difficulty. They stared at Lynn in utter shock, as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on? Their car had been forced to a halt by a single kick from this young man. This is a joke. They should know that their car had been speeding at over 100 kilometers per hour just now. They turned their heads and looked at the deep footprint in front of the car, their eyes filled with horror. Is this Superman? Baze got up in disbelief and stammered, Lynn, how did you do that?" Lynn didn't want to explain too much and smiled faintly. "Maybe it's just inborn strength." Baze was stunned. Inborn strength? What kind of inborn strength could violently stop a car speeding at over 100 kilometers per hour? Lynn stepped forward and asked, "Are they the ones who wanted to kill you?" Baze swallowed hard, his pupils quivering slightly. "Why, yes." Those dozen or so young men immediately took a trembling step back. The shock from what they had just witnessed was truly overwhelming. Just then, an old man with a gloomy face walked over from behind those young men. When he saw the footprint on the car, he was also startled and subconsciously swallowed hard. The old man stared fixedly at Lynn and asked, "Sir, are you also a martial artist? May I know which sect you belong to?" Lynn was taken aback for a moment and smiled faintly. "What martial artist? I've never heard of it." The old man with the gloomy face clasped his fists and said, "Sir, why do you need to hide it? In the realm of Huaxiao, those capable of halting a car traveling at a speed of 100 miles per hour without incurring any damage themselves are fewer than the fingers on one hand. Moreover, all those who can achieve this feat are peerless masters with extremely profound internal strength. I am Wang Jiwei, the 71st generation inheritor of the 5-element fist. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" Lynn crossed his arms and said with a faint smile, "My name is Lynn. I belong to no sect and am not well versed in your convoluted affairs. Let's get straight to the point. Why are you chasing after my classmate? Give me a reason first, or you won't be leaving today." The old man stared at Lynn with an unpredictable expression. Lynn's appearance was definitely beyond their expectations. Moreover, observing that Lynn remained calm and composed, his breath steady even after stopping a car traveling at 100 miles per hour, showing no sign of injury whatsoever. This was sufficient to demonstrate the young man's might. After a moment of deliberation, his face darkened as he said, "That Baize is sinister and vicious. In Jiahai City, relying on his meager martial skills, he successively challenged our 5 martial arts schools and injured my disciple, leaving him disabled. How could I tolerate such a thing?" Upon hearing this, Baize was immediately enraged. He stepped forward abruptly, gritting his teeth and saying, "Don't play the victim. 3 years ago, my father and I came to Jianghai City and provided 30 million in registered capital to your martial arts association. The president of the association had already permitted us to open a martial arts school here. But after the president passed away, you went back on your word. You not only injured my father, but also tried to expel us from Jianghai City. You know very well who is the sinister and vicious one." The old man said gravely, "Jianghai City has always been our territory. When did it become the turn of you outsiders to meddle? I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, don't blame me for being merciless." A young man beside the old man's eyes flickered. They wondered when such a powerful figure had appeared beside Baize. However, they knew that this matter obviously couldn't end well today. The young man quietly reached his hand behind his back and slowly took out a pistol from his waistband. A flash of killing intent crossed his eyes. Lynn folded his arms and said with a faint smile, "I've already grasped the general situation. You want to eliminate dissidents, so you intended to secretly kill my classmate. Am I right? If it were someone else, I wouldn't want to get involved. Unfortunately, he's my classmate. So, what do you think should be done about this?" Just as Lynn finished speaking, the young man suddenly took out the pistol from behind and pulled the trigger at Lynn's head. "This is how it's going to be." The young man snarled ferociously. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The bullet instantly shot towards Lynn's forehead. Seeing this scene, Baize's face paled drastically. He never expected that these people would have firearms in their hands. But in the next moment, just as the bullet was about to hit Lynn's forehead, Lynn suddenly reached out his hand and instantly caught the bullet in his palm. In an instant, the surroundings fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Lynn, who had stretched out his hand, in terror. They clearly saw that white smoke was still curling out of the hand that had caught the bullet. This Oh my God. Is this a joke? Catching a bullet with bare hands. You've got to be kidding. At the sight of this, everyone was in a state of shock. The young man took trembling steps backward, as if he had seen a ghost. Lynn slowly raised his head, squinted his eyes, looked at them, and then let go of his hand. The deformed bullet fell to the ground with a thud. With this shot, you intended to take my life, right? Chapter 13. All style, no substance. Is that all you've got? In an instant, Lynn rushed towards the young man who had fired the shot. The young man immediately came to his senses and shakily reached out his hand, attempting to fire again. However, before he could even pull the trigger, Lynn was already in front of him. No one even saw how Lynn had covered that 100-odd meter distance in a split second. For his speed was simply astonishing. The next moment, Lynn's fist rapidly loomed large in the young man's eyes. Boom! With a deafening sound, Lynn's punch landed square on the young man's face. The young man's body was sent flying more than 10 meters through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Drawing a gun changes the nature of things, Lynn stated calmly. At this sight, the expressions of those around him changed drastically. The old man roared, "Kill him!" Immediately, the people around swarmed towards Lynn. Then Lynn witnessed all kinds of martial arts that were usually only seen in TV dramas and novels. 5. Element fist. Eagle claw skill. Animal form fist. Continuous leg kicks. A variety of dazzling moves rained down on Lynn all at once. Among them, one young man's Wing Chun punches were even faster than those of Yi when played by Donnie Yen. Rat-a-tat-tat. His fists landed on Lynn like a machine gun. Lynn stared blankly with dead fish eyes, standing still on the spot, allowing them to attack without being hurt in the slightest. Feather-fisted flurries. Your attacks are like scraping skin. Is this all you've got? Lynn directly reached out his hand and slapped the dozen or so people who were frantically attacking him. Smack. Under Baze's extremely shocked gaze, those dozen or so people were directly slapped more than 10 meters away by Lynn. Baze exclaimed in shock, "Damn it. What? Is this for real?" Baze was well aware that they were all elite disciples of the well-known 5 Elements boxing gym in Shanghai City. And that old man was even the elder of the gym. Their strength was quite formidable. Even special forces soldiers would be like chopped melons and vegetables in their eyes. But they were actually slapped away by their classmate. Could it be? Is this the legendary method of overpowering all techniques with sheer strength? That old man even spat out a mouthful of blood, pointed at Lynn with a trembling finger, and said in disbelief, You. Lynn tore off the torn suit on his body, his face darkened, and said, "Do you know how much this suit of mine costs? I just bought it. And you've scratched it to pieces." Lynn grabbed the old man by the collar and lifted him up, glaring and saying, "Are you a cat?" The old man trembled and said, Young master, for martial artists, a contest should end when the point is made. Don't. Right under the horrified gazes of everyone, Lynn slapped him and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. The old man fell heavily to the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood instantly, and fainted. All the people lying on the ground around were shocked. "Elder, what kind of monster is he? With such physical strength, how can we fight him? He's so incredibly powerful." After saying that, Lynn turned around and strode towards Bai Zhe, who was standing there in a daze. Then he patted Bai Zhe on the shoulder. "All right, since we're schoolmates, I'll leave it to you to deal with them from now on. I'm leaving first." Under Bai Zhe's stunned gaze, Lynn moved his shoulders and strode back to his Ferrari. Is this really the Lynn I know? He's so terrifying. In the Ferrari, Lon looked at Lynn fearfully and said, "Young master, are you injured?" Lynn stretched out his hand, and there was a bloody hole where he had caught the bullet, with blood oozing out. Seeing this, Lon was instantly shocked and felt extremely. She said, "Young master, don't move. I'll bandage you right away." Lon immediately rummaged through the car for medical supplies. Not finding any, in a hurry, she tore a strip from her skirt and was about to bandage Lynn. Lynn gave a faint smile and said, "It's okay. It's just a minor injury. Don't worry." Then Lynn directly took out several great recovery pills from his inner space and swallowed them. In the next moment, Lon was instantly shocked to see that the blood hole on Lynn's palm was healing at a visible speed. Where had Lon ever seen such a sight? She grabbed Lynn's wrist abruptly and exclaimed in astonishment, "My lord, it's healed. What was it you ate just now? It's so amazing." Lynn smiled faintly, reached out, and pulled his little maid into his arms. He took out a great recovery pill, touched Lynn's cherry-like lips, and said, "Open your mouth." Lon blinked her eyes and obediently opened her mouth, then was stuffed with a great recovery pill by Lynn. Instantly, Lon felt a warm current flowing along her oral cavity. exploding in her stomach and then spreading throughout her whole body. Lon immediately widened her beautiful eyes and said, "My lord." Lon feels so comfortable all over. The spiritual energy contained in the Great Recovery Pill is definitely a great tonic for ordinary people. Looking at her slightly parted cherry-like lips, Lynn couldn't help but peck them. Lon instantly blushed. Lynn smiled and said, "This is a wonderful thing. If you want to have more, you must be a good girl. Do you understand?" Such an adorable girl really made him want to take her right away. Lon shyly nodded. As long as it was what the Lord said, she would eat anything. Lynn smiled faintly and started his Ferrari, about to drive off. However, just as the car started, Baizé suddenly ran in front of Lynn's car. If it weren't for Lynn stepping on the brakes quickly, he might have been sent flying dozens of meters away by now. "Baizé, you." Lynn was enraged. He kicked open the car door and was about to get out to teach this guy who was faking an accident a lesson. But just as he stepped out and before he could even hurl a curse, he saw Baizé bend his knees and plop down on his knees with a thud. Lynn was stunned. What was going on? The next moment, Baizé started knocking his head on the ground with a series of loud thuds. More than a dozen of them towards Lynn. Even Lynn could clearly see that the dust on the ground was kicked up by those dozen or so head knocks of Baizé. Well, Lynn was utterly bewildered. It took Lynn quite a while to come to his senses. Lynn shook his head and said, "Baizé, there's no need to perform such an elaborate courtesy. One bow would have sufficed. There's no need for so many." Baizé looked up, staring firmly at Lynn, and said, "Lynn, please take me as your disciple. I wish to learn martial arts from you." Lynn. Chapter 14. I'll run back to the downtown area on one hand. "What are you joking about?" Lynn said, half laughing and half crying. "You want to worship me as your master? Are you out of your mind?" Baizé said firmly, "Master is right. I am out of my mind. For the past 3 years, I actually thought you were just an ordinary student. But now I realize I was wrong, horribly wrong. It turns out you are a master. A true master." Lynn. Baizé's eyes instantly turned red, and he said, "Master, I want to learn martial arts from you. I also want to become as powerful as you." Lynn. After saying that, Baizé knocked his head on the ground 3 more times towards Lynn. Looking at the blood mark on his head, Lynn's lips twitched slightly. He stepped forward to support the person and said, "Get up first. Baze, you've misunderstood. In fact, I'm not some highly skilled expert at all." Baze replied firmly, "Master, I understand. Truly accomplished experts dislike having outsiders know their identities. Master, rest assured. I'll never disclose your identity." Lynn was speechless. Seeing the self-assured look on Baze's face, Lynn was tempted to stamp his footprint on Baze's face. Lynn raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you really want to apprentice to me?" Baze nodded resolutely and answered, "Yes, I wish to apprentice to you." Lynn crossed his arms and smiled faintly. "Very well, I'll give you a task. If you can complete it, I'll accept your request." Baze immediately lifted his head. His eyes filled with hope. "Really? What's the task?" Lynn turned around and pointed in the direction of the urban area. "If you can walk back to the urban area on one hand from here, I'll recognize you as my disciple." Baze was startled. Walk back to the urban area on one hand? It was a full 100 kilometers from here to the urban area. Noticing the hesitant look on Baze's face, Lynn patted him on the shoulder and smiled. "Well, is it too difficult? If so, just give up. We'll still be classmates and keep in touch." After saying that, Lynn ignored him, got into his Ferrari, stepped on the accelerator, and headed towards the urban area. Lynn admitted that he was deliberately making things difficult for Baze, hoping he would be deterred by the challenge. The idea of taking on an apprentice never crossed Lynn's mind. Little did Lynn expect that. Watching the departing Ferrari, Baizé fell silent for a moment. The next instant, he suddenly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with unwavering determination. "Lynn, I'm set on becoming your apprentice. What's a one-hand handstand?" In an instant, Baizé abruptly stretched out his hands and completed a handstand. Then, gritting his teeth, he let go of one hand and hopped along the road towards the urban area. As he passed by the old man, Baizé reached out his other hand, rummaged through the old man's arms to find a mobile phone, and then used it to dial his father's number. "Father, it's me. Hurry up and bring people to the highway outside Zhonghai City. Your son is being chased and killed." Half an hour later, a dozen cars came roaring in. From afar, they spotted Baizé doing a one-hand handstand. The leading car immediately stopped, and an old man with white hair hurriedly got out and rushed towards Baizé. "Son, what's going on? What exactly happened?" Baizé gritted his teeth and hopped forward, saying, "Father, the people who were chasing me have been subdued. They're right behind. I'll tell you the details later. Your son still has a mission. I can't accompany you for now." With that, Baizé bent his arm and hopped forward on one hand. At this sight, Bai's father was stunned. Immediately, more than a dozen people rushed out of the cars behind and sped towards the 3 wrecked cars behind, subduing those moaning people lying on the ground. Watching Bai's doing a one-hand handstand, Father Bai said anxiously, "Son, don't scare me. What on earth are you doing?" Bai's gritted his teeth and replied, "I've met a remarkable person. He told me that as long as I can walk back to the urban area on one hand, he'll take me as his disciple. So, Son is going to walk back to the urban area on one hand." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was stunned. A remarkable person? They looked at the group of young men who had been chasing Bais and were now subdued by them. Were all these people defeated by the remarkable person Bais had met? Father Bai asked in astonishment, "Son, who is that remarkable person you've met? Do you know his name?" Bais, sweating profusely, gritted his teeth and smiled, "He's my classmate. I always thought he was just an ordinary person before and didn't pay him any attention, but now I realize it was my poor judgment. Father, have you ever seen someone who can directly stop a car moving at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour with one kick? Have you ever seen someone who can catch a bullet bare-handed without getting hurt at all?" As soon as these words were uttered, Father Bai immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Those around him were also extremely stunned. They suddenly turned their heads and looked at the 3 scrapped cars behind. Could someone really achieve such things? This is simply incredible. Bais hopped forward and gasped, "So Son must worship him as his master. Our horizons are still too narrow. If I follow my master, Son may be able to enter a much broader world." "So," Bais roared, "I'm going to run back to the urban area on one hand." In the next moment, Bai suddenly exerted all his strength. Right under the shocked gazes of his father and those around him, Bai, with an unimaginable speed, did handstands on one hand and raced along the road towards the urban area. His speed was comparable to that of a wild hare. This was the power of conviction. Lynn drove his Ferrari. After dropping off his little maid at home, he then returned to his own residence. The previous battle had truly made Lynn aware of his current might, and this was only when he had just entered the Qi refining realm. One could only imagine what would happen when he reached a higher level. Once he got home, Lynn sat cross-legged on the ground and, in accordance with the requirements of the Qi refining formula, continuously circulated the spiritual Qi within his body. As for the spiritual Qi, Lynn wasn't worried at all. He had so many great restoration pills in his hand. Just taking a few of them would fill his whole body with spiritual Qi. Currently, he was at the first stage of the Qi refining realm. He had just opened up the governor and conception vessels and still needed some time to stabilize his state. Just then, the voice of the system came to his ears. "Host, the system has detected that you experienced a battle half an hour ago. May I ask what insights you have gained?" Lynn was stunned for a moment. Leaning against the wall, he smiled faintly and said, "They were no match at all. What other insights could there be?" The moment his words fell, Lynn instantly felt a jolt of current flash through his mind. He jumped up from the electric shock and grimaced in pain, shouting, "System, what on earth are you doing?" The system replied, "Host, you are being too arrogant. Don't get carried away just because you have a bit of power. You are still extremely weak at present. If you encounter a more powerful adversary at this stage, you'll be knocked out in no time." Lynn sat cross-legged on the ground, glaring as he said, "What on earth are you trying to say?" The system replied, "In the previous battle, you, the host, overpowered those dozen humans by virtue of your robust physical constitution. However, after a thorough analysis, if those humans had been at the same physical level as you would have been completely defeated." Lynn folded his arms and retorted, "A strong physical constitution is also a manifestation of strength." The system responded, "True, but if you ever encounter a being with a physical strength comparable to yours, you'll be left with no means to fight back. As your system, I will never allow my host to have any weaknesses. It would be utterly disgraceful if you were defeated by the hosts of other systems in the future." Lynn was taken aback and asked, "Hosts of other systems? What did you just say, system?" The system quickly replied, "Nothing at all. From now on, I'll subject you to a devilish training regime. Please brace yourself." Chapter 15, Devilish Training, Divine, Level Training. Partner Lynn was startled and stood up, exclaiming, "Devilish training?" And in the very next moment, he heard the system's prompt in his ear. "Ding. You have accepted the task. Basic Martial Arts Training. Task Objective. Open the martial art skill Qi, Strength Fist rewarded by the system, and master the first stage fist techniques of the Qi, Strength Fist within 5 minutes. Penalty for task failure. A truly terrifying penalty." Hearing the prompt in his ear, Lynn was startled and exclaimed, "5 minutes? System, are you kidding? Who on earth can learn a set of boxing techniques within 5 minutes?" System, Time remaining, 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Lynn. It seemed that this system was really serious today. Lynn immediately gritted his teeth and quickly took out the system reward he had obtained before. Chi, force boxing. From his internal space. He immediately opened the boxing manual and skimmed through it rapidly. Chi, force boxing was a set of boxing techniques for the Chi training realm and also the most fundamental way to utilize the spiritual energy within the body. The principle was to mobilize the spiritual energy from the dantian and then gather it on the fist, concentrating it at one point and striking out. A powerful Chi force boxing could even directly create a Chi explosion, significantly enhancing one's strength. According to the introduction in the general outline of Chi force boxing, there were a total of 10 levels. Each level could increase the user's strength by 10 times. When reaching the 10th level, it could amplify the user's strength by 100 times. With a 100-fold increase in strength, a single punch could reduce any obstacle to ashes, thereby achieving the principle of overpowering all methods with sheer force. Just as Lynn had finished reading, and before he could even start practicing, the system prompt instantly rang in his ear. Ding. 5 minutes have elapsed. The host has failed the task. Please accept the punishment. Lynn was shocked and cried out. Are you joking? I've just finished reading the general outline of the boxing techniques. System, it seems that if I'm not strict with you, host, you won't put in the effort. Lynn stared wide-eyed and said, this isn't about effort, is it? Even if I want to make an effort, you've got to give me some time. And in the very next moment, Lynn suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes. Instantly, he found himself in a pitch-black space. The space was less than 50 square meters in size. Lynn exclaimed in surprise, System, what on earth are you up to? Ding. The task penalty has been issued. Divine, level training partner, Phantom of Chun Daoxian, X1. In the next moment, a phantom of a young man in ancient clothing of an unknown dynasty suddenly appeared in front of Lynn. His body was semi-transparent, and he stood with his hands behind his back, looking ethereal and otherworldly. Immediately, an introduction to the young man echoed in Lin's ears. Chun Daoxian, a Qi refiner from the Tang dynasty, originating from Taoism. Even in the Tang dynasty, when spiritual energy was scarce, he defied the odds and rose to prominence. In the later period of the Tang dynasty, Chun Daoxian successfully defeated 80% of the Qi refining realm powerhouses in the cultivation world at that time. He was invincible among those of the same rank and successfully ranked 10th among the Qi refining realm powerhouses within 5,000 years. The system said, from now on, Chun Daoxian will serve as your training partner to assist the host in quickly grasping the essence of the Qi strength fist. Now, a task is being issued to the host. Ding. The host has accepted the task. Divine, level training partner. Task description. Under the training of Chun Daoxian, successfully learn the first stage technique of the Qi strength fist within an hour. Task penalty. Divine, level training partner X1. Lynn was utterly shocked. Damn it. Isn't this too harsh? In order to train him, the system actually found an ancient person who ranked among the top 10 Qi refining realm cultivators within 5,000 years. This was just inhumane. Ding. The host has 5 minutes to peruse the Qi strength fist technique. After 5 minutes, formal instruction will commence. Lynn immediately gritted his teeth, sat cross-legged on the ground, and swiftly opened the Qi strength fist in his hand. It seemed that this time, the system was going to be serious. He must study with 200 concentration. Otherwise, he might die. Looking at the illusory figure standing in front of him indifferently, Lynn knew that this guy was definitely not just a sparring partner. This guy would definitely strike with appropriate force. Soon, 5 minutes flashed by. Ding. 5 minutes have passed. The sparring partner will conduct hell-style training on the host. Please get ready. Lynn suddenly closed the book, raised his head, and gritted his teeth, saying, come on. In an instant, Chun Daoxian expressionlessly raised his head, with wisps of spiritual energy lingering on his fist. That was exactly the first stage of the Qi strength fist. Meanwhile, in a Taoist temple hidden in the mountains north of Jiahai City, in the central hall of the temple, there were statues of the 3 pure ones enshrined. Beneath the statues of the 3 pure ones were row upon row of memorial tablets, with incense smoke billowing below. Several Taoist priests were sitting on the cushions on both sides, chanting Taoist scriptures. And below the memorial tablets, several elderly men in ancient-style clothes, accompanied by several young people, were paying their respects. Chonglin, the leading elderly man, turned his head and looked at the young man standing behind him with satisfaction. What realm has your cultivation reached now? The young man named Qin Chonglin clasped his fists, nodded slightly, and replied, reporting to the family head a few days ago. Lynn just broke through to the 5th level of the Qi refining realm and is now in the stabilization period. As soon as these words were spoken, all the surrounding elderly men's eyes lit up and they all started to praise. Indeed, Lynn, you truly live up to your reputation as the Qin family's contemporary prodigy. To advance so rapidly in this age of spiritual depletion is remarkable. Had you been born in an era of abundant spiritual energy, the possibilities would have been boundless. Upon hearing the elder's praise, Lynn merely lowered his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, and responded, "It is due to the wise guidance of the elders and the patriarch." The Qin family patriarch nodded with gratification, his gaze upon Lynn filled with even greater satisfaction. He turned his head, gazing towards the memorial tablet enshrined beneath the 3 pure ones, upon which 3 bold characters were inscribed, Qin Daoxian. The Qin family patriarch lamented, "In this age of spiritual decline, true cultivators are indeed few and far between. Although our Qin family can only be considered a third-rate family in the cultivation world. We were once among the great clans of the cultivation world during the Tang dynasty." Lynn raised his head, gazing reverently at the central memorial tablet, and inquired, "Patriarch, was our ancestor Qin Daoxian truly invincible in his time?" A trace of pride flickered in the Qin family patriarch's eyes as he replied with satisfaction, "Indeed, the Tang dynasty was the last glorious era of this age of spiritual decline. At that time, Qi practitioners flourished, and countless individuals sought the path of truth. Our ancestor Qin Daoxian, with his extraordinary talent, carved out a path of his own amidst the myriad of competing talents. Among the Qi refining stage cultivators of that era, our ancestor was unrivaled, hailed as the most dazzling prodigy in the cultivation world. As his descendants, we naturally feel a sense of immense pride." Lynn's gaze upon the memorial tablet grew even more reverent as he asked, "Patriarch, what happened afterward? Where did the ancestor go?" The head of the Qin family sighed, raised his head, and said, "Later, the ancestor successfully broke through to the Qi refining realm, advancing by leaps and bounds. He crossed the foundation building stage, entered the energy absorbing stage, and finally became a cultivator in the core formation realm. However, due to the meager spiritual energy, no matter how hard our ancestor cultivated, he could not make further progress. In his later years, knowing that his days were numbered, he emulated Laozi of old and headed west through the Hanggu Pass. Since then, there has been no news of him." Chapter 16. The host's talent is absolutely exceptional, Lynn said reverently. "The ancestor's achievements are beyond compare. I believe that with the ancestor's abilities, he must have been able to reach the nascent soul stage and live for another millennium." The head of the Qin family forced a bitter smile. He naturally knew that this was an absolute impossibility. In this era of the end of the Dharma, the spiritual energy was dormant. The ancestor had probably long since returned to the earth. He looked at Lynn seriously and said, "Lynn, originally, we were reluctant to say much. But now that you are a Qi refining cultivator, it's time for you to know something." Lynn raised his head, clasped his fists, and said, "Please enlighten me." "Master," the head of the Qin family said profoundly, "back then, before our ancestor headed west through the Hanggu Pass, he perceived the heavenly way and caught a glimpse of a trace of the heavenly secret. The ancestor once predicted that after a millennium, the era of the end of the Dharma would come to an end, and this era would witness a large-scale spiritual energy tide. By that time, the whole world would undergo a great change, and this is also your opportunity." Upon hearing these words, Lynn was shocked. He stared blankly at the solemn expression of the family head. "The revival of spiritual energy. A great change in the world. Do you know the specific time?" Lynn asked, his breathing rapid. The head of the Qin family said gravely, "According to the prediction of the ancestral elder, the specific time should be 1 year later. After 1 year, the era of the end of the Dharma will come to an end." Lynn was once again shocked. If it was truly as the ancestral elder had predicted, by that time, the reclusive families lying dormant everywhere might reappear in the world. Perhaps, those powerful beings from ancient times would also appear then. For no one knew exactly how many ancient cultivators had chosen to seclude themselves to avoid this era of the end of the Dharma. Lynn suddenly clasped his fists and declared, "Rest assured, master of the family, Lynn will surely strive hard in cultivation. 1 year later, I will strive for the first opportunity of the heavenly Tao for our Qin family." The head of the Qin family nodded with satisfaction. Having such a son, what more could one ask for? Meanwhile, at Lynn's home, boom, a deafening sound echoed. Lynn was struck in the chest by a punch and took dozens of steps back before barely steadying his body. Opposite Lynn, at this moment, stood 9 people dressed in the costumes of different dynasties, looking at him indifferently. Some of them were in Tang-style clothes, some in Qin-style costumes, and even one was wearing animal skins. Every time he failed, the system would provide him with one more divine-level training partner. Lynn gritted his teeth and said, "System, where on earth did you find these 9 guys? They're getting more and more ruthless." Just as Lynn finished speaking, the system's prompt rang in his ear. Ding! The mission has failed. Mission punishment. One more divine-level training partner. Lynn was greatly startled and exclaimed, "Damn it, not again." In the next moment, accompanied by a beam of light, a stalwart young man instantly appeared before Lynn. He was attired in an extremely ancient garb that Lynn had never even laid eyes on before. However, just by standing in front of him, that person exuded an aura of imperial majesty that sent shivers down one's spine. This individual must have been extraordinary in history. Lynn wondered aloud, who is he? Gongsun Xinyuan, the common lord of Huaxia, the first among the 5 emperors, and the mightiest of the human race. He ascended to immortality 5,000 years ago. His cultivation at the Qi refining realm was undoubtedly the best among humans. Lynn exclaimed in shock, "Holy cow, it's the Yellow Emperor. This sparring partner is actually the cultural progenitor of our people, the Yellow Emperor." Lynn took a deep breath, yet even so, he still felt a wave of dizziness. "System, is this really okay? Having the phantom of our Huaxia ancestor serve as my sparring partner, is this truly appropriate?" The system replied, "The Yellow Emperor has amassed boundless merits and has long transcended the mortal realm. If he knew that the mark he left behind could assist his descendants in Huaxia with their cultivation, he would surely be overjoyed. Host, your ancestor has come to be your sparring partner. Shouldn't you redouble your efforts?" Lynn gritted his teeth, clenched his fist forcefully, and declared, again. As time ticked away, well into the late night, under the tutelage of these 10 most powerful figures in history, Lynn's understanding of the Qi strength fist became deeper and deeper. Every time Lynn made a mistake with a punch, these 10 historical powerhouses would correct him in the most brutal ways imaginable. Time continued to pass, second by second. Several hours later, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was gradually brightening. In the space created by the system, Lynn had been battered for a full 5 hours. Bang! With a deafening noise, Lynn's body was hit by Chen Daoxuan's punch once again. Lynn staggered backward, steadied his figure, and then took a deep, forceful breath. "System, host, haven't you grasped the essence of the first level of the Qi strength fist yet? This is the simplest stage of the Qi strength fist." Gasping for breath, Lynn's mind kept replaying the postures that had been continuously corrected by the 10 divine-level training partners during the 5-hour hellish training, one after another. The scenes flashed through his mind. The next moment, Lynn suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze instantly became extremely sharp. In an instant, Lynn slowly assumed a horse stance and executed the opening move of the Qi strength fist in an extremely standard manner. Staring at Chen Daoxuan's phantom, he said solemnly, "Come." Throughout, the expression in Chen Daoxuan's phantom's eyes had been utterly indifferent, but upon seeing Lynn's opening move, a faint glimmer suddenly flashed across his eyes. Then, Chen Daoxian assumed the same opening move of the Qi strength fist as Lynn. The next moment, Lynn let out a loud shout, stepped forward, and engaged in a fierce fight with Chen Daoxuan's phantom. One punch was thrown. Dodge. Block. Another punch. Witnessing this scene, the system was stunned and looked at Lynn in astonishment. Standard. The movements were extremely standard. If it didn't know that its host had only been practicing the Qi strength fist for less than one night, it would almost have thought that Lynn had been immersed in the Qi strength fist for years. In the very next moment, Lynn let out a thunderous shout. Surging waves of spiritual energy instantly gathered on his fist, and he threw a punch at the illusory image of Chen Daoxian. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxian performed the same move as Lynn. Their fists clashed in mid-air in an instant. Boom! A deafening sound resounded. Both Lynn and Chen Daoxian were forced to take a dozen steps back before finally stabilizing their stances. Upon witnessing this scene, the system was utterly shocked. It stared at Lynn in disbelief, a glimmer of surprise flashing across its mind. Perfect. This move deserved a full mark score. Indeed, this was precisely the essence of the first level of the Qi Force Fist. It never expected that its adorable host could actually execute the first stage of the Qi Force Fist within just one night. The reason it suddenly decided to subject Lynn to hell, like training, was mainly to teach its host a lesson and prevent him from being overconfident. In fact, it never believed that Lynn could master the Qi Force Fist within a single night. After all, it had witnessed how Lynn underwent the marrow cleansing process and how he cultivated the sense of Qi. Its host was by no means a person with innate talent. He had only forcibly entered the path of immortality through the accumulation of pills. But now, it felt that its perception of the host might have been inaccurate. The host was definitely not a talentless person. His talent just hadn't been awakened yet. Chapter 17. The System's Thoughtful Breakfast. Lynn took a deep breath, gasping as he stared at Qin Daoxin across from him, and said, "Damn system, how about that? I've learned it. Are you satisfied now?" The system replied, "Host, don't be complacent. This time, I'll barely consider you to have passed. However, you must remember, host, that the first level of the Qi Force Fist is the simplest. In your history, anyone could easily complete the first stage in no time." Lynn, no, actually, the system is well aware. The Qi Force Fist is the most excellent Qi training realm boxing technique the system has discovered from Chinese history. In different dynasties, this boxing technique might have different names, yet one thing remains unchanged. That is, this Qi Force Fist is extremely arduous to learn. The control of spiritual energy and physical strength involved in this boxing technique has reached an astonishing level. Even among all the Qi training realm cultivators in the entire history who have come into contact with this boxing technique, the most talented ones spent a full 2 months to complete the first stage, and Lynn only took 5 hours. Although to a certain extent, it is indeed due to the guidance of these 10 divine level training partners. If the student himself has poor comprehension, even with more teachers, it would be of no avail. The system's host is undoubtedly gifted in terms of comprehension. Suddenly, the system space that enveloped Lynn vanished, and Lynn appeared in his own room. Immediately, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully mastering the first level of the Qi Force Fist. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the system reward. 1. Day usage right of the combat space. Lifelong teaching from divine level training partners. System, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Lynn sat there sulking. System, host, you've completed the task. System, host. Lynn shivered and got goosebumps all over. Are you crazy? He said. System, host, the system also has your future in mind. The system's mission is to assist the host in becoming the most powerful immortal king in this world. In that case, the system will also feel proud. So, I hope the host can make progress quickly. Lynn stared blankly and said, even if one wants to make progress, it has to be done step by step. You're pushing me to my death. System, sorry, host. I was too hasty. So I've specially prepared breakfast for you. Lynn was stunned and said, so consider it? The system replied, yes. The next moment, accompanied by a white light, a plate appeared on the table not far away. On the plate were 2 purple divine fruits emitting a strange glow and a cup of scarlet liquid that looked like blood. Instantly, Lynn was shocked. Just one glance made Lynn feel a strange aura lingering around. Eating such things would probably lead to death. Lynn subconsciously swallowed his saliva and stared wide-eyed. What is this? He asked. System, top, grade purple berries and the essence fluid of the king of diamond ants. Lynn stared and asked, are these things very precious? System, in the cultivation world, the value of these 2 purple berries is approximately equal to the annual tribute of 2 cities with a population of 1 million. The fluid of the king of diamond ants is even more extraordinary. 1 small drop of it can be exchanged for a spiritual mine with a cultivation sect. Lynn stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, although what you said is extremely exaggerated, I always have a hunch that this stuff is not meant for human consumption. System, you're afraid to eat it? Lynn, is this reverse psychology? System, if you're a coward, forget it. Ha ha ha. Afraid? Lynn burst into laughter directly, glancing at the deep, purple fruits and then at the cup of liquid bubbling with eerie foam. Lynn simply took a seat in front of the chair. Even though he knew the system was using reverse psychology, he couldn't help but feel enraged. As a man of honor, what is there to be afraid of trying? What a joke. It's just 2 fruits and a glass of milk. Come on, let's do it. Lynn picked up the drink and tilted his head back, gulping it down in large mouthfuls. Instantly, his eyes popped wide open. This peculiar sensation was it was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded on his taste buds. It resembled the indescribable flavor that emerged after combining an expired durian with a drop of the juice from an expired herring can and then thoroughly soaking it inside a salted fish that had been fermenting for decades. In an instant, Lynn felt his mind go completely blank. He vividly experienced the strange liquid sliding down his throat, entering his stomach, mixing thoroughly with his gastric juice. and then surging towards his brain. This feeling. Poir system. Host. Hold it in. It's a good thing. Don't vomit. Persistence is victory. There are still 2 fruits left. Take a bite, and the urge to vomit will subside. With great difficulty, Lynn stretched out his hand, grabbed the purple fruit, and then took a pale-faced bite. Suddenly, Lynn widened his eyes once again. The moment the rich juice entered his mouth, Lynn unexpectedly found that the expired durian was so delicious that it made him can't help but feel nostalgic. After the purplish, red pulp was fully mixed with the remaining Ant King's body fluid in his mouth, that feeling. It was like ascending to heaven. His whole body seemed to float up, so light as a feather. Host, wake up quickly. Come to your senses. Inevitably, after an indeterminate duration, Lynn struggled to rise from the ground, his face ashen as he said, "System, if you want to murder the host. There's no need for such elaborate schemes. Just give me some rat poison, mix it with milk and add a bit of rock sugar. I'll drink it and die right away. No need for all this hassle. Truly. System, apologies." Lynn laboriously sat cross-legged on the ground, striving to use his spiritual energy to decompose all the contents in his stomach. However, in the next instant, Lynn was startled. For the moment his spiritual energy made contact with the strange substances he had just ingested in his stomach, he immediately felt surges of warm currents spreading instantaneously from his stomach throughout his entire body. To his astonishment, he saw that a golden glow slowly illuminated his skin. Moreover, not only his skin, but he instantly felt that his muscles and bones had become more resilient within the rolling warm currents. Lynn stood up in disbelief. "Am I?" He suddenly raised his head, and the moves of the chi, strength fist instantly emerged in his mind. He suddenly threw a punch with the chi, strength fist. Boom. A deafening explosion rent the air, causing an immediate sonic boom. As Lynn threw another punch, the tempered glass in the entire room shattered with a thunderous crash. Lynn was utterly astounded. He felt that he had undergone a complete transformation. Compared to before, his strength had increased by nearly 20-fold, and his senses had become incredibly sharp. He abruptly turned his head and gazed out at the sky outside the window. In an instant, he could even spot the tiny bugs within the feathers of the birds soaring hundreds of meters away in the sky. Lynn stared at his own body in great shock and murmured, "What on earth?" Chapter 18, Dream Match. Practical Training System. During the previous hell, like training of the host, while sparring with the God-level training partner, the host endured quite a few blows. In fact, every attack from the training partner was a way to temper the host's body using special methods. The purple berries and the body fluid of the king diamond ant, meticulously prepared by the system for the host, can maximize the tempering effect of the training partner's attacks on the host's body. Currently, the host's physical fitness has exceeded that of an ordinary person by 100 times. With the augmentation of the king ant's body fluid, the host's defense has surpassed that of a normal human by 200 times. After hearing what the system said, Lynn's eyes welled up with tears. "Damn it. The system is truly my good buddy. It always has my best interests at heart. It's true that honest advice may be unpleasant to the ear. With a system like this, what more could one ask for? System, don't cry, don't cry. It's only natural." Lynn, but that tone of treating him like a child was really infuriating. Just then, a voice from the system suddenly rang in Lynn's ear. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You've successfully consumed the dark breakfast prepared for you by the system. The system has awakened a new function. Do you wish to try it immediately?" Lynn stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, "So you're aware it's a dark breakfast? Moreover, isn't this way of awakening a new function a bit too haphazard? Ding. Do you want to activate the dream matching system right away for real combat training?" Hearing this prompt, Lynn was taken aback and asked, "The dream matching system?" System. Under any circumstances, the most effective way to enhance combat ability is real combat. The training partner system will provide one guidance to the host, assisting the host in quickly comprehending martial arts skills. However, it's only when the host applies the learned skills in actual battles that the best results can be achieved. Therefore, the system has arranged the dream matching system for the host. In the dream matching system, the host will be matched with enemies of a similar rank in this world and engage in battles with them. Don't worry, the system perfectly simulates all human senses, ensuring that the host experiences the same sense of satisfaction as in real-life battles, with every punch landing solidly. Lynn stared wide-eyed and asked, "Will I die?" System, you won't die, but you'll feel like you're on the verge of death. Lynn, can I decline? System, hee hee. Lynn gritted his teeth. Isn't it just real combat? Who has ever scared me? Bring it on. Lynn clenched his fists and shouted, fine. You useless system, start the matching. Ding. The host is entering the matching sequence and is screening a suitable opponent for the host. Ding. The opponent has been selected. The opponent's name is Chen Chonglin, and his rank is the 5th stage of the Qi refining realm. Ding. The dream begins. Lynn was thinking about how this battle was going to start. And in the next moment, right after the system's voice ended, Lynn rolled his eyes and fell backward, plunging into a deep slumber. What Lynn didn't know was that at the same time, in a villa outside Shanghai City, Chen Chonglin, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He was stunned, and in the next instant, he collapsed and fell asleep. When Chen Chonglin opened his eyes again, he found himself in a wilderness. Chen Chonglin was stunned and exclaimed, "Is this a dream? What's going on?" And in the next moment, Chen Chonglin saw a young man even more handsome than him appear a dozen meters in front of him. Chen Chonglin frowned slightly and strode forward, saying, "Friend, you." But before he could finish his sentence, Lynn turned around and threw a straight punch at his cheek. Bang! With a loud noise, before Chen Chonglin could react, he took Lynn's punch full force on his face. A tooth and a stream of snot spurted out instantly. His body was sent flying more than a dozen meters. Lynn took a deep breath and said, "I almost got ambushed. Fortunately, I was quick-witted." Chen Chonglin covered his swollen face and angrily got up. "It hurts. It really hurts. This is not a dream. It definitely isn't. Could it be that he had fallen victim to some kind of illusion and was unknowingly brought here?" Chen Chonglin suddenly sprang to his feet. His eyes fixed intently on Lynn, his entire being on high alert. This man was formidable. Chen Chonglin had already reached the Qi training realm. Although he was caught off guard by the man's surprise attack, being sent flying a dozen meters with a single punch by this man indicated that he was no ordinary person. Could it be that he was also a cultivator? Chen Chonglin suddenly clenched his fists, grinding his teeth as he growled, "Despicable scoundrel. How dare you launch a surprise attack? In that case, don't blame me for using ruthless force." In an instant, he mobilized his spiritual energy and appeared beside Lynn in a flash. His fist aimed straight at Lynn's chest. This was a killing move, intended to end Lynn's life. In Lynn's mind, images of his 10 sparring partners dodging his attacks flashed before his eyes. Instinctively, he mimicked their movements to evade. In the blink of an eye, Chen Chonglin's attack missed. How could this be? Chen Chonglin was stunned. This punch of his was incredibly fast and delivered at an extremely tricky angle. When fighting against other members of the Chen family, hardly anyone could dodge it successfully. Yet this man managed to do it so effortlessly. The moment Lynn dodged, he suddenly composed himself and balled his fingers into a fist. The essence of the first layer of the Qi strength fist flashed through his mind. He let out a loud shout, "Come on!" In an instant, surging spiritual energy enveloped his fist. The first layer of the Qi strength fist. Boom! Lynn's punch landed directly on Chen Chonglin's head. Instantly, Chen Chonglin's head exploded under that punch. His headless body gushed out warm blood and then thudded heavily to the ground. It was an instant kill. Lynn stared at his own fist in astonishment. He had actually hit a cultivator at the 5th stage of the Qi training realm. Ding! The actual combat training is over. Congratulations to the host for achieving victory. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the system reward, 1 top-grade spirit stone. With a soft patter, a faintly glowing stone suddenly appeared in Lynn's hand. Lynn was taken aback and asked, "System, what is this?" System, spirit stones are the only currency in circulation in the cultivation world. Their value varies according to their purity. The host will surely enter the cultivation world in the future. These spirit stones will assist the host in trading with other cultivators in the cultivation world. Lynn beamed with joy and exclaimed in admiration, "What a wonderful thing. Well, I'll reluctantly accept it then." System, the host did an excellent job. That strike just now already demonstrated the performance of a true cultivator. Do you want to continue the matching? Then Lynn gave a faint smile. Looking at the slowly vanishing corpse, he suddenly clenched his fist and declared, "Continue the matching." Chapter 19. I've been defeated 191 times. Ding. The dream matching begins. Meanwhile, in a villa outside Shanghai City, Chen Chonglin rubbed his head, sucked in a sharp breath of cold air, and sat up, muttering, was it just a nightmare? But it was so incredibly real. What on earth is going on? Why did I suddenly have such a nightmare? In Chen Chonglin's mind, the scene from his dream where he was punched in the head and killed emerged. However, he just couldn't recall the appearance of the person who had done it. Perhaps he was just too exhausted. Chen Chonglin stood up, frowned slightly, and made his way towards the couch. He thought he'd better take a nap first. After all, It was the clan's grand competition tomorrow, and he couldn't afford to be in a poor state. Lying on the bed, a smile appeared on Chun Chonglin's face. He had cast the previous nightmare aside and was ready to have a good sleep. Then, Chun Chonglin closed his eyes, and in the very next moment, a hazy voice instantly resounded in his mind. Matching successful. The battle commences. In an instant, Chun Chonglin was shocked to find himself once again in the wasteland where he had been killed in the dream. Damn it! What's going on? What the hell? Why is it this dream again? You've got to be kidding me. Can this dream be continuous? He immediately looked up and saw Lynn several dozen meters away. His heart skipped a beat, and he murmured, damn. It's him again? Lynn turned his head. After seeing Chun Chonglin, he asked curiously, it's this guy again? Lynn gave a faint smile, suddenly raised his fist, and said, very well. Then let's begin. Instantly, Lynn charged towards him. Chun Chonglin grew anxious and quickly stretched out his hand, saying, sir, wait a moment. I have something too. Bang. 2 hours later. In the Qin family's manor. The Qin family is the largest cultivating family in Jiahai City. However, in the eyes of outsiders, the Qin family is merely an ordinary business family. There are very few people who know that the Qin family is a cultivating family. Today is the family grand competition that the Qin family has continued for over 1,000 years. The competition is held once every 10 years, and all the young descendants with Qin family blood participate. The top 10 in the competition will receive the family's key cultivation. At this moment, on the high platform, the head of the Qin family and the heads of various branch families are sitting upright, chatting cheerfully. Master of the family, I've heard that in recent years, there has emerged a young man with peerless aptitude and talent within the clan. May I ask if this is true? The head of the Qin family stroked his beard with a smile and said, yes. He is my great-grandson, named Chun Chonglin. He is only 20 years old and is already a cultivator at the 5th level of the Qi training realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the heads of those branch families were immediately stunned and gasped, saying 20 years old? The 5th level of the Qi training realm? With such talent, even among the ancient families and famous sects, he would definitely rank among the top. The head of the Qin family said gratifyingly, yes. So, the heavens favor our Qin family. I can guarantee his strength. The head of the Qin family proudly raised his head and boasted. My great-grandson Chonglin has defeated over 100 cultivators of the same level, without even mentioning the ancient families. Among the well-known cultivators of the same level in the cultivation world, my great-grandson can be called invincible. The surrounding elders' eyes immediately lit up. If this is really the case, our Qin family can be said to have a worthy successor. It seems that the name of the peerless genius will surely belong to Chun Chonglin. Moreover, a month from now, a venerable figure from the northern Taiyang Mountains will invite young cultivators from all over to participate in a martial arts competition among immortals. If Chonglin can obtain a ranking in that competition, the future of our Qin family will be promising. Listening to the praises of the crowd, the head of the Qin family stroked his beard, beaming with joy. Having such a great grandson really brought honor to him as the clan chief. All right, go and call Lynn here. The head of the Qin family said gratifyingly. Let Lynn meet the elders of our Qin family. Yes. Just as he finished speaking, a disheveled and haggard young man staggered in through the main gate. That young man was Chun Chonglin. After seeing his current state, the head of the Qin family frowned abruptly, stood up, and said, Chonglin, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so haggard? Everyone looked over in surprise. Was this haggard-looking young man really the peerless genius the family head had spoken of? Chun Chonglin looked up absent-mindedly, stared at the family head sitting in the main seat, moved his dry lips, and his face was deathly pale. With a thud, Chun Chonglin knelt down. The head of the Qin family was instantly shocked and said, Chonglin, what's going on with you? Chun Chonglin looked up absent-mindedly again, his face as white as a sheet, and murmured, family head, Chonglin. Chonglin feels that he may not be quite suitable for cultivating immortality. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room was in an uproar. The head of the Qin family and the surrounding elders sprang to their feet, gaping in disbelief at the dazed Chun Chonglin kneeling there. The head of the Qin family frowned abruptly. He hastened to Chun Chonglin's side and gazed into his eyes. Instantly, a tremor went through his heart. At a single glance, he discerned that Chun Chonglin's Dao heart was unstable at this moment. He was deeply skeptical of himself, which was a sign of going mad from practicing cultivation. It was well known that for cultivators, the most crucial thing was to have an unwavering heart. If the Dao heart was clouded, their cultivation realm would immediately stagnate and might even regress. However, he was perfectly fine just yesterday. How could he suddenly turn out like this today? Lynn, the head of the Qin family, exclaimed anxiously. What on earth has happened? Tell the head, and the head will handle it for you. Lynn murmured. I've lost, completely and utterly. Moreover, I lost to a cultivator at the first stage of the Qi training realm. Upon hearing this, the head of the Qin family was greatly shocked, and all the elders around also wore expressions of utter astonishment. How could this be possible? Who on earth could defeat Lynn? It was well known that Lynn was a once-in-a millennium genius of their Qin family. In an era rich in spiritual energy, he would definitely be one of the proud sons of heaven. A cultivator at the first stage of the Qi training realm could actually defeat Lynn. How powerful on earth could that person be? Looking at Lin's dull expression, the head of the Qin family knew that Lynn must not be stimulated any further. He quickly soothed him. Lynn, don't overthink it. Victory and defeat are common in battles. No matter who the person who defeated you is, after a defeat. Shouldn't we be more determined in our fighting spirit, work hard on our cultivation, and fight back? Moreover, it's just a single defeat. It's nothing at all. No. A sorrowful expression appeared on Lin's face as he murmured, it's not just once. Lynn has been defeated 191 times. Chapter 20. Forget about cultivation. Once these words were uttered, the entire scene fell into silence. The expression of the head of the Qin family froze in place. All the elders around were in a state of stupefaction. What a joke. The head of the Qin family roared in anger. Lynn, don't try to deceive the family head. You were in your villa all last night. Don't think the family head is unaware. Lynn stared blankly and raised his head, saying, Lynn was defeated 191 times in a dream. A dream. The head of the Qin family was stunned. All the elders around exchanged bewildered glances. Lynn murmured dejectedly, in the first few failures, I thought it was because I wasn't well prepared. But later, I realized that it wasn't a matter of preparation at all. It was because of my lack of strength. We fought for a full 2 hours. Yet it felt like 2 years had passed. At the beginning, he could defeat me about once a minute. Later, as he became more and more proficient, the time gradually shortened. Half a minute, 15 seconds, 10 seconds. In the end, he even blew my head off once every 2 seconds. Lynn raised his head painfully and said, Can you imagine such a scene? Bang, bang, bang. Your own head explodes like firecrackers, yet you're utterly helpless. The head of the Qin family swallowed hard and said, Lynn, you mustn't do anything rash. After all, it was just a dream. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It hurts. Who says it doesn't hurt? Lynn stiffly turned his head, with 2 lines of clear tears streaming down, and said, It hurts so much, especially. It's just like really dying. Bang, bang, bang. My head just exploded, just like firecrackers. Everyone around was stunned. If what Lynn said was all true, they couldn't even begin to imagine what on earth he had encountered in the dream. What kind of terrifying torment could turn such a confident young man into this state? Lynn stared blankly and raised his head, saying, Sure enough. It's better to be a good for nothing. Forget about cultivation. Bang, and my head just explodes. Hee. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately frightened everyone present. Had something gone wrong with Lyn's mental state? Lynn was the hope of their Qin family. How could he have such thoughts? No, this was definitely not acceptable. The head of the Qin family was extremely terrified and quickly comforted Lynn, saying, My child, you mustn't have such thoughts. Steady your mind. You must steady your mind. He quickly raised his head and urgently roared, Hurry. Go and invite a psychologist. Go and invite the best psychologist in the country. My grandson mustn't become autistic. Meanwhile, Lynn sat up from the couch in high spirits. It was indeed exactly as the system had said. It was truly the feeling of every punch hitting home, which was far more exciting than playing games. Lynn became increasingly engrossed and proficient in the fight. He engaged in a fierce battle with the cultivator at the 5th stage of the Qi refining realm for a full 191 rounds. Lynn stretched his body and felt an all-over sense of comfort. He wondered how the cultivator he had fought with was doing. Presumably, the other party had also made great improvements in actual combat. All right, I'll find him for another fight tomorrow night. That's it for today. Lynn stood up contentedly and checked the time. It was already past 8 o'clock in the morning. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Lynn picked it up and glanced at the number. He was stunned for a moment. This number seemed to be Baize's. Lynn smacked his forehead, scolding himself for forgetting about him. Remembering Baize's request to be his disciple last night, Lynn shook his head without giving it much thought. He believed that Baize surely couldn't fulfill those difficult tasks. Presumably, he had already returned home and was now calling to report his safety. Thinking of this, Lynn smiled faintly, picked up the phone, and said, "Hello, this is Lynn. How did you rest, Baizé?" From the other end of the phone came Baizé's gasping voice. "Lynn, where are you now?" Lynn replied with a smile, "At home." "What's up?" Baizé gasped and said, "Lynn, could you tell me your home address?" "I've already returned to the urban area." Lynn was startled. A very bad thought flashed through his mind, but it was just a passing thought, and he didn't dwell on it. He casually told Baizé's home address. Right after he finished speaking, Baizé said anxiously, "Okay, Lynn, wait for me. I'll be there right away." "Hello?" Just as Lynn was about to say something, Baze hung up the phone. Lynn shook his head. How enigmatic. Well, perhaps Baze just wanted to express his gratitude. Lynn didn't dwell on it. Yawning, he changed his clothes and strode out of the room. His residence was located in an extremely luxurious area of the downtown. It was a single-family villa with its own swimming pool and garden. In the garden, there stood a huge pagoda tree so thick that one person could barely embrace it. It was precisely this sturdily built pagoda tree that had caught Lynn's eye and made him decide to purchase this villa. As the saying goes, it's pleasant to seek shade under the tree. Not long after Lynn stepped out of the gate, his phone rang again. He answered it, and immediately, Baze's gasping voice came through. "Lynn, I've arrived. I'm right outside your door. I'm in a bit of a bind. Could you come and open the door for me?" Lynn shook his head and said, "Got it. Wait a moment." After that, he strode towards the iron gate of his house and impatiently reached out to press the switch of the gate. As soon as the gate opened, Lynn said impatiently, "Baze, what on earth is so mysterious that you're acting like this?" Before Lynn could finish his words, he suddenly froze. For what he saw was not Baze's head and face. In front of him were Baze's two legs. Lynn's body instantly went rigid. He slowly lowered his head with a creaking sound, and his gaze traveled from Baze's feet all the way to his face. There, Baze was supporting himself on one hand against the ground, gritting his teeth. His face and body were drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth and struggling to hold himself up. Baze said, "Master, your disciple has accomplished the task you assigned." Without a single break throughout the journey, he walked all the way back to the urban area from the suburbs on one hand in an inverted position. "Master, can you take me as your disciple now?" Lynn exclaimed in astonishment. "Damn it. What on earth?" A confident smile suddenly spread across Baizé's face. Sweating profusely, he said, "Master, I've accomplished the task. If you don't believe me, I've got the whole process recording right here. I definitely didn't slack off." After he finished speaking, a man in a suit behind him walked over with the video recorder in his hand, looking rather pained. Watching the scene in the video where Baizé walked on one hand in an inverted position along the road, Lynn was at a loss for words. This was Chapter 21. I'm afraid I'll beat you to death. Are you kidding me? Lynn originally thought that Baizé would back down when faced with difficulties. He never expected that this guy would really walk back to the urban area on one hand in an inverted position. Lynn said, half laughing and half crying, "Are you so stubborn? Didn't you realize that I was just making things difficult for you? You actually walked back to the urban area on one hand in an inverted position." Baizé gasped, gritting his teeth. Master is a highly skilled person. Naturally, the criteria for choosing a disciple are extremely strict. If I can't even complete such a challenge, how can I have the face to be your disciple? Lynn sighed, opened the door, and said, "All right, get up first. Come in and let's talk." Baizé's eyes lit up immediately. "Lynn, have you decided to take me as your disciple?" Lynn replied, "No." Baizé said, "Then I won't get up." Lynn said, "Then just stay like that." Hearing their conversation, Father Bai and his subordinates, who were standing far behind Baizé, all wore furious expressions. They had followed Baizé all the way and witnessed with their own eyes that he had nearly fainted several times, but still gritted his teeth and persevered. It was over 100 kilometers from the suburbs to the urban area. Even for those skilled in martial arts, not everyone could achieve such a feat. A young girl who seemed to be 14 or 15 years old angrily pushed open the car door, walked up to Baizé, and glared at Lynn angrily, saying, "Brother, is this the so-called master you've been talking about? In my opinion, he's nothing special." Baizé shouted, "Ineen, stay out of this." Then he quickly explained to Lynn, "Master, please don't take it to heart. She's my younger sister, Ineen. She's just a young and inexperienced girl. She doesn't understand. Please don't argue with her." The girl named Ineen gritted her teeth and stared fearlessly at Lynn, firmly saying, "Brother, you're still defending him. He has no idea how much suffering you endured to hold on. Whether he's powerful or not, there's no need for you to be his disciple. Brother, let's go." With that, the girl grabbed Bai Zai's leg and pulled hard backward. If it weren't for Bai Zai's good balance, he might have fallen directly. Lynn. Bai Zai was dragged and had to jump backward. He said anxiously, Bai Yining, let go. This is my business. Stop being so unreasonable. The girl's eyes were filled with tears. She gave Lynn a fierce look and then looked at Bai Zai with heart-wrenching concern, saying, brother. This man also said, clearly, he's just making things difficult for you. Bai Zai said in a fit of rage, get out of the way. When grown-ups are talking, what right does a young girl like you have to butt in? Seeing that they were about to turn this into a family farce, Lynn shook his head and sighed. Come in and take a seat first. Let's talk about it inside. After saying that, Lynn strode in. Hearing this, Bai Zai was overjoyed and replied, yes, master. However, Bai Zai still didn't let go of the ground. Supporting himself on one hand, he quickly caught up with Lynn. Seeing this scene, the people outside looked at each other in bewilderment. Bai Yining cast a discontented glance at Lynn's back. Then she turned to her father and complained, Dad, have you noticed anything? Is that guy named Lynn really as amazing as what elder brother said? Father Bai said gravely, just now. I deliberately released my inner strength to test him. Strangely enough, before my inner strength even got within 2 steps of him, it vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. This man is truly extraordinary. Bai Yining snorted and said, in my opinion, he's just a fame-seeking fraud. Moreover, he only looks a few years older than elder brother. How could he be a master? A few minutes later, in the courtyard, Lynn was sitting on a stone chair. Looking at Bai Zai and those more than a dozen men in suits who had followed him in, he picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Lynn glanced at Bai Zai, then turned his head and fixed his gaze on the old man with gray hair, saying, you must be Bai Zai's father, right? Father Bai said earnestly, yes, dear young man. I'm truly grateful to you for helping my son out of trouble yesterday. After saying that, Father Bai bowed to Lynn. Lynn let out a helpless laugh, shook his head, and said, Uncle Bai, your son and I are classmates. It's only natural for me to offer a helping hand when he encounters difficulties. However, I think we'd better take the matter of apprenticeship into careful consideration. Lynn sipped a cup of tea, shook his head, and continued, I'm afraid he made this decision on an impulse. He might regret it later. Bai Zai became extremely anxious and was about to speak when Father Bai stopped him. Looking intently at Lynn, he said, those who practice martial arts hold integrity in the highest regard. Although my son Bai Zai is young, he understands this principle. If he ever dares to disrespect you in the future, I, as his father, won't forgive him. Lynn said with a mixture of amusement and helplessness. So, you also support his decision? Father Bai nodded and replied, children grow up and have their own minds. Since he wants to be your apprentice, I have nothing more to say. Lynn turned to look at Bai Zai, who was still doing a one-handed handstand, shook his head, and said, in that case, so be it. Bai Zai, get up. From now on, you are my disciple. Bai Zai's eyes lit up, and he replied, yes, master. Lynn was truly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He had never intended to take this classmate of his as an apprentice. However, who could have expected that Bai Zai was so stubborn that he really walked back to the urban area on one hand? Since things had reached this point, it would be unreasonable for him not to accept Bai Zai as his disciple. Bai Zai immediately knelt on one knee, clasped his fists towards Lynn, and said, disciple Bai Zai pays homage to. But before he could finish his words, a female voice suddenly came from behind him. Wait a moment. It was seen that Bai Zai's younger sister, Bai Yining, stepped forward, looking at Lynn coldly, and said, Lynn, I don't know what method you used to bewitch my elder brother, but I have to tell you that my elder brother is one of the top geniuses in martial arts. If you really have the ability to teach him, I won't say anything. However, if you are just a fame-seeking fraud, I absolutely cannot agree. Bai Yining suddenly stretched out her hand, pointed at Lynn, and shouted, do you dare to have a duel with me? Bai Zai was extremely anxious and was about to pull his unreasonable younger sister away when he suddenly felt a hand pulling him from the side. He turned his head and was shocked, saying, Father. Father Bai looked deeply at Lynn without saying a word. Obviously, just like Bai Yining, he also had great doubts about Lynn's strength. If he really had the ability, then his son following him might achieve great success. However, if he was truly a fame-seeking fraud, he would never gamble on his son's future. He knew his daughter's strength. Although she was not as outstanding as Bai Zai, she was still an extremely talented young martial artist. Do you dare to fight with me? Bai Yining shouted again. Lynn sipped a cup of tea, shook his head, and said, I won't fight with you. Bai Yining taunted, what? Are you scared? Lynn raised his head, smiling faintly as he gazed at her and said, I'm afraid I'll beat you to death. Chapter 22. Dad, Your sudden display is a bit too surprising." As soon as these words were uttered, Bai Ining immediately flew into a rage. The members of the Bai family around also slightly changed their expressions and frowned. And in the next moment, Bai Ining stepped on the 7-star steps and suddenly rushed forward. Gritting her silver teeth, she angrily shouted, "Arrogant wretch! I'll show you my true strength." In an instant, Bai Ining reached in front of Lynn. Her attack angle was extremely tricky. For a moment, it seemed as if a crane was letting out a long cry behind her. Seeing this scene, Father Bai nodded slightly. His daughter was using the crane-style boxing, which was one of the imitative form boxing styles. Bai Ining had practiced martial arts for many years, and her understanding of the crane-style boxing was even deeper than that of many martial artists who had been immersed in this art for more than a decade. The moment she launched her attack, Father Bai knew that his daughter had made great progress in the crane-style boxing. It was feared that it would be difficult for Lynn to withstand this punch. However, in the next moment, Father Bai froze. Just as his daughter's fist was about to land on Lynn's body, Lynn stretched out his hand and casually waved it at Bai Ining. Bang! A loud noise was heard. Along with a long, drawn-out scream, Bai Ining's body was instantly sent flying under that slap. Holy cow! Miss! She's been sent flying. The miss has been sent flying. Goodness gracious! Right under their shocked gazes, Bai Ining's body traced a perfect parabola and actually flew directly over 100 meters. Landing outside the high wall. Boom! A loud noise came from afar. Everyone present instinctively felt a pang of uneasiness. This sound undoubtedly indicated that she had hit the wall. This is simply too terrifying. Lynn shook his head, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said, "Unbelievable." Father Bai's eyes widened. Even he couldn't clearly see what had just happened at all. What's going on? What on earth happened? Why was his daughter suddenly slapped away with a single palm? And she was slapped over 100 meters away. Could this really be the strength that a human hand could possess? Quick! Father Bai glared and shouted, turning his head, "Go and check on Ining quickly. Make sure she's okay." Several bodyguards beside him immediately rushed towards the gate in a flurry. Lynn shook his head, sipped his tea, and said, "It's all right. I controlled the force. She won't get hurt." Just as they reached the courtyard gate and were about to open it, there was a loud bang. Bai Ining, with disheveled hair, kicked open the iron gate. The two bodyguards were instantly pinned against the wall by the iron gate. Furious, Bai Ining rushed in, and her gaze towards Lynn was full of rage and humiliation. "Lynn, the previous round doesn't count. If you have the guts, come at me again. I'll surely teach you a lesson." Bai Ining was extremely angry. It was because she hadn't been prepared just now and was caught off guard by this guy's sneak attack. How could she possibly lose to such a person? In the next moment, Bai Ining stepped on the 7 stars, gritted her silver teeth, and launched a palm strike towards Lynn in mid-air. Father Bai was immediately startled. At a glance, he recognized that his daughter was using the secret technique of their Bai family, the mysterious ice palm. If this palm landed on someone, in a severe case, it could directly shatter the opponent's internal organs. Father Bai grew anxious and said, "Ining, don't." But before he could finish his words, there was a loud bang, accompanied by Bai Ining's shrill scream. As everyone stared in a daze. Before Bai Ining's mid-air palm could land, Lynn slapped her away with a single palm. Just like before. Bai Ining's body soared over the high wall and landed outside. Boom. There was another loud noise, and everyone around stood there in a stupor. Lynn frowned and said, "Acting so erratically. When will this end?" Father Bai swallowed hard and stared at Lynn with wide, open eyes. There was no longer a shred of doubt in his mind about Lynn's strength. Although Lynn hadn't employed any fancy moves, he could slap a person away with a single palm and precisely control the force so that the person being slapped wouldn't suffer excessive damage. Just this ability to control power was truly unparalleled. A master. This young fellow was definitely a master. And in the next instant, there was another loud noise as the iron gate was kicked wide open. Suddenly, Bai Ining, with disheveled hair and tattered clothes, rushed in again. Tears of fury streamed down her face as she charged straight at Lynn once more, screeching, "Lynn, how dare you treat me with such rudeness?" This time, just a few steps into the room and still 50 meters away from Lynn, irritated, simply waved a hand in her direction. Immediately, a gale of wind roared towards Bai Ining. Her face paled in horror, and she let out an involuntary scream. The next instant, she was sent flying by that gust of wind. A shrill scream pierced the air. Bang! A loud noise came from outside the door. Obviously the sound of Bai Ining hitting the wall. Damn it! Everyone around was utterly shocked. Bai's father stared with wide-eyed disbelief at the scene. his mouth hanging wide open between his two strands of beard, completely stunned. This. Hurting someone from 50 meters away. What a joke. Could it be the legendary external release of internal energy? Hitting an ox from afar. This was simply too fantastical. They abruptly turned their heads, looking at Lynn in disbelief, who was still sitting there calmly sipping his tea. They were utterly bewildered. If they had merely acknowledged Lynn's strength before, now, in their eyes, Lynn had transformed into an enigmatic and peerless master. External release of internal energy, hurting someone with chi, hitting an ox from afar. It was like a scene straight out of a movie. Although they were certain that such a person must exist, they never in their wildest dreams expected to encounter him right here. Although it pained him greatly to see his daughter sent flying, it was nothing compared to witnessing this legendary scene. May I ask, Senior Lin In? Father Bai swallowed hard and said, what kind of move is this? Lin In took a sip of tea and said, do you want to learn it? Father Bai instantly widened his eyes, his breathing quickening as he said, yes. Lin In said, I'll teach you when I have time. Father Bai was utterly shocked. Oh my God, Senior Lin In was so generous. Such a terrifying move. And he was willing to teach it just like that. Could this be the demeanor of a master? Father Bai was both surprised and overjoyed. He quickly clasped his fists and said, yes. Senior Lin In, Bai Jiang pays homage to Master Lin In. Get up. Lin In waved his hand. Oh no. What's going on? Bai Zhe, not far away, was furious. He stared wide. I didn't said, hey, Dad, what are you doing? It was supposed to be me who, this word is kept as there's no direct equivalent in the context, might need to be adjusted later. Are you trying to compete with your son? Father Bai stroked his beard and looked at Lin In excitedly. He said, Master Lin In, I wonder if your humble disciple could invite you to my humble abode for a chat. I have many questions regarding martial arts to ask you. Bai Zhe was greatly shocked and said, it was clearly me who came first. And just now, Dad, you were still doubting Master Lin In's abilities. Note, the word is left untranslated as it doesn't have a perfect one-to-one English equivalent. It can be adjusted according to the specific context requirements. For a more polished version, it could be something like to become your disciple in a less literal but more understandable way in English. Father Bai looked at Lin excitedly and said, Master Lin is highly skilled in martial arts. From the move you just made, it's obvious that you've reached the supreme realm of externalizing internal energy. I've been practicing for so many years, yet I can't even hold a candle to you. How ashamed I am. Bai Zhe was going crazy and exclaimed, Dad, your flattery came out of the blue. Chapter 23, This Pill. It's incredibly terrifying. Looking at the father-son duo, Lin was both amused and exasperated. He waved his hand and said, all right, sir, go and check on your daughter first. That palm strike just now might have given her a hard time, but it's not a serious issue. Father Bai clasped his fists and said excitedly, understood, Master. Also, Master, please never call me uncle again. It's such an honor that I can't bear it. If you don't mind, just call me Lao Bai. That would be perfect. Bai Zhe. Lin. Watching Father Bai's excited back fade away, Lin coughed and awkwardly turned his head. Looking at the stunned Bai Zhe, he said, well, your father has quite a childlike heart. Bai Zhe gritted his teeth and said, it's not a childlike heart. He's just being shameless. The moment he saw your strength, he started flattering you. He had such a sour face just now. Lin shook his head, both amused and exasperated. Then he casually fished out several great recovery pills from his pocket and tossed them to Bai Zhe, saying, all right, take care of yourself first. Running back to the city on one hand? Aren't you afraid of breaking your arm? Take these pills, go back and have a good rest. Once you've regained your energy, I'll give you lessons. Bai Zhe shyly scratched his head, then took the several golden elixirs and asked curiously, Master, what are these? Lin In took a sip of tea and replied, candy beans. Candy beans? Bai Zhe was stunned. Master, you're joking again. He stared at the golden elixirs in his hand and a delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. Bai Zhe didn't think too much. What his master called candy beans obviously wasn't something precious. With that, he swallowed one whole. But at the moment he swallowed it, his eyes suddenly widened. He felt a surging heat wave sweep through his entire body from his stomach. All the fatigue on his body vanished in an instant. Even more astonishingly, he clearly saw that the wounds on his body inflicted by those assassins the previous day were healing at a visible pace. Damn it! Bai Zhe was shocked and looked at his body in disbelief. He felt as if he had an inexhaustible supply of strength all over. What kind of elixir is this? Bai Zhe stared wide-eyed in astonishment and gasped. It actually has such a terrifying medicinal effect. Bai Zhe wasn't stupid. The moment he swallowed it, He knew that this elixir was definitely extraordinary. He had also taken many so-called miraculous pills procured by his father before. But compared with this elixir given by his master, they were like the difference between the sky and the earth. What kind of elixir in this world could have such a powerful effect? Was it an immortal pill? Lynn stood up, let out a yawn, and smiled. Are you feeling better? If so, go back and rest. I'll give you lessons when I'm free. Baizé looked at the few golden pills left in his hand, then immediately knelt on one knee and said, Master, these pills are incredibly precious. Please take back the remaining ones. I really can't accept them. Lynn stroked his chin. Precious? Well, indeed they are quite precious. After all, I bought them for $10 each. Lynn stroked his non-existent beard and smiled. Take them. Consider this as a gift from your master. There's no need to be so formal with me. Oh, right. Just as Lynn was about to leave, he turned his head slightly and said, Remember to give one to your sister. Although your sister is a bit of a fool, she's still your sister. It wouldn't be good if she died. Baizé immediately knelt down again and kowtowed twice in Lynn's direction, his eyes rimmed with red. Yes, Master. Master. Master is truly so kind. I always thought Master was just an ordinary person with a shy and reserved personality before. But now it seems that all of that was just a disguise. A master as generous as him really makes one can't help but shed tears. And he's so concerned about Enin, who has provoked him several times. This is the demeanor of a superior being. Oh, I'm so in love with him. Baizé vigorously wiped away the moisture from the corners of his eyes, kowtowed one more time, and then turned to leave Lynn's courtyard. When he reached the outside of the wall, he immediately saw his father carrying the unconscious Bai Enin towards the car. Baizé was stunned for a moment, and then quickly ran over and said, Father, how is Enin? Asked Father Bai with a bitter smile. Master's prediction was utterly accurate. She has 2 broken ribs and a slight displacement of internal organs, but it's not a grave issue. Baizé glanced at his younger sister and shook his head in resignation. After she wakes up, I must give her a good scolding. Fortunately, Master is magnanimous. Instead of blaming Enin for her rudeness, he even asked me to bring her a pill. With that, Baizé opened his hand, and Father Bai immediately saw a golden-hued pill emitting a faint, delicate fragrance appear in Baizé's palm. Father Bai's eyes widened in shock. It's an immortal pill, Baizé said gravely. Was Father Bai's stunned reaction. Everyone around widened their eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, An immortal pill? Come on, young Master Bai, don't jest. Baizé squinted his eyes, then stuffed the Great Restoration pill into his sister's mouth and gently squeezed her chin to make her swallow it. Within 2 seconds, all of Enin's injuries will be healed. Do you believe it? Don't be ridiculous. The onlookers were astounded. Just as they finished speaking, the unconscious Bai Enin suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and stood up from Father Bai's embrace. Seeing this, everyone around was stunned. Holy cow, is she really healed? Father Bai asked tremulously, Enin. How do you feel? Bai Enin rubbed her chest in confusion. What's going on? Weren't my ribs broken? It seems. I seem to be fine now. As these words fell, Father Bai and the surrounding bodyguards were all stunned. It was all right. What a joke. Bai Enin hesitated and asked, Brother, what did you give me to eat just now? I feel warm all over my body, and it seems like. Bai Enin was suddenly stunned and stood still on the spot. Father Bai's heart skipped a beat and asked, Enin, what's wrong with you? Bai Enin murmured, Father, I feel like I'm about to have a breakthrough. As these words came out, everyone around was so shocked that they stood still on the spot. Hey, a breakthrough. They all knew that one of the meridians in Bai Enin's body had never been unblocked, and she had been stuck at the stage of a 4th rank warrior for many years. In the realm of warriors, there were a total of 10 ranks, and only after surpassing the 10th rank could one achieve the state of externalizing internal energy and returning to the essence. In an instant, Bai Enin sat cross-legged on the ground and tried hard to regulate the qi flowing in her body. After the time it took to burn an incense stick, Bai Enin stood up. Her eyes instantly became extremely sharp, and then she punched a nearby wall. With a crack, the wall split into several cracks. Father Bai blurted out an expletive and stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, Damn it, this pill is incredibly terrifying. He really didn't expect that this pill not only cured his daughter's injury, but also enabled her to have a direct breakthrough. Bai Enin immediately exclaimed in delight, Wow, Father, did you see that? I've entered the rank of a 5th rank warrior. Now I'm as powerful as my brother. Looking at Bai Enin's delighted expression, Father Bai stared blankly and nudged Baizé, asking, Son, does the elixir that your master gave you still remain? Baizé immediately became vigilant and asked, What are you going to do? Father Bai swallowed hard and replied blankly, "Of course, it's to treasure it at once. It would truly be a great pity if such a precious thing were not passed down as a family heirloom from generation to generation." Bai said firmly, "Father, you're absolutely right. I wholeheartedly approve of your idea." Father Bai wept and said, "Your master actually bestowed such a precious pill upon you. Judging from its terrifying medicinal power, this kind of pill must be extremely rare. Your master has really spared no expense on you. You must never live up to your master's expectations in the future." Bai clenched his fists tightly, with his eyes red. "I will definitely never let my master down." Meanwhile, back in his room, Lynn took out a stack of cash from his safe and then directly opened his shopping mall. "System, give me 10,000 great recovery pills," Lynn said grandiosely. The system asked, "Host, what do you need so many great recovery pills for?" Lynn waved his hand and said, "To make soup and take a bath." Chapter 24. Breaking through to the second stage of the Qi, refining realm in the bathroom. Lynn sat cross-legged in a newly bought double bathtub large enough for 2 people to bathe together. He concentrated his mind, calmed his Qi, and mobilized the spiritual energy within his body to start circulating. After the governor and conception vessels were opened, the spiritual energy in Lynn's body circulated unobstructedly. The spiritual energy started from the dantian and wandered repeatedly along the major acupoints. Lynn's cultivation base also began to rise rapidly. "Young master," came Lon Lan's sweet voice from outside the door. "The soup you wanted to boil, Lon has already prepared it for you, young master," Lynn said with his eyes closed. "Come in." "Okay." Lon carried a large wooden bucket and laboriously opened the door and walked in. The next moment, she saw Lynn sitting cross-legged in the bathtub. Immediately, Lon widened her beautiful eyes, and 2 blushes instantly crept up her cheeks. Oh! Although she had seen the young master's body many times, he was still as handsome as ever each time she did. Blushing, Lon carried the wooden bucket full of medicinal soup and obediently walked to Lynn's side. Curiously, she asked, "Young master, are you going to take a medicinal bath?" Lynn opened his eyes, looked at Lon wearing a maid's uniform, blinking outside the bathtub, and immediately showed a faint smile. "Yes, taking a medicinal bath is good for the body. Be a good girl and pour all the medicinal soup into the bathtub." "Yes, young master." Lon didn't suspect anything, laboriously picked up the wooden bucket and poured the warm medicinal soup into the bathtub. But just as she had poured about half of the soup, Lynn suddenly reached out and grabbed her. Lon let out a startled cry. Her petite body lost its balance and she tumbled into the bathtub. "Ah, young master." Lon was greatly shocked and flailed about, trying to grab something for support. Instinctively, she grabbed something long and thick, and only then managed to regain her balance, emerging from the water like a lotus in a pond. Upon seeing the mischievous smile on Lynn's face, Lynn's eyes welled up with tears immediately. Disregarding her drenched clothes, she burst into tears and cried out, "My young master, you're bullying me." Lynn reached out his hand with a beaming smile and ruffled her hair, saying, "What do you mean I'm bullying you? Clearly, you accidentally tumbled in here." Lon bit her rosy lips, her cheeks flushing red. She complained with a pout, "I didn't. It was you, my young master, who pulled me in." Lynn smirked and said, "It was me who pulled you in. So, what are you going to do about it?" Lon was suddenly at a loss for words. Her eyes instantly welled up, and she sobbed woo. Seeing Lynn's extremely aggrieved expression, Lynn stopped teasing her. He grabbed her small hand and pulled her over, consoling her. "All right, stop crying. My young master apologizes to you. But since you're already in here, Lon, why not take a bath with my young master? My young master's bathtub is spacious enough to accommodate the 2 of us." Lynn's face flushed crimson in an instant. She immediately recalled the ambiguous scene with the young master in the Ferrari last night. The young master leaned close to her and smirked. "What do you think?" Lon hung her head and shyly nodded imperceptibly. Lynn said with an ambiguous smile, "Lon, to be honest, do you really enjoy taking a bath with my young master?" Lon instantly widened her beautiful eyes in alarm, then quickly closed them and turned her head away, saying, "I don't like it. Not at all." Lynn smiled and said, "Then why are you holding on so tightly?" Instantly, Lon was rendered motionless. It seemed that in order to maintain balance just now, Lon inadvertently grabbed something under the water and hadn't let go of it all the time. In an instant, Lan's face flushed bright red at a visibly rapid pace, and the whole person was in a daze. Could it be? What she grabbed was the young master's. Immediately, Lan's heart began to throb like a war drum. Lon hurriedly let go of her hand. Looking at the smile on Lynn's face, she averted her eyes in a flurry and said, Young master, it's not what it seems. Please listen to me. Lon really didn't do it on purpose. Stop. Lynn asked curiously, oh, what did you grab? Lon was on the verge of tears and said with a blushing face, young master, can I not say it? Lynn stretched out his hand from under the water and asked curiously, what you grabbed just now wasn't my 2 fingers. Fingers? Could it not be? Lon stood still, looking at the 2 fingers Lynn stretched out from under the water and then at the smile on Lynn's face. Lon knew that she had been bullied. Once again, she had been severely bullied by the young master. How hateful. Young master, could it not be fingers? If it wasn't fingers, what did you think you grabbed? Sob. I don't know. Actually, it was quite nice to tease his little maid occasionally. However, Lynn didn't take things further with his lovely little maid because the system had started scolding in his mind. Host, it's time for cultivation now. You're doing such shameless things. Host, I'm ashamed of you. If you don't cultivate diligently, I'll eliminate you. Your goal, host, is to become an emotionless and fanatical cultivator of immortality. How could you be distracted by other women? Host, I misjudged you. Lynn, for this reason. Lynn didn't flirt with his maid for too long and then started his cultivation. Utilizing the spiritual energy brewed from the Great Restoration pill and aided by the double cultivation card, while simultaneously receiving guidance from the 10 most powerful beings at the chi refining realm in his mind. The speed at which Lynn circulated the spiritual energy grew increasingly rapid. Time ticked away. By evening, Lynn suddenly opened his eyes, and in an instant, his eyes were filled with surging spiritual energy. With a loud crack, the bathtub shattered into pieces. The spiritual energy brewed from the Great Restoration pill was then drawn into Lynn's body in a rolling stream. Immediately, Lynn felt that the capacity of his dantian had improved. Gazing at his hands delightedly, he said, System, I seem to have reached the 2nd stage of the chi refining realm. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through to the 2nd stage of the chi refining realm. Your spiritual power has doubled, and your physical fitness has reached 220 times that of an ordinary person. Lynn gasped in surprise, his eyes shining with joy. He strode out of the broken bathtub and into the yard. In the yard, the cold wind whistled. Lynn was only wearing a pair of shorts, exposing his well-proportioned upper body, yet he didn't feel the slightest bit of cold. I feel that my punching power has improved even further now. Lynn suddenly clenched his fist, wore a faint smile, and gazed at the huge pagoda tree 100 meters away. His eyes instantly narrowed slightly, and a surging chi energy instantly enveloped his entire body. The next moment, he let out a loud shout and directly employed the first form of the chi, strength fist, striking towards the pagoda tree 100 meters away. In that instant, billowing spiritual energy gushed out wildly from Lynn's dantian and finally gathered on his fist. With a punch thrown, there came a loud snap. Under the rolling chi fist, the pagoda tree, which needed a person to hug it around, actually broke right from the middle. Bang! The several meter tall pagoda tree fell heavily to the ground. Lynn looked at his fist delightedly and exclaimed, damn it. System. I can now injure enemies from 100 meters away. System, naturally, host. As a cultivator of immortality, taking someone's head from 1,000 miles away is as easy as pie, as long as the host cultivates diligently and doesn't always think about carnal desires. The host will surely become a powerful immortal king with the system's assistance. Chapter 25. The host has high talent. Extremely high apparently. This annoying system was still brooding over his flirting with the little maid in the morning. However, Lynn also didn't expect his cultivation speed to be so rapid. Lynn couldn't help but say proudly, in a certain sense, I'm actually a genius. Hiki. System. Host, please refrain from being overly self-indulgent. You're still far from being a genius. You've only achieved such rapid cultivation progress because of the numerous pills provided by the system, the guidance of renowned masters, and that bug, like double cultivation card. Lynn immediately flew into a rage and exclaimed, System, can't you stop undermining my confidence at every turn? System. Although saying so verbally, the system was actually acutely aware. This host of hers, despite seemingly being frivolous, lecherous, and fond of showing off, and appearing to be rather useless, in fact, the system knew that the host boasted high potential. If human talent were classified from 1 to 9 levels, the host's talent would definitely be above level 8. However, the host had a serious flaw, namely, laziness. If this shortcoming could be overcome, the host would surely become an extraordinary figure in the future. Even when encountering other children of fortune, the host would surely have the ability to vanquish them. System, host. You've now broken through to the second stage of the Qi training realm. With your current cultivation, you're capable of learning the second move of the Qi, Strength Fist. Lynn was taken aback, coughed a few times, and said, I see. Very well. Then I'll go to sleep first. As he spoke, Lynn turned around to leave. System, wait a moment. Host, since you've met the cultivation requirements, aren't you going to learn the second layer before going to sleep? Lynn nodded and replied, No, I don't want to. However, Lynn hadn't finished speaking. In the next instant, one beam of light after another suddenly appeared around Lynn. 10 God-level training partners, including Qin Daoxian, walked expressionlessly out of the light. Looking at the God-level training partners surrounding him, Lynn stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, System, damn it, can't we do this step by step? I've been practicing for a whole day. System, since you've already practiced for a day, a few more hours won't make a difference. Host, come on. I have faith in you. Just as Lynn was about to say something, a system prompt instantly rang in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, host, for accepting the mission. Perseverance. Mission introduction. Learn the second stage Qi, Strength Fist under the guidance of God-level training partners within an hour. Mission reward. A real person fighting session with a randomly selected God-level training partner. Lynn was instantly shocked and exclaimed, Damn it. System, are you serious? Ding. The host is given 5 minutes to browse the Qi Strength Fist manual. After the browsing is over, the practice begins. Lynn gritted his teeth and quickly opened his inner space. Then he took out the manual and started to browse it rapidly. This damned system must be an orphan. It's really forcing you to learn. Lines of words flashed before Lynn's eyes, and the knowledge of spiritual energy operation transformed into concrete images in front of him. With the experience of the first stage practice, Lynn engraved all the second stage techniques in his mind in less than 5 minutes this time. In the next instant, he suddenly stood up, gritted his teeth, and with a serious expression said, Come on. The first person to practice with him was still Qin Daoxian, who also used the second-tier moves of the Qi Strength Fist. As soon as they clashed, Lynn didn't even last one round. He was forced back by a punch from Qin Daoxian and was defeated. However, Lynn was not discouraged. He immediately adjusted his moves and the efficiency of his spiritual energy circulation, then stepped forward again to fight Qin Daoxian. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. In the face of repeated failures, Lynn constantly summed up his lessons, and the time he could withstand under Qin Daoxian's attacks grew longer and longer. Watching Lynn's increasingly standard punching postures, the system was overjoyed. Sure enough, it was right. Its host's comprehension and learning ability in the field of cultivating immortality were truly far beyond ordinary people. It could tell at a glance that Lynn was deliberately imitating Qin Daoxian's moves, and through actual combat and numerous failures, he was constantly perfecting his boxing techniques. This astonishing learning ability was truly a delightful surprise. What puzzled the system was that with such amazing learning ability, why couldn't its host pass the college entrance examination? After much thought, the system finally reached a conclusion. A genius in one field might be a fool in another, just like a student who gets full marks in liberal arts but has a big gap in science. Undoubtedly, its host was a severely one-sided genius. In less than half an hour, the system was shocked to find that Lynn could already withstand 10 moves from Qin Daoxian. This learning ability was truly terrifying. Boom. With a loud noise, Lynn suddenly crossed his arms, but was still knocked back a dozen meters by Qin Daoxian. He merely gave a faint smile, got up from the ground, suddenly clenched his fist, and said, I thought the moves of the second level would be extremely difficult. It seems it's nothing but a piece of cake. System, host, you're far too naive. Do you really think you can grasp the essence of the second level of the Qi Strength Fist so quickly? Let me tell you, you're merely imitating others blindly now. A move that lacks flexibility will put you at a disadvantage in actual combat. Qin Daoxian stepped back. Let them go forward. The mark of Qin Daoxian nodded slightly, and his figure instantly retreated more than 10 meters. The genius ranked 9th suddenly stepped forward and launched a fierce offensive towards Lynn. Caught off guard, Lynn quickly engaged in the battle, but within less than 1 round, he was defeated again. He immediately stood up, his eyes growing solemn. It was different. He clearly felt that although both were using the second level of the Qi Strength Fist, there were many subtle differences between the attack of this 9th-ranked genius and that of Qin Daoxian just now. The trajectory of spiritual energy circulation, the changes in the path of the punches, and the timing of the moves all had minor differences. However, It was the accumulation of these numerous subtle differences that made the second level of this boxing technique display a completely different way of attacking the enemy. Lynn narrowed his eyes, assumed a fighting stance, and said gravely, "Come." In an instant, Lynn engaged in battle with that genius. Just like the replay of his fight with Chen Daoxian, Lynn continued to fail, but as time passed, the number of rounds he could endure increased. Apparently, Lynn was adapting to this genius's fighting style. The system was even more astonished to find that although it seemed that its host was still merely imitating, it soon discovered that in the process of this imitative battle, Lynn was actually learning imperceptibly, due to different personal understandings. There were subtle differences in the details of how Chen Daoxian and the ninth rank genius used this set of fist techniques, and Lynn was actually integrating their understandings bit by bit into his own boxing style, making them his own. After realizing this, the system became increasingly delighted. Its host was strong, extremely strong. Chapter 26. The Emperor Bestows Merits, the Improved Qi Training Formula. As time slipped by, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lynn still hadn't mastered the second stage of the Qi Force Fist. Yet the system had forgotten about punishing Lynn because he was extremely focused. After Chen Daoxian and the ninth ranked genius, the system continued to send the 7th, 6th, and 5th ranked geniuses in succession to train with Lynn. They were all unparalleled figures in history with extremely high attainments in the Qi training realm. They each had their own insights into the Qi Force Fist. Now, however, their personal understandings were gradually being absorbed by Lynn as nourishment during the actual combat and transformed into his own. The system grew more and more excited. If Lynn could truly integrate all the understandings of these 10 people, his host's attainments in the Qi Force Fist technique would surely span across the ages. Alas, how amazing the host is. Keep it up. Several hours later, Lynn had managed to engage in more than 20 rounds with each of the cultivators ranked from 10th to 2nd. Such astonishing aptitude would surely leave other immortal cultivators gaping in disbelief. With a single punch, the surge of Qi emitted from Lynn's fist clashed with the Qi-powered fist of the second-ranked genius. Lynn was sent staggering backwards for more than a dozen meters before he managed to steady himself. He had endured 20 rounds without falling. He had steadied himself. The system exclaimed, "Well done, host." Gasping for breath, Lynn casually exchanged for dozens of great restoration pills and popped them into his mouth as if they were candies to quickly replenish the spiritual energy he had depleted. During this period, in order to sustain the battle, he had already consumed over 1,000 great restoration pills and several hundred spirit-gathering pills. Lynn fixed his gaze on Gongsun Xianyuan, who was slowly approaching him, summoning all his focus and concentration. Now, only he remained, the founder of China, the first of the 5 emperors, and the ancestor of hundreds of millions of Chinese descendants, an ancient figure who had long ascended to immortality. Ancestral grandfather, Lin said with a faint smile, "I have the pure blood of Yin and Huang flowing in my veins. I can be considered your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandson. Please go easy on me, ancestral grandfather." Gongsun Xianyuan remained silent and wasted no time. He stepped forward and unleashed a set of Qi-powered punches on Lin. Watching Lin and the Yellow Emperor locked in combat, the system's heart was in its mouth. Although the host's learning ability was truly extraordinary, this time he was facing the sovereign of China, whose level far surpassed the combined might of the other 9. It was evidently an arduous task for the host to assimilate Gongsun Xianyuan's skills. Esteemed sages, although you are merely an imprint left by them, I am aware that you possess a certain degree of self-awareness. What score would you give my host on a scale of 1 to 10? The system looked expectantly at the silent crowd. After a long while, the phantom of Chen Daoxian expressionlessly extended his hand, sticking out one finger and then bending it into a hook. A glimmer of hope lit up in the system's heart as it asked, 9 points? Chen Daoxian nodded slightly and then sank back into silence. The other individuals also gave their scores for Lin. 8 points? 8.5? 7.5? Soon, all 9 of them had given their scores for Lin. The system swelled with pride because every score was above 7 points. This meant that its host had won their approval. "Oh, my host is amazing. You've really brought glory to me, the system." Boom. Another deafening sound rang out. Lin's body was sent flying over 100 meters by the Yellow Emperor and crashed heavily into the wall. Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritted his teeth, and was about to stand up to continue the fight. But just as he got up, his legs suddenly gave way, and a large amount of blood gushed from his mouth. The system was alarmed and immediately examined Lin's body. It was then discovered that Lynn's heart had suffered a slight injury. Many internal organs were displaced, and 3 ribs were broken. Lynn had been continuously fighting with his training partners for several hours. Although he had been assisted by various miraculous elixirs during this period, the battle had still left internal injuries in his body. The system urgently said, "Host, stop for now." Lynn gasped, "It's all right. Isn't it just spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood? Taking some pills will do. The battle with the ancestor has given me a great deal of insight." The system said anxiously, "No matter how much insight you gain, you can't joke with your own body. Your internal organs are damaged to varying degrees. If you continue fighting, you'll lose your life." Lynn was stunned and said, "Is it that serious?" The system shouted, "Nonsense." The Yellow Emperor stopped in front of him and silently stared at him. Lynn shook his head and sat cross-legged. He was in the heat of the fight and didn't feel that anything was wrong with his body at all. The system said, "Host, circulate your spiritual energy according to the instructions I give you and slowly repair the damage to your internal organs." Lynn said helplessly, "Got it." Saying that, Lynn took out a Sanha pill from his inner space and was about to swallow it. The system said, "Don't take the pill. Taking the pill now will make the chaotic spiritual energy in your body even more out of control and cause secondary damage to your body." Almost at the same time, the Yellow Emperor, who was standing silently in front of him, suddenly stretched out his finger, and the Sanha pill in Lynn's hand was instantly split into 2 and fell to the ground. Lynn was startled. The system was also stunned. The Yellow Emperor actually stopped Lynn's action on his own initiative without its order. And the next moment, the Yellow Emperor actually stretched out his hand and tapped 121 acupuncture points on Lynn's body at an unimaginable speed. A wave of pain hit, and Lynn grimaced and was about to fly into a rage. But the next moment, he felt that the spiritual energy in his body was uncontrollably flowing along the major meridians and gathering around the displaced and damaged internal organs. He looked at the silent Yellow Emperor in front of him in some surprise. The Yellow Emperor was guiding the spiritual power within his own body to heal him. Lynn exclaimed in astonishment, "System, didn't you say that all these divine-level training partners you summoned are just imprints? Do they have self-awareness?" System, "Yes, but their wills are incomplete. They are somewhat similar to puppets. However, I'm also quite surprised. Generally speaking, they will unconditionally obey my orders. Without my command, they won't make any response. But the Yellow Emperor took the initiative to heal you. It is indeed a bit unexpected." Lynn asked, "Where did you find their imprints?" System, "I applied for them from above." Lynn was stunned and said, "Above? Aren't you a system? Is there an organization above you?" System, "It's unnecessary for you to know this." Hiki. Lynn, after the Yellow Emperor had applied acupuncture to multiple acupoints on his body, he stopped and fell silent again. Lynn immediately noticed that his meridians had returned to normal. His misaligned internal organs had all returned to their proper positions, and even his damaged heart had been repaired. The Yellow Emperor had helped him heal all the internal injuries. System, the system has completed the detection. The host's body has returned to normal. The Yellow Emperor truly lives up to his title as the cultural ancestor of your Huaxia. The treatment method he used on you is 30% better than what the system could offer. Lynn, filled with gratitude, said, "Thank you, ancestor." He was about to stand up when suddenly he noticed that the spiritual energy within his body began to automatically circulate through his meridians without his control. A thought flashed across Lynn's mind as he murmured, "This is..." Sensing something, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and carefully perceived the changes of the spiritual energy inside his body. Soon, he was astonished to find that the spiritual power in his body was following a completely different track according to the operation mode of Purple Chi from the East Chi training formula. Moreover, he could clearly feel that this new track was much smoother than the previous one. Lynn was shocked. Looking up at the silent Yellow Emperor, he asked, "Ancestor, did you improve my cultivation technique?" Chapter 27. I won't be at peace unless this man is killed. Meanwhile, the voice of the system echoed in his ear. Ding. The system has detected that there is another cultivation route in the host's body. According to the system's evaluation, the effect is 150 of the Purple Chi from the East Chi training formula. Ding. According to the system's evaluation, the compatibility between the improved technique and the Chi strength fist has reached 99, which is 5 higher than that of the Purple Chi from the East Chi training formula. Lynn was extremely delighted. The system said, "The system has detected that just now, when the Yellow Emperor was repairing your meridians, he showed you a new cultivation track. You're so lucky, kid. This is definitely a great opportunity for you." Lynn immediately stood up, clasped his fist towards the Yellow Emperor and solemnly said, "Thank you, ancestor, for bestowing the improved technique. However, the phantom of the Yellow Emperor remained silent, like a puppet, seemingly not hearing Lynn's words at all. System, it is presumably because the Yellow Emperor recognized your talent in cultivation that he bestowed merits upon you. This improved mental method. The system will automatically record it for the host. You need not worry, since even the common lord of your Huaxia has recognized your talent. Shouldn't you, the host, be more assiduous? Lin clasped his fists, his eyes glinting with a sharp light, and said earnestly, I will. Tonight, I will thoroughly comprehend the second level of the Qi, strength boxing. Meanwhile, on the other side of Jiahai City, in a skyscraper, an old man sat at the main seat in the meeting room. With his eyes glaring angrily, he brought down a heavy palm on the table, shattering it instantly. My younger brother has been out of contact for a whole day. How's the investigation I assigned to you? Don't tell me that in this huge Jiahai City, you can't even find a living person. Several elders sitting around all lowered their heads, not daring to even breathe loudly. This place was the Martial Arts Association of Jiahai City. The old man leading them was Wang Hong, the newly appointed president of the Martial Arts Association. The missing person was Wang Jiwei, his younger brother. In order to force the Bai family to withdraw from the Martial Arts Association, Wang Jiwei personally led dozens of people yesterday, intending to kidnap Bai Zhe, the son of the head of the Bai family, and threaten him. The reason they wanted to force the Bai family out of Jianghai City was that the Bai family's martial arts school had violated a major taboo in the martial arts world. They taught real skills. In the martial arts circle, the major martial arts sects have always had ancestral teachings. When establishing a martial arts school, only 3 to 5 disciples in a generation are taught the true and profound knowledge, while the rest are only taught the superficial skills. This is an age-old rule and also an unspoken rule that one must abide by when joining the Martial Arts Association. However, the Bai family broke this rule. In recent years, the influence of the Bai family in Jianghai City has been growing stronger, and the number of people in their martial arts schools has been increasing continuously. This is because they teach authentic martial arts, and the disciples they train are naturally far superior to those of other martial arts schools. As a result, the interests of other major martial arts schools have inevitably been infringed upon. After the contradiction intensified, what happened yesterday occurred. Just then, the phone of one of the elders suddenly rang. He frowned slightly, picked up the phone, and said gravely, "Hello?" A voice came from the phone. After listening, the elder suddenly stood up, turned to the president, Wang Hong, and said, "President, Elder Wang has been found." Wang Hong said gloomily, "Where is he now?" The elder replied solemnly, "He is being held in one of the Bai family's martial arts schools and is being tortured." What? At this, everyone present changed their expressions and stood up. The elder narrowed his eyes and said, "An informant we planted in the Bai family has told me a very important piece of information. Last night, after Elder Wang found that Bai Zhe in the urban area, he chased him all the way to the suburbs. Unfortunately, Elder Wang and his men seemed to have encountered an expert who blocked them. That person seriously injured them, and then they were captured by the people from the Bai family, who rushed over. Those around looked at each other in dismay. Are you saying?" Wang Hong said gravely, "That person injured my younger brother and the dozens of men he brought with him? It's impossible." Wang Hong suddenly stood up and roared. "Everyone has witnessed Wang Jiwei's strength. He is one of the 5 top experts in our martial arts association. Not to mention that he brought dozens of disciples with him, who could possibly defeat dozens of them single-handedly." All the surrounding elders nodded. Indeed, although Wang Jiwei cannot be regarded as an ultimate master in the martial arts field, he is still ranked among the first-class experts. Even if he encounters a powerful opponent and is defeated, he can definitely retreat unscathed. How could he have been seriously injured? An elder hesitated and said, "But the fact is indeed so. My informant also told me that the father and son of the Bai family personally went to a certain place in Jianghai City this morning to visit a wealthy second-generation surnamed Lynn. I wonder if this matter has any connection with that man surnamed Lynn." Wang Hong said gravely, "Anyway, immediately lead people to the Bai family martial arts school and bring Wang Jiwei and the others back safe and sound." "Yes, I'll make arrangements right away." Wang Hong sat on the main seat, squinted his eyes. With a snap, the pen in his hand was instantly crushed into pieces. "Bai family, you're finished." Several hours later, in the dead of night, outside a Bai family martial arts school in Jianghai City, on the deserted street, several vans stopped in front of the closed Bai family martial arts school. The car doors opened, and one man after another holding steel pipes and knives got out and swarmed towards the martial arts school. With a loud boom, The door of the Bai family martial arts school was shattered under a middle-aged man's punch. Who is it? Within the martial arts school, several knight, guarding Bai family warriors suddenly turned their heads and shouted loudly. They drew out the sharp swords in their hands. The middle-aged man walked in expressionlessly, leading dozens of people. Looking at the two Bai family warriors, he coldly commanded, "Attack them." Dozens of people rushed forward at once. The two warriors were outnumbered and soon lost the fight. They fell to the ground, covered in blood. The middle-aged man used his toe to lift the chin of one of the warriors. Looking down upon him haughtily, he said indifferently, "Tell me, where are the dozens of people you captured yesterday? If you don't say, I'll take your life right now." The warrior gasped and trembled. In the basement. A few minutes later, the basement door was smashed open, and blinding light immediately flooded in. Dozens of people were seen chained in the huge underground warehouse. The glaring light made everyone close their eyes. Elder, the middle-aged man spotted the badly injured Wang Zhuwei chained to the wall at a glance. He rushed in and came before him. Wang Zhuwei's eyes were bloodshot. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Did my elder brother send you?" The middle-aged man quickly unlocked the shackles on him and replied, "Yes. We got the news that you were captured by the Bai family last night. The president is extremely worried about your safety. We've been searching for you all day and finally found you, elder." Two men supported Wang Zhiwei's body and helped him stagger out of the basement. Wang Zhiwei gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with resentment. "Tell my elder brother." He snarled ferociously. "I want him to kill someone. If this person isn't killed, I'll never find peace in my heart." "Who?" the middle-aged man inquired. Rage and hatred raged like a tempest in Wang Zhiwei's eyes. He ground his teeth and hissed, "Lynn." Chapter 28, the second level of Qi, Strength Fist. Reaching great completion at dawn, the sun ascended from the east, casting its radiant glow across the land. In the courtyard, 10 divine, level sparring partners encircled Lynn in the center, all having assumed the starting stances of the Qi, Strength Fist. The system cheered, "Host, keep it up. I have high hopes for you. 2 hours ago, you were able to last 20 rounds against Huangdi. As long as you can withstand 20 rounds under their combined attack of 10, you'll achieve great completion in the second level of the Qi, Strength Fist." Lin stood there, his eyes shut, his upper body bare, as steady as a mountain. In his mind, all that he had learned throughout the night replayed ceaselessly. 10 teachers, 10 distinct understandings of the Qi, Strength Fist, each with its own merits and demerits, each emphasizing different aspects, similar yet disparate. If he could integrate these various understandings, his Qi, Strength Fist would reach new heights. As time ticked away, in the next instant, Lin suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze solemn and his expression grave. Under the watchful eyes of the 10 divine, level sparring partners, Lin slowly assumed his stance, extended his hand, and intoned deeply, "Come." The phantom of Chen Daoxian suddenly raised his head, stepped in the pattern of the Big Dipper, and in an instant, launched an assault towards Lin. Punch after punch. Lin stood firmly in a horse-riding stance, remaining motionless on the spot, yet his fists rained down like a tempest. Waves of spiritual energy, akin to surging airwaves, gushed forth from his fists. Bang! Along with Lin's thunderous shout, he managed to find a flaw in Chen Daoxuan's defense. A punch landed squarely on Chen Daoxuan's chest, and he instantly staggered back a dozen steps, his eyes wide with astonishment. Lin had actually forced him back. It had only been one night. This young man was extraordinary. The system exclaimed in great surprise, "Well done, host." Next, Lin roared. Without the slightest hesitation, the genius ranked 9th stepped forward immediately and engaged Lin in a battle of Qi-powered punches. However, in less than 20 rounds, he was defeated as well, forced back by a single punch from Lin. Next, Lin said gravely, gazing at Lin, who stood steadfastly in the center. The system could hardly contain its elation. Only one night. Truly, it had only been one night. Its host had actually mastered the second stage of the Qi-powered punch under the guidance of 10 sparring partners. Moreover, he had incorporated all the understandings of the 10 teachers into his boxing technique. Each of his punches was unpredictable, sometimes like a raging tempest, sometimes like a tranquil lake. The host's potential had truly been unleashed. Oh, and the way the host looked when he was serious was truly dashing. Soon, 9 of the 10 sparring partners had been defeated by Lin. Lin's gaze fell upon Huangdi. He assumed a fighting stance and said solemnly, "Ancestor, please." Rarely. Huangdi actually nodded slightly and then assumed the same stance as Lin. In the next moment, the two engaged in a fierce battle. They parried each other's attacks with skill. Their fists were like a gale, trading blows back and forth, with every detail flawlessly presented, resembling a magnificent art form. Not only was the system utterly spellbound, but even the 9 sparring partners' eyes were filled with astonishment. Evidently, they had all been deeply touched. In Lynn's boxing techniques, they saw their own understandings, as well as the sparks that emerged when their understandings intertwined with those of others. He was incredibly powerful. They believed that when they were at the Chi training realm, they could never have achieved what Lynn had. The system exclaimed, "Host, you're so handsome. Come on, come on." As time ticked by, Lynn fought with the mighty figure like the Yellow Emperor, using Chi-powered punches for a full dozen minutes. After those dozen minutes, both of their fists found the other's weakness and landed heavily on each other's chests with a thunderous sound. Lynn was instantly sent flying more than 10 meters and landed heavily on the ground. The system quickly asked, "Host, are you all right?" Lynn got up gasping for breath, clasped his fists towards the Yellow Emperor, and said, "Ancestor, I'm inferior in skills. I've lost." A flicker of emotion passed through the calm eyes of the Yellow Emperor's phantom. Rarely, he slightly shook his head, then turned around. His figure gradually faded and finally vanished from the spot. The 9 sparring partners around could all tell that actually, Lynn hadn't lost. They were imprints. As long as the spiritual power sustaining their existence remained unextinguished, they would exist eternally, without fatigue or pain. They were such great beings. In the final confrontation between Lynn and the Yellow Emperor, they could see that Lynn's punch was 1/10,000th of a second faster than the Yellow Emperor's. What does this indicate? It suggests that if the two were engaged in a battle of the same rank, Lynn would outperform the Yellow Emperor by half a move. The reason he was sent flying was that the spiritual energy within his body had been completely depleted, making it difficult for him to continue. In a strict sense, Lynn had emerged victorious. They turned their heads, and the looks in their eyes as they gazed at Lynn subtly carried a touch of respect. For such a prodigious and talented person, if their true form still existed, they would surely vie to take him as their disciple. System host, you're amazing. To have defeated my 10 divine, grade training partners, it really touches me deeply. Host, your talent is truly extraordinary. Lynn laboriously sat cross-legged on the ground, gritted his teeth, took out over a dozen Sanha pills from his inner space, swallowed them, and grimaced as he said, "Flattering me won't serve any purpose. You wretched system. I feel like my whole body is falling apart." Hardly had Lynn finished speaking when the system prompt rang in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the 10 training partners. Congratulations on receiving the reward, Chi, gathered wrist guards. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully mastering the second layer of the Chi, force fist. Congratulations on receiving the reward, colossal spirit breastplate. Lynn was stunned and then greatly astonished. Holy cow, the system was rewarding him with equipment? The very next moment, accompanied by a white light, the 2 pieces of equipment rewarded by the system instantly appeared before Lynn. A plain-looking wrist guard, yet as soon as Lynn touched it, he could clearly sense the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from it. This wrist guard was definitely no ordinary item. The breastplate resembled more of a vest, equally plain and unadorned. However, upon touching it, one could feel an extraordinary smoothness, and there was a faint circulation of spiritual energy. Lynn exclaimed in surprise, could this be a spiritual artifact? System? System, indeed. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual artifacts are classified into 4 grades: celestial, terrestrial, mysterious, and yellow. Each grade is further divided into 4 ranks: top, quality, high, grade, medium, grade, and low grade. The 2 pieces of equipment rewarded to the host by the system are all low, grade yellow, rank spiritual artifacts. Lynn's face darkened as he said, "Low, grade yellow, rank? Isn't that the most inferior equipment?" System, no, host. Even a low, grade yellow, rank spiritual artifact would be a divine item sought after by countless people in the mortal world where you are. Lynn stared wide-eyed, clearly not believing a word from the dog system. System, of course, if the host cultivates more diligently, the system will definitely reward the host with higher quality equipment in the future. Why not put them on right away and have a look? Chapter 29. You want me to kill such monsters? Lynn chose to ignore the system's empty promises. He stood up and put on the colossal spirit breastplate and the Chi, gang wrist guards. In the very next moment, he immediately felt that strands of spiritual energy within his body were flowing into the breastplate. To his astonishment, the colossal spirit breastplate began to glow with a faint light. The most obvious sensation was that after the spiritual energy was transformed by the colossal spirit breastplate, a thin film of light condensed on the surface of his body. The system explained. This is one of the abilities of the colossal spirit breastplate. It can transform the host's spiritual energy into defensive chi barriers to safeguard the host's safety. Don't underestimate these chi barriers. With the host's current spiritual energy intensity, even bullets can't penetrate them. Lynn exclaimed in surprise. So powerful? The system replied, indeed. These two pieces of equipment are carefully selected treasures for the host. And don't look down on that wrist guard either. It's the chi barrier wrist guard, which can assist the host in condensing spiritual energy more rapidly, enhancing the power of the host's chi strength fist by at least 20%. Lynn could clearly detect the pride in the system's tone. Although the system was extremely strict regarding his cultivation, it would definitely not treat him shabbily when it came to making provisions. Lynn smiled and said, "System, thanks." The system replied, "This is what the host deserves. When the host becomes more powerful, I also benefit." Lynn curled his lips and stood up. Just as he was about to go back and have a good rest, suddenly, his phone on the stone table rang. Without much thought, Lynn picked up the phone and casually said, "Hello? Who is it?" Immediately, an urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. "Master, it's Zay. There's something I must tell you. Those people who chased me yesterday have escaped. I'm afraid they'll cause trouble for you, Master. You." And before he could finish speaking, Lynn instantly sensed an abnormal fluctuation in the air. He suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze fixed upon the distant downtown area. And in that very instant, a bullet sliced through the sky like lightning, hurtling straight towards Lynn's forehead. Bang! With a deafening report, the bullet struck Lynn's forehead, only to be flattened and bounced off by the chi shield that emerged from his body, falling to the ground. Lynn took a step backward, raised his head, and stared calmly at a high-rise building 1,000 meters away. "Hey, Master, what's going on? Are you okay?" came Baze's anxious voice over the phone. Lynn replied calmly, "I'll call you back later." After saying that, he hung up the phone. The system informed, "Host, it seems someone is trying to assassinate you. The target is 1,000 meters away. I've locked them in for you." Lynn rotated his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Gritting his teeth, he seethed. Getting shot in the head twice within 2 days. This has really enraged me. Damn it, I'll tear you apart today. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a high-rise building 1,000 meters away, a man lying prone on the ground, clutching a large caliber anti-material sniper rifle, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. "What the hell? You've got to be kidding me. A head that even a bullet can't penetrate. Is this some kind of nightmare?" He was well aware that the sniper rifle in his hand was the Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle, capable of easily piercing through several centimeters of steel plates from a kilometer away. In the face of this powerful weapon, a human head was as fragile as a paper lantern. However, what he had just witnessed completely shattered his perception of humanity. Good heavens, is this still human? He immediately looked in the direction of the target through the scope. Instantly, he was struck with horror. He saw Lynn leap lightly over a wall several meters high, staring at him with a cold look in his eyes and approaching him at an unimaginable speed. His mind quickly did some calculations, and to his horror, he discovered that the speed of this target had actually reached 100 meters per second. Good grief. 100 meters per second means a kilometer in 10 seconds. What kind of speed is this? It's 360 kilometers per hour. Can this really be achieved by a human being? In a panic, the sniper gritted his teeth, aimed at Lynn again, and then suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! There was a loud noise. A bullet instantly shot out of the barrel and sped towards Lynn. He had predicted Lynn's advancing trajectory, and this shot was aimed straight at Lynn's chest. But the moment the bullet neared Lynn, he instantly saw in horror that Lynn suddenly reached out his hand and, just like swatting a fly, with a slap, sent the bullet he had fired flying to one side. He could even clearly see that the slapped away bullet hit the wall hard and directly pierced through the concrete wall. Good heavens, is this a Superman? The sniper panicked. This time, he was truly in a panic. He gritted his teeth and quickly put away his Barrett sniper rifle and was about to move. Just then, a deep voice came through his earpiece. "Gun Ghost, how's it going? Have you killed that Lynn?" The man called Gun Ghost roared. "Kill him? I can't even hit the side of a barn. When you hired me, you didn't tell me I'd be facing a Superman. Damn your ancestors." Hearing Gun Ghost's furious curse, the voice in the earpiece clearly paused for a moment and asked, "What's wrong? Has the mission failed?" Gritting his teeth, Gun Ghost quickly reached the skyscraper. He took out a mechanical device and pressed the button. Immediately, a long steel wire shot out from the device. There was a claw at the front of the wire, which instantly grasped the railing of the rooftop of an adjacent building. Holding the wire, he swiftly swung towards the other building, hearing the voice from the other side. He was almost laughed out of anger by it. Failed? Have you ever seen someone who remains unharmed after being shot in the head by a Barrett? Have you ever seen someone who can catch bullets with bare hands? Have you ever seen a human being with a speed as high as 360 kilometers per hour? You only offer me 2 million and expect me to kill a monster. I'm telling you, if I die this time, my organization will never let you off. With a snap, Gun Ghost directly crushed the earpiece. Hello? Hello? On the other side of Jianghai City, Wang Hong angrily threw his phone to the ground. Damn it. Just as Gun Ghost swung to the edge of another skyscraper, he suddenly sensed something and looked down at the skyscraper. Immediately, a look of horror flashed across his eyes. God, spare me. Below the skyscraper, Lynn suddenly looked up, a cold smile flashing in his eyes. I found you. P.S. Martial artists are divided into 10 stages. Stages 1 to 3 are third-rate martial artists. 4 to 6 are second-rate experts. 7 to 9 are first-rate experts. And the 10th stage is the Grandmaster. Above the Grandmaster is the state of transformation. Above the state of transformation is the Qi training period. And the protagonist is at this stage. However, the protagonist reached this stage by relying on pills. The spiritual energy in his body is more abundant than that of other cultivators at the same stage. His spiritual energy recovery speed depends on how fast he takes pills. Generally speaking, when the protagonist fights against Qi training cultivators of the same stage, the protagonist is bound to win. Because as long as the opponent can't defeat him instantly, the protagonist can restore his spiritual energy and health by taking pills, while the opponent can only slowly absorb the spiritual energy from the heaven and earth to recover. Above the Qi training realm are the Foundation, Building, Fasting, Yuan, Pill, and Nascent Soul Realms respectively. Chapter 30. So Big Brother is a Superman. Since it was morning, there were not many pedestrians on the street. However, since they had already entered the urban area, there were still some pedestrians and vehicles on the street. Lynn rushed quickly to the bottom of the skyscraper, looked up at the building which was at least 50 stories high, and said, System, do you think I can climb this building within 5 seconds? System, host. You are now a second-stage cultivator in the Qi training realm. What's so difficult about this? Oh, right. You're in the urban area now. If you don't want to attract too much attention, you'd better cover your face. Lynn nodded and looked around, trying to find something to cover his face. Just then, he suddenly saw a graceful and dignified young girl walking out of a shop not far away. The girl also saw him, and both of them were stunned. Su Yanyan? Who is? Su Yanyan was momentarily stunned. Gazing at Lynn's handsome visage, she remarked, Is it that handsome guy in the bathhouse who bore a striking resemblance to Senior Lynn? Su Yanyan was holding the hand of a little girl who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. The little girl was holding a lollipop, looking at Su Yanyan innocently. Then she turned her head and cast a curious glance at Lynn. Instantly, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, Wow, what a dashing elder brother. Sister, do you know that elder brother? Su Yanyan was at a loss as to what to say. And in the very next moment, Lynn swiftly rushed up to her and greeted, Class monitor, long time no see. Su Yanyan was suddenly taken aback and stammered, You are. Lynn smiled and said, It's me, Lynn. Have you forgotten me so soon? Su Yanyan was utterly shocked. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her tiny mouth with her hand and exclaimed, Senior Lynn? Is it really you, Senior Lynn? How could this be? How did you become so handsome? Lynn shook his head and smiled, saying, I'll explain it to you later. Then his eyes fell on the Monkey King mask in the little girl's hand. He squatted down cheerfully, patted the little girl on the head, and asked, Little girl, are you Su Yanyan's younger sister? The little girl blinked her eyes and nodded naively, saying, Yes. Big brother, you're so handsome. Are you sister's boyfriend? Lynn shook his head, both amused and helpless, and replied, I'm your sister's classmate, not her boyfriend. Little girl, could you lend your mask to Big Brother? Sure. The little girl showed a bright smile and obediently handed the mask in her hand to Lynn. Lynn didn't stand on ceremony. After taking the mask, he directly put it on his face. Lynn bent down and stroked the little girl's head, saying, Thanks, little girl. Su Yanyan was stunned and stammered, Senior Lynn, W. What are you going to? Lynn smiled amiably and replied, Oh, it's nothing. I just want to take a walk and handle some business. You go ahead with your own things first. Then, Lynn turned his head and gazed at the skyscraper not far away. Under the watchful eyes of Su Yanyan and the little girl, Lynn suddenly bent his legs, his expression turning solemn. In an instant, With a sharp crack, countless fissures appeared on the ground beneath his feet, and Lin's body shot towards the skyscraper like a cannonball. Goodness gracious! Su Yin covered her mouth in disbelief and stared at the soaring Lin with an expression of utter shock in her eyes. The little girl opened her eyes wide, stared blankly at Lin shooting into the air, and then her eyes lit up. She exclaimed loudly, "Wow! Big Brother can fly. So Big Brother is a Superman. How cool! How cool!" Su Yin was completely astounded. What on earth was going on? Was that really Senior Lin? This was simply terrifying. Upon witnessing this scene, the passers-by all wore expressions of disbelief. Many took out their mobile phones to take pictures and exclaimed, "Wow! Did you see that? There is a person outside the building. Holy crap, it's Superman. Is this really not a movie? That person is actually running upwards on the skyscraper. Quick, take a picture. Take a picture quickly. Oh dear, I'm going to post it on Douyin. It's Sun Wukong. Can you see it? It's Sun Wukong." The on-looking crowd exclaimed in surprise. Each of them held a mobile phone to take pictures. That building was a full 50-story high-rise, several hundred meters tall. Lin stepped on the outer floors. Beneath his mask, his expression was solemn as he dashed all the way towards the top of the skyscraper. In less than 5 seconds, Lin gave a gentle leap and reached the top of the skyscraper. On the rooftop, a small helicopter had already started spinning its propellers. Gun Ghost placed his Barrett on the helicopter and was about to board. At that very moment, he saw Lin jump up from outside the building. Instantly, great terror flashed in his eyes. Holy crap! What's going on? How did he get up here? Could it be that he ran up along the outer wall of the skyscraper? He knew that something terrible was about to happen. He immediately jumped onto the helicopter and roared at the pilot, "Hurry! Take off quickly! Don't entangle with him. He's a monster." The pilot immediately pulled the control lever, and the helicopter immediately soared into the air. A sharp glint flashed in Lin's eyes. "Want to leave? You've got a nerve." In an instant, Lin took a running start and leaped dozens of meters high. In the sniper's extremely panicked gaze, Lin grabbed the railing of the helicopter. Holy crap! Both the pilot and the sniper were utterly astounded. It was a distance of several dozen meters. Lin said coldly, "You fired 2 shots at me. And you think you can just leave?" The sniper roared, "Hurry. Shake him off me right away." The pilot abruptly pulled the control stick and urgently steered the helicopter out towards the skyscraper. Down on the street, everyone witnessed this scene. All the passers-by were shocked, and their eyes lit up as they exclaimed, "Is this a movie being filmed? It's so spectacular. Holy cow. Isn't that man holding onto the helicopter the same tough guy who just ran up the skyscraper? How amazing. Wow. A superhero. A real superhero." Su Yin grabbed the little girl and quickly hid at the entrance of the convenience store they had just emerged from. She looked up, gazing at the scene in the sky in disbelief and muttering, "Is that really Senior Lin?" The little girl's eyes sparkled. She opened her small mouth and gasped, "So cool." Up in the sky, the pilot said anxiously, "It's no use. I can't shake him off." The sniper grimly took out the Barrett heavy sniper rifle, leaned out of the window, and immediately aimed at Lin's head, shouting, "At such a close range, I'll see if you can survive." Bang! There was a deafening gunshot. Lin suddenly stretched out a hand and, with a crunch, crushed the speeding bullet, watching the bullet turn into powder in Lin's hand. The gun ghost was completely hopeless this time. Lin squinted his eyes and said, 3 shots. Remember that." In that instant, Lin abruptly mobilized his spiritual power and directly steered the entire helicopter towards the nearby skyscraper. The pilot discovered in horror that he was utterly unable to control the helicopter's trajectory. The next moment, Lin stepped onto the outer wall of the skyscraper. Right beside him, through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass, one company employee after another stared in shock. Lin grabbed the helicopter and in an instant leaped towards the rooftop again. Then, with a 180-degree overhead throw, he slammed the helicopter forcefully onto the rooftop of the skyscraper. Chapter 31. Do you think I'm a person without principles? Boom. A tremendous explosion resounded as the entire helicopter exploded. All those who witnessed this scene were astounded. God, single-handedly taking down a helicopter. This is simply terrifying. Who on earth is this person? Is he truly a Superman? The pilot was incinerated to ashes in the flames, emitting a shrill scream. At the very last moment when Lin executed the overhead throw of the helicopter, Gun Ghost jumped out of it and landed heavily on the edge of the skyscraper. He clung to the outer rim with his hands, his body hanging from the skyscraper. He was but a hair's breadth away from falling off the 100-meter high skyscraper. Gun Ghost stared at Lin approaching him step by step in terror and trembled. "Save me. I don't want to die." Lin remained expressionless. He grabbed Gun Ghost's arm, lifted him up, and then pressed him directly onto the ground. He said slowly, "Now, I'm going to ask you a few questions. If you answer them well, I won't kill you." After witnessing Lynn's terrifying strength, the Gun Ghost was already trembling with fear. He swallowed hard and said, "Why, you can ask your question." Lynn narrowed his eyes, with glints of killing intent shooting out from them. "Who sent you to assassinate me? We've never even met before." The Gun Ghost replied in terror. "The head of the Wong family, Wong Hong. He's the president of the Martial Arts Association in Jiahai City. You seriously injured his younger brother, and he offered 2 million yuan for your head." Lin stroked his chin and said, 2 million? Then he grabbed the Gun Ghost by the collar, glared at him, and roared, "Is my life worth so little? You settled for just 2 million? Couldn't you have asked for more?" The Gun Ghost was on the verge of tears and said, "If I'd known you were so hard to kill, I definitely wouldn't have taken this job for 2 million. Lin demanded, "Then how much do you think my life is worth?" 20 million. Is my life only worth 20 million? No. 100 million. 100 million. The Gun Ghost was almost in tears. Lin stared at him fiercely and shouted, "Where's the money?" The Gun Ghost fumbled nervously in his pocket, took out a card, and sobbed, "Here's the 1 million yuan deposit he gave me. The password is 6 zeros. The other 1 million will be paid after I succeed." Lin silently stuffed the card into his pocket. Then he threw the Gun Ghost onto the ground, clenched his fist, aimed it at his head, and squinted his eyes. The Gun Ghost was shocked and exclaimed, What are you doing? Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me?" Lin squinted his eyes and said, "I did say so. However, you shot me 3 times before, and I'm still annoyed. So I'm going to punch you 3 times to vent my anger. That's not excessive, is it?" In an instant, Lin suddenly raised his fist and swung it towards the man's forehead. When the punch was thrown, there was even a sonic boom in the air. If this punch landed on the man's head, his brains would surely splatter everywhere. But just as Lin was about to smash his forehead, the Gun Ghost frantically fished out another card from his pocket and held it in front of Lin's fist, shouting, 5 million. The password is 123,456. Lin's fist stopped when it was just 2 centimeters away from the Gun Ghost's forehead. Gazing at the anonymous bank card in the terrified Gun Ghost's hand, the atmosphere gradually turned eerie. Time ticked by. No one knew what they were thinking. They just felt that the atmosphere was rather strange. 2 seconds later, Lin wordlessly stuffed the card into his pocket. The Gun Ghost heaved a sigh of relief and subconsciously swallowed hard. The next moment, Lin grabbed him by the collar, seething with rage, and roared in a deep, resonant baritone, "Are you trying to bribe me?" The Gun Ghost shouted, "No, absolutely not." Lin roared again, "Then are you insulting me?" "No, definitely not." "Then what do you mean?" "I don't mean anything. Do you think your life is meaningless?" "No, that's not what I mean." Lin roared, raising his fist, and declared, "See if I won't punch you so hard that even your mother won't recognize you." The Gun Ghost let out a shriek and fished out another card from his pocket with lightning speed, shouting, 3 million US. The password is 223,344. Lin's fist halted when it was just a centimeter away from his forehead. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill. The Gun Ghost stared wide-eyed, and cold sweat cascaded down his forehead like a waterfall. Time ticked by second. Lin wordlessly took the card and stuffed it into his own pocket. The surrounding atmosphere plunged back into silence. A crow glided slowly across the sky. The next moment, Lin's fury erupted like a volcano. He grabbed the Gun Ghost by the neck, raised his fist, and roared, "Do you look down on me?" The Gun Ghost shrieked hysterically, "I definitely don't mean that. So you think I'm the kind of person who would betray his principles?" Lin bellowed, "No, absolutely not." The Gun Ghost screeched, "Do you believe I'll punch you into a pulp with this fist? I'm telling you, even if Jesus comes, it won't change a thing." Lin roared. The Gun Ghost frantically dug out another card from his pocket, screaming, 5 million US. The password is 6 ones. Lin's fist stopped when it was less than a centimeter from the Gun Ghost's forehead. Time seemed to freeze once again. The Gun Ghost's cold sweat poured down like a heavy rain, soaking his clothes completely. Lin wordlessly tucked the card into his bosom. The sky seemed bluer, and the air seemed fresher. Everything was so serene. In the next moment, Lin grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up, then raised his fist and roared, "Do you truly think I dare not kill you? You're so naive." The Gun Ghost wailed piteously, "It's all gone. That was all my savings. I really don't have a single cent left." Lin roared again, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who cares about whether you have money or not? You're so naive." The Gun Ghost was so terrified that his pants got wet. He howled in despair, "It's gone. Really gone. Please believe me. Please believe me." The gun ghost was utterly desperate. He was being treated inhumanely. Seeing his desperate tears, Lynn was taken aback and relaxed his fist. He asked, "Really nothing left?" The gun ghost, with tears streaming down his face, swore to the heavens, "I swear, it's really all gone." "I see." Lynn casually tossed him aside, rolled his shoulders, and said, "The wind is quite boisterous today." The gun ghost was on the verge of crying. With all these sudden scares, he had even lost control of his bladder. Lynn looked at the gun ghost, who was already terrified out of his wits, with a beaming smile. Then he glanced around, and his eyes suddenly lit up. In the corner of the rooftop, there were some unused steel bars, presumably leftover materials from a renovation. Lynn casually picked up several steel bars, then dragged the panicked gun ghost in front of a pillar and made him lean against it. Creak! Right under the horrified gaze of the gun ghost, Lynn effortlessly bent the steel bar. The gun ghost swallowed hard and trembled, saying, "That, sir, warehouse. What are you going to do?" Chapter 32. I want that big brother to be my boyfriend after tying him up securely and making sure he couldn't break free. Lynn smiled and took out a phone from his pocket, then dialed 110. "Hello, is this 110? Well, I'm calling to report a crime. I'm on the rooftop of the XX skyscraper. I found an armed bandit who seems to have fainted. Please come here." Gun ghost. After making the call, Lynn squatted in front of him with a smile. Under his horrified gaze, he flipped through his phone and said, "Oh, you have quite an impressive identity. You're actually a hitman, and it seems you're being internationally." The gun ghost exclaimed in horror, "Didn't you say you'd let me go?" Lynn spread his hands and said, "Yes, but I'm a law-abiding citizen. When I see a wanted criminal, I naturally have to report it to the state. It's a citizen's duty. As for what the state will do to you, that's none of my business." After saying that, Lynn knocked him unconscious with a chop to the neck. Lynn happily stuffed the bank cards into his pocket and took the elevator down from the skyscraper. Of course, Lynn had already removed the mask on his face. Just as he stepped downstairs, he heard the wail of police sirens outside. Apparently, many people had reported the incident before he did. Lynn paid no heed, acting as if nothing had happened. He changed his clothes in the building, then made his way through the chattering crowd towards Su Yan'an, who was standing there in a daze in the distance. The surrounding murmurings continued unabated, rising and falling ceaselessly. What on earth happened? Did I miss something extremely exciting? Hee. I actually filmed the video just now. Come and have a look. Wow. Who is that person? So amazing. Alas, so handsome. Although his face can't be seen. He must be a great-looking guy. Lynn strode up to Su Yan'an with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. Then he stroked the little girl's head, returned the Monkey King mask to her, and said with a smile, "Little girl, here's your property back." "Thank you." The little girl looked at Lynn with utmost admiration, her eyes twinkling, and said, "Big brother, you are so awesome." Alas, is Big Brother a superhero? So handsome. Lynn stroked her head again, looked up at the dazed Su Yan'an, and said with a smile, "My dear class monitor, I have a favor to ask of you." Only then did Su Yan'an come to her senses. Her eyes sparkled as she looked into Lynn's eyes, and she whispered, "WH. What's the matter?" Lynn smiled and said, "Don't spread the news about what happened today. I prefer to keep a low profile. It wouldn't be good if someone comes looking for me." Su Yan'an was stunned for a moment, then nodded blankly and timidly asked, "Senior Lynn, are you an alien?" "An alien?" He was taken aback and replied, "Have you ever seen an alien as handsome as me?" "System, how shameless." No. Immediately, Su Yan'an blushed and her heart pounded violently. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Bye." Lynn greeted and was about to leave. Su Yan'an snapped back to her senses instantly and quickly stretched out her hand, saying, Wait a moment, Senior Lynn." Lynn turned around, flashing an enchanting smile and asking, "Is there anything else?" Blushing, Su Yan'an said, "Senior Lynn, it's like this. Our class is going to hold a graduation get-together today at 8 o'clock tonight. The venue is Mingwei Bar. Well, Senior Lynn, you must remember to come." Lynn casually agreed, saying, "Okay, see you tonight." "See you then." Su Yan'an blushed and gently waved her hand. Watching Lynn's back, her lively eyes sparkled. The little girl blinked her eyes, looked up at Su Yan'an, and said, "Sister, I want that big brother to be Yaya's boyfriend." Su Yan'an glared at her and said, "What do kids know about boyfriends?" The little girl blinked and said, "I'm not a little kid anymore. Why can't I?" "Is it because you like that big brother too, sister?" Su Yan'an was at a loss for words for a moment and said, "Don't talk nonsense." The little girl smiled and said, "So sister doesn't like that big brother. That's great. Sister, I want that big brother's phone number. I'm going to flirt with him." Su Yan'an, After Lin left the skyscraper, he casually hailed a taxi. "Where are you going, young man?" The taxi driver held the steering wheel and asked with a beaming smile. Lin replied politely, "Sir, do you know where the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association is?" "Sure." The taxi driver replied in a rather carefree manner. "The Martial Arts Association is quite well known in our Jiahai city. The headquarters of 10 martial arts schools in our Jiahai city are all located there. Are you going there to apprentice and learn martial arts, young man?" "No. I'm going to challenge the school." Meanwhile, at the Jiahai City Martial Arts Association, the president, Wang Hong, paced anxiously back and forth in his office. And even his palms were sweaty. Indeed, after rescuing his younger brother from the Bai family last night, he immediately sent a killer to assassinate Lin. Gun Ghost was a killer he trusted greatly. Through Gun Ghost's hands, Wang Hong had eliminated numerous opponents on his way to power. For he clearly understood a truth: no matter how powerful one's martial arts skills were, they were no match for firearms. However, after hearing what Gun Ghost had said, he could no longer remain calm. What a joke. Even a Barrett couldn't kill him. And he could run at a speed of over 360 kilometers per hour. Is this still a human being? Just then, there came a hasty knock on the door. Wang Hong immediately stepped forward and opened the door. One of his trusted disciples rushed in, gasped for breath, and then closed the door. He grabbed his trusted disciple and asked urgently, "How's the matter I asked you to investigate?" The trusted disciple gasped and replied, "President, Gun Ghost is finished. I'm afraid we've encountered a tough opponent this time." Wang Hong was shocked and asked, "What on earth is going on?" The trusted disciple fumbled nervously in his bosom and took out his mobile phone, stammering, "President, I think you'd better have a look by yourself." Wang Hong immediately snatched the phone. On the screen was Douyin, a currently extremely popular short video app. And right at that moment, a video was playing on Douyin, with the number of views exceeding 500,000. The title of the video read, "Encounter with Superman." A visual feast beyond your imagination. In the video, it was exactly the previous scene of Lin soaring up along the skyscraper and dismantling an airplane with one hand. Damn it. After watching the video, Wang Hong was instantly shocked. Is this really not a movie? It was a skyscraper hundreds of meters tall. What a joke. Was this still human? And in the very next moment, his gaze fell on the helicopter in the video. His heart skipped a beat, and his pupils dilated violently. Chapter 33. Offending someone one shouldn't. He recognized that helicopter. That helicopter was one of the emergency measures he had arranged for Gun Ghost several months ago. Under normal circumstances, this helicopter would never be easily used. For a sniper, especially in the urban area, using a helicopter meant being driven into a corner. In fact, that helicopter had always been parked on the rooftop of that building and had never been used. Although the picture was a bit distorted, he still recognized at a glance that the man sitting in the helicopter, looking terrified, was Gun Ghost. He stared at the video tremblingly and said, "Could it be that that person is Lin?" His trusted disciple exclaimed in horror, "It's true. It must be that Lin." Wang Hong pointed at the video and roared, "What are you joking about? Have you ever seen anyone run horizontally up a skyscraper? Is this even human?" That trusted disciple wept, "President, I don't want it to be either. But it's really Lin. If he finds out from Gun Ghost that we're the masterminds behind this and comes after us, what can we do against such a ruthless person?" Wang Hong took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He suddenly turned his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "Don't panic. Hurry. Go and inform the masters of the top 10 martial arts schools and tell them to come to the meeting room immediately for a meeting. This matter is of great importance, and you mustn't let out any word." "Yes, President. I'll go right away." After assigning the task to his disciple, Wang Hong immediately made several calls, urgently summoning all the elite disciples and elders under his command to the association. After seeing that video, he was extremely agitated. Was that Lin really human? What a joke. How could a human being possibly do such a thing? But in any case, he absolutely couldn't abandon the business he had built up over so many years. If that Lin really dared to come to him in broad daylight, they would all attack him together. He didn't believe that Lin could withstand the siege of hundreds or even thousands of people. With a restless heart, Wang Hong walked out of the room and headed to the room where his younger brother, Wang Zhiwei, was recuperating. Upon entering the door, he saw Wang Zhiwei lying on the bed, his body wrapped in bandages. Apparently, his injuries had improved significantly. "Elder brother," Wang Zhiwei exclaimed in surprise, "You've come?" Wang Hong immediately sat down beside the bed and said gravely, "Zhiwei, tell me the truth. What exactly happened that night? And that Lin, is he really just a somewhat stronger martial artist as you described?" As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Zhiwei was shocked. A sense of unease instantly welled up in his heart. After being rescued from the Bai family yesterday, he hadn't given his elder brother a detailed account of what had happened that night, for this incident was truly disgraceful. Dozens of them, martial artists all, had been crushed by that Lynn single-handedly. How could he possibly bring it up? Not to mention those even more incredible things, such as Lynn stopping a car traveling at 100 miles per hour with one kick and catching bullets bare-handed. How could they possibly describe such things? However, looking at Wang Hong's solemn expression, he opened his mouth, and the unease in his heart grew stronger. Elder brother, you haven't launched an operation against that Lynn, have you? He was well aware that his elder brother was even more ruthless than he was. Wang Hong took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. This morning, I sent gun ghosts to Lin's residence to assassinate him. As soon as he said this, Wang Jiwei's eyes widened instantly. How was the assassination carried out? Wang Hong replied in a deep voice, with a Barrett heavy sniper rifle for long-range sniping. Wang Jiwei was stunned. The next moment, he suddenly shouted, "Are you joking? You used a gun against that terrifying man?" Wang Hong grabbed his younger brother's collar tightly and said gravely, "Do you know something?" Wang Jiwei paused for a moment and murmured, "Elder brother, we can't use guns against him. That Lynn is a monster." That night, one of my disciples shot at him point blank. He just caught the bullet with his bare hands. Wang Jiwei exclaimed, "That guy is a tough one who can catch a bullet with his bare hands." Wang Hong was greatly shocked. He took a step back and shouted, "Why the hell didn't you tell me earlier?" Wang Jiwei trembled and replied, "You didn't ask either." Wang Hong almost spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. "Damn it, you're such a lousy teammate. How could I have such incompetent teammates? It's all over." Wang Jiwei swallowed hard and said timidly, "Elder brother, the disciple used a 9mm pistol that night. Its power is definitely far less than that of a Barrett sniper rifle. Even if that Lynn can catch a pistol bullet, he definitely can't catch a bullet from a Barrett." Before he could finish his words, Wang Hong roared and interrupted him, shouting, "He caught that too." Wang Jiwei was stunned. If he hadn't caught it, would I have come here to ask you about this? Wang Hong's eyes were filled with anger. He took out his phone from his pocket, opened Douyin, found the video, and thrust it in front of Wang Jiwei, yelling, "Take a good look at what this is." Wang Jiwei stared at the thrilling and nerve-wracking scene in the video. After he witnessed Lynn tearing apart an airplane with bare hands, Wang Jiwei was utterly stunned. Holy cow, what a joke. Dude, are you sure this isn't a movie scene? Shut your mouth. Wang Hong was on the verge of losing his mind. This is the very Lynn you've been talking about. Wang Jiwei was rendered speechless. At this moment, he was completely astounded. Although he was aware that Lynn was extremely powerful, this was just beyond the realm of reason. It was simply too fantastical. How on earth had they managed to provoke such a terrifying being? Wang Jiwei swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Elder brother, it really isn't my fault. You were just too hasty. We should have waited until I recovered before discussing how to deal with Lynn. How dare you still speak?" Wang Hong roared, seizing the collar of Wang Jiwei's shirt. He was beside himself with rage. Wang Jiwei quivered. "Elder brother, if this assassination fails, will Lynn figure out it was us and come after us?" Wang Hong frowned, a glint of malevolence flashing across his eyes. "If he truly discovers that we're behind this, he'll definitely come. But I've already informed all the martial arts schoolmasters. If he dares to show up blatantly, we'll have to face him head on. With the two of us united, we can surely overcome this crisis." Wang Jiwei propped himself up on his crutches and sat up from the bed, his body shaking. "Elder brother, this has nothing to do with me. I've been lying in bed, completely oblivious. That was your instruction. It has nothing to do with me." Wang Hong was shocked. He grabbed the other's collar and shouted, "Damn it, are you really such a backstabber? Let me tell you, if something happens to me, I'll definitely arrange for someone to beat you to death in advance. We'll go to hell together." Chapter 34. The Martial Arts Association. A few minutes later, the restless Wang Hong strode into the association's meeting room. However, as soon as he pushed the door open, he found it empty. He immediately frowned, abruptly took out his phone, and dialed the number of his trusted disciple. Furious, he roared, "Hey, what on earth are you good for? I told you to call people for a meeting. Where the hell have you called them?" His trusted disciple swallowed hard and stammered, "President, there have been some changes. You'd better come to the martial arts arena quickly. People from above have come." Upon hearing this, Wang Hong was greatly shocked. People from above? Why did they all come at such a crucial moment? Could it be that people from the Provincial Martial Arts Association have come for an inspection? That's impossible. If so, he should have received notice long before. With a heavy heart, he rushed towards the martial arts arena at full speed. As soon as he arrived at the arena, he immediately saw that the 10 major martial arts schools under his management and their elite disciples were all standing neatly below the stage. On the high platform, several old men in Chinese tunic suits were a young girl in a black dress, holding a black umbrella, standing there. The vice president was bowing and scraping, smiling obsequiously. A shock ran through Wang Hong's heart. At a single glance, he recognized the identity of one of the old men in Chinese tunic suits standing beside the young girl holding a black umbrella. It was Yuan Kai, the vice president of their provincial martial arts association. Yuan Kai was a top-tier martial artist with extremely high martial arts attainments, ranking among the peerless masters. However, Wang Hong noticed that even Yuan Kai was only standing in the last position beside the young girl, and the auras of the old men in front were even more powerful one by one. The identity of that young girl must be extraordinary, not daring to be negligent. Wang Hong quickly trotted over. "Miss, our president is here." Seeing Wang Hong approaching, the vice president's eyes lit up and he quickly introduced, "This is our president, Wang Hong, and also the direct person in charge of all the martial arts schools in Jianghai City." The young girl holding the black umbrella turned her head and calmly glanced at him. Suddenly, Wang Hong felt as if his body had been sliced by a sharp and icy cold light. A shiver ran through his heart, and his body involuntarily trembled slightly. Who on earth is this young girl? Just one glance from her made my hair stand on end. He hadn't experienced such a feeling for decades. The pressure brought by these old men was so overwhelming that he felt his back was already soaked with sweat. Looking pleadingly at Yuan Kai, the president of the Provincial Martial Arts Association following behind the young girl, he quickly said, "I'm the president of the Jianghai City Martial Arts Association. May I ask who you all are?" Yuan Kai stepped in front of him, politely nodded, and said, "President Wang, let me introduce you." He turned his head and extended his hand towards the young girl holding a black umbrella, saying, "This is Miss Hua Qiming, the honorary advisor invited by Mr. Du Gu, the president of our National Martial Arts Association." Wang Hong quickly clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Miss Qiming." He subconsciously looked up and stole a glance at the young girl, and his heart skipped a beat. As the president of the Jianghai City Martial Arts Association, he had met all kinds of extremely beautiful women. However, the moment he saw her face, the sense of amazement was simply indescribable in words. She was beautiful, exquisitely beautiful, like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg, untouchable and inviolable. She was like a frost fairy who was aloof from the mortal world. Wang Hong could detect not a trace of worldly atmosphere on her. Yuan Kai slowly took out a document from his briefcase and said, "Miss Qiming's purpose for coming to your Jianghai City this time is quite simple. 2 weeks later, Mr. Du Gu will hold a grand banquet in the northern imperial capital. This banquet will invite the most outstanding martial arts prodigies from major cities across the country to attend. Of course, the quota is limited. Miss Qiming is in charge of the personnel screening work in our province, and Jianghai City is the last stop of Miss Qiming's journey. There is still one quota left in Miss Qiming's hand." She gave a faint smile and looked at the extremely nervous Wang Hong, saying, "So, President Wang, whether this quota can fall into the hands of your Jianghai City depends on your performance. Mr. Du Gu's sudden grand banquet this time will surely offer a great opportunity to these young disciples. Naturally, the city that secures this quota will also receive a substantial infusion of resources. Do you understand?" Seeing Yuan Kai's suggestive look, Wang Hong felt a surge of joy in his heart. What no one knew was that Yuan Kai was his teacher, and it was thanks to Yuan Kai's support that he had reached his current position. Yuan Kai speaking to him in such a solemn tone clearly indicated that this quota was of utmost importance. He quickly clasped his fists and said, "In Jianghai City, there is a plethora of young talents. We will definitely not disappoint Miss Hua Qiming. May I ask, Miss, how exactly will the candidate for this quota be determined?" Hua Qiming stared straight ahead without responding. An old man beside her said calmly, "There will be a great competition. You can recommend the talents from Jianghai City to me. During the competition, let them give their all. We have our own criteria to judge whether they meet the requirements." Wang Hong was overjoyed and replied, "Yes, I'll make the arrangements right away." Meanwhile, on the square outside the Martial Arts Association building, a taxi pulled up. Lynn stretched his shoulders and stepped out of the taxi with a beaming smile. He turned around, waved his hand, and said, "Take care, sir." Lynn looked up at the towering building. So, this is the Martial Arts Association building. He had always focused on international matters before and clearly didn't know much about the city he lived in. However, it doesn't matter. He didn't come here today to learn about the Martial Arts Association. He came to challenge the place. With his hands in his pockets, Lynn strolled towards the martial arts building in a relaxed manner. Before reaching the entrance, Lynn noticed that cars after cars were speeding towards the building from afar. One after another, young men around the age of 14 stepped out of the cars. All of them were holding martial arts weapons wrapped in white cloth and entered the martial arts building with solemn expressions. Among the onlookers nearby, most were disciples from various martial arts schools. People were chattering away. Have you heard? Some extraordinary people have come to our Jianghai City Martial Arts Association this time. Yes, it seems they are high-ranking officials from the National Martial Arts Association. When they went in just now, I even saw Yuan Kai, the vice president of our Provincial Martial Arts Association. I wonder what's going on. Our senior martial brother from the martial arts school also received an invitation and entered the building. Moreover, many young martial artists have come from far away. After listening to the discussions, Lynn stroked his chin. It seemed that there was some kind of event going on inside. Hee. The more people, the more interesting, isn't it? Lynn smiled faintly. He turned his head and looked around. The next moment, he noticed a huge bulletin board not far from the building. Chapter 35, If I Win. You hand over the gym owner to me. There were countless small words written on it, and at the very top, there were several large words, Regulations of the Martial Arts Association. Lynn walked up to the bulletin board, raised his head, and read it with keen interest. Not bad. It is highly standardized. Indeed, it is a set of excellent industry management regulations. Then, Lynn saw the regulation at the very bottom. The regulation regarding challenging the dojo. Meanwhile, another sedan car approached from afar and stopped not far from Lynn. A young martial artist stepped out of the car. He was dressed in tight, fitting clothes, with sharp eyes and an air of strength all over his body. Master, then I'll go in first. A white-haired old man in a long robe stepped out of the sedan. The old man nodded with a smile and looked at his most promising disciple approvingly, saying, Xiao Luo, go ahead. Among all the students I've taught, you have the most outstanding talent. I believe that with your strength, it won't be difficult at all to obtain that quota. The young man nodded confidently and clasped his fists, saying, Don't worry, master. I definitely won't bring disgrace to our Chongfeng martial arts school. After saying that, the young man strode towards the martial arts building. The old man stroked his beard approvingly and sighed, If the youth are strong, then the nation will be strong. The growth of the national martial arts industry in the future still depends on you young people. He shook his head, turned around, and was about to get into the car. But the next moment, his eyes accidentally fell on Lynn, who was standing in front of the bulletin board, engrossed in reading the industry regulations. A flash of surprise passed through his eyes. Hey, this young man has extraordinary bone structure. The moment he saw Lynn, he felt that Lynn was different from others. His standing posture was extremely steady, and his breathing was long and even. Although only seeing the young man's back, he could immediately tell that this young fellow was definitely an excellent candidate for martial arts. Moreover, the faint air of detachment emanating from him made one feel that this young man was outstanding in both charm and temperament. At that moment, he was actually transfixed. His name was Lin Chongfeng. All along, he had an excellent eye. The few young men he had discovered from the mundane world were all of top-notch talent. So he took a fancy to Lin at first sight. There was no mistake. This young man absolutely possessed top-level talent and aptitude for martial arts. He widened his eyes, swallowed hard, and tried to calm his nerves. Then he casually walked up to Lin, looking at the industry regulations on the bulletin board. He said with a beaming smile, Young man, it seems you're quite interested in our Chinese martial arts industry. Lin was taken aback, then turned to look at the old man and replied politely, Oh, just taking a casual look. Lin Chongfeng turned his head, about to speak with a smiling face. But when he saw Lin's face, he froze. Holy cow, how handsome. As expected, this was the young man he had identified with superior talent. With such good looks, he was exactly the archetype of a protagonist, genius. Lin Chongfeng swallowed hard again, forcibly composed his turbulent emotions, stroked his beard, and kindly asked, Young man, I can see that you have extraordinary aptitude and excellent bone structure. I wonder which martial arts school you are a disciple of. Lin replied off-handedly. I haven't practiced martial arts, and I don't belong to any martial arts school. Lin Chongfeng's eyes lit up, and he said, I see. That's excellent. I wonder if you, young fellow, would be interested in paying a visit to our martial arts school? Here's my business card. If you're willing, come to my school, and I can waive your tuition fees for a whole year. Lin was taken aback for a moment, and then took the business card handed to him. On it were written, Master of Chongfeng Martial Arts School. chairman of Chongfeng National Martial Arts Cultural Media Company, Limited, and so on. He couldn't help but take a second look at the old man. So, this old fellow was actually the master of a martial arts school. Lynn shook his head and said, "I'm not here to learn martial arts." Lin Chongfeng was stunned and asked, "Then what on earth are you here for?" Lin pointed at the last item on the bulletin board with his chin and replied with a smile, "I'm here to challenge your school." Lin Chongfeng was startled and then burst out laughing ruefully. "Goodness, so you're just having a bit of fun with this old man. Do you really think it's like in the movies, where you just pick a martial arts school and have a fight to challenge it?" Ever since the Martial Arts Association was established, this industry has long been standardized. Challenging a martial arts school isn't as easy as you think. He could tell at a glance that Lin was one of those young, hot-blooded youths who had watched too many martial arts movies and were just seized by a whim to experience the thrill of challenging a school. Lin Chongfeng looked at Lin affectionately and said with a beaming smile, "Son, challenging a martial arts school is a very serious matter, and there are numerous restrictions and requirements for the challenger. For instance, if you wish to challenge a martial arts school in Shanghai City, you must either be the school's master or a disciple authorized by the master. Otherwise, if you simply go to a martial arts school and defeat the people there, it's not a legitimate challenge, but a brawl." Lin was taken aback and frowned, saying, "So troublesome?" Lin Chongfeng smiled amiably and said, "Naturally. After all, we live in a society ruled by law. If just anyone could challenge martial arts schools at will, wouldn't it be in complete chaos?" Lin nodded and pondered. "You do have a valid point." A sly smile, reminiscent of that of a man trying to deceive a young girl, spread across Lin Chongfeng's face. He said, "If, young man, you truly have a strong desire to challenge other martial arts schools, how about this? Join my martial arts school. Once you've mastered the skills, I'll arrange for you to challenge any school you wish. What do you think?" Lin let out a soft laugh and said, "I have no intention of becoming someone's disciple. If I really want to challenge, I'd rather be the master of a school." Hearing this, Lin Chongfeng couldn't help bursting into laughter and said, "Young man, you've got such high aspirations." Lin raised his head and looked at him innocently, saying, "Master Chongfeng, how about having a match with me? If I win, you'll hand over the position of the school master to me. If I lose, I'll join your martial arts school. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chongfeng was momentarily stunned. Damn it, he never expected Lin to make such a request. Haha. Lin Chongfeng almost burst out laughing. "So adorable. This young man is so endearing. Haha. It's truly adorable that someone dares to challenge him, the master of the martial arts school, and even intends to replace him as the master. I've always had a soft spot for such young, passionate souls who are oblivious to the immensity of heaven and earth." Lin Chongfeng stretched his arms, then looked at Lin with a smile and said, "Very well, I'll take the bet with you. If you lose, you'll come to my martial arts school to practice martial arts. There'll be no discount on the tuition fees, and you're not allowed to leave the school for 5 years. How about it?" Lin replied cheerfully, "No problem." Just as Lin was about to make a move, Lin Chongfeng stretched out his hand and said slyly, "Hold on. I'm afraid you'll go back on your word. Let's record this. If anyone breaks the promise, we'll resort to legal procedures." "Dare you?" Lin said helplessly, "Stop being so indecisive." Lin Chongfeng was overjoyed. If it were other young people, he definitely wouldn't have engaged in such a silly game with them. But since he had taken a fancy to Lin's talent, it was truly delightful. With just a little effort, he could recruit an apprentice with remarkable talent. Such a wonderful thing was truly hard to come by anywhere. If there were more such adorable young people in the world, the Chongfeng Martial Arts School would surely be overcrowded. Chapter 36. Fist like a whirlwind. The whole audience is shocked. The two of them walked onto the open space in the square, stood facing each other at a safe distance of 10 meters, and assumed their stances. Seeing this, all the onlookers at the entrance were stunned. "Damn it, look over there. It seems like there's a martial arts competition going on. How exciting. Who would have thought we'd get to witness this today? Let's go and have a look. Let's go and have a look." When they approached nearby, several young men in the crowd were stunned and looked at Lin Chongfeng. Immediately, expressions of extreme shock emerged in their eyes. "Damn it. That old man seems to be the master of Chongfeng Martial Arts School. Indeed, he does. He looks exactly the same as in the photos. He is truly Master Lin Chongfeng, the master of Chongfeng Martial Arts School." Although Chongfeng Martial Arts School isn't ranked among the top 10 martial arts schools, Master Chongfeng's prowess in Shanghai City is beyond doubt. That's right. I've heard that even Mr. Wang Hong, the president of our Martial Arts Association, shows great respect to Master Chongfeng. Why would Master Chongfeng have a martial arts contest with a young man? Amid the curious and astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Chafeng assumed a stance and calmly smiled, saying, "Young man, don't renege on the bet if you lose. But rest assured, our Chafeng martial arts school possesses genuine martial arts skills. If you join our school, you won't regret it." Lin Yin slowly extended his hand, gradually making a fist. Calmly looking at Lin Changfeng, he said, "May we commence?" Looking at Lin Yin's stance, Lin Changfeng admired him inwardly. Not bad. He doesn't seem like someone with no martial arts training. He's got the stance down well. Let's start, young man. You can attack me first. It's only proper to show courtesy to the younger generation. The surrounding onlookers all started to cheer, shouting, "Come on, young man. I admire your courage of a newborn calf not fearing the tiger." Haha. Master of Changfeng School, go easy on him. Just give him a little guidance. Don't make him cry. Such an action would greatly undermine one's dignity. Lin remained silent. He always maintained an unflappable demeanor. With a gentle smile, he said slowly, "Very well, sir. Then I'll launch my attack." Lin Changfeng replied with a smile, "Go ahead. Rest assured, you won't be able to harm me. Just give it your all." However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a gust of gale sweeping towards him in an instant. Lin's figure instantly appeared in his pupils. He didn't even see how Lin had managed to cover a distance of 10 meters and appear in front of him in that split second. It seemed as if only a 10,000th of a second had passed. What greeted him head-on was Lin's fist. In that very instant, Lin's fist halted just 0.1 centimeters in front of his forehead. Yet, the air wave generated by that punch rolled towards him like a tempest. His white hair fluttered violently backwards, and his long beard was even straightened out as it billowed behind him. Damn it! The onlookers standing not far behind Lin Changfeng were instantly blown back several dozen meters by the punch's wind and let out terrified screams. Damn it! What just happened? Did any of you see when he reached the front of the master of Changfeng Hall? Am I seeing things? This speed is just incredible. What a powerful punch wind. This is simply impossible. How can someone's fist be so strong as to blow people away? Upon witnessing this scene, all the onlookers around were utterly astounded. Previously, they originally thought that Lin was merely an inexperienced young man. However, when they witnessed this scene, they were truly astounded. What on earth was this? Was he a Superman? Lin Chafeng was also stunned. He stared wide-eyed at the fist as big as a sandbag in front of him. His long white hair was blown straight by the gale from Lin's fist, as if he had just had a trendy haircut and applied hairspray, perfectly styled backward. How could this be? How could his fist be so swift? This was simply over the top. Lin softly said, "Sir, do you still want to continue?" "No. It's absolutely impossible." Lin Changfeng gritted his teeth. How could this young man be so fast? He hadn't even had a chance to make a move yet. If he were to lose to this young man here, he would lose all his face. "Continue," Lin Changfeng roared. The moment he uttered those two words, he suddenly dodged and unleashed all his life-long martial arts skills. He instantly clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and struck at Lin's face. But in the very next moment, he was immediately shocked to find that even at such a close range, when this young man moved, his eyes simply couldn't follow his movements. Fast. He was incredibly fast. His fist directly landed on Lin's after image, and at the same instant, Lin's iron fist suddenly came from the side, aiming at his temple. Whoosh! There was a whistling sound of the wind. Lin's fist stopped less than a centimeter away from his left temple. His long hair instantly drifted to the right under that terrifying gust of fist wind. The muscles on his face were even blown by the fist wind into rolling waves, and those onlookers standing on his right, amidst their screams, were directly blown by the fist wind more than 10 meters away. Good heavens! Good heavens! What a powerful gust of fist wind! What kind of fist is this? Is it the Kai O Ken? How terrifying! The surrounding crowd was once again in shock. They didn't even see clearly how Lin had struck this time. It was truly incredibly fast. Moreover, those who were blown away by the fist wind had clearly flown more than 10 meters. And many of them were friends they knew well. They absolutely couldn't be stooges. This young man was truly terrifying. Lin Chafeng stood there, swallowing nervously. When Lin's fist came swinging, he clearly felt that his back was soaked in cold sweat. Even his legs were faintly out of control. And a certain part above his legs was even faintly moist. This, Lin slowly said, "Do you still want to continue?" "Again!" Lin Changfeng roared. Without giving Lin any chance, before even uttering those 2 words, he launched an attack on Lin. Whoosh! The wind rose again. Before he could even move his body, Lin had already landed an uppercut, stopping just 1 centimeter from his chin. His long hair, which had been shifted to the right, stood upright on top of his head like a rocket being launched under the gust of this fist wind. As the gusts of fist wind soared into the sky, they unexpectedly let out a resounding pop. It was an air burst. It truly was an air burst. He actually managed to create an air burst with a single punch. Good heavens. Chapter 37. I'm warning you, beware, or I'll drop dead at your feet. All the onlookers around let out shocked shrieks. Indeed, that was precisely an air burst. Lin Chongfeng's eyes trembled. Naturally, he had also heard the two thunderous roars produced by Lin's fist wind in the air. The gap. He felt an insurmountable chasm between himself and this young man. If the young man so desired, a single punch landing on him would send his head flying into the sky like that air burst and then explode. He had misjudged. This young man was no ordinary person but a super powerful being whose strength he couldn't even fathom. Lin Chongfeng stared blankly at Lin and stammered. Why didn't you strike me down? Lin gave a gentle smile, retracted his fist, and said amicably, it's just a competition. Let's call it quits here. Master Lin, I'm indebted to your courtesy. Instantly, Lin Chongfeng slumped to the ground like a pile of mud, gasping for breath. The dense cold sweat trickled down his forehead like raindrops. He had come so close to death, really, so very close. Was he truly human? If so, how could there be such a terrifying human being in this world? All the onlookers around stared blankly at this scene. Master Chongfeng of the martial arts school had actually lost. So amazing. That young man's punch was like that of the one-punch man. It was simply extraordinary. What on earth did I just witness? Is this truly the realm of martial arts? Could it be that I'm hallucinating and this is some kind of fantastical scenario? You, who exactly are you? Lin Chongfeng stared at him, his voice trembling. He had never encountered someone of such overwhelming might. Could you possibly be a grandmaster? This is preposterous. Absolutely impossible. How old are you anyway? Lin arched an eyebrow and said, do you look down upon the youth? Lin Chongfeng shook his head vigorously, swallowed hard, and replied, no, absolutely not. A genial smile graced Lin's face. He extended his hand towards Lin Chongfeng, who was slumped on the ground, and said, Master Lin of Chongfeng Martial Arts School, how shall we fulfill our agreement? Then Lin pressed the play button on his phone. Immediately, Lin Chongfeng's voice echoed from the device. Hold on, I'm afraid you'll renege on this. Let's record this conversation. If either of us goes back on our word, we'll resort to legal means. Are you game? Hearing his own words, Lin Chongfeng felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself across the face. Damn it. Why did I have to be so mouthy back then? Recording? What a stupid idea. Lin Chongfeng was on the verge of tears. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that the young man he met was actually a highly accomplished expert. Fine. Lin Chongfeng gritted his teeth and slowly got to his feet. I'll hand it over to you. However, the transfer of the martial arts school's equity will take some time. I'll deliver the transfer documents to you within a day. With that, Lin Chongfeng took out his phone and dejectedly dialed the number of the martial arts school. However, before he could make the call, Lin stopped him, shook his head, and smiled faintly. I don't need your equity. You just need to tell your people that today, the master of your Chongfeng martial arts school is not you, but me. After tomorrow, everything will return to normal. The actual management right and shares of the martial arts school still belong to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongfeng's hand holding the phone froze in mid-air. He stared blankly at Lin, standing there motionless. What? What do you mean? Lin folded his arms and said, if you want to challenge other martial arts schools, you must have the title of the schoolmaster. So I'll only be your schoolmaster for one day. After I finish challenging other schools, you'll be the master again. That's all. After saying that, Lin gave a faint smile, stretched his body, then turned around and strode towards the skyscraper. Lin Chongfeng stared blankly at Lin's elegant back, then hurriedly chased after him and said, young man, are you joking? Don't you really want to be the master of our martial arts school? Our Chongfeng martial arts school is, after all. Lin said slowly, I don't think much of your meager assets. Hearing this, Lin Chongfeng froze in place. Everyone around stared blankly at Lin's back, all captivated by his charisma. So handsome. That turn of his was so elegant and handsome. Could it be that this is a real master? He doesn't even care about a tiny martial arts school. Sure enough, there are always higher mountains and better people. Alas, I'm smitten. Love blossomed. In that very instant, Lin's image in their hearts soared like a rocket. So calm, so poised. Possessing such formidable strength, yet being so nonchalant about wealth and fame. At that moment, they all found themselves captivated by Lin's charisma. Could it be that this was the gap between extraordinary people and ordinary folks like them? And Lin Chongfeng was also stunned. He truly never imagined that there could be someone with such an extraordinary state of mind in this world. This. Suddenly, he recalled his past self. His greatest dream back then was to revitalize the Chinese martial arts and make it renowned worldwide. That was why, in his youthful arrogance, he founded the Chongfeng Martial Arts School. However, as time went by, he realized that, imperceptibly, he had become a prophet, seeking merchant masquerading under the name of a martial artist. His vision for the future of martial arts and the Chongfeng Martial Arts School had been tainted with the stench of money. His path had deviated further and further, and the quality that Lynn demonstrated, remaining unperturbed by fame and fortune, directly struck a chord in his heart. In this money-obsessed society, there was actually a martial artist who emerged spotless from the mire, unmoved by easily attainable gains. Lin Chongfeng was on the verge of tears. No, Lin Chongfeng roared. A senior with such great strength and noble character cannot be allowed to just leave like this. Absolutely not. He realized he had made a mistake. A grave one indeed. What one truly ought to do is not how to preserve one's own martial arts school, but rather how to retain this extraordinary person. He quickly caught up with Lin and anxiously said, "Young man, wait a moment." Lin was startled and looked at Lin Chongfeng with a bit of puzzlement. Lin Chongfeng's gaze also became solemn. Gritting his teeth, he stared at Lin and said, "A great man knows what he should and should not do. Since I made a bet with you and I lost, then I should abide by the agreement. Hand over the Chongfeng Martial Arts School to you." Lin said with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, "I've already said that you can just take this as a joke. I'll only be your gym master for one day." "No," Lin Chongfeng roared, his eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth and staring fixedly at Lin. He declared, "I'm a martial artist. You can insult my strength, but you can't insult my credibility. As a martial artist, if I lose even the basic integrity, then what face do I have to call myself a martial artist? Today, I must hand over the martial arts school to you. Not only the name, but all the shares as well." Lin was extremely annoyed and glared, saying, "What if I just don't accept it?" Lin Chongfeng flew into a rage and said, "Then don't blame me for being rude." Lin was so angry that he laughed and said, "What can you do to me?" With a thud, Lin Chongfeng's knees buckled, and he knelt straight in front of Lin. Lin was stunned. A gust of wind whistled by, and everyone in the arena was stunned. The entire place fell into an instant, deathly silence. Lin took a startled step backward and exclaimed, "You." Lin Chongfeng knelt on the ground and sneered, "If, young man, you refuse to accept, then this old man will just kneel here and won't get up. It's no problem to kneel for 3 to 5 years." All the onlookers around were stunned. How insidious and despicable. Lin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He never expected that this old man would resort to such a sneaky move to force him into submission. This was beyond his anticipation. In public, he was so lacking in respect for his age. How shameless. "What on earth do you want?" Lin gritted his teeth and said, "Aren't you just acting like a hooligan?" Lin Chongfeng sneered, "That's right. Just acting like a hooligan. I know you, young man, don't care about power and money. But I still have to say that all the annual income of Chongfeng Martial Arts School will surely be transferred to your account. It's not much. Only 8 or 9 million a year. Oh, right. Since the shares of Chongfeng Martial Arts School are linked to my Chongfeng Group. Once you get the shares of the Martial Arts School, you'll become a major shareholder of Chongfeng Group. The annual dividend isn't much either, only 80 or 90 million. Lin angrily pointed at him and said, "You can't force an honest person into doing something immoral." Lin Chongfeng burst out laughing and said, "I just want to force you. And I also want to tell you, even if you, the head of the martial arts school, do nothing every day and leave all the disciples to professional masters, you'll still get your money as usual. Even if you just lie down, hundreds of thousands will flow into your account in minutes. How about it? Isn't it quite comfortable?" Lin. Chapter 38, Challenging the Gym. Take on all challenges. All the people around were in a state of stupefaction. The development of this scenario was beyond their expectations. Could this old man be a fool? In fact, Lin Chongfeng was not a fool. On the contrary, he was extremely clear-headed. If Lin could really become the master of their Chongfeng martial arts gym, the impact on the gym's development would undoubtedly be remarkable. Why? Just based on the 3 punches Lin had thrown earlier. As far as he knew, anyone capable of creating a rolling gust of fist wind must have reached the realm of externalizing internal energy. What did this signify? In martial arts movies, it was the level of a grandmaster, like the status of the Eastern heretic and the Western poison. If such a high-level expert could be recruited, he would even be willing to give his entire group to Lin. After all, money could be earned again. But when he would encounter an expert like Lynn, next time was uncertain. Having lived for so many years, it was impossible for this old hand not to be shrewd. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? Looking at Lin Chongfeng's resolute gaze as he knelt on the ground, Lin took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, "Get up first. In public, we can discuss things slowly." Lin Chongfeng's eyes lit up and he said, "So, young man, you've agreed?" Lin's face darkened and he said, "All right, I'll agree to it." Once these words were uttered, Lin Chongfeng immediately sprang to his feet as if by conditioned reflex. A beaming smile gracing his face, presenting an otherworldly and imposing demeanor, showing no trace of having knelt before Lin In just moments ago. Lin In was utterly speechless. He had witnessed all sorts of instances of threatening others, yet he had never before seen someone threaten while kneeling. This fellow was undoubtedly a shameless scoundrel. Upon seeing this scene, everyone around gritted their teeth in envy. Damn it, why hasn't anyone ever knelt before me to threaten me into inheriting their martial arts school and shares? This is so unfair. Oh heavens, why must I witness this? I'm so envious. It's driving me mad with jealousy. Lin In shook his head, then turned to look at the towering skyscraper and said, "I've already squandered a great deal of time here. Now, I'm going to challenge a martial arts school. You come with me and serve as a witness." Hearing this, Lin Chongfeng's eyes lit up and he replied, "Certainly, certainly." Then he paused, looking slightly startled, and asked, "However, I'm still unaware as to why you're going to challenge a school. Which martial arts school has offended you?" Lin In smiled enigmatically and said, "Someone sent assassins after me. Naturally, I can't just sit idle. So this time I'm here to offer them a fitting welcome gift." He shrugged and continued, "Of course, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I won't resort to assassination. I'll follow the proper procedures and give them a sound thrashing in an upright manner." Upon hearing these words, Lin Chongfeng stood there, stunned, magnificent, dashing, and full of imposing manner. Truly, worthy of being Senior Lin. The presence when he speaks is simply different from that of ordinary people. "I'm smitten," exclaimed Lin Chongfeng, the owner of the martial arts school. "Master Lin, which martial arts school are you going to challenge this time? I can arrange it for you right away." Lin In strode towards the skyscraper, smiling. "Of course, the more, the merrier. I'll take on all comers, no matter how many there are." Instantly, the expression on Lin Chongfeng's face froze. What? Take on all comers? No matter how many there are? Could it be? He stared at Lin In's back in utter shock. Was he going to challenge the entire martial arts association? What a preposterous idea. His liver quivered. But judging from Lin In's expression, he knew that Lin In was dead serious. Good heavens. This was a bid to defy the heavens. Lin In strode towards the entrance of the skyscraper. There were two burly martial artists guarding the door. When Lin In and Lin Chongfeng had their martial arts contest earlier, the crowd had surrounded the area tightly, so these two guards had no idea what had happened. Seeing Lin In and Lin Chongfeng approaching, one of the guards was taken aback and looked at Lin Chongfeng. "Isn't this Master Lin you've come to?" As the owner of the Chongfeng Martial Arts School, most people here naturally knew him. Lin Chongfeng was about to speak, but then he stole a glance at Lin On's expression and immediately fell silent. Lin In turned and asked, "Can I just start fighting directly?" Lin Chongfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he inwardly groaned. "My dear ancestor, can't we be a bit more tactful?" Lin Chongfeng quickly said, "No, we are martial artists. We can't be so barbaric. We must inform the other side in advance." Lin In nodded, then turned to look at the two bewildered martial artists and asked, "Which martial school do you students belong to?" One of the martial artists frowned and replied, "We are disciples of the Wang's martial school, the first martial school in Shanghai City." "And who are you?" Lin In was startled and said, "Is it Wang Hong's martial school?" "Exactly." The martial artist squinted his eyes and said gravely, "Well, any advice?" Lin In nodded and said, "It simplifies matters then. Tell your master that I have some scores to settle with him, so I've come here specifically to challenge your school today. How would you like to fight? N against one or one against N?" As soon as he said this, the two martial artists were first stunned, then glanced at each other and carefully sized up Lin In. After that, they burst into laughter. One of them even laughed until tears streamed down his face. "Ha. Did I hear correctly? Challenging our school? You? Is there something wrong with my ears, or have you lost your wits? Master Lin, who on earth is this guy? Is he really not here to make a fool of himself? Our Wang's martial school has thousands of disciples. I've never seen anyone so overconfident as to challenge our entire school alone. I can't help it. Let me have a good laugh first." "Oh my." Hearing their words, Lin Chongfeng was so terrified that he trembled. "You really have no idea who this young man standing in front of you is. You're truly audacious. If you get killed, don't blame me for not warning you." Watching the two martial artists laughing until tears streamed down their faces, Lynn, with an amiable disposition, turned to look at Lin Chanfeng, who was already sweating profusely with his hair standing on end, and said, "I've already informed them. May I start now?" Lin Chanfeng instinctively swallowed hard, then quickly retreated 5 steps and stammered, "Why? Yes, I'll have someone take care of the announcements and documents." One of the martial artists wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes with a smile, then stood upright, tore open his front clothes in one go, revealing his well-built pectoral muscles, and declared, "Come on, you presumptuous young lad. Strike me here with all your might. I'll even give you 10 rounds head start." Lin showed a kind smile, slowly curled his fingers into a fist, and assumed a fighting stance. "Do you really want me to use all my strength?" he inquired. That martial artist burst into laughter. "Ha, exactly. Hit me with every ounce of your strength. If you can make me take even a single step back, I'll admit defeat." Lin said cheerfully, "Then I won't hold back. I'll treat you to a meal if I get the chance." "Fine." Then the smile faded from Lin's face, and his eyes instantly became as sharp as blades. A gale seemed to swirl around him, but it wasn't wind at all. It was qi, the vital energy that emerged from his dantian, gradually enveloping his entire fist. Chapter 39. Forcefully breaking into the martial arts building. Meanwhile, inside the martial arts building, Hua Qiming sat on the main seat. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and a black umbrella leaned quietly beside her. She gazed at the martial arts arena below, her eyes remaining calm from start to finish, showing no hint of fluctuation. The palms of Wang Hong, the martial arts school master standing not far from her, were already drenched in cold sweat. From time to time, he would raise his head and surreptitiously glance at Hua Qiming's expression. His heart had been hanging in his throat all the while, more than half an hour ago. In order to obtain the quota to attend the grand banquet from Hua Qiming, Wang Hong had urgently summoned the young disciples from most of the martial arts schools in the whole city and held this grand competition. However, it was already the 11th group on the stage, and he still couldn't detect any change in Hua Qiming's countenance. Was it because they were too weak and thus did not meet the standard? Or was it simply her usual demeanor? He stole another furtive look at Yuan Kai, the vice president of the Provincial Martial Arts Association, only to see that he had already frowned slightly. Evidently, Yuan Kai also hoped that this quota would fall to Zhanghai City. 3 minutes are up. Next group. An old man accompanying Hua Qiming said indifferently as he watched the two fighters in the arena, his voice devoid of emotion. The two young men in the battle looked up in surprise, then bowed dejectedly and left the stage. They had only been given 3 minutes. Regardless of the outcome, they had to leave the stage after 3 minutes. They were extremely nervous, having no idea whether they had a chance to get that quota. Finally, Wang Hong couldn't hold it back any longer. After all, the two young men who had just left the stage were the most outstanding disciples from his martial arts school. He organized his words and whispered to Hua Qiming, who was sitting in the main seat, "Miss Qiming, I wonder if you're satisfied with those martial artists just now." Hua Qiming replied calmly, "They are all mediocre fellows." Without arrogance or disdain, she stated it as simply as stating a plain fact, speaking with utter calmness. Wang Hong caught his breath, a flicker of annoyance flashing across his eyes, yet he dared not flare up. An old man beside Hua Qiming glanced at the pocket, watch in his hand, and then whispered something in Hua Qiming's ear. Hua Qiming nodded, and the old man said indifferently, "President Wang, we don't have that much time to waste on these mediocre people. After 10 groups, if none of them meets the requirements, then it's over." As soon as these words were uttered, all the young martial artists sitting below raised their heads, wearing expressions of astonishment and indignation. Mediocre people? Were they referring to them? They were all the outstanding disciples of various martial artists and usually admired by countless people. How could they turn into mediocre people in the mouths of these two? Several young martial artists were about to make a scene, but were stopped by a single look from their masters. In the end, they could only stand there resentfully, suppressing their anger with great effort. Time ticked away. 1 group. 2 groups. The expression on Hua Qiming's face remained as calm as the water in a deep pool, showing no change at all. The old man glanced at the pocket, watch in his hand. After the 10th group finished, he whispered something in Hua Qiming's ear. Hua Qiming nodded, stood up, and another old man beside her promptly held up a black umbrella for her. Time was up. Hua Qiming said calmly, "You all, disband." Wang Hong grew anxious and stepped forward hurriedly, saying, "Miss Qiming, are you truly not satisfied with any of them? They are the youngest martial arts elites in Jiahai City." Hua Qiming replied calmly, If they can be regarded as elites, then the term elite has truly lost its value. Upon hearing this, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Many martial artists showed anger. What does this mean? Is she belittling the martial arts in Shanghai City? Many of us have won awards in the National Martial Arts Competition. What right do you have to judge us? Exactly. Who do you think you are? One young martial artist could no longer contain his anger. He suddenly stood up, pointed at Hua Qiming on the high platform, and roared angrily, "You keep calling us mediocre. If you're brave enough, come down and fight me. Let's see if you have the ability to judge us." Hua Qiming said calmly, "Fighting with you is beneath me." Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. That young martial artist let out a loud roar. Unable to hold back any longer, he instantly rushed towards Hua Qiming on the high platform. Shouting angrily, "I'll see if you really have the right to say such things." His master grew anxious and shouted, "Come back quickly. Don't be so disrespectful." That martial artist gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe she truly has the ability to judge. I've endured her haughty attitude for a long time." His footwork was extremely excellent. With a gentle tap of his toes on the ground, he soared into the air and in the blink of an eye, landed on the high platform. Clenching his fist, he threw a punch straight at Hua Qiming's face. All the old men around regarded the young warrior indifferently and showed no intention of intervening. However, in the very next moment, just as his fist was about to reach Hua Qiming, she simply tilted her body and extended her slender fingers, making a light poke at his glabella. The warrior immediately let out a shrill scream. His entire body was sent flying more than 10 meters away, and he crashed heavily onto the ground, spurting out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Everyone in the arena was shocked. No one could figure out when Hua Qiming had made her move because her speed was so astonishing that it was beyond the capture of the naked eye. With just 2 fingers, she had crushed their young talent. Was this a joke? Hua Qiming slowly retracted her hand, calmly took out a handkerchief, and wiped her fingers. "Let's go," she said. Wang Hong was sitting on the chair, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. As he watched the group of people surrounding Hua Qiming about to leave, the fear and trepidation in his heart were beyond description. Could this be the power of the National Martial Arts Association? That young girl actually possessed such formidable strength. That technique was undoubtedly the manifestation of internal energy. What kind of prodigy could reach such a terrifying level of cultivation at such a young age? This profound sense of powerlessness left him without even the strength to stand up. However, at this very moment, all of a sudden, from the direction of the passage leading to the mansion, a shrill scream suddenly resounded. Everyone was startled and turned their heads to look at the closed door. Wang Hong frowned and said gravely, "What's going on? Who is making a ruckus outside?" The 2 martial artists standing guard at the door immediately clasped their fists and said, "Master, we'll go and check right away." Just as the 2 martial artists were about to open the door, and their hands had just touched the doorknob, the next moment, there was a deafening bang. A screaming martial artist directly crashed through the thick door and shot into the venue like a cannonball, under the extremely shocked gazes of everyone. That martial artist directly flew across the hundreds-meter-long venue and crashed towards Hua Qiming and her entourage. One of the old men let out a loud shout and rushed forward suddenly, saying, "Who dares to be disrespectful to Miss Qiming?" He suddenly stretched out his hand and struck heavily at the chest of the flying martial artist. But the next moment, his face changed drastically. He suddenly felt that when his palm touched the chest of that martial artist, it was as if a surging wave of unimaginable force had swept towards him from within the martial artist's body. Someone had left a majestic chi in this martial artist's body. Crack! At the moment of contact, his arm actually broke directly under that invisible force. That martial artist then directly crashed into him, and along with him and several old men behind him, they all fell to the ground. Chapter 40. Miss. The comers are not ordinary people. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. What on earth is going on? Yuan Kai instantly sprang to his feet, his eyes filled with profound shock. He was acutely aware that those elderly men were all well-known internal martial arts experts of the National Martial Arts Association, boasting profound martial arts prowess. How could they possibly be knocked to the ground by a flying martial artist? Who on earth could it be? The elderly man lying on the ground tightly clutched his arm, gritted his teeth, and turned his head, saying, "Miss, the newcomer is no ordinary person. My arm is broken, and my vital chi gate is damaged. I suspect that the newcomer might be targeting you, miss." Hua Qiming calmly stepped aside and gazed towards the blasted passage on the other side of the venue. The entire audience was in a state of utter stupefaction, and in the very next moment, everyone heard a series of slow footsteps echoing from the passage. Dozens of bruised and battered disciples of the martial arts school were seen retreating in terror, emerging from the passage. They stared at the end of the passage as if, at that very moment, a monster was approaching them. Wang Hong leaped into the air and shouted, "What in the world is happening? Speak up quickly." One of the bruised disciples turned his head in terror and said, "President, it's terrible. Someone is here to challenge our martial arts school." "Challenge our school? Who dares to do so?" Wang Hong thundered. The disciple said fearfully, "It's the master of Chanfeng Martial Arts School." Wang Hong frowned and said, "Lin Chanfeng? Are you joking? That old man Chanfeng doesn't have the guts." The disciple said in horror, "No, it's not Lin Chanfeng. Their master has been replaced. It's someone else. No, it's a monster. Which martial arts school does he intend to challenge?" The disciple shrieked, "All of them. He intends to challenge all the martial arts schools in Jianghai City." Once these words were uttered, an uproar swept through the entire audience. Challenge all the martial arts schools in Jianghai City? What a preposterous idea. Who on earth could be so audacious? And in the very next moment, right under everyone's gaze, from the darkness of the passageway, Lynn, wearing only a vest, strolled in leisurely. A smile graced his face, and he appeared utterly at ease and carefree. Everyone was astounded. Could it be that this young man was the one here to challenge the martial arts schools? This was a ridiculous thought. This young man looked like a delicate and effete lad without the strength to even bind a chicken. However, when Wang Hong caught sight of Lin walking in, his pupils suddenly constricted. In an instant, the photo he had seen while investigating Lin the previous night flashed across his mind. No, it couldn't be. He took a stunned step backward. Could it really be him? He had come. Had he come to settle the score with him? Lin glanced around with a smile and said, "Oh, so many people. It seems that most of the people from the martial arts schools have gathered here." Then his eyes fell on Wang Hong in the distance, whose pupils were quivering. There was a gentle smile in his eyes. He didn't look like someone coming to cause trouble at all. Instead, he seemed to have spotted an old acquaintance. He said, "You must be President Wang Hong. A pleasure to meet you. I wonder how your younger brother's injury is. Did he hurt any tendons or bones? If the injury is severe, you can come to me. I guarantee I'll take good care of him." The entire venue fell silent. Up on the high platform, Hua Chimin calmly stared at Lin's face, and the surprise in her eyes flashed by in an instant. The old man with a broken arm beside her gasped and said, "Miss, this man is extraordinary." Hua Qiming said calmly, "I know." The next moment, Wang Hong gritted his teeth tightly, glaring angrily, suppressing the unease and tremors within his heart. Pointing at Lin, he roared, "Who are you, you insignificant wretch? How dare you trespass into our martial arts building? Are you showing contempt for our martial arts association and the laws of our country?" Lin smiled faintly, holding a document between his fingers. "Don't go around hurling unfounded accusations. I've come here in strict accordance with your industry regulations to challenge your establishment in an upright manner. Even if the police come, they won't detain me. In fact, they might even award me the honorary title of an industry pacesetter." The document in his hand was the challenge declaration that he had asked Lin Changfeng to print out within the shortest possible time. Once a challenge declaration was issued in the capacity of a martial arts schoolmaster, the challenged martial arts school was not allowed to decline, and the time of the challenge was to be arranged by the challenger himself. Oh, what I'm holding is the paper version. There's also an electronic version just released by Chanfeng Martial Arts School on your official website and forum. You can go and check if you don't believe me. As soon as these words were spoken, among the crowd, the disciples belonging to Chanfeng Martial Arts School all showed looks of shock. "Chanfeng Martial Arts School? This is impossible. We've never seen you before." Wang Hong glared at Lin even more fiercely and shouted, "Lin, don't think that just because you've forged a challenge document, you can act recklessly here. Let me tell you, what you're doing is illegal." Lin was momentarily stunned, then laughed. "Oh, so now you recognize me? Don't you think you're being rather ridiculous? When you tried to assassinate me, did you ever think that your actions were illegal? Now I'm challenging you openly. But now you're talking about the law with me?" Wang Hong's eyes sparkled as he evaded Lin's words. Pointing at Lin angrily, he said, "You're not the master of the martial arts school. You simply have no qualification." However, before he could finish his words, a voice came from the passage. "President Wang, I'm sorry. Lin is now the official master of our Chanfeng Martial Arts School. I've handed over the position of the master to young man Lin." And everything was handled through proper channels. From the passage, Lin Chanfeng, with white hair, stroked his beard and walked out in a seemingly solemn manner. After seeing Lin Chanfeng, all the disciples of Chanfeng in the crowd exclaimed in shock, "Master, what on earth is going on?" Lin Chanfeng glared and shouted, "Stop spouting nonsense. Come here at once. What are you still standing on their side for?" Those Chanfeng disciples looked at each other in dismay. then quickly left the crowd and scurried behind Lin Chongfeng and Lin with their heads down. Although they didn't know what had happened at this moment, the master's order was paramount. Wang Hong's breathing quickened. Others might not know Lin's strength, but those who had seen that video all knew that he was a monster. He turned his head shakily, and his gaze fell on Hua Qiming's face, who was standing on the high platform. Her expression remained as calm as ever, showing neither joy nor sorrow. Now, perhaps they could really only place their hopes on Miss Qiming to take action. She was an advisor to the National Martial Arts Association. Surely she wouldn't just watch the interests of the Martial Arts Association be damaged, right? At this thought, Wang Hong suddenly gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at Lin, saying, "Fine. Since it's the case, let's follow the rules of a challenge fight." He suddenly turned his head and looked at the other martial arts school owners around, saying in a solemn tone, "This is a battle representing our entire martial arts association. Who among you is willing to accept his challenge first?" The eyes of the surrounding martial arts school owners were already ablaze with fury. To challenge all their martial arts schools in front of everyone was a blatant insult. If they showed cowardice at this moment, their martial arts schools would never be able to gain a foothold in Jianghai City. "I'll come." A middle-aged man in a martial artist's robe with long hair and a long beard walked out gloomily. He stood still, clasped his fists at Lin, and said, "I'm Yin Chang'un, the owner of Yunhe Martial Arts School in Jianghai City and the inheritor of the Bagua knife. I accept your challenge." Lin's expression remained calm. Under everyone's gaze, he strode towards the center of the martial arts training ground. He stood still in the middle of the training ground, his smile fading as he calmly said, "Lin." Chapter 41. A fist that can break a blade. Everyone in the arena held their breaths. They never expected such a huge turn of events today. Although they didn't know this young man, they knew that his strength must be extraordinary. Otherwise, why would even the owner of Chongfeng Martial Arts School be willing to cede the position of school owner to him? Yin Chang'un, the owner of Yunhe Martial Arts School, stared solemnly at Lin and asked, "Do you have anything else you want to say?" Lin said calmly, "If I win, I want you to engrave several words on the signboard of the Yunhe Martial Arts School." Yin Chang'un frowned and asked, "What words?" Lin stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then looked up and smiled, "Good for nothing." As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the Yunhe Martial Arts School were enraged. This was simply a blatant slap in the face. If these 4 words were to appear on their signboard, they would become the laughingstock of the entire Jianghai City in the future, just as everyone was about to flare up. Yin Chang'un stretched out his hand to stop them and said gravely, "Fine, I promise you." "Then, what if you lose?" Lin smiled and said, "You can have my head." "Good." A sneer appeared on Yin Chang'un's face. "However, I'm not interested in your head. I just want you to kowtow to each of us once in front of everyone." Lin's expression remained calm and composed. He smiled and said, "No problem." Instantly, the atmosphere on the martial arts training ground became tense. Since both of them had spoken to such an extent, this battle was inevitable. With a clanging sound, Yin Chang'un took the long knife handed over by his disciple and flicked it gently. The long knife emitted a series of crisp sounds. Yin Chang'un squinted his eyes and said, "Our Yunhe Martial Arts School emphasizes the Bagua knife. Today, I'll use the Bagua knife to slay you. Do you need any weapons?" Lin smiled faintly and said, "My fists are my weapons." "Good." Yin Chang'un said deeply, "How arrogant. Since so, I'll let you make the first move." Lin smiled and said, "No need. Respecting the elderly and caring for the young is a traditional Chinese virtue. Please go ahead." All held their breath and stared intently at the 2 individuals in the martial arts training ground. Only then did they realize that the young man who came to challenge the martial arts school was so calm and composed. Did he not put anyone in his eyes? Or was he truly confident, not believing he could lose? They were well aware that in the realm of martial arts, going against a well-armed cavalry unarmed would surely end in defeat. Scenes like those in movies where one seizes a weapon from an opponent and counter kills are rare in reality, unless there is a huge gap in strength. The one wielding a weapon naturally has the upper hand. Moreover, Yin Chang'un was an heir of the Bagua knife. His knife skills were truly masterful. "Master, come on. Let this arrogant young man know the might of our Yunhe Martial Arts School." The surrounding disciples shouted. "Begin." Wang Hong roared. At that very moment when the fight commenced, Yin Chang'un moved. He grasped his long knife, and his footwork was as elusive as the yin and yang of the taiji, advancing towards Lin. The footwork he employed was the renowned Bagua step of the Bagua school. With the support of this footwork, one could both attack and defend, making it extremely difficult for the enemy to catch one's trace. In an instant, Yin Chang'un reached Lin's side. His eyes were malevolent. and the long knife in his hand slashed towards Lynn's vital point at an extremely tricky angle. Brilliant! Seeing this scene, Wang Hong couldn't help but let out an exclamation of admiration. Yin Chongyun's knife strike was full of feints and true attacks, making it extremely hard to evade. If Lynn didn't dodge, he would have to take the blow at the cost of serious injury. However, once you make an evasive move, Yin Chongyun will immediately change his tactics and launch a more ferocious attack. At that moment, you will fall into his rhythm. Amidst the continuous onslaught of his swift blade strikes, your entire rhythm will be disrupted. Yin Chongyun indeed excels in the art of the Bagua saber. A sneer instantly appeared on Wang Hong's face. Lynn, I admit that you are formidable, but do you truly think that everyone in our martial arts association is mediocre? The Yin Chongyun you're facing has been practicing martial arts for 40 years and has achieved a profound understanding of the saber technique. He once traveled north and secured a remarkable top 50 position in the Grand Contest of Martial Masters. Do you really think? But just as his words were yet to finish, they suddenly saw Lynn move. Lynn didn't dodge at all. Instead, he directly clenched his fist and charged towards the long saber that Yin Chongyun was slashing down with. Defending against a saber with a fist? What a joke. All the martial artists around showed stunned expressions and then burst into uproarious laughter. I thought he was really some well-known martial arts master or a young prodigy. It turns out he's just a fame seeker. He actually wants to withstand a steel saber with his fist. Haha. It's so hilarious. His hand is done for. Let's see if the master of the martial arts school will show mercy. And it was at that moment that Lynn's fist came into contact with Yin Chongyun's saber. But in that instant, an unexpected scene unfolded, stunning the entire audience. With a clanging sound, when Lynn's fist touched the long saber, blinding sparks instantly burst forth. Simultaneously, there came a series of sounds of steel cracking, under the extremely shocked gazes of everyone present. Lynn's punch directly shattered the long knife in Yin Chongyun's hand right at the blade. Damn it! Everyone present was utterly shocked. Amid the flying shards of the broken blade, Lynn's fist aimed straight at Yin Chongyun's face. Instantly, Yin Chongyun felt a gust of qi like a raging flood and a ferocious beast surging towards him. An expression of extreme horror appeared on his face. The sense of fear, akin to encountering a prehistoric behemoth, instantly enveloped his entire body. However, Lynn's fist didn't land on his face. Instead, it stopped less than a centimeter away from his cheek. Yet, his body simply couldn't withstand the terrifying qi force unleashed by Lynn's punch. Before the fist even touched his face, his body was instantly blown over 100 meters away by Lynn's fist, and then crashed heavily into the wall. Wow! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, tremblingly raised his head, and pointed at Lynn, saying, You. With a thud, Yin Chongyun fell to the ground. Instantly, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned, looking at Lynn, who was standing in the martial arts training ground with white steam rising from his fist, in disbelief. 1 round. It was only 1 round. Their master, Yin Chongyun, had been blown away. What was going on? Was he a one-punch man? Come on. How could a human have such a hard fist that even the blade broke? Who on earth was this person? No, was he even human? Everyone was stunned. Wang Hong gasped sharply and took several steps back in succession. Then he suddenly turned his head and shouted, Quick! Go and check on the situation of Pavilion Master Yin. The medical staff who had long been prepared immediately rushed to Yin Chongyun's side, examining his injuries. Then they looked up, their voices trembling, and report to the president. Pavilion Master Yin has a cracked bone on his face, a mild concussion, and some displacement of his internal organs. However, for the time being, he is out of mortal danger. Everyone gasped in horror. On the high platform, an old man beside Hua Qiming frowned and said, Miss, this man's punch is incredibly terrifying. With just 1 punch, he managed to beat Yin Chongyun into such a state. Hua Qiming replied calmly, he held back. Chapter 42. The next one, come on. Upon hearing this, the old man was immediately stunned and exclaimed, He held back even like this? Hua Qiming didn't offer an explanation. Among all the people present, only she could tell that Lynn's punch didn't land directly on Yin Chongyun's face. He had retracted his strength at the last moment. If his fist had truly landed on Yin Chongyun's face, it was likely that his head would have exploded, resulting in a tragic end. In the martial arts training field, Lynn turned his head and looked at the furious members of Yunham Martial Arts School with a smiling face. He said, Remember to engrave the 4 characters I gave you on your signboard. I'll come to check from time to time. Remember that, will you? The members of Yunham Martial Arts School dared not voice their anger, and they didn't even dare to rush up and fight Lynn. His strength was simply too formidable. Lynn retracted his fist and smiled, saying, "Well, next one. Who's up next?" The whole venue fell into silence. All the martial arts school masters looked at each other, their eyes filled with anger. Evidently, Lynn's prowess just then had instantly intimidated them. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, and surprisingly, not a single martial arts school dared to step forward. Lynn shook his head and said, "Is there no one willing to take on the challenge voluntarily? Then I'll have to make the choice myself." In that very instant, Lynn's gaze immediately fell upon a martial arts schoolmaster standing beside Wang Hong. He said gravely, "Yo, come here." That martial arts schoolmaster was suddenly startled and instinctively took a step back. Lynn's gaze was like a needle, making him shiver. He didn't want to accept the challenge, but seeing all the eyes in the venue fixed on him, he suddenly gritted his teeth, stepped onto the martial arts arena, clasped his fists, and said, "Luo Jiang, the master of Kanglin Martial Arts School and the inheritor of the grappling hand technique, accepts your challenge." He had to step onto the stage. If he showed cowardice at this moment, all his authority in the eyes of his disciples would be gone. The disciples of the martial arts schools below the stage all roared, shouting, "Come on, Master Luo, defeat him, beat him to death. We must teach him a lesson about the might of our martial arts association." Listening to the cheers from below the stage, Luo Jiang inwardly groaned. Naturally, those who had become schoolmasters were all great martial arts experts. Everyone could tell that the punch with which Lin had defeated Yin Chongyun just now was enough to prove that his strength far exceeded Yin Chongyun's. The strengths of these schoolmasters were on a par with each other. Since Yin Chongyun had lost, how much better could they be? Lin gazed deeply at him and stretched out his hand, saying, "Please." Luo Jing grit his teeth, clasped his fist in salute, and said, "I'm humbled, young man. It seems I have to brace myself and step forward." Under everyone's gaze, Luo Jiang engaged in close combat immediately, unleashing his unique skill of grappling. He chose to avoid Lin's sharpness, using softness to overcome hardness and neutralize his strength. Instantly, he dodged Lin's attack and reached out to seize Lin's shoulder joint. His eyes lit up at once. It seemed to work. Now, as long as he used dexterous force, he was certain to dislocate Lin's entire arm. Everyone present immediately held their breaths in excitement. Could they defeat this monster? "Master Luo, come on. Don't give him any chance. Dislocate his arm." Luo Jiang exerted sudden force, about to dislocate Lin's joint directly. However, the next moment, he was horrified to find that Lin's body was as hard as steel. The force he exerted on Lin was like a stone sinking into the sea. A look of shock dawned on Luo Jiang's face. This guy not only had astonishing punching power, but also a terrifyingly inhuman physical constitution. Even if he used dexterous force, he simply couldn't subdue him. The grappling technique was completely ineffective in front of him. "Not bad," Lin said slowly. "This is an interesting grappling method. I always used to think that our traditional martial arts industry was just a bunch of charlatans. Now, it seems there are indeed some real skills." Lin slowly stood up under his grappling hold. Luo Jiang gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, and desperately tried to suppress Lin. But Lin was too strong. It was as if he was trying to control not a man, but a colossal beast. He soon discovered that his arm had faintly deformed due to excessive exertion. If he didn't let go, it would surely be his arm that snapped first. How could there be such a monster in this world? Luo Jiang gritted his teeth and said, "Naturally, the inheritance of my Luo family's grappling skill has lasted for 500 years. Lin quickly spun around, suddenly breaking free from his control. In an instant, he hoisted Luo Jiang up, clenched his fist, and aimed it at his head, saying, "Is there a chance to have a meal later? I'd like to consult you about some secrets of grappling." The moment Lin broke free, Luo Jiang knew he had failed. After the grappling technique proved ineffective, he was simply no match for Lin. He stared bitterly at Lin's calm and composed expression and said, "If you want to learn, I can teach you." "Then it's settled," Lin nodded. "Can you go a bit easier on me?" Luo Jiang said bitterly. "Sure." Boom. A deafening sound echoed. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Luo Jiang's body was instantly sent flying over 100 meters, crashing into the same wall that Yin Chongyun had hit earlier like a cannonball. Luo Jiang slowly slid down the wall, forcing a smile and saying, "It's not easy at all." Then he tilted his head and fainted. The entire venue fell into silence. Many martial arts schoolmasters swallowed hard, fear evident in their eyes. 2 already. He had defeated 2 masters. Without exception, all were finished off in a single round. He was a monster, an absolute monster. In the martial arts arena, Lin slowly retracted his fist, stared deeply at Wang Hong, and said, "Next. Come on." Wang Hong's heart tightened instantly, and he trembled as he took a step back. He turned his head and looked at the other gym owners beside him. He could clearly see the fear in their eyes. "No, Absolutely not. If they were all defeated one by one here, the Martial Arts Association would lose all its reputation across the country. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the gym owners and said, Gym Owner Wong, Gym Owner Jean, Gym Owner Chen, attack him together. The three gym owners glanced at each other, steeled their nerves, clenched their teeth, leaped onto the stage, and stared intently at Lynn. They clasped their fists in salute and declared, Wang Yongking, master of the Grand Ancestor Long Fist, Jin Qing, master of the Tai Swordsmanship, and Qin Xiangbei, master of the Seven, Injury Fist, are willing to join hands and fight you. Lin slowly extended his hand and said gravely, please. All the martial arts disciples gritted their teeth. Having three people fight one person already violated the rules of martial arts. If they couldn't defeat him even in a 3-against-1 situation, the people of the Martial Arts Association would truly be disgraced. On the arena, the three surrounded Lin from 3 different directions. They exchanged a meaningful look, and in an instant, they charged at Lin from 3 separate directions. 2 fist techniques were used to restrain Lin up close, while the Tai sword aimed at Lin's neck from his unguarded back. Their cooperation was seamless. However, in front of Lin, it was still of no avail. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud explosions resounded. Amidst their shrill screams, the 3 were directly sent flying by Lin in the same manner to the wall 100 meters away. Everyone in the audience was stunned. This is impossible. Even when the 3 gym owners attacked together, they were no match for him. How can one fight like this? Just how strong is his power? No. Is he even a martial artist? After defeating the 3 masters, Lin still did as before, stretching out his hand and saying gravely, next one, come. Chapter 43. On the stage, you're a martial artist. Off the stage, you're nothing. Below the stage, the other 5 masters gritted their teeth suddenly. They exchanged a glance with each other, then immediately took up their weapons and stepped onto the stage. They shouted loudly, the 5 of us will fight you simultaneously. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Lin replied, please. Boom, 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 boom. Within less than 2 minutes, amid 5 sounds of air explosions, those 5 masters also couldn't escape the fate of being sent flying by Lin. Under the wall, the medical staff were in a flurry, hurriedly carrying the blood, soaked, and unconscious masters onto stretchers. The whole venue fell into silence. The looks in the eyes of those martial arts school disciples as they gazed at Lin were filled with dread. The masters of the 10 martial arts schools couldn't even last 1 round in front of this young man. Moreover, without exception, they were all crushed. A master who had been severely injured by Lin's punch was lying on a stretcher. He grabbed Wang Hong's arm, spat out blood, and trembled as he said, President, it's useless. Absolutely don't fight him. He's not an ordinary martial artist. His level is higher than all of us. Then that master fainted. Wang Hong turned his head and stared fixedly at Lin, his fists clenching gradually. Defeating 10 martial arts schools and seriously injuring all 10 masters had shaken the very foundation of the Martial Arts Association in Jiahai City. Lin turned his head and regarded him serenely, saying, President Wang, it's time to settle the score between us. Your men shot me with 3 bullets. It's not excessive for me to challenge your entire guild, is it? He extended his hand, making a gesture of invitation, and continued, Please, President Wang, if I'm defeated by you, you can take my head. But if you're defeated by me, I won't take your life. You just need to stay in the hospital quietly for 3 years. After 3 years, if you're still not convinced, you can come to me at any time. His words were extremely calm, spoken with a nonchalant air, and there wasn't a trace of hostility in his voice. However, to Wang Hong's ears, they were full of mockery. Wang Hong gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, saying, I won't fight you. I'm the president of the Martial Arts Association. You're not qualified to challenge me. All the disciples of his martial arts school stared at Wang Hong in astonishment and said, Master. On the high platform, the several old men beside Hua Qiming all frowned. In the martial arts industry, those who avoid a fight when their school is challenged will be despised by the entire martial arts community. Although the 10 masters of the martial arts schools were all defeated, at least they dared to face the battle head on. This was the responsibility they shouldered as martial artists and as masters of martial arts schools. But if one were to be timid and avoid the fight, it would be a disgrace to all martial artists. Lin said calmly, Are you admitting defeat? Wang Hong looked at him contemptuously, gritted his teeth, and said, How can there be a matter of admitting defeat without a fight? Without a battle, how do you know I'm inferior to you? Lin still said calmly, Then please step onto the stage and fight me. Wang Hong scoffed contemptuously, You are not qualified to challenge me. Why should I fight you? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Many disciples of the martial arts schools exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that their president was too afraid to take the stage? 10 of the top martial arts schoolmasters had already been defeated. Yet their president. On the high platform, the old man beside Hua Qiming shook his head and frowned, saying, "What a fool Wang Hong is. Doesn't he understand that as the president, he serves as a role model for the entire industry? If a president blatantly violates the rules of the martial arts world, what will other martial artists think?" The reason the Martial Arts Association can exist is that it has established the rules for the whole industry, restraining all martial artists. Only in this way can the state allow the existence of martial arts. Martial artists who break the rules are truly a cancer to the state, society, and the entire Martial Arts Association. Lynn has already defeated 10 martial arts schools. By now, he has the right to challenge the president. According to the rules, he should accept the challenge instead of being unreasonable and acting like a hooligan here. Everyone started whispering to each other. On the martial arts training ground, Lynn's expression remained unchanged. He shook his head, let out a soft laugh, and said, "This is not so bad." Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Lynn stepped down from the martial arts stage and walked to the area below. Wang Hong eyed him warily and asked, "What are you up to?" Lynn flexed his wrists and said slowly, "Previously, I perused your guild rules. I find it truly gratifying for our entire nation that Chinese martial arts have achieved such a large-scale development. I am also overjoyed." He descended the stage step by step and continued, "As I have a profound fondness for martial arts, I shall abide by your rules and resolve this matter in an upright manner according to them." Standing below the stage, he looked up and smiled. "However, since you are reluctant to engage with me according to the rules of the martial circle, I have no objection to settling this with the rules of the society. After all, the decision lies in your hands." Only, he slowly cast his gaze upon Wang Hong, squinting. "On the stage, I regard you as a martial artist. Off the stage, I deem you worthless." In an instant, right after Lin uttered those words, a surging chi force spread from his dantian throughout his entire body. A terrifying aura suddenly emanated from him. The martial artists within a radius of several dozen meters were instantly oppressed by that chi force and could hardly breathe. Fear flashed across the eyes of all the martial artists as they hurriedly retreated. What is this? Such an overwhelming pressure. Is this Qigong? No, that's not right. Could it be the external manifestation of inner force? No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Has he reached the state of perfection? Upon sensing the chi from Lin, a flicker of terror suddenly appeared in the depths of Wang Hong's eyes. He could feel the horror of that pressure more acutely than anyone else because Lin was directing it at him. It was as if an immense Mount Tai had suddenly descended upon one's shoulders, or as if one's body had instantaneously plunged into a sticky quagmire. In the realm of martial arts, martial artists are generally classified into 10 levels from the 1st to the 10th. Those from the 1st to the 3rd level are regarded as third-rate martial artists, the 4th to the 6th as second-rate experts, the 7th to the 9th as first-rate experts, and those who reach the 10th level can be called grandmasters. And those more powerful than grandmasters are those who can externalize their internal energy, known as those in the transcendent realm. However, this is merely the classification in the martial arts field, for according to legends, the end of martial arts marks the beginning of the immortal path. If the immortal path truly exists, then above the experts in the transcendent realm should be. Hua Qiming said calmly. The first realm of the immortal path is the Qi training realm. The few old men standing beside her instantly showed looks of horror on their faces. They stared at Lin, who was unleashing a burst of energy and terror, and trembled as they said, "Miss, do you mean he is an immortal cultivator?" Hua Qiming replied calmly. A cultivator in the Qi training realm coming to fight a group of martial artists represents a disparity in levels that cannot be bridged by any means. The old men gasped in shock, their eyes filled with trepidation. Could it be that the world was really so small? They actually encountered another immortal cultivator here. But if that was truly the case, they didn't stand a chance at all. An immortal cultivator fighting a martial artist was like a lion appearing during a fight among mice. No matter how strong the mice were, they could never defeat even the weakest lion. It was a crushing superiority in terms of levels. Chapter 44. Those who block shall perish. Lin narrowed his eyes and approached him step by step. The surging spiritual energy was so overwhelming that no one around dared to get closer. Wang Hong trembled as he stepped backward and said, "Why you? Don't act recklessly. Let me tell you, I'm the president of the Martial Arts Association. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll definitely make sure you can't survive in Jiahai City." Make Lin unable to survive in Jiahai City? If he knew Lin's identity, Presumably, he would never have uttered such a foolish remark. Previously, Lynn had been extremely low-key. However, his international reputation far exceeded what a mere president of the Martial Arts Association could ever hope to achieve. Several Fortune 500 companies internationally were his, and there were countless entertainment industries overseas. His father was the boss of one of the top 10 groups in the country, with capital and connections spread across the nation. If Lynn wished, with just a single word, the entire economy of Jiahai City would directly collapse. Stop him. Wang Hong roared loudly. What are you still standing there for? If he harms me, none of you will end up well. The disciples of the martial arts schools gritted their teeth tightly. Summoning their courage, they blocked Lynn's path. The disciples from the 10 major martial arts schools, over 1,000 of them, stood in front of Lynn, building a defensive line between Lynn and Wang Hong. Lynn was not surprised because in reality, sometimes, even if you were in the right, it was of no avail. Although most of the martial artists here had grown tired of Wang Hong's tactics of avoiding battles, being timid, being unreasonable, and acting like a hooligan, Wang Hong was the president. Many people had grown accustomed to obeying authority. Lynn gazed at the martial artists blocking his path, his heart remaining utterly unperturbed. For even if so, what then? He calmly declared, those who obstruct me shall perish. The martial artists were struck with a jolt, their bodies trembling. Their hearts were filled with dread of Lynn, for they had witnessed the change in Lynn's eyes. Gone was the previous serenity and gentleness. Instead, his eyes were brimming with homicidal intent. He was capable of killing. Those 4 words instantly dissuaded 90% of the martial artists from continuing, for no one would trifle with their own lives. The retreat of a portion of them triggered a chain reaction, and most of the martial artists blocking Lynn's way scattered in an instant, scurrying in all directions in a disorganized manner. In the end, only the disciples under Wang Hong Martial Arts School remained in front of Lynn. Gritting their teeth, they stared fixedly at Lynn and said, "This is the Martial Arts Association. I don't believe you truly dare to kill. Are you really so lawless?" They were taking a gamble, betting that Lynn wouldn't dare to kill. However, evidently, they had made the wrong bet. Lynn calmly stated, "I won't repeat what I've said." And in that instant, Lynn's figure appeared before the crowd in a flash. So swift, they didn't even have a clear view of how Lynn moved. The next moment, Lynn had already swung his hand. Amidst the rolling chi, it was as if a gale had swept through the entire venue. They only managed to catch a glimpse of Lynn's extremely calm eyes before his hand touched their bodies. In an instant, accompanied by a colossal force, over a dozen martial arts school disciples were sent flying hundreds of meters in their terror, vomiting blood and falling unconscious. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present wore expressions of abject fear. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. This had far exceeded the realm of martial arts. It was a crushing superiority in terms of level. Those disciples attempted to resist, hoping to engage Lynn in battle using the human wave tactic. They let out roars and charged at Lynn, launching their attacks. However, it was all in vain. The gap in levels was so vast that even an army of thousands or tens of thousands could hardly bridge this chasm. Like disparity, Lynn was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. With each strike, he could eliminate dozens of them. Rolling waves of chi energy enveloped his body, and not a single person could get close to him. Throughout, Lynn's expression remained utterly serene, for he had given them a chance, yet they squandered it themselves. Since they didn't believe he dared to kill them, he would show them the truth. Wang Hong watched this scene, trembling. Seeing his disciples being crushed one after another like moths flying into a flame, he was finally consumed by complete terror. He never in his wildest dreams expected that Lynn harbored such a strong desire to destroy him. No, it couldn't be. Suddenly, he spun around and looked towards Hua Qiming and the elderly gentleman on the high platform. He dashed up to Hua Qiming and knelt heavily on the ground, quivering as he said, "Miss Qiming, I beseech you to intervene and stand up for our martial arts association. That Lynn is unreasonable and blatantly provokes our association's disciples. If this matter gets out, our martial arts association's reputation will be in ruins." His eyes quivered as he gazed at Hua Qiming. He was aware that at this moment, the only one who could save him was this advisor of the National Martial Arts Association. However, after he uttered those words, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The silence grew to the point that the fear in his heart swelled increasingly. Hua Qiming's eyes, calm like a fathomless pool, stared at him without the slightest emotional ripple. She neither spoke nor showed any sign of her stance. Wang Hong's heart plummeted into an endless abyss. After a long while, Hua Qiming slightly bent down, peering closely into Wang Hong's quivering eyes. She reached out and placed her hand on his temple and calmly said, "Even outsiders can abide by the rules, yet you can't." How can you expect me to help you? Hua Qiming stood up, gently removed the glove from the hand that had touched him, and looked down at him, stating, "Fend for yourself." Wang Hong quivered as he stared at the expressionless Hua Qiming. Suddenly, he whipped his head around and glanced at the martial artists beside her. Their expressions were the same, uniformly indifferent. With a glimmer of hope remaining, he turned his head and looked at his teacher, Yuan Kai, his voice quivering as he said, Teacher. Yuan Kai shook his head, turned around, glanced at Hua Qiming and the others, and gritted his teeth, saying, "This is your own doing. You can't blame anyone else." Instantly, Wang Hong realized that he had been abandoned. No. Wang Hong trembled as he raised his head and stared at Hua Qiming. Then, he suddenly kowtowed to her several times. His voice cracked due to the overwhelming fear. "Miss, I was wrong. I'll never dare to do it again. Please give me another chance. In the future, I will surely lead the Martial Arts Association of Jia High City with due diligence and will never do anything immoral. Miss, please give me another chance." However, all his pleas were in vain. Sometimes, people bring about their own downfall. At that very moment, he suddenly heard a loud noise coming from behind. His eldest disciple's body flew right in front of him in an instant, spitting out blood and losing consciousness. Wang Hong turned his head with a tremble and looked towards the venue. This glance made his heart skip a beat and filled his face with horror. On the venue, his disciples were lying on the ground, wailing, and there stood Lynn. Without exception, all of his hundreds of disciples were knocked down on the ground. Lynn didn't even seem to be out of breath. He single-handedly defeated hundreds of people. At that moment, Wang Hong met Linn's eyes, and their gazes crossed in mid-air. One was calm, the other was terrified. In the next instant, in the reflection of his pupils, Lynn leaped up and instantly crossed the 100-meter distance between them and landed right in front of him. The oppressive aura was like a towering Mount Tai standing before him. Lynn squinted his eyes, looking at him, and said, "It's your turn next." Chapter 45, The Plan to Cultivate an Immortal King You're Dreaming. Wang Hong roared and tried to fight back, but before his fist could reach Lynn grabbed it. Wang Hong immediately felt as if his hand was caught in an iron clamp and couldn't move at all. There was a cracking sound, accompanied by Wang Hong's shrill scream. His fist was directly crushed by Lynn. The gap between them was truly vast. In the face of absolute power, any combat techniques were futile. How could a martial artist possibly defeat a cultivator of immortality? Lynn lifted Wang Hong up, looking at the fear in his eyes, and calmly said, "Originally, I only intended to let you lie quietly in the hospital for 3 years. Unfortunately, you're not willing, so there's nothing I can do." Wang Hong trembled as he stared at Lynn and said, I can apologize to you." Lynn smiled and replied, "Well, you can. Go down and apologize to me properly." Wang Hong let out a terrified scream. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Hua Qiming, who was calmly gazing at this scene on the high platform, and roared, "Miss, save me." But at the very moment his words left his lips, Lynn's fist had already landed on his chest. This time, it was a real and solid strike on his chest. Instantly, Wang Hong seemed to hear the sound of his bones cracking and shattering, and the sound of his internal organs vibrating violently and getting damaged under the intense impact. It was as if he had crashed head on into a cannonball. His body was instantly sent flying. In mid-air, the force spread throughout his body. His body kept splitting, and finally, with a loud boom, it turned into a mist of blood. Boom. With a deafening noise, Wang Hong was wiped out, leaving not even a trace of his bones. At this sight, the entire crowd trembled. He's dead. Even the bones of President Wang Hong were gone. Could this be his true strength? That is to say, if he truly wished on the wrestling stage, he could reduce his opponent to a mist of blood with a single punch. Lin Chanfeng heaved a sigh, shook his head and said, "It was he who first violated the rules of martial arts. He can't blame others, since he chose to settle this matter off stage. Then life and death are at the mercy of fate." Lin took out a handkerchief and frowned as he wiped the blood off his hands. He glared in his mind and said, "System, are you satisfied now?" System, MHM, the host is increasingly displaying the charm of a child of destiny. However, there's still a bit of awkwardness. In the future, the host is destined to become a celestial king, so the aura must be overwhelming. Love you, Lin. Have I completed the task or not? Lin grumbled. Just as he finished speaking, the system's prompt sounded in his ear. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, cultivating the temperament of a celestial king 001. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the task rewards. 1 large gift package of top grade divine nourishment pills and 1 pure spirit flying sword. Indeed. When Lynn was about to enter the martial arts building to challenge others, the system issued a task to Lynn. In the system's words, as a qualified child of destiny with the system, a person destined to become a celestial king in the future, one must definitely master the art of exuding temperament. Having the corresponding strength, but lacking the appropriate aura, would be a great disgrace. Only with a high-end aura could one be a qualified cultivator. Because the system thought that the host was currently too frivolous, still looking like an ordinary person in mindset. This is not advisable. An ordinary person's mindset will lead to setbacks. So, it assigned this task to Lynn, instructing him to resolve this matter flawlessly in the most imposing manner. It intended to cultivate the demeanor of its host properly. However, observing the reluctant expression on the host's face, the system realized that its host cultivation plan still had a long way to go. Although the host occasionally performed exceptionally well, just like a moment ago, when its adorable host uttered the words, "Those who block shall perish," even the system was deeply shaken. Truly, it was perfectly and invincibly handsome. This was exactly the ideal host template in its mind. It had made up its mind to correct the host's demeanor thoroughly in the future. When encountering other sons of destiny, even if the host's strength was insufficient, he must overpower them in terms of imposing aura, making them tremble with fear without a fight and willing to submit to the host and itself. Just as the system was immersed in its beautiful fantasies about the future, Lynn's gaze had already fallen on the gift package and the flying sword in his inner space. At the sight of the flying sword, Lynn's eyes brightened. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with the system for assigning such a strange task, there was absolutely nothing to fault with the system when it came to offering rewards. A flying sword. It was a lower-grade flying sword of the mysterious rank. The sword was 1 foot long, as thin as a cicada's wing and semi-transparent, with a faint stream of light lingering around it, exuding an otherworldly aura. Lynn gasped with excitement. "System, this sword seems quite powerful." The system came to its senses and said, "The Qiling flying sword is a low-grade flying sword of the mysterious rank. The host hasn't learned the art of weapon control yet. However, considering the host's performance, it is rewarded to the host in advance." Lynn said helplessly, "So, I can't use it at all right now, am I right?" The system replied, "No. This flying sword selected by the system for the host is a protective weapon specifically designed for the host at this stage. Although this flying sword is inferior to magic tools of higher quality, the Qiling flying sword possesses many characteristics that many magic tools do not have." "What characteristics?" Lynn asked. The system said, "The Qiling flying sword can automatically absorb the free spiritual energy in the air. After activation, without the host's manual control, the flying sword will encircle the host and automatically help the host attack and defend. However, due to the current shortage of spiritual energy in the world, the spiritual energy consumption will be relatively fast. The host needs to replenish the spiritual energy for the Qiling flying sword from time to time." After hearing this, Lynn gasped. "What a wonderful thing. Automatically helping oneself defend and attack. This is truly amazing. I'm in love with it." Then Lynn looked at the Divine Radiance Pill gift pack and asked, "What about this gift pack?" The system explained, "This gift pack contains 100 top-grade Divine Radiance Pills prepared by the system for the host. In the cultivation world, the Divine Radiance Pill is a very precious and well-known pill, even for an alchemist of the celestial rank. It is by no means an easy task to produce a furnace of Divine Radiance Pills." Lynn said in surprise, "So precious. What's its effect?" The system said, "In essence, the Shunhua pill is a miraculous elixir that can rewrite one's fate. The reason for this claim is that after consumption, it can, to a certain extent, alter the nature of a spiritual root. For instance, if you possess a fire spiritual root, after taking the pill, there is a high probability that your spiritual root can be temporarily transformed into one of other attributes, such as water or metal." Lynn's eyes immediately lit up. Spiritual roots. He had naturally heard of such things. After all, who hadn't read hundreds of novels in their youth? In numerous novels, spiritual roots were the foundation of cultivating immortality. Could it be that in this world, spiritual roots truly existed? The system said, "I'll explain these things to you after you get back." Lynn nodded. Coming back to his senses, he looked at the hundreds of martial arts school disciples lying on the ground, groaning. He shook his head. If someone died, this matter would be rather difficult to handle. It wasn't that it couldn't be dealt with, but it would be troublesome. Saying so, Lynn casually walked out of the martial arts building, with his hand on the back of his neck. What he didn't notice was that behind him, a pair of eyes as deep and serene as an ancient well were fixed on him. Chapter 46. If I defeat you, you shall sever one of your arms at the venue. Watching Lynn's back, The old man standing beside Hua Qiming frowned and said, "Miss, is he really an immortal cultivator? In this area of Jianghai City, the only immortal cultivating family should be the Chun family where you belong. Moreover, are we really going to let him leave just like this?" She said nothing, with a calm look in her eyes. She slowly stretched out her fingers as fair as jade, and it was at that moment that a faint blue glow began to encircle her fingertips. A quaint blue flying sword, merely 2 inches in length, appeared silently before her, slowly revolving around her finger. Upon witnessing this scene, the old man's breathing quickened slightly, and his eyes were ablaze with excitement. This was the Orchid Sword. He never in his wildest dreams thought that he would be fortunate enough to behold one of the 4 swords of the Qinglong sect. Few were aware that their young miss, Hua Qiming, was the current prodigy of the reclusive and eminent Qinglong sect in the north. In the hands of the Qinglong sect's master, there had once been 4 renowned flying swords. They were named after the 4 gentlemen of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Each sword was of the superior grade among the yellow rank, and the sword in Hua Qiming's hand was the orchid gentleman's sword among the 4 gentlemen. She said calmly, "Whether it's true or not, a trial will reveal all." She gently flicked her finger, and the flying sword in her hand changed its direction, locking onto Lynn's back. And at that moment, accompanied by a whistling sound through the air, the 2-inch, long blade instantly shot towards Lynn's back. The instant the sword was launched, Lynn sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy in the air. The system warned, "Host, beware of what's behind you." Just as the flying sword was about to strike Lynn's back, Lynn suddenly turned around and instantly retrieved the Qingling sword from his inner space. A flash of cold light passed. Amidst the rolling sparks and a resounding clang, the orchid gentleman's sword was slashed to the ground by Lynn with a single sword strike. His gaze was utterly tranquil, with the sword blade held horizontally in his hand. The ear-piercing clash resounded throughout the entire venue. The whole audience was aghast. Hua Qiming halted and abruptly turned her head. The focus of her gaze and those eyes fell upon Lynn. Her sword had been severed by Lynn. All the old men beside Hua Qiming displayed expressions of horror and shock. They couldn't help but take a step back, gazing at the sword blade in Lynn's hand. They quavered, "A flying sword, it's undoubtedly a flying sword. He is truly a cultivator of immortality. Good heavens!" They gasped in disbelief, their hearts trembling uncontrollably. They had never imagined that one day they would encounter a cultivator of immortality other than the young lady. Lynn raised his head and looked at Hua Qiming in the distance. Calmly, he said, "Little girl, since we are both cultivators of immortality, it would be beneficial for us to remain at peace. Well, do you intend to fight with me?" From the very beginning, Lynn had sensed the woman's peculiarity. There was a powerful qi within her. Such a person was either a peerless martial artist who had reached the ultimate state of transformation or, like him, a cultivator of immortality. Lynn had been on guard against this woman all along. Hearing Lynn's words, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Since we are both cultivators of immortality, the concept of a cultivator of immortality exceeded their understanding. Hua Qiming calmly regarded Lynn and asked, "May I inquire which sect or school you belong to, fellow cultivator?" Lynn replied indifferently, "I have no sect. I'm just a solitary cultivator." Hua Qiming slightly curtsied and nodded, saying, "I'm Hua Qiming, a disciple of the Northern Qinglong sect. I'm most delighted to encounter fellow cultivators here." Lynn crossed his arms and asked, "What's your point?" She raised her head, her gaze serene, and stated, "Wang Hong violated the rules and thus deserved to die. However, if this battle were to spread, it would bring great disgrace to our martial arts association." "So," Lynn replied indifferently. Hua Qiming calmly declared, "Let's have a duel. If you can defeat me, today's matter will be forgotten. If I win, you'll sever one of your arms." The entire arena fell into complete silence. Everyone held their breath, and no one dared to utter a word. Evidently, the two of them belonged to the same kind of beings, immortal cultivators, a terrifying existence beyond the realm of martial arts. The system warned, "Host, don't engage in a fight with her. Although this woman is only at the 5th stage of the qi, refining realm, she is extremely powerful, far from comparable to the one you met in your dream before." Lynn clenched his fist and moved his neck, smiling faintly. "System, even you have moments of timidity?" The system retorted, "This isn't timidity. It's for your own good. You're still in the development stage. It's better to lie low and pick on innocent martial artists. Don't really go head to head with immortal cultivators stronger than you. Those who have emerged in this era are not to be trifled with." It didn't want Lynn to engage in a battle without certainty. The reason was straightforward. It was afraid that Lynn might lose his life. Even though it was just a friendly spar, flying swords were merciless, and one could easily get seriously injured. Moreover, he himself hadn't yet taught the host how to ride a sword, nor had he unlocked the host's spiritual root. The only advantage the host currently had was the powerful strength granted by the Chi Strength Fist. However, this couldn't be the reason for his victory. After listening to the system's words, Lynn merely smiled calmly and said, "There's no need to worry about me. If I only engage in effortless battles every day. Although I can lead a care-free life, it will do me no good when I encounter a truly formidable opponent in the future." He assumed a fighting stance, with a gentle smile in his eyes, and said, "After all, after the revival of spiritual energy, the only thing you can truly rely on is strength. System, since that's the case. Host, I have faith in you. But if you are truly outmatched, I'll have Chen Daoxin assist you." After returning to the arena, Lin squinted his eyes and declared, "Lin, at the second level of the Qi training realm, accepts your challenge." Hua Qiming's expression turned solemn. There was no trace of arrogance on her face. She calmly stepped onto the stage and said, "Hua Qiming, at the fifth level of the Qi training realm. Please give me your guidance." Huffed. Hua Qiming gently wiggled her fingers, and the 2-inch flying sword that Lin had struck into the ground instantly flew to her side. And in the next moment, that 2-inch flying sword grew rapidly with the wind, transforming into a 2-foot-long sword that slowly circled around Hua Qiming. Controlling a flying sword with Qi was sufficient proof of her might. As soon as she brandished her sword, all the people present showed shocked expressions. Their eyes filled with horror. Truly, it was the legendary flying sword. It seemed that both of them were indeed cultivators. This great battle seemed to belong to a world completely different from theirs. In their previous understanding, cultivators generally only existed in TV dramas and movies. However, now, they actually appeared in the real world. How could this not shock people? Lin assumed a fighting stance, stretched out his hand, and said gravely, "Please." Chapter 47, Confrontation with Hua Qiming. Hua Qiming nodded. Without any apparent movement, the next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, which were now enveloped in a blue glow. The next instant, her body instantly transformed into a blurry afterimage and vanished from the spot. So fast. Lin suddenly raised his head, his eyes flickering as he swiftly tried to catch her figure. But Lin soon discovered that her speed was incredibly fast. Even when he concentrated his mind, he couldn't completely capture her shadow. This woman was extraordinary. And the next moment, Lin suddenly felt a frigid aura approaching. Hua Qiming's graceful figure seemed to teleport and appeared right in front of him. The sword blade swirling around her swooped down from above. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. At the moment the sword descended, Lin suddenly raised his sword horizontally to block it. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and the ground beneath Lin's feet instantly exploded. One could well imagine how terrifying the power of this sword strike was. This scene left everyone around stunned. It was so dazzling that both the speed and the power far exceeded the limits of normal humans. Lin Chanfeng exclaimed in horror, "Could this be the power of cultivators?" Everyone gasped in shock. This had completely surpassed their perception. Just as Lin blocked the sword, Hua Qiming suddenly landed a palm on his chest. Immediately, Lin felt a chilling current surging into his body. The spiritual energy within him instantly became violently chaotic. Lin narrowed his eyes and suddenly clenched his fist, which was wrapped in a powerful Qi force, then punched towards Hua Qiming. However, before his fist could touch Hua Qiming's body, she merely gently tapped his hand with her finger. With that, she directly took advantage of the force and somersaulted over Lin's head. While in mid-air, she grasped the Orchid Gentleman's sword and slashed towards the vulnerable part of Lin's back. A sharp sound rang out as the clothes on Lin's back split open at once. The sword blade rubbed against the giant spirit breastplate on his body, sparking a shower of fire. Hua Qiming was amazed and immediately distanced herself from Lin, exclaiming, "A yellow-grade defensive spiritual artifact?" Lin quickly turned around, fixing his serious gaze on Hua Qiming, who stood there holding the sword, looking as ethereal as a celestial maiden. In this initial confrontation, he had lost 3 moves. This woman was extraordinary. Hua Qiming said gravely, "In today's world, spiritual artifacts are scarce. It's beyond my expectation that you carry 2 spiritual artifacts. Your identity must not be just that of a wandering cultivator as you claim. Those with such resources are at least the young masters of some noble families." She was speculating about Lin's identity. In this era, possessing more than 2 spiritual artifacts could imply a great deal. System, host, this woman is extremely fast. The cultivation technique she practices should emphasize speed. In terms of strength, even though there is a 3-level gap between you, she is still not as powerful as you. Lin said gravely, "I understand. The system asked, Host, do you need me to download a set of temporary combat experience guides for you? They're for the Foundation Establishment realm, which can overpower her by 1 realm level. Lynn narrowed his eyes and replied, No need. I can handle it. Taking shortcuts is fine once in a while, but one shouldn't rely on them all the time. Especially in actual combat, the experience one summarizes on their own far surpasses any other kind of experience. Moreover, if I need to rely on the system just to deal with a woman, then I'm truly a complete good for nothing. Lynn assumed a fighting stance and said gravely, I think I've found a way to deal with you. Hua Qiming said calmly, Really? I'm eager to see it. The next moment, the two engaged in battle once again. On the arena, the sword lights glistened, and the surging chi energy from the explosive collisions continuously produced sharp sonic booms. The entire arena trembled. The old man who had been following Hua Qiming sneered. Although that Lin is quite powerful, Miss is even stronger. In terms of realm, Miss already outclasses him by 3 levels. Moreover, Miss is more proficient than Lin in both sword, flying control, and combat skills. The outcome is already certain. He's no match for Miss. The surrounding martial artists exchanged glances. Although they were reluctant to admit it, it was indeed true. They had fought dozens of rounds, and without exception, it was Miss Hua Qiming who had the upper hand throughout. Her speed was incredibly swift, and her fierce attacks resembled a tempestuous storm. Had it not been for that Lin's defense being astonishingly robust, he would surely have been defeated long ago. On the arena, time trickled by. Soon, the two had engaged in 50 rounds of combat. Swish, swish. Along with 2 glinting sword lights, 2 more sword marks appeared on Lin's breastplate. His entire outer garment had been shredded by the sword blades. Hua Qiming rode on the gentle breeze and landed 100 meters away. Her toes lightly touched the ground, and her hair fluttered wildly as she seemed to float above the ground. She calmly gazed at Lin, with no ripple in her azure eyes. The disparity in our strength is too great. You've lost, she declared. Lin Changfeng and the others couldn't help but heave a sigh. Indeed, Lin had lost. Throughout the battle, constantly on the defensive, he hadn't even landed a single attack on Hua Qiming. The gap in strength was truly evident. However, in the very next moment, they were stunned to see a slight curl at the corner of Lin's lips. He tore off his tattered outer garment in one go, raised his head, and calmly looked at Hua Qiming, saying, Lose? I don't think so. It's only just beginning. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone watching the battle was shocked. No way, sir. Isn't this just courting death? Even a casual observer could tell that Miss Qiming was clearly going easy on you in those dozens of rounds. If it were a real fight, you'd be dead by now. Why don't you just admit defeat? A flash of surprise crossed Hua Qiming's eyes. But then she nodded and said, Very well. Since you're unwilling to concede, let's continue. In the next moment, Hua Qiming soared into the air on her sword, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens as she charged towards Lin. Lin gazed deeply into Hua Qiming's eyes. At this moment, in his mind, all the means by which Hua Qiming had attacked him within these dozens of rounds constantly emerged. Those images flashed across his mind like the frames of a film. Everyone has their own habitual combat style. And as long as the gap in strength is within an acceptable range, once one masters the opponent's combat style, they can remain invincible. Lin had already used these 50 rounds to thoroughly understand all of her offensive methods. He had been probing, and now was the real start. Then, Lin closed his eyes and slowly assumed a fighting stance. Her attack patterns instantly flashed through his mind, and every subtle change was deduced within his thoughts. Seeing this scene, everyone around was stunned. What a joke. Look, he's closed his eyes. Is he about to admit defeat? Or is he brewing some powerful move? Chapter 48. I've seen through you. Even in Hua Qiming's eyes, a flicker of astonishment passed, but soon she regained her composure. She didn't think Lin could be her match. For her mind was calm, her hand was steady, and her sword was swift. In an instant, Hua Qiming appeared in front of Lin. The orchid gentleman's sword in her hand let out a clear ringing sound, piercing through the air straight towards Lin's face. But at that very moment, Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of sharpness passed through them. Her offensive moves instantly coincided with the tactics she had shown in the previous 50 rounds. There was not the slightest change. Lin abruptly turned his head, and Hua Qiming's sword blade grazed his cheek. A flash of astonishment instantly crossed Hua Qiming's eyes. He actually dodged it. And in the very next moment, Lin's hand suddenly seized Hua Qiming's wrist, while his other hand was like a long dragon, forming a claw with his hand and instantly clasping Hua Qiming's shoulder. A cracking sound echoed. Lin suddenly exerted force, actually dislocating her arm directly. Hua Qiming winced in pain. and the sword in her hand instantly slipped out. Her body was then hurled away by Lynn. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. Good heavens! Miss Chiming was actually thrown out. And did you see that? The move he used just now was the grappling technique? That's right. It was indeed the grappling technique. It was the very same grappling technique that Luo Jiang had used on him during Lin's fight with Luo Jiang on the ring before. What a joke. Could it be that he learned the grappling technique just from one fight with Luo Jiang? Everyone stared at Lin in shock, then turned their heads to look at the disciples of Luo Jiang's martial arts school. The shock in the eyes of those disciples was even more intense. That's right. They recognized at a glance that the grappling technique Lin used was exactly the one from their martial arts school. But how could this be possible? Such a skillful and standard grappling technique could never be performed without years of continuous practice. How on earth did he do it? Meanwhile, Hua Qiming, who had been thrown out by Lin, gritted her teeth and mobilized the inner energy to regain her balance. With a sudden exertion of strength, she reconnected her right arm. Due to the pain, her complexion turned slightly pale. Gazing at Lin gravely, she said, "You've seen through my moves?" Lin stood up and calmly replied, "My sparring partner once used his techniques to teach me that if your offensive style remains unchanging, it's like stagnant water that will eventually dry up. True masters never allow others to decipher their moves because each of their techniques harbors boundless variations." Lin assumed a fighting stance, looking deeply into her eyes and stating, "You're truly formidable. Every one of your moves is flawless and strictly adheres to a certain fixed pattern. It would be magnificent if it were for a performance. But in battle, such rigid attacks will only lead you to a dead end. And I've already seen you through." The entire arena fell into silence. The system didn't even dare to utter a single word because during this period, it had been constantly monitoring Lin's physical condition. Just then, it clearly observed that Lin's brain activity had soared to an extreme level. He was analyzing, simulating, and deducing, just like the state he had shown during his fight with the sparring partner. Evidently, his host's comprehension ability had reached an inconceivable level. If that was truly the case, his host could definitely defeat this woman. Come on. Hua Qiming subtly narrowed her eyes, and the anger in her eyes flashed by imperceptibly. "Are you teaching me how to fight?" Hua Qiming's voice turned cold. Lin replied gravely, "You can understand it that way." Hua Qiming said expressionlessly, "I've held the upper hand over you for 50 rounds. But if I truly intended to kill you, you wouldn't last even one round." Lin responded gravely, "You've dominated me for 50 rounds. Then, for the next 500 rounds, it'll be my turn to overpower you." His words were calm, yet to those around, they were laced with irony. A chill flashed across Hua Qiming's brows. "Fine, then let's give it a try." In an instant, Hua Qiming drew her sword. Her eyes turned frosty, and her sword let out a hum, flashing with a cold light. How dare a mere cultivator at the second level of Qi refining spout such arrogant words in front of her? This time, she wouldn't show any mercy. Immediately, the two clashed. But this time, the situation was vastly different. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, in less than 5 rounds, Lin seized a flaw in Hua Qiming's defense. A punch nearly landed on her face, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. Gritting her teeth, Hua Qiming said, "Again." Lin replied gravely, "Please." The two clashed again. But still, in less than 5 rounds, Hua Qiming was forced back and found herself at a disadvantage. Gritting her teeth, Hua Qiming said, "Again." "Please," Lin said expressionlessly. Everyone held their breath and stared blankly at the two in the arena. The situation had suddenly reversed. As time ticked away, the number of rounds in the battle between the two quickly exceeded 200. However, since the 50th round, the situation had completely reversed. Every attack launched by Hua Qiming could be effortlessly defused by Lin, and he was becoming increasingly proficient at it. From being at a disadvantage at the beginning, gradually being suppressed, and later, Hua Qiming couldn't even get close to Lin. After 300 rounds, Hua Qiming gasped, drenched in fragrant sweat, and stared fixedly at Lin. Her heart grew more and more restless. Had he truly seen through her? No matter from which direction or angle she attacked. It was as if he knew in advance and would always defuse her attacks at just the right moment. Could she really lose to a second-order cultivator? No. She suddenly gritted her teeth, her eyes becoming extremely fierce as she stared intently at Lin. "Didn't you claim to have seen through all my moves? Fine. Then I'll let you witness the true essence of my swordsmanship." In an instant, Hua Qiming soared into the air again. But this time was different. Those around immediately saw that her body in mid-air split into 2, then 4, then 8. In a flash, 8 identical Hua Qimings appeared in the sky. Everyone was stunned. Was this the shadow clone technique? How amazing. With 8 young ladies, doesn't that mean it can be a group fight? Slap. The old man accompanying Hua Qiming slapped him. The old man gasped sharply, looking at the young lady who was rushing towards Lynn from 8 directions in the air. He said gravely, "The young lady once told me that her swordsmanship consists of 8 stages in total. When one cultivates it to the 8th stage, one can create 8 external avatars during combat to fight in coordination." Another old man exclaimed in astonishment, "External avatars? Can one create external avatars at the Qi refining realm?" The first old man said seriously, "No, it's just a lower level version of external avatars. However, all these avatars have the same aura, which is enough to deceive others. They are just illusory clones, and there is only one real body." Chapter 49, Inferior in Skills. I lose in the center of the venue. Lin stood firmly on the ground, calmly gazing at the 8 Hua Qimings charging towards him. He assumed a fighting stance and suddenly clenched his left fist. In that instant, surging spiritual energy instantly enveloped his entire fist, and even a swirling cyclone formed on his fist. The terrifying Qi force blew the hair and clothes of everyone present fluttering, as if a gale had swept through the venue. Lin said deeply, "Qi force fist, second layer." Everyone showed looks of horror. They've both unleashed their ultimate moves. How amazing. If one were hit by this punch, they would probably be reduced to dust. Everyone's breathing quickened. There was no doubt about the power of this punch. Now, it all depended on whether Lin could find Hua Qiming's real body among these 8 clones. This was the decisive moment. And it was at that moment that the 8 illusions of Hua Qiming appeared before Lin. The sharp sword blades instantly stabbed at Lin's body. All 8 illusions of Hua Qiming spoke simultaneously, their voices icy cold. "Do you think you've seen through everything? Then can you tell which one is my real self?" Lin replied profoundly, "None of them is you. So why bother to distinguish?" However, at this critical moment, Lin suddenly turned around, presenting his back to the 8 illusions. Was he insane? Did he intend to give up resistance? What a ludicrous thought. But in the next instant, before anyone could react, Lin abruptly reached out his hand into the air behind him and grasped something firmly. Then he let out a loud shout as his fist shot out like a tempest. Boom! A deafening noise resounded. Everyone widened their eyes in shock, their faces registering incredulity upon witnessing the scene. That was Miss Hua Qiming. Just as Lin's fist descended, the air rippled. Right in front of Lin, Hua Qiming emerged, holding the Orchid Gentleman's sword. Lin had seized her sword, holding wrist in his grasp, and her eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Evidently, she couldn't fathom how Lin had discovered that her real self wasn't among the 8 illusions. And Lin's fist effortlessly penetrated her defense, crashing onto her chest. Her bosom quivered violently under his punch. Everyone present was stunned, and Hua Qiming was also taken aback. A gentle breeze blew across, and the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. In the next moment, Hua Qiming was sent flying amidst the surging gales of qi and landed heavily on the ground. Then she spat out a mouthful of blood. The pain in her chest, accompanied by a tingling sensation, rushed wildly towards her brain. Hua Qiming was immediately enraged, her face flushing crimson, and her eyes blazing with a torrent of killing intent. You. Lin folded his arms and said indifferently, "Not bad. Your protective spiritual energy is quite strong. My full, powered punch failed to kill you." The entire crowd was shocked. Some female disciples from the martial arts school instinctively hugged their chests and shivered all over. It hurts. Just imagining it makes one feel excruciating pain. This kind of feeling could only be understood by women. It was like how men would instinctively shiver all over when they saw someone getting hit in a certain area. This blow was a critical hit. It was so cruel. Master Lin was truly heartless. Shouldn't such a delicate area be carefully cherished? How could it be struck so casually? Alas, what a sin, what a sin. Amitba. Upon seeing this scene, those old men were instantly enraged. They rushed onto the arena one after another, surrounding Lin in the middle, and loudly berated him. "Lin, what do you mean by this? Were you doing it on purpose? How dare you humiliate our young lady like this? Are you tired of living?" Lin retracted his fist and calmly stated, "Since it's a friendly fight, it's inevitable that fists and feet have no eyes. Moreover, your young lady used such a move. It's normal not to see clearly. You." The old men looked at Lin's nonchalant expression and were instantly infuriated. "Didn't you just say you were aiming for the heart? Now you can't see clearly. This is obviously deliberate." But before they could get angry, the voice of Hua Qiming came from behind. "You all step back." The several old men cast a reluctant glance at Lin and didn't dare to make any more trouble. They stepped back to the sides. Hua Qiming stared fixedly at him, with her arms folded across her chest. Her hair was in disarray as she staggered to a spot 10 meters in front of Lynn. She was severely injured. Her internal organs were displaced, and even several of her ribs were broken. That punch was truly terrifying. If it weren't for her protective spiritual aura, that punch would have cost her life. However, even so, her spiritual power had been completely depleted by that punch. How did you discover my real self? I thought I had hidden my aura quite well. Hua Qiming gasped. Lynn replied calmly, it's quite simple. I deduced this move of yours. As soon as these words were spoken, Hua Qiming was greatly shocked and exclaimed, what? This is impossible. Lynn continued calmly. The move of the external body you just used should be the highest stage evolution of the sword technique you're using. Unfortunately, when you were fighting with me earlier, I had already roughly grasped the 7 stages of your sword technique. According to my understanding, it was only natural for me to deduce the next stage move. And at that very moment, Lin suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, right under Hua Qiming's horrified gaze, a clone exactly identical to Lin separated from his body. Hua Qiming immediately recognized it. This was exactly the move she had just used. The last move of the sword technique she had learned, the phantom illusion. A look of shock flashed across her eyes, and she collapsed onto the ground all of a sudden. He had truly deduced it. Lin said indifferently, the 8 avatars are all distractions. There is only one true body, and I also clearly know from where you will launch an attack. So you are doomed to failure. Hua Qiming gasped and stared blankly at the composed Lin. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? Just by familiarizing himself with her moves during the battle, he had logically deduced the next stage of her cultivation technique. This was something that not even a genius, no, not even a prodigy could achieve. And yet he actually. After a long while, Hua Qiming closed her eyes and said dejectedly, I'm inferior in skills. I've lost. Chapter 50. Breaking through 2 levels in succession, reaching the 4th level of Qi. Refining, she truly never expected that as a favored daughter of heaven, she would actually lose to a cultivator at the 2nd level of the Qi, refining realm. Even when suppressing the opponent to the 3rd level, she still had various loopholes found and exploited by the opponent one by one. This was a huge blow to her. Lin looked at her calmly and said, it's good that you know you've lost. There are always people stronger than you in this vast world. Hua Qiming bit her lips, stood up with a pale face. Without saying a word, she turned around and strode outwards. An old man around gave Lin a fierce look and quickly chased after her. Wait, did I allow you to leave? Lin looked at her back and said calmly, clean up this place. The dead and the injured will all be counted on you. Moreover, I don't wish to be constantly harassed by the media. You should handle the matter of silencing them thoroughly. Do you understand clearly? With this overbearing tone, those several old men suddenly turned their heads, glaring at Lin with bloodshot eyes. They angrily shouted, are you ordering our young lady to do things? Lin folded his arms and calmly stated, in victory, one reigns. In defeat, one submits. If I lose, I'll sever one of my arms. If she loses, this matter shall be written off. Since that's the case, don't even think about leaving without fulfilling it. Hurry up, Lin said indifferently. Do I need to guide you step by step? Hua Qiming's body trembled, and her eyes drooped. She bit her lips, with profound unwillingness in her eyes. Yet it was of no avail, because he was right. In victory, one reigns. In defeat, one submits. If she had won, she would surely have made him sever one of his arms. First, clean up the bloodstains, Hua Qiming said in a low voice. Then, call the higher-ups and have them handle the mediation. The deaths of Wang Hong and the others were accidents during an internal sparring. Also, make everyone here stay and have them sign non-disclosure agreements. If anyone reveals Lin's identity casually, execute them. Those several old men looked at Lin resentfully, but they were utterly helpless. Yes, those old men gritted their teeth, turned around, and strode angrily towards the venue. You all, hurry up, get moving at once. The entire venue must be restored to its original state within half an hour. Do you hear me clearly? Also listen up, all of you. No one is allowed to disclose today's events. If anyone fails to keep their mouth shut, don't blame us for being merciless. The entire venue sprang into action. People bustled about, tidying up the arena and carrying the injured away one by one. Hua Qiming turned her head, her lips as pale as paper. Gazing at Lin, she said, are you satisfied now? Lin stuffed one hand into his pocket, casually picked up his coat, and strode out of the Martial Arts Association without uttering a single word to her. It was as simple as the saying goes, the victor rules and the vanquished suffers. Watching Lin's back disappearing from the building, Hua Qiming could no longer hold on. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground with a thud. All the old men around were greatly shocked and rushed forward in a hurry. "Miss, miss," someone shouted. "Quick, call an ambulance." All along, she had been forcing herself to hold on, for her injuries were truly severe. The second stage of the Qi strength fist targeted the internal organs. Had she been an ordinary person, her internal organs would have burst long ago. It was truly remarkable that she had managed to hold on until now. Meanwhile, Lynn clutched his coat and strode out of the martial arts building. The system exclaimed, "Host, you are so dashing. This time, you won this grand competition entirely by your own capabilities. Host, I'm really impressed." However, Lynn suddenly stumbled. A surge of blood and Qi welled up in his throat. But he forced it back down. The system asked, "Host, are you injured?" Lynn shook his head and replied, "It's nothing serious. That woman is indeed a formidable opponent. Her attacks carried a frigid chill that had a great impact on my body. I could break her moves, but I was unable to fend off the invasion of that coldness." A forced smile tugged at Lynn's face as he declared, "Well, I've won. If she dares to come again next time, I'll knock her down with another punch." But the moment his words faded, Lynn's vision went black, and his body crashed heavily to the ground. "Host." The system was startled and promptly began to examine Lynn's physical condition. It immediately noticed that the frigid current within Lynn was wreaking havoc throughout his body. However, this was not the primary cause of his fainting. The real reason was his spiritual energy had been completely depleted. During the previous battle, Lynn had pushed his analytical and deductive abilities to the limit. He had calculated every single move of Hua Qiming with extreme precision, which had exceeded his capacity. In simpler terms, it was like a computer crashing due to running too many applications. The system sighed, "Host, you're truly relentless. Although you can be incredibly lazy at times when you're serious, no one can match you." Suddenly, a majestic figure materialized out of thin air beside Lynn, an ancient man dressed in a long robe. Faintly, it seemed as if he could see a towering, coiling golden dragon hovering above this figure. The system pleaded, "Emperor Xinyuan, quickly seal my host's acupoints. The frigid current in his body is running amok. Something bad will happen if this continues." Emperor Xinyuan nodded, knelt on one knee, and reached out his finger to press on Lynn's neck. Wisps of golden aura meandered along Lynn's extraordinary meridians, and prohibitions were set on several crucial acupoints. However, in the very next moment, the Yellow Emperor's fingers stopped. He gave a slight start, and then quickly unblocked several acupoints on Lynn's body. "System, what's going on?" And right after the system's words fell, the system immediately sensed that the chaotic spiritual energy within Lynn was surging along the acupoints the Yellow Emperor had unblocked, breaking through at an unimaginable speed. Boom, boom. A series of more than a dozen inaudible roars resounded. The system was instantly stunned to find that the spiritual energy in Lynn's body had successively broken through several blocked meridians, forming a new circulation within. The system murmured in a daze, "Host, you've made a breakthrough." But in the next moment, the system immediately noticed that the spiritual energy in Lynn's body showed no sign of ceasing its operation. The spiritual energy was still surging violently, advancing towards the next meridian. After reaching the third stage of Qi training, Lynn's cultivation actually soared all the way towards the fourth stage of Qi training. Even the system was astounded. But soon, they realized that when the spiritual energy in Lynn's body was assailing the meridians of the fourth stage, it was clearly running out of steam. "System, no? The spiritual energy in the outside world is too thin to support the host's advancement. Yellow Emperor, hurry. Feed him all these pills." In the next instant, accompanied by a white light, the system directly opened Lynn's inner space and took out all the great return pills and 3 combination pills that Lynn had stored there. Without a word, the Yellow Emperor pried open Lynn's mouth and grabbed the great return pills, stuffing them in. "System, stuff more. Hurry, stuff more. There's not enough spiritual energy. Put in more effort. 10 pills, 100 pills, 500 pills, 1,000 pills." Right under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, the Yellow Emperor forcefully and successively stuffed over 1,000 pills into Lynn's mouth. After filling it up, regardless of whether Lynn could digest them or not, he directly used his divine power to transform all the pills into spiritual Qi and compelled Lynn to absorb it. After being replenished by so many pills, the spiritual Qi within Lynn's body immediately surged irresistibly towards the meridians of the fourth stage. Bang, bang, bang. Along with the successive loud noises, finally, Lynn completely opened up the meridians of the fourth stage. The new meridian path and the old one formed a perfect cycle. Lynn successfully stepped into the fourth level of the Qi training realm. Chapter 51. My host has a discernment for the Dharma. Half an hour later, at Lynn's home, Gongsun Xianyuan placed the unconscious Lynn on the bed where he usually rested. Then he stood still and fell into silence. They were imprints, similar to puppets, and they would obey any order from the system. The host is not seriously injured. As long as he has a good rest for a while to recover his spiritual power, he'll be fine. However, there's a question I'd like to ask you. Gongsun Xianyuan slightly raised his head. Through the observation during this period, I found that my host has extremely high comprehension. Nevertheless, in today's battle, the deduction ability demonstrated by my host was truly astonishing. Logically speaking, even if a person has the highest comprehension, it's quite difficult to achieve what my host did. He conducted rapid analysis and deduction in a short period, pushing his mental faculties to the limit. Even after only a few hundred rounds of combat with that woman, my host actually deduced all of her cultivation techniques. After a protracted silence, Emperor Xianyuan, his gaze fixed upon the recumbent figure of Lynn, his eyes gleaming with a profound light, finally uttered a single word: insight. The system, in a paroxysm of delight, exclaimed, "Insight? Dost thou imply that my host possesses such a gift?" In the annals of cultivation, insight stands as one of the 5 cardinal endowments, alongside spiritual roots, life roots, soul roots, and stability roots. It is the capacity to perceive truth, to illuminate all things, and to engender virtuous deeds, culminating in the attainment of enlightenment. In simpler terms, an individual endowed with insight possesses exceptional comprehension, deductive reasoning, and perception, surpassing ordinary cultivators by a considerable margin. Furthermore, insight is far more elusive than spiritual roots, with only a rare few among millions possessing it, and even fewer exhibiting its manifestations at the Qi training stage. What is the probability? Inquired the system. Emperor Xianyuan, raising his gaze, responded, 80%. 80%. The system, astounded, regarded its endearing host with disbelief. With even Emperor Xianyuan assigning such a high probability, the likelihood of its host possessing insight was virtually undeniable. Moreover, as the host's cultivation progressed, their innate insight would undoubtedly be fully realized. Alas, exclaimed the system. Emperor Xianyuan cast a questioning glance. System, it's all right. I was a bit overjoyed and couldn't help expressing my elated mood. Just ignore it. Time ticked by. 2 hours later, Lynn slowly regained consciousness. He rubbed his temples and sat up with a grimace. System, host, you're awake? Lynn glanced around and found himself lying in his own bed at home. He asked in confusion, System, did you send me back? System, you fainted right after you walked out of the building. I asked your ancestor to carry you back. How are you feeling now, host? Lynn gasped and rubbed his temples, saying, my head feels like it's exploding, and my whole body aches. System, host, do you sense any differences in yourself? What? Lynn was stunned, utterly perplexed. But in the next instant, he suddenly felt the surging spiritual energy within his body. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground to examine the changes in his spiritual energy. The next moment, a look of astonishment dawned on his face. He discovered that at this very moment, the spiritual energy in his body had actually doubled compared to before. Moreover, several new paths for the circulation of spiritual energy had been opened up. Could it be? I'd broken through to the 4th stage of the Qi refining realm. System, yes. Host, after that battle, the spiritual energy in your body successfully broke through the blocked meridians of 2 major stages. You are now a cultivator at the 4th stage of the Qi refining realm. Lynn was overjoyed. Breaking through 2 stages in one go was beyond his wildest dreams. In the past, when he watched the protagonists in those movies and TV dramas breaking through various adversities, he used to scoff at them. However, now it seems that there is indeed some truth to it. During battles, the utilization of spiritual power surges like turbulent waves. As the battle situation changes, the trajectory of the spiritual power's operation varies infinitely, which is definitely of great benefit to cultivation. He quickly got out of bed and went into the yard. Then he took a deep breath and slowly circulated the Qi in his body, condensing it on his fist. The next moment, his eyes flashed sharply, and he suddenly punched towards the sky. Boom! A loud noise resounded. It was seen that a hole was punched out of the white clouds 500 meters away by Lynn's punch. Flocks of birds fell from the sky. Lynn gasped in shock. He looked up at the hole in the sky and exclaimed joyfully, 500 meters. I can now spread my Qi 500 meters away. I've truly become stronger. As long as I stabilize my strength, if I fight that Hua Qiming again, I'll be able to confront her head on with my sheer power. System, do you want to become even stronger? Isn't that a rhetorical question? And at that very moment, a prompt from the system suddenly came into his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully reaching the 4th stage of the Qi training realm. May I ask if the host wishes to accept the task of spiritual root awakening? Lynn was suddenly stunned and said, Spiritual root awakening? The system replied, That's right. The host is already very powerful now. It's time to awaken your own spiritual root. Do you still remember that cold current left in your body when Hua Qiming attacked you? Lynn nodded and said, I remember. It was extremely eerie. When it hit you, it completely ignored my defense and directly penetrated into my body, interfering with the normal circulation of my spiritual power. The system asked, Do you know why? It's because that woman has a spiritual root in her body, and it should be a very pure water, a tribute celestial spiritual root. Spiritual root? It seems to be a new concept. System, what is a spiritual root? Lynn frowned, realizing that there was a great deal of knowledge he didn't understand. The system replied, The spiritual root is the foundation of cultivating immortality. The human body has the 5 element attributes, and everyone has their corresponding element. The spiritual root is the foundation of cultivation derived from the amount of 5 element power in each person's body. Meanwhile, the spiritual root is one of the 5 roots. Apart from the spiritual root, there are also the life root, the wisdom root, the concentration root, and the soul root. Lynn mused, I know what the life root literally means, but what about the other ones? The system retorted, the life root isn't what you think. Will you just listen to me? Chapter 52. Whom should I listen to if not you? Soon, with the system's explanation, Lynn more or less grasped the concept of the spiritual root. The spiritual root is the first major threshold that restricts the progress of immortals. After ordinary people undergo the marrow cleansing process, they can enter the Qi training stage. However, to break through to the foundation building stage, one must have a spiritual root in their body. Spiritual roots are classified into 5 types according to the 5 element attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among these 5 element spiritual roots, a single attribute spiritual root is also known as a celestial spiritual root. Under normal circumstances, this is the type of spiritual root that allows for the fastest cultivation progress. Multi-attributed spiritual roots are called miscellaneous spiritual roots, such as those with the attributes of metal, wood, and water, or fire, water, and earth. Multi-attributed spiritual roots are significantly inferior to single-attributed ones. The most peculiar of all is the 5-element spiritual root, which is regarded as a useless spiritual root. A 5-element spiritual root possesses the 5 elemental compatibilities of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This kind of spiritual root is neither here nor there. Those who have it are either complete failures or destined protagonists. There is no third option. Lynn stroked his chin and pondered, system, so. After reaching the 10th stage of the Qi refining realm, if I don't have a spiritual root, I won't even be able to break through to the foundation building realm? System, that's right. So, host, you must awaken your spiritual root. This is the first major hurdle in cultivating immortality, and you must overcome it. Lynn contemplated for a moment, then clenched his fist and declared, Fine, I accept the mission. After the battle with that woman, Lynn did feel a sense of crisis. There are always people stronger out there, and the world clearly harbors many cultivators more powerful than that woman. If he didn't seize the time to enhance his abilities, he might suffer losses in the future. Ding! Congratulations on accepting the mission. Awaken the spiritual root. Mission description. Use the foundation building pills provided by the system to awaken your spiritual root. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 100 foundation building pills. A flash of white light appeared with a soft sound, and a gift package materialized in Lynn's hand. His eyes brightened. Oh, he always loved it when the annoying system produced things. Lynn opened the gift package, and before his eyes appeared 100 pills glistening with a cyan light and emitting a faint fragrance. The system said, These are foundation building pills. In the realm of cultivation, they are commonly used to stimulate one's spiritual roots. If your spiritual roots are quite good, merely a dozen or so pills should suffice to awaken them. Lynn asked doubtfully, Then why did you give me 100? The system replied, It's just in case you fail to awaken them. You should be aware that in the realm of cultivation, not everyone can awaken their spiritual roots. Many cultivators who perform outstandingly in the Qi refining realm are stuck before the foundation building realm for their entire lives, making no progress, simply because they can't awaken their spiritual roots. Lynn raised an eyebrow and inquired, If one has no spiritual roots, does it mean that no matter how many pills one takes, they won't be able to awaken them? The system said, not exactly, but it is indeed extremely difficult. However, I believe the host must have excellent spiritual roots. Taking more pills will increase the chances of awakening. Lynn nodded. Gazing at the 100 pills shimmering with a cyan light in front of him, he gritted his teeth. Come on, let's do it. But the system didn't tell him that he already had a high probability of awakening the wisdom root, which was a good thing but also its greatest concern. Normally, the wisdom root is usually awakened at a higher realm. In the chi refining realm, one should awaken the spiritual root. However, the host had skipped the spiritual root and awakened the wisdom root instead. Does this imply that the host's spiritual roots might be very poor or even non-existent? This is a high probability event. For normal individuals, when one is granted a special talent in a certain area, it is inevitable that some ability in another aspect will be taken away. It is impossible for a person to excel in every field. The system was somewhat worried. It sincerely hoped that its adorable host wouldn't turn out to have no spiritual root. As time ticked by, Lynn was leisurely sipping water and munching on foundation building pills, wearing a relaxed expression on her face. However, the system was on tenterhooks. Every time Lynn consumed a pill, it would examine Lynn's body to check if the spiritual root had been awakened. Nothing. Still nothing. As time went on, Lynn's dantian remained utterly empty. The system thought despairingly, no, it mustn't be as I feared. Hurry up and awaken the spiritual root. Come on. Before long, Lynn had gobbled up all 100 foundation building pills. Burp. Lynn let out a burp, contentedly stroked her belly, leaned back on the sofa, and inquired with satisfaction. System, I've finished all of them, but I don't seem to feel anything. What's going on? The system replied, why the rush? Awakening a spiritual root is by no means a simple task. It carefully inspected Lynn's dantian, not missing any nuances of spiritual energy circulation. But gradually, it sank into despair. It discovered that the spiritual energy transformed from the foundation building pills Lynn had consumed didn't gather at the place where the spiritual root should be awakened at all. All the spiritual energy was absorbed into the dantian and became ordinary spiritual energy for internal circulation. Empty and desolate. Unable to retain. Unable to awaken the spiritual root. This phenomenon was sufficient to indicate that its host had no spiritual root. System, how could this be? Lynn leaned back on the sofa, completely unaware of the situation within her body, and said contentedly, System, what kind of spiritual root do you think I'll unlock? Fire or metal? Actually, I prefer earth. Earth restrains water and can improve my physical fitness. System, host. Lynn grinned and asked, what's up? System, well? Lynn asked in confusion. Is there something wrong? System, how could there be? Host, I've got good news for you. I've detected the budding of a spiritual root in your body. And it's an unparalleled, top-tier spiritual root. Lynn was momentarily stunned, then sat cross-legged on the ground and said with great interest, really? When can I unlock it? System, don't be hasty. Unlocking a spiritual root isn't that simple. But you must remember to follow my instructions closely from now on. Otherwise, I won't be responsible if something goes wrong with the spiritual root. Lynn pouted and said, you're my system. Whom else should I listen to if not you? System. Oh, although I know that this annoying host is just joking, I'm still suddenly charmed by her. How delightful. How delightful. However, soon she grew solemn. Although she had managed to deceive her host, one day the host would surely discover the truth that there was no spiritual root in her body. No, it mustn't happen. Her plan to cultivate an immortal king had just begun. How could she allow it to end prematurely? It seemed that she had no choice but to seek help from above. She temporarily blocked her connection with Lynn and then opened her exclusive interface. System, hello. This is Xiaoqi. If you can hear me, please respond. Calling the administrator ant. The moment her words ended, a grand will enveloped the area. In the outside world, the originally clear sky began to gradually darken without any sign. All the pedestrians outside wore expressions of stupefaction. Why has it suddenly turned dark? What's going on? Is it a total solar eclipse? Chapter 53. System, your rewards are truly astonishing. Meanwhile, a voice that only the system could hear emerged in Lynn's mind. Xiaoqi. What's the matter? System, Xiaoqi wants to apply to the higher ups for something. That voice said, why don't you just follow the procedure? You only have 3 chances to contact me. It's not wise to squander them like this. System, I understand. I want to use my indicators to exchange for something for my host. That voice hesitated. Are you joking? Xiaoqi, you only need to complete 1 more indicator to enter the management level. This is your last host. There's no need to waste your indicators on him. System, I know, Auntie. Help me exchange for the grand package of methods to shape the best spiritual root in the cultivation world. My host is waiting for me. That voice asked, are you sure? System, well, it's decided. That voice let out a barely perceptible science said, Shao-Chi, in fact, it's really unnecessary. You just need to follow the rules and regulations, randomly assign a few tasks to your host. If the host fails to complete them, just eliminate the host and replace with another one. The regulations don't say you have to stick to one person. It's not worth investing your own efforts in them. System, got it. Thank you, Auntie, for your concern. Guide for shaping. I want the guide for shaping, that voice said helplessly. I've already sent it to you. Then I'll deduct 2 of your indicators. System, yes. Thank you, Auntie. Cherish what you have as you go forward. With the disappearance of that voice, the darkness that had enveloped the entire sky gradually faded away. After the darkness vanished, all the pedestrians were stunned for a moment. And then their minds went blank, as if the dark sky curtain had never appeared. Everything returned to normal. Meanwhile, in Lynn's home, the system's voice suddenly rang in Lynn's mind and said, Host, I found a way to unlock your top-grade spiritual root. Lynn was instantly stunned and hesitantly said, Didn't you say that as long as I take the foundation building pill, I can unlock the spiritual root? Is there any other way? System, naturally. Can a top-grade spiritual root be the same as an ordinary one? Lynn immediately perked up, stood up, and smiled. Then what should I do? Just as his words fell, the system's prompt instantly sounded in his ear. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the system benefits. 99 packs of gold spirit elixir, 99 packs of wood spirit elixir, 99 packs of water spirit elixir, 99 packs of fire spirit elixir, and 99 packs of earth spirit elixir. The next moment, a white light flashed, and nearly 500 large gift packs plopped down in front of Lynn. Lynn was stunned and exclaimed in shock, Holy crap. System, the benefits you've given this time are quite astonishing. System, this is a 5-element gift pack specially prepared by the system for the host. Each pack can yield 100 elixirs of the corresponding attribute. Are you happy? Lynn clenched his fist and said excitedly, It's incredibly exhilarating. System, glad you're happy. Now, host, follow my instructions. Open 1 pack of each of the 5 types of gifts respectively. Let's prepare to awaken the spiritual roots. Lynn's breathing quickened. He immediately followed the system's requirements and opened 1 pack from each of the 5-element gift packs. Just as the system had said, there were 100 pills in each pack, looking like quail eggs. Moreover, pills of different attributes emitted distinct glows, and a faint, delicate fragrance instantly enveloped the entire room. Lynn was astonished. The system was so kind to him, with so many pills and no tasks to complete. Truly a magnanimous benefactor. System, host. The next most important task requires utmost care. You must take the pills in the order of wood generating fire, fire generating earth, earth generating gold, gold generating water, and water generating wood. Remember, never disrupt the order, or all previous efforts will be in vain. Lynn forcibly composed his rapid breathing, calmed himself, and said, Very well. Lynn immediately followed the system's instructions and took those pills one by one. The moment he swallowed them, his eyes widened in shock. He felt as if his body was on the verge of exploding. The 5 types of spiritual chi of the 5 elements were surging wildly within his body and were completely out of his control. If it weren't for the principle of mutual generation and restraint among the 5 elements, which maintained a delicate balance of the 5 spiritual chi in his body, he was certain that he would have exploded and died instantly. Was this really the process of awakening spiritual roots? Why did it always feel something was amiss? System, host. Next, according to this human body diagram I'm providing, channel the 5-element spiritual chi in your body to the designated positions. Close all the pores and acupoints that need to be closed. Make absolutely no mistakes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a benefit, the 5-element heavenly spirit gathering diagram. Suddenly, a human body diagram, 1 meter in both length and width, appeared before Lynn. The analysis of the major meridians in the human body and the way of circulating spiritual chi in it astonished Lynn. It was incredibly detailed and extremely complex. An ordinary person would probably feel dizzy just by taking a glance at it. This seems quite complicated. System, does awakening spiritual roots really have to be this troublesome? System, of course, host. I have faith in your comprehension ability. You have to channel the 5-element spiritual chi on your own. As long as you follow the red lines marked in the diagram, You will surely succeed. Lynn took a deep breath, fixed his gaze firmly on the diagram in front of him, and said, I'll do my best. System, 3 minutes. If you don't channel the spiritual energy in your body after 3 minutes, the balance will be broken, and the consequences are unimaginable. Host, keep it up. Lynn didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Even without the system's reminder, he could sense that if the spiritual power in his body got out of control, he would surely meet his doom. He immediately entered a meditative state, and the operation methods in the diagram flashed rapidly before his eyes like movie frames. System, host, you can definitely do it. Cheer up. In the system space, all 10 of Lynn's divine-level training partners were fixated on Lynn, who was sitting cross-legged and extremely focused. Qin Daoxian was silent for a moment and said, as far as I know, the 5 elemental spiritual pills cannot be refined by human hands. Each one is a condensation of the world's essence. If they remain unpolluted for 1,000 years, each one might give birth to a 5 elemental being. If I'm not mistaken, each world can produce at most 5 such spiritual pills. System, indeed, they're quite precious. Gongsun Xianyuan looked up, his eyes flashing with glints of light. He said quietly, there are no spiritual roots in his body. You're not opening spiritual channels for him. You're forging spiritual roots for him. System, aha, you've seen through it. Qin Daoxian said quietly, forging spiritual roots is already an act against the heavens. Moreover, using the 5 elemental spiritual pills as a medicinal guide is seizing the creation of heaven and earth. You're forcibly creating a spiritual root for him that wouldn't occur naturally. System, the radiance in Gongsun Xuanyuan's eyes grew more intense, and his voice was no longer as rigid and cold as before. Chapter 54. I'll provide the best spiritual root for the host looking at the dead. Fish eyes of the 10 sparring partners, the system instantly got angry. The system said, chattering non-stop, it's so annoying. Mind your own business about what I'm creating. If you keep bothering me, I'll start scolding. You little waifs. Qin Daoxian, Gongsun Xianyuan. The system fell silent for a moment and then said, my host has only spiritual wisdom but lacks a spiritual root. This is truly a great shortcoming. You see, if such a person were to be stuck before the foundation building stage for a lifetime, it would be quite unacceptable, wouldn't it? Qin Daoxian replied silently. Everyone has their own predestined fate. Forcing things won't work. The system retorted, what nonsense about predestined fate? I'm the predestined one for the host. Since I'm here, I definitely won't let my host remain stagnant. Gongsun Xianyuan hesitated and said, so, the system declared, I want to bestow upon him a spiritual root that others couldn't obtain even in 10 lifetimes. What kind of spiritual root? All the 10 sparring partners looked over with astonishment in their eyes. The system replied, the supreme 5 element heavenly spiritual root. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. All the sparring partners were deeply shocked. What a joke. That kind of spiritual root only existed in theory. How could it possibly be forged? Moreover, even if it could really be forged, would the heavens and the earth tolerate it? When such a spiritual root emerged, it would surely incur the wrath of heaven. They were all extremely shocked. Even Gongsun Xuanyuan's pupils dilated, and his spiritual energy became chaotic when he heard those 7 words. What exactly is the supreme 5 element celestial spiritual root? First, one must understand a concept. A celestial spiritual root refers to a single, attribute spiritual root that has awakened within a human body and whose intensity is extraordinarily high. For instance, if the total quantity of the 5 spiritual roots of the 5 elements is 100, and the proportion of one attribute exceeds the sum of the other 4 attributes, accounting for at least 60 of the total, then it is a celestial spiritual root. The supreme celestial spiritual root is a spiritual root where the total quantity of a certain attribute reaches 100, and the proportion of the other 4 attributes is 0. This is what a supreme celestial spiritual root is. So, what is the supreme 5 element celestial spiritual root? It is a terrifying spiritual root where the spiritual roots of the 5 phases all reach their peak values, without any weaknesses. Each individual attribute, when taken out alone, can overwhelm the vast majority of other spiritual roots. In battles among other spiritual roots, one can utilize the principle of the mutual restraint of the 5 elements for suppression. But when facing the supreme 5 element celestial spiritual root, what kind of suppression can you achieve? Moreover, not only is there no attribute suppression and no weaknesses, but more importantly, the cultivation speed is extremely rapid. Celestial spiritual roots are the type with the fastest cultivation speed, and the supreme celestial spiritual roots are 1 level higher. let alone a spiritual root formed by the fusion of 5 supreme celestial spiritual roots. Chen Daoxian gasped in horror and gritted his teeth, saying, "Such a thing is merely a theory. It shouldn't exist at all." System. Anyway, I have a way to obtain it. So, stop your endless chatter. I know my host will surely endure the forging process. However, regarding the subsequent heavenly punishment, I'll have to trouble you all, the big shots. As you know, my host and I are both impoverished and feeble, lacking both power and wealth. If the heavenly retribution strikes, we're surely done for. Stop. Qin Daoxuan's face darkened, unable to bear it any longer. What kind of nonsense is this? I admit we're weak, but don't lump the word poor together with weak. Are you poor? You're so poor that you treat pills like candy and casually obtain spiritual roots that only exist in legends. Think about me back then. Not only did I have no money, but I also had to lick a tiny pill hundreds of times before swallowing it. So, Qin Daoxian took a deep breath and said, "You want us to withstand the heavenly retribution that will be attracted after the spiritual root is forged?" System. Yes. According to the instruction manual, under normal circumstances, it will attract the 3 calamities of wind, fire, and thunder in your cultivation world. As long as you can withstand these 3 calamities, my host's spiritual root will be successfully forged. Once these words were spoken, the surrounding sparring partners were all shocked and fell silent. The 3 calamities? In the cultivation world, the 3 calamities are the tribulations that one encounters after reaching the Mahayana realm. They are respectively the gale wind, the poisonous fire, and the 5 thunders. The gale wind, as the name implies, is as sharp as a blade and as piercing as a needle. It enters through your pores, penetrates all your orifices, reaches your dantian, and blows you to the point where your soul and spirit are annihilated and your internal organs are incinerated. The poisonous fire is not an ordinary fire, but is also known as the rootless fire. It burns from the bottom up, piercing through your bones and incinerating your internal organs. In an instant, it turns you into ashes. The 5 thunders are the most terrifying calamity among the 3. The so-called being struck by the 5 thunders comes from this. It is the most dreaded tribulation among the thunder calamities for cultivators. Let's go. Gongsun Xianyuan remained silent and merely uttered 2 words before manifesting in Lin's room first. The other sparring partners gasped in surprise and didn't say more. They also manifested one after another following Gongsun Xianyuan. With the venerable ancestor taking the lead, they should be able to withstand this divine retribution. System. I'm counting on you. Dear masters, after my host's spiritual roots reach complete success, you'll all have contributed. Keep it up. You can do it. In contrast, 3 minutes had passed for Lynn, and he had already begun to channel the 5-element spiritual chi within his body. He stared at the 5-element heavenly diagram in front of him with a calm expression. Words flashed across his eyes one by one. Difficult. Difficult. As difficult as ascending to the blue sky. However, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. Even Lynn himself was somewhat astonished that he seemingly could really understand it. He swore that if it had been his former self, this would have been an absolutely unimaginable thing. He stopped overthinking, calmed his mind. And according to the method in the diagram, he instantly made 80 one-hand seals with both hands, and then continuously tapped on the acupoints on his body. Every time he tapped an acupoint, one of the meridians in his body would become blocked. He closed his eyes and used the method of blocking to gradually guide the 5-element spiritual chi to circulate within his body. Seeing this scene, a flicker of amazement flashed across Chen Daoxuan's eyes. It was truly a profound spiritual endowment. Apart from a profound spiritual endowment, I don't think anyone could understand the circulation path of the spiritual chi in the 5-element heavenly diagram within such a short period. Gongsun Xianyuan said silently. His comprehension is indeed excellent. However, this is merely the first step. There are altogether 81 paths in this diagram, and each one is extremely complex. Whether he can complete it depends on his fortune. Soon, half a minute passed. Lynn opened his eyes and said calmly, "System, I've completed it. What should I do next?" Those spiritual auras make me feel extremely uncomfortable. After seeing Lynn's expression, the system knew that its adorable host had entered the state. Although he usually wore a beaming smile, when he was concentrating, there would be no expression on his face. The system said, "Host, let me detect the values of the 5-element auras in your body." Soon, the system's detection results came out. The proportion of the metal spiritual aura was 0. 0.2. The wood spiritual aura was 0. 0.21. The water spiritual aura was 0. 0.19. The fire spiritual aura was 0. 0.2. And the earth spiritual aura was 0. 0.2. The system immediately said, host. The wood spiritual aura in your body is relatively strong, while the water spiritual aura is relatively weak. Now, still follow the order of the 5-element generation and continue taking the spiritual pills. Take 9/10 of the wood spiritual pill and 1/10 of the water spiritual pill. Remember to maintain balance. Don't let the spiritual aura of a certain element be too much or too little. Lynn said calmly, I understand. Chapter 55. The 3 calamities are approaching under the system's guidance. Lynn strictly adhered to the standards and kept the 5-element spiritual auras in his body within a balanced range. As time ticked away, after finishing the dredging of the first stage, Lynn immediately, guided by the system, commenced the work of the second stage. He needed to control the 5-element spiritual chi in specific positions in a particular manner. However, as more and more 5-element spiritual chi accumulated within his body, Lynn clearly felt that he was on the verge of collapse. When taking other pills, the unabsorbed spiritual chi would dissipate through the pores, not imposing a great burden on the body. But this time, it was different. Not a single bit of the 5-element spiritual chi could leak out. He had to keep it all within his body. Nevertheless, the human body was finite and could not hold an infinite amount of spiritual chi. Finally, after reaching the 30th stage, Lynn forcefully opened his eyes, desperately restraining the 5-element spiritual chi in his body, and gritted his teeth, saying, System, the 5-element spiritual chi in my body has reached its limit. The system replied, Excellent. This indicates that the first stage is complete. What you need to do next is, according to the diagram, gradually transform the 5-element spiritual chi in your body into spiritual liquid. Let the 5-element spiritual liquid replace the spiritual chi and fill your body. Gasping for breath, with bloodshot eyes, Lynn said, I'll try my best. System, I still have to ask, is this really about opening spiritual roots? Are you lying to me? The system said, I'll be a puppy if I'm lying. Lynn gritted his teeth and said, Fine. System, I trust you. I'll push myself harder. Gongsun Xianyuan remained silent for a moment and then said, You're deceiving him. System, it's just that I don't want the host to bear too heavy a burden. And at the very next moment, Gongsun Xianyuan seemed to sense something. He turned his head and stared blankly out of the window. The sky seemed to darken all of a sudden. It was still sunny just a moment ago, but at this moment, the sky had grown gloomy. Chen Daoxian said indifferently, Is it coming? All the faces of the sparring partners around showed solemn expressions. The 3 calamities. Finally, they were coming. Meanwhile, outside, rolling dark clouds slowly swept across the sky above Zhanghai City. All the pedestrians on the road wore puzzled expressions. Was it going to rain? But didn't the weather forecast say it would be sunny for the next week? How could such huge dark clouds appear suddenly? Gongsun Xianyuan said nothing. He raised his head, and his body transformed into a golden light, slowly appearing on the rooftop. In the sky, the dark clouds were surging, and the wind was howling and the clouds were billowing. He immediately sat cross-legged on the rooftop, closed his eyes, and his body slowly emitted a faint golden glow. After the faint golden glow appeared, the dark clouds in the sky actually began to disappear. A few minutes later, the sky was cloudless. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxian took a deep breath and said, The ancestor is truly invincible in the world. He used his cultivation to forcefully suppress the simultaneous arrival of the 3 calamities. The ancestor indeed deserves to be the supreme primordial ancestor of our China. He didn't say more and manifested himself just like Gongsun Xianyuan. Dressed in a white robe with long hair as black as ink, he came to the door of the house, sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a sword in his hand, and also closed his eyes just like Gongsun Xianyuan. Going against the heavens will surely incur divine retribution. Whatever the heavens do not permit to exist shall not exist. The 3 calamities will return. The other 8 sparring partners wore solemn expressions. Centering around Lynn, they took up positions in the form of the 8 trigrams to guard all his sides. Gongsun Xianyuan and Chen Daoxian fixed the yin and yang, the upper and the lower. Thus, they were invulnerable to all methods. As time gradually elapsed, finally, after reaching the 49th stage of the 77-stage process, Lynn gritted his teeth and, summoning all his strength, lifted his head and hoarsely declared, System, I sense that most of the 5-element spiritual chi in my body has transformed into spiritual liquid. Lynn forcefully curbed the restlessness of his body. At this moment, Lynn's body resembled a powder keg on the verge of explosion, perhaps with just a single fuse. The 5-element spiritual liquid within Lynn would detonate instantaneously. The system commended, Well done. You, my host, are truly remarkable. The next and final stage is to transform the 5-element spiritual liquid in your body into a solid state. Remember, adhere strictly to the instructions in the diagram. Lynn said no more. With great difficulty, he followed the instructions in the diagram and continued to mobilize the spiritual liquid. By now, he had consumed 70% of the pills. That meant the energy from nearly 355-element spiritual pills had gathered within his body. But just at this moment, outside the window, a fierce gale suddenly arose. Leaves whirled and fluttered. A gloomy wind wafted down from the high sky. As that gloomy wind swept past a passerby on the road, the passerby immediately felt as if something had seeped into his pores, coursed through his internal organs, and reached the orifices of his brain. The passerby paused for a moment, and then the whole body instantly turned into ashes. Chen Daoxian, sitting cross-legged at the door of the house, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "The gale of the Grand Tao is coming." Gong Sun Xianyuan, sitting cross-legged on the roof, made no reply. The other 8 sparring partners all looked solemn. The gale of the Grand Tao is a great calamity for those in the great perfection realm, which ordinary people cannot withstand. At that very moment, the wind howled into the courtyard gate. Like a fierce ghost, it crept stealthily towards Chen Daoxian in front of the house. The other 8 immediately raised their vigilance. However, Chen Daoxian remained motionless. Just as the sinister wind was about to blow into Chen Daoxian's body, a flash of sword light vanished in an instant. No one saw how he drew his sword because his sword was incredibly fast. By the time he made his move, he had already sheathed his sword. The wind stopped. The other 8 sparring partners were filled with astonishment and said, "Fellow Daoist, your strength is extraordinary. You can even cut through the gale calamity. I'm afraid your true self has long stepped into the great perfection realm." Chen Daoxian replied indifferently, "I'm just a man on the verge of death. The gale calamity is the easiest one to overcome among the 3 major disasters." Nevertheless, even so, the other 8 sparring partners still endured great hardships when withstanding this calamity. However, they managed to withstand this one. Time passed by bit. The pills in Lynn's gift package were becoming fewer and fewer. The system said, "It's already 90%, host. There's only 10% of the 5-element spiritual chi left. As long as it reaches 100%, your spiritual root will emerge." By this time, even the system's voice trembled slightly, for she could see that Lynn's skin had cracked open with one fissure after another. It seemed that in the very next moment, Lynn was on the verge of exploding. By this time, Lynn could no longer utter a single word. All the 5-element spiritual chi in his body had transformed into spiritual liquid, and at this moment, that spiritual liquid was rapidly changing into a solid state. In his dantian, a spiritual root surging with the chi of the 5 elements was gradually taking shape. After an indeterminate amount of time, with bloodshot eyes, Lynn hoarsely said, "I've completed it." Almost at the same time, outside the house, suddenly, rolling flames blazed up in the courtyard. It was the rootless fire, whose origin was unknown, neither where it came from nor how it started. The fire appeared so abruptly. Chen Daoxian opened his eyes and said, "It's the poisonous fire. Fellow Daoists, be cautious and never let it touch you. If even a tiny bit of it touches you, it will surely incinerate your soul and turn your internal organs to ashes." A sparring partner gritted his teeth and said, "We've never endured the fire tribulation. How should we deal with it?" The poisonous fire was even more terrifying than the gale. Only those who could survive the fire tribulation could break through to the great vehicle realm. However, none of them here had ever successfully endured the fire tribulation in their true forms. Chen Daoxian looked up at Gong Sun Xianyuan sitting cross-legged on the rooftop, clasped his fists in salute, and said, "Ancestor, please lend a hand." Gong Sun Xianyuan still had his eyes closed, with a faint glow emanating from his body. Then he stretched out his hand and gently waved his sleeve. The rootless fire burning in the courtyard instantly swayed and went out on the spot. Chen Daoxian and the others gasped in astonishment and said, "Ancestor, your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of creation. We're enlightened." The ease with which he extinguished the rootless fire was sufficient proof of Xianyuan Huangdi's lofty realm. Those who have endured the wind calamity no longer fear the wind, and those who have endured the fire calamity no longer dread the fire. Chen Daoxian gazed intently at the sky with a solemn expression and said, "Now, only the thunder calamity remains. The 5-thunder calamity is beyond our power to withstand. Only the old ancestor can handle it." Gong Sun Xianyuan sat cross-legged on the rooftop, eyes closed, and was already in a state of meditation. Golden light emanated from his body, shielding the entire house. At that very moment, The delighted voice of the system came from inside the house. Hurry, Qin Dao Xin, come in quickly to protect the Dharma. The spiritual root is about to start condensing. Upon hearing the system's voice, Qin Dao Xin and the others suddenly looked up and immediately rushed into Lin's room. When they saw Lin's current state, even they were stunned. Chapter 56. Severing the heavenly thunder with a single sword, Lin's entire body was instantly covered with a dense layer of frost. His hair had turned completely white, and rolling frost spread out from his body. The entire room was instantly enveloped in a terrifying cold aura. Not only the room but also the courtyard outside and even the road had begun to be covered with frost. This is a top-grade heavenly spiritual root of the water attribute. He has truly succeeded. I never expected that he would actually endure until this moment. Once the 5 top-grade spiritual roots finally merge, the legendary top-grade 5 element spiritual root will be born. Qin Dao Xian and the others were shocked. They immediately sat cross-legged around Lin, preparing to protect him during the Dharma guarding process. The system said, "Everyone, this is just the first spiritual root. The rest depends on you. I thank you all on behalf of the host." Qin Dao Xian remained silent and said, "Use the earth element spiritual formation to help him consolidate." Immediately, the 8 sparring partners' expressions turned solemn. They sat cross-legged on the ground, making several hand seals. One after another, the 5 element mantras emerged above their hand seals. The icy spiritual energy spreading out from Lin's body was swiftly suppressed within a 2-meter radius around him. As time ticked by, the surrounding icy spiritual energy gradually subsided into Lin's body. The surrounding sparring partners fell silent, releasing their hand seals, and the spiritual formation gradually faded away. The condensation of this spiritual root was thus completed. However, in the very next moment, an unexpected change occurred. An extremely scorching aura instantly diffused from Lin's body. Flames blazed across his entire body, and his hair transformed into terrifying flames. The surrounding temperature soared to an unimaginable level. The other 9 sparring partners were filled with astonishment and quickly formed hand seals to suppress the situation. So soon, had the second top-grade spiritual root also been forged? Lin, few people in the world could achieve this, but you are one of them. Soon, under their watchful eyes, the third top-grade celestial spiritual root, the Earth, Element 1, reached completion. Then, the 4th top-grade celestial spiritual root, the Wood, Element 1, was also accomplished. Surprise filled everyone's eyes, and the system was so excited that it couldn't utter a single word. And in the next instant, the Qinling sword in Lin's internal space seemed to come alive and flew out directly, stabbing deeply into the ground in front of him. The twisted steel bars in the house wriggled out like snakes, transforming into sharp blades that swirled around Lin. The Ferrari in Lin's garage seemed to be instantly dismembered, transforming into metallic battle blades and leaping towards them. Qin Dao Xian watched this scene and sighed with a sense of melancholy. The golden finger exudes a killing, aggressive, and heavy aura. This is the heavenly spiritual root of metal. Gongsun Xianyuan looked up at the sky and said, "The 5 elemental heavenly spiritual roots have been formed." This was the legendary top-grade spiritual root. The 5 elements interacted with each other, with no obvious weaknesses. When facing enemies of other element systems, one would not be suppressed. Instead, one could suppress enemies of any single element. This was the spiritual root bestowed by fate. After the 5 elemental spiritual roots reached their completion, the cracks on Lin's body gradually began to heal. His consciousness returned, yet he didn't open his eyes. His consciousness was fully concentrated in his dantian, where 5 different spiritual roots emitting extremely pure spiritual energy were located. Then, under his watchful gaze, those 5 spiritual roots started to merge. However, the next moment, the 9 sparring partners all stood up and stared solemnly at the sky. Weapons materialized in their hands. They all gazed at the heavens. On the rooftop, Gongsun Xianyuan looked up, opened his eyes, and said, "They're coming." Just as his words faded, a lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket suddenly streaked across the sky from north to south. Instantly, all the electronic devices in Jianghai City crackled and sparked amidst that flash of lightning. 80% of Jianghai City was immediately plunged into darkness. The interference of that single lightning bolt caused a city-wide power outage. In the downtown area, cars were jammed at the crossroads one after another. Pedestrians were all startled by the sudden flash of lightning that sliced across the sky. The whole city was in an uproar. What's going on? The weather forecast didn't say there would be a thunderstorm today. What on earth was that flash of lightning just now? It's so terrifying. It's like the end of the world. The power is out. The whole city has lost power. Rolling dark clouds blotted out the sky, and the rumbling thunder reverberated between heaven and earth. Streaks of lightning flashed within the thunderclouds. These roiling thunderclouds immediately alerted all the cultivators in Jiahai City. In the outskirts, the head of the Qin family, accompanied by Qin Lynn, hurriedly stepped out of the ancestral hall. The head of the Qin family stared gravely at the thunderclouds in the sky and said, "A fellow cultivator is undergoing a tribulation." Qin Lin exclaimed in astonishment. "A thunder tribulation? But didn't you say that only cultivators who have reached the Yuan Dan realm will face a tribulation? Could there still be Yuan Dan realm cultivators in this era?" The head of the Qin family said solemnly, "No. The tribulation faced by cultivators in the Yuan Dan realm is the 49 minor heavenly tribulation, which is far from such a large-scale one." Qin Chonglin's breathing quickened slightly, and he asked, "Grandpa, then, what kind of tribulation is this?" The head of the Qin family's eyes grew even more solemn as he replied, "Things that are not naturally born and not tolerated by heaven. Things that originally shouldn't exist in this world and violate the laws of heaven and earth when they are born into this realm. Then the heavenly Tao will send down true thunder to obliterate them. This might be one of the three calamities, the 5 thunder true tribulation." Qin Chonglin's pupils quivered slightly as he murmured, "The 5 thunder true tribulation." The head of the Qin family took a deep breath, unable to contain the fear in his heart, and said, "Could this be a sign of the revival of spiritual energy? In the Jianghai city of mine, there has actually emerged a divine object capable of summoning the 5 thunderbolts. Oh, the heavens above! The sky resounds with rolling thunder, and real thunderbolts are descending." All 9 sparring partners have stepped out of their rooms, their gazes fixed intently and gravely upon the sky. The system says, "Great Master Xin Yuan, it all depends on you. Can you withstand this 5 thunder tribulation?" Sitting cross-legged on the rooftop, Gongsun Xin Yuan remains silent. He slowly opens his eyes, and the radiance emanating from his body makes him seem ethereal and elusive. And in the very next moment, crack! A bolt of lightning streaks across the sky. The next instant, the sky is filled with extraordinary phenomena. Here it comes. Qin Daoxuan's eyes widen in urgency, and he suddenly clenches the white-bladed sword in his hand tightly. Behold, an unimaginable black lightning bolt, resembling an enraged thunder dragon, gathers in the sky. As if carrying the power to crush the world, it roars towards the location where Lynn is. Instantly, the glass throughout the entire city shatters. The people in the whole city cover their ears and let out shrill screams. But at that very moment, Gongsun Xin Yuan raises his head and suddenly reaches out his hand into the void. In an instant, the crowd seems to see a golden greatsword inscribed with mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, grasses, trees, and beasts flash across the void. Under the shocked gazes of Qin Daoxin and the others, Gongsun Xin Yuan soars into the sky and swings his sword. The next moment, everyone is in utter shock. The surging black real thunderbolts vanish into thin air the moment they come into contact with the golden sword light. The boundless black clouds in the sky seem to part as if the heavens have split open. Across the entire expanse of the sky, a gigantic rift stretching across the horizon appears. Qin Daoxian gasped sharply, his pupils trembling slightly. He said, "One sword to sever the heavenly thunder." Chapter 57, The Peerless Heavenly Spiritual Root of the 5 Elements. Achievement: a huge gully stretched across the sky above Jiahai City. The condensed true thunder was severed by a single sword. That terrifying might seemed to have stunned the heavens, causing a great shock throughout the world. The system exclaimed, "Master Xin Yuan, look! The thunder clouds are still gathering. It seems the second wave of the thunder tribulation is approaching." Gongsun Xin Yuan remained silent. He merely raised his head, hands clasped behind his back, and lightly leaped into the air, striding into the thunderclouds against the boundless dark clouds. In an instant, he stretched out his hand and casually waved it, erasing all the extraordinary phenomena in the sky. The rolling true thunder in the sky was like roaring beasts, crashing down upon his body. However, Gongsun Xin Yuan seemed oblivious to it. In silence, he pushed forward against the thunderclouds' attacks and reached the very source of the thunder tribulation. Amidst the sea of clouds in the sky, he spotted a pond emitting a faint glow. This was the essence of the thunder tribulation, containing the legendary thunder tribulation liquid. The thunder tribulation liquid only manifested during thunder tribulations. The more powerful the thunder tribulation, the greater the amount of thunder tribulation liquid. This precious treasure was of great benefit to the bodies of cultivators. Without saying a word, Gongsun Xin Yuan waved his sleeve, collecting all the thunder tribulation liquid into his possession. Then, with a glance of his eyes, he dispelled the thunderclouds across the entire sky. The dark clouds scattered, and the sky returned to its clear state. Gongsun Xuanyuan's body slowly emerged in Lin's courtyard, exuding an air of calmness. All 9 sparring partners gasped in shock. Then, they knelt on one knee and bowed deeply to Gongsun Xuanyuan, exclaiming, "Ancestral Grandmaster, your achievements rival the creation of the universe. Throughout the ages, none can match your might. Looking across the entire world, how many are capable of dispelling thunderclouds? And Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan surely belongs to this rare group. Even more terrifying is that this is but his imprint, not his true form." The system chimed in, "Great Master Xuanyuan is truly extraordinary. It was an impeccable decision to summon you here back then." Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan remained non-committal, with a wave of his hand. A large pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Streams of thunder tribulation fluid gushed into the pit, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. This was the thunder tribulation fluid from the 5 thunder tribulation. Gongsun Xuanyuan said in a solemn tone, "This is of great benefit to his body. When he wakes up, let him use it to reshape his physique." After saying this, his figure gradually faded into nothingness and disappeared from the spot. Upon seeing the pool of glowing thunder tribulation fluid, Qin Dao Xin gasped and remarked, "So, the ancestral Grandmaster went deep into the thunderclouds in search of this very thing. The thunder tribulation fluid can strengthen the bones, muscles, and skin of cultivators. It is an essential tonic for those who focus on body refining. The ancestral Grandmaster is truly considerate." The system pleaded, "Dear friends, please go back and rest to regain your vitality. Without your assistance, my host would never have survived these 3 disasters alone." Everyone nodded, and their figures slowly vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, in the room, Lynn sat cross-legged, introspecting his own body. Inside his dantian, a spiritual root emitting 5-colored divine light coiled around the inside and outside of his dantian. "Is this my spiritual root? The 5-element heavenly spiritual root?" Lynn took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. He stretched out his hand, and wisps of spiritual energy coiled in his palm. With a single thought in his mind, the spiritual energy in his hand, following his will, continuously transformed among the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The attributes of his body also kept changing back and forth. The top, grade 5, element heavenly spiritual root was successfully formed. In the next moment, the excited voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Host, it's a success. I've always told you, host, you are definitely a person favored by destiny. The spiritual root you've awakened is the top, grade 5, element heavenly spiritual root, a legendary spiritual root." Hearing the system's excited voice, Lynn let out a soft sigh and then forced a smile. "System, stop deceiving me. This spiritual root isn't innate to me. You've been helping me forge the spiritual root, not awaken it. System, you found out?" Lynn took a deep breath and said silently, "I just discovered it recently. After deciphering the 5-element heavenly diagram you gave me, I realized it's actually an otherworldly method of forging a spiritual root. In fact, there was no spiritual root in my body originally. When I took the foundation building pill before, I already had my suspicions. If I truly had a spiritual root, even a pig would have awakened it by now. System, the host is not a pig. The host is a being favored by destiny." Lynn was both amused and exasperated. Shaking his head, he said sincerely, "Anyway, thank you, System. You're the kindest to me in this world, apart from my parents." System, "Oh, tut. Suddenly getting all emotional, are we? Aren't you ashamed, you hypocritical dog of a host?" Lynn glared and said, "What hypocrisy? Don't spoil the mood, okay? I'm just about to work up my tears. It's so embarrassing when you don't play along." The system sneered. A few minutes later, in the middle of the yard, Lynn calmed his mind and stood under the previously broken locust tree. Then he opened the 3rd and 4th stages of the Qi Strength Fist. As he was perusing it, Lynn increasingly noticed that he had indeed undergone some changes. When he first read the manual of the Qi Strength Fist, the contents gave him a splitting headache. But now, he found that just one glance allowed him to grasp the general idea. With the second look, all the spiritual energy circulation paths and punching techniques recorded in the manual were engraved in his mind. His comprehension seemed to be getting better and better. The next moment, Lynn suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were instantly shrouded in a layer of frost. "Huh!" He let out a loud shout and punched forcefully. Rolling frost accompanied by air waves instantly swept across the land 100 meters away. The ground froze instantly, and a chill filled the air. The next moment, he suddenly switched the attribute. The fist that was originally surrounded by frost was instantly covered by flames. Frost on the left hand, fire on the right. The second layer of the Qi Strength Fist. Boom. There was a thunderous noise in the sky. Half of the clouds in the sky 500 meters away instantly froze, while the other half caught fire. Lynn took a deep breath, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. The essence of the third stage of the Chi Strength Fist flashed through his eyes. The third layer of the Chi Strength Fist, he said solemnly. In an instant, a metallic sheen and the grandeur of the earth enveloped his fist. At that moment, his mind and body were in perfect harmony. He let out a thunderous shout, suddenly spun around, and delivered a resounding punch towards his own house. Boom! A deafening noise echoed. A cavity with a diameter of 5 meters instantly appeared in his villa. However, it didn't end there. In Lynn's eyes, the essence of the fourth level of the Chi Force Fist flashed by in a split second. Chi Force Fist, the fourth level. He intoned deeply. He let out a ferocious roar, mobilizing the surging earth, element spiritual energy, and smashed it down upon the ground beneath his feet. Boom! The ground instantly erupted into a huge crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Countless cracks snaked outwards like climbing vines. The surrounding high walls collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the already precarious villa shattered into pieces in an instant. A look of pleasant surprise dawned on Lynn's face. The power of the fourth level of the Chi Force Fist was truly astonishing. If this punch were to land on a person, wouldn't they be blown to smithereens instantly? What delighted Lynn the most was that he had managed to comprehend the essence of these two levels in less than half an hour. This would have been unthinkable in the past. His perception had undoubtedly improved significantly due to some unknown reason. Moreover, with the blessing of the 5-element heavenly spiritual roots, his punches could unleash chi forces of different attributes. And the power had been elevated by more than one notch. Only, Lynn stared at his shattered house. System, host, our home is gone. Chapter 58, 500-fold physical attributes. Lynn. Well, since he started cultivating immortality, the rate of house destruction seemed to have increased. Lynn shook his head, casually took out his phone, and dialed the number of his bodyguards. Hello, this is Lynn. Call more people. My house has collapsed. Rebuild one according to the original design drawing. Money? Oh, just go to any of my companies and ask the finance department for $20 million in cash. The sooner, the better. I'm hanging up. Lynn took a deep breath and hung up the phone, and at that very moment, his gaze fell into a large pit not far in the yard. There was a pool of glowing silver liquid in the pit, looking extremely dreamy. Lynn immediately sensed the pure spiritual energy emanating from it. His eyes lit up. He quickly rushed to the pit and exclaimed in delight, System, is this the benefit you've prepared for me? What is this? The spiritual energy is so pure. It's much purer than that of the great returning pill. System, no. This is a good thing that the great master Xin Yuan found for you from the Thunder Tribulation. It's called Thunder Tribulation Liquid. It's of great benefit to your body. Lynn was immediately startled. Then he said solemnly, the ancient ancestor is truly considerate. When I have the chance in the future, I will surely go to the Huangdi Temple in person to offer incense. Thank you, ancient ancestor. System, come on. Stop blabbering. Strip naked and soak in it for a while. The Thunder Tribulation Liquid can strengthen your muscles, bones, and skin. It's the best material for body, refining cultivators. Lynn felt a bit embarrassed. He coughed awkwardly and said, it's not appropriate to strip here. The walls have all collapsed. System, do you have anywhere else to stay? Lynn grinned, then took out his phone and said, well, I don't have much else, but I do have quite a few houses. I also have an estate by the sea. I bought it for a trifling sum a few years ago. Later, I thought it was too big, so I left it idle. The System. Half an hour later, in Lynn's seaside estate, Lynn specifically had the water in the hot spring pool drained and then put the Thunder Tribulation Liquid into it. Then Lynn disrobed, sat cross-legged in the Thunder Tribulation Liquid, and closed his eyes to recuperate. The moment he touched the Thunder Tribulation Liquid with his spiritual energy, he suddenly widened his eyes. In an instant, it was as if someone had electrified the water. The Thunder Tribulation Liquid stung his skin like a raging flood and a ferocious beast. Lynn grimaced in pain and went crazy with agony. The System said, Host, this is a precious thing. The Thunder Tribulation Liquid is the essence of heaven and earth, containing the pure energy of divine punishment. You must hold on. Lynn gritted his teeth and said, I understand. If one wishes to rise above the common, one must first steel one's will, toil one's limbs, starve one's body, deplete one's resources, and, the System said, let his actions be frustrated. Lynn gritted his teeth and said, right. Let his actions be frustrated. The System said, if you can't bear it, the System has pain, relieving pills, young man. Lynn said, no. The System said, really don't want them? Young man. They're free. Lynn shouted, "Can you stop tempting me? If I don't improve my pain resistance level now, I'll surely suffer a great deal after the spiritual energy revival. I have to think about the future." System, it makes sense. The host has truly had an epiphany. Host, I will support any decision you make. Cheer up. A flash of white light streaked across, and a pill of unknown nature plopped into the thunder tribulation liquid. Lynn instantly widened his eyes, sensing a certain sense of crisis, and asked, "What did you put into the pool?" System, a pill that can enhance the host's pain perception by tenfold. Lynn. The next moment, shrill screams from Lynn resounded throughout the manor. The screams persisted, lingering in the air like an unforgettable melody. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lynn emerged from the thunder tribulation liquid, his body flushed red. He gasped for breath as droplets of the thunder tribulation liquid trickled down his well-built physique. Incredibly, a faint silver glow emanated from his skin at that moment. With each breath he took, the silver light flickered, creating an otherworldly and dreamy spectacle. Lynn gazed at his powerful arms and gasped, "System, assess my current physical fitness." Ding. The assessment is complete. The host's current comprehensive physical fitness has been elevated to 500 times that of an ordinary adult. The defense level has been increased to 400 times. The strength has soared to 800 times, and the pain resistance ability has improved by threefold. Lynn heaved a sigh of relief. This thunder tribulation liquid was indeed more potent than he had imagined. Although it was excruciatingly painful, the improvement it brought to his physical fitness was beyond measure. He was certain that if he were to encounter Hua Qiming again, even if he stood still and let her attack, she wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Lynn glanced at his watch. It was only 5 o'clock and there was still plenty of time. He suddenly clenched his fist and said with a smile, "System, activate the dream matching system." System, do you want to fight again? Lynn nodded and replied, "Yes. I want to see how strong my true strength is now." System, help me match some more formidable opponents. Their strength should range from the 5th stage of the Qi, refining realm, to the foundation, establishment realm. Ding. The dream matching system is being activated. Ding. Searching for opponents for the host. Meanwhile, in a ward of the first hospital in Jiahai City, Hua Qiming was lying on the hospital bed in a hospital gown, with her arms folded and her eyes lowered as she stared at the quilt. Beside the bed, a young man in a suit frowned and asked Menger, "Is what they said true? Is there really a cultivator in Jiahai City who can defeat you at the 2nd stage of the Qi, refining realm?" Hua Qiming turned her head away and said dejectedly, "I don't want to talk about this." The young man took a deep breath, his brow clouded with gloom. His name was Bei Hua. Like Hua Qiming, he was also a disciple of the Qinglan sect. Nominally, he was Hua Qiming's senior brother. However, those who knew him were aware that although he looked like a young man, in fact, he was at least twice as old as Hua Qiming. It was only because cultivators aged slowly that he appeared extremely youthful. Bei Hua was the most talented disciple before Hua Qiming joined the sect, and he had reached the 8th stage of the Qi, refining realm. After learning that Hua Qiming was seriously injured, he immediately left his seclusion and flew here on his sword. He had already roughly learned what had happened in the morning. Qi Meng, within the Martial Arts Association, encountered a rogue cultivator at the 2nd stage of the Qi training realm who hadn't even unlocked his spiritual roots, and she was defeated by this person. He knew that Qi Meng was high-minded, and this defeat must have made her extremely uncomfortable. Bei Hua said gloomily, "Tell me where he is. Senior brother will give him a good lesson for you." Hua Qiming suddenly turned around and said coldly, "I've said, leave this matter alone. In the arena of victory and defeat, I'm simply inferior in skills. Next time, I'll fight him myself." Bei Hua said anxiously, "But I'm going to rest." Hua Qiming said calmly. Bei Hua hesitated to speak, heaved a long sigh, withdrew his hand, and said, "Very well, junior sister. You recuperate in peace. Senior brother has brought you a great restoration pill. It'll do good to your injury." After saying that, looking at the serene expression on Hua Qiming's delicate face, Bei Hua felt a pang of pent-up anger in his heart. He turned around and left the ward. "Senior brother Bei Hua, how is our junior sister?" Outside the ward, several Qinglan sect disciples asked in a hurry. Bei Hua wore a gloomy expression and said, "Go and investigate that cultivator who injured my junior sister. How dare he wound my junior sister like this? I will never let him off." Chapter 59. What a horrifying dream. Upon hearing this, those disciples exchanged glances. They knew their senior brother very well. Although he usually seemed amiable, in fact, he was extremely cruel and heartless. Among the assassination operations targeting other cultivators in the Qinglan sect, Bei Hua had killed the most people and with the greatest brutality. No one targeted by him will end up well. One of the disciples broke out in a cold sweat and whispered, "Senior brother, Master specifically warned us that when we came to Zhanghai City this time, we must never resort to violence. Moreover, the 5-thunder tribulation that appeared in the sky an hour ago is sufficient proof that Zhanghai City is a place hiding dragons and crouching tigers. We must be extremely cautious in our actions." Beihua narrowed his eyes, grabbed the collar of his junior disciple, and lifted him up. Gazing at the look of panic in the disciple's eyes, he said, "Are you instructing me on what to do?" The disciple gasped, "No, I wouldn't dare." Beihua gave a cold snort and pushed the disciple aside. Indifferently, he said, "I want the information about that person in the shortest possible time. Why aren't you going to do it right away?" "Yes, senior brother." The few disciples quickly clasped their fists, not daring to oppose. After the disciples left, Beihua glanced at the hospital ward. His face could be translated as ominous here, and returned to the hotel where he was staying. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and slowly circulated the spiritual energy within his body. A fellow with a cultivation base of only the second level of qi, refining, was actually able to defeat his junior sister. That person might indeed have some abilities. However, he didn't take him seriously. His junior sister, although highly talented, was still young and had not experienced many battles. It was understandable for her to suffer a setback. But he was different. He had killed many people, even cultivators at a higher realm than him. If he were to encounter that guy, he would let him see what true cruelty was. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a glint of killing intent flashed across them. However, at this very moment, all of a sudden, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Immediately, a faint voice echoed in his ears. "Dream matching successful." The next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, and an extremely vigilant look flashed across them in an instant. He found that at this moment, he was actually in a desolate wasteland. Just now, he was still practicing in the hotel. How could he suddenly end up in this god-forsaken place? Was this an illusion? He frowned slightly and soon noticed something amiss here. When he tried to summon his spiritual sword, he clearly felt that the sword was beside him. Yet he couldn't summon it. There was only one explanation. This was not the real world. His true self might still be in the hotel. The next moment, accompanied by a beam of glorious light, a man's figure suddenly appeared 100 meters away. Beihua whirled around abruptly and stared intently at the suddenly appeared figure. He squinted his eyes, and a glint of killing intent flashed across them. Lynn stepped out of the light curtain and immediately spotted Beihua across from him. He remarked, "An 8th stage cultivator at the Qi refining realm. Not bad. The quality of this opponent is a notch higher." Beihua asked solemnly, "Who are you? Did you cast this illusion on me?" Lynn smiled faintly, slowly clenched his fists, and assumed a fighting stance. "You could put it that way. I just wanted to find an opponent for a friendly spar, and it just so happened that we were matched. If you defeat me, you can leave here." Beihua burst into a wild, roaring laugh, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He stared at Lynn cruelly and said, "A friendly spar? Then you've come to the wrong person. I never engage in sparring with others because..." In an instant, he covered a distance of 100 meters and arrived beside Lynn. He clenched his fists, and sharp metal spikes instantly grew on his fists as he struck towards Lynn's head. "Those who fight with me are all dead." Metal spiritual root. Upon seeing the sharp spikes, Lynn immediately identified his spiritual root affinity. Lynn smiled faintly, without any hesitation. In an instant, his fist was enveloped by rolling flames. Fire conquers metal. Perfect. Boom. With a thunderous noise, the two fists collided forcefully. Beihua's face instantly showed a look of astonishment. After this punch, he found that he hadn't gained any advantage at all. On the contrary, due to the fire, a tribute attack from the opposite side, in the confrontation of spiritual power, he was immediately at a disadvantage. Lynn nodded and said, "Not bad. Your abilities are of high quality." And in the very next moment, the spiritual energy within Lynn gathered on his fist like a surging tide. Just now, he had used the second level of the Qi, Strength Fist. This time, he directly elevated his Qi to a higher level, reaching the third level of the Qi, Strength Fist. Beihua instantly felt a majestic fire, element Qi, Strength Fist sweeping towards him from Lynn's fist. His expression changed drastically, and his strength was immediately suppressed. His body was even blown dozens of meters away by the Qi. Strength erupted from that punch. "Who on earth are you?" He clutched his chest and stared fixedly at Lynn, gritting his teeth. Just in that punch, he had already discovered that apart from having a spiritual root whose attribute was mutually restrictive with his, this person's spiritual root was also far superior in quality to his own. As soon as his spiritual energy came into contact with the opponent's, It was counteracted and vanished rapidly, much like ice and snow melting away. Could it be that this person possessed the top, great heavenly spiritual root of the fire attribute? It was impossible. Lynn stretched out his hand and said, "Come. Let's continue." Baywa gritted his teeth and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were fierce as he declared, "Good. Excellent. What just happened was merely a probe of you. Since you truly wish to fight me, then you must be prepared to meet your end." In an instant, Baywa suddenly raised his head and let out a deafening roar to the sky. The next moment, countless dense metal sword blades sprang up beside him with a series of puff sounds. Those sword blades continuously whirled around his body, actually forming a metallic storm around him. Lynn exclaimed in admiration, "Impressive. Truly worthy of being a tough fighter at the 8th stage of Qi training." Baywa let out a howl and suddenly stretched out his hand, controlling those numerous sword blades to shoot towards Lynn in an instant. "Watch me tear you to pieces." His voice came surging along with the countless sword blades. Lynn smiled faintly and took up a stance. In an instant, billowing flames ignited on his fist. Since the opponent had gone all out, he would do the same. "Qi, strength fist," he said in a deep voice, 4th layer. In an instant, the flames on Lynn's fist suddenly soared. The surging heat even formed a huge vortex centered around his fist. The next moment, Lynn suddenly punched out towards the boundless rain of swords. Boom! The surging heat waves, like colossal beasts, instantly engulfed Bayhua's boundless rain of swords. Faintly, one could discern that countless sword blades were continuously melting and diminishing within the heat waves unleashed by Lynn's Qi-powered fist. The next moment, under Bayhua's horrified gaze, those terrifying heat waves, akin to molten lava, instantly swept over his entire body. Amidst his shrill screams, his flesh and bones gradually peeled apart, and finally he crashed down, turning into a pile of ashes. Inside the hotel, Bayhua abruptly sat up from the bed, covering his face in terror and shouting, "Ah!" After a long while, he tremblingly stared at his intact hands. Drop after drop of cold sweat trickled down from his forehead, landing on his palms. Is it a nightmare?" he murmured. "This dream is so terrifying." Chapter 60. Not even qualified to lick someone's shoes? You're pretty well matched meanwhile in the dream. Lynn retracted his fist, bounced around like Bruce Lee, and looked at Bayhua, who had been burned to ashes across from him. He was taken aback and said, "Such a cool move was so feeble? System, it's quite normal. He has a metal, attributed spiritual root, and you have a strong restraint over him. Moreover, the 4th level of the Qi-powered fist has given you a massive boost in punching power. It's normal to knock him out with one punch." Lynn shook his head helplessly and said, "How dull. I finally met someone of high caliber. I should have used the 3rd level technique to fight him. System, do you want to continue the matching?" A faint smile appeared on Lynn's face as he suddenly clenched his fist and declared, "Continue. I haven't had my fill of fighting yet." Ding. Dream match started. Matching opponents. Match successful. The opponent is Hua Qiming, at the 5th stage of the Qi training realm. After hearing the opponent's name, Lynn was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Is the world really that small? Haha, I actually matched with this person. Well, it's perfect. Last time when I fought with her, I was suppressed for 50 rounds. Just thinking about it now makes me annoyed. I've got to get back at her today. The next moment, accompanied by a beam of light, Hua Qiming in a hospital gown appeared blankly in the wilderness opposite Lynn. "Where am I?" Hua Qiming frowned suddenly, gazing at this unfamiliar environment. She remembered that she had just taken her medicine and was about to go to sleep. Suddenly, she felt dizzy, and then she ended up here. She instantly realized that her body had returned to the state before she was injured. Something's wrong. She stared calmly at her hand and said, "This is a dream." And the next moment, she heard a voice from the opposite side that she was very familiar with and loathed. "Are you healed, Miss Hua Qiming?" She suddenly looked up. But after seeing the figure on the opposite side, a look of surprise flashed across her calm face. Although she couldn't see his face clearly, she instantly recognized his voice. "Lynn," Lynn said, "It's me." Hua Qiming subconsciously took a step back, staring fixedly at Lynn and asking warily, "How did you end up here?" Lynn replied, "You don't need to worry about that." Hua Qiming said calmly, "I understand. This must be a nightmare I'm having. You're not him at all. You're just an illusion in my dream. As the saying goes, what one thinks about during the day appears in one's dreams at night. I was defeated by that Lynn, and my state of mind was disrupted, which is why I'm dreaming about this guy." After confirming that it was a dream, Hua Qiming relaxed. However, seeing this face still made her feel extremely annoyed. Lynn looked at her determined expression, gave a calm smile, extended his hand in her direction, and said, "Attack me with all your might. Let me see if you can still overpower me now. After all, you're my defeated foe, so I can give you 3 moves." Hua Qiming immediately gritted her teeth tightly, a flash of anger and humiliation crossing her eyes, and said, "What a joke. You're still so arrogant in my dream. Take the sword strike." Hua Qiming was truly enraged. Normally, she would never show too many of her emotions, but in her own dream, she naturally had no scruples. "If I can't defeat you in the real world, can I defeat you in my dream? You despicable fellow. I must kill you today." A sword named the Orchid Gentleman's Sword instantly appeared in her hand. However, she could clearly sense that her actual Orchid Gentleman's sword was still placed on the counter beside the hospital bed. This sword was a manifestation. Therefore, she was even more certain that this was undoubtedly a dream. In an instant, she leaped into the air, her eyes filled with anger, and the long blade in her hand instantly stabbed towards Lynn's neck, only to hear a loud clanging sound. When the blade in her hand stabbed at Lynn's neck, it actually sent out countless sparks. The gentleman's sword in her hand bent, and she was directly ejected several steps backward. Hua Qiming instantly showed a stunned expression and exclaimed, "WH, what a joke. How could the defense be so high?" Lynn moved his neck and remarked, "Not bad. It hurts quite a bit. Stop gloating." Hearing this taunting remark, Hua Qiming instantly gritted her teeth and declared, "It's just a phantom. Watch me kill you." In an instant, she stabbed out with her sword again. She mobilized all her spiritual qi and infused it all into this very strike. This sword strike boasted great power. However, just when the Orchid Gentleman's sword in her hand reached Lynn's chest, there was a crack. A small notch appeared on the blade of the sword in her hand. This. She took several steps back in disbelief, trembling as she stared at the nicked Orchid Gentleman's sword. It was chipped. Her own sword was chipped. What a preposterous situation. Lynn moved his shoulders and said, "You have one more move. You must seize this chance well, or you won't get another one." Hua Qiming stared at him tremulously, trying to force herself to calm her turbulent emotions. Her heaving bosom rose and fell. This man was incredibly tough. How could she fight against someone so resilient? She kept telling herself that this was just a nightmare, merely a dream. In the real world, he couldn't possibly be this powerful. Yet, that sense of oppression still sent shivers down her spine. The next moment, Hua Qiming suddenly gritted her teeth. Her fist was instantly enveloped by surging spiritual qi, and this punch was aimed directly at Lynn's face. However, before her fist could land on Lynn's face, his large hand instantly grasped her fist. A flicker of fear flashed across Hua Qiming's eyes. Lynn simply grabbed her fist and lifted her up. Hua Qiming struggled incessantly and shouted, "Let me go. Release your hold." Lynn said calmly, "I originally intended to have another good fight with you, but now it seems unnecessary. The gap between us has widened." Hua Qiming gritted her beautiful teeth and retorted, "You're not him. You're just a nightmare. You'll never disrupt my inner core. Once I achieve success in my cultivation, I'll surely kill you in the real world. You're just a solitary cultivator. While I'm an inner sect disciple of the Qinglan sect, you don't even have the qualification to lick my shoes." Looking at her composed expression, Lynn playfully remarked, "Not even the qualification to lick shoes? No, I think you're quite suitable for that." A look of fear and panic instantly appeared on Hua Qiming's face. She asked anxiously, "What are you going to do?" Half an hour later, on the sickbed, Hua Qiming suddenly sat up and let out a shrill scream. The Qinglan sect disciples guarding outside immediately rushed in and asked anxiously, "Senior Sister Qiming, what's wrong?" Hua Qiming was so angry that her whole body trembled. Her long fingernails dug into the quilt. She gritted her teeth, and her face turned alternately green and white. After finally calming herself down, she gritted her teeth and said, "It's nothing. I just had a nightmare. You may leave." In an instant, the scene from the dream just now flashed across her mind. She was so angry that her teeth chattered, and she wished she could skin and disassemble that Lynn. However, what really frustrated her was that this was just a nightmare, not something that actually happened in reality. If it had really happened in reality, even if she had to bring the entire Qinglan sect, she would surely kill him. It was just a nightmare, just a nightmare. She kept taking deep breaths and said, "In reality, he is not that powerful at all. As long as I improve my combat experience, it will be as easy as pie for me to kill him." Chapter 61. I regard you as my brother, but you treat me as your father? Meanwhile, in the dream. After punching Hua Qiming out of the dream, Lynn felt extremely delighted. He just couldn't stand women who were so high and mighty and always bossed others around. Lynn looked at his fist and said, "Sure enough. The top grade heavenly spiritual root and the thunder tribulation liquid have greatly enhanced my strength. Now, I should be able to rival most cultivators in the Qi refining realm, shouldn't I? System, the host is the strongest. But host, you mustn't get conceited. Lynn made a fist and smiled, definitely not. I know where to draw the line. System, host, do you want to continue the matching? Lynn checked the time and found that it was still early. He said, let's continue the matching. I'm going to a class reunion at 8. There's no hurry. Ding. The dream system is matching. Ding. Matching successful. The opponent is Beihua at the 8th stage of the Qi refining realm. The next moment, accompanied by a beam of light, Beihua appeared 100 meters away. Upon seeing him, Lin's eyes immediately lit up, and he exclaimed in admiration, "It's you again? Hee hee. It seems that the two of us are truly destined to meet." Beihua opened his eyes. When he saw Lin, he was momentarily stunned, and then an extremely ferocious expression appeared on his face. Sure enough, I guessed right. Only in the state of sleep and meditation can one enter your illusory realm. Good. Very good. He roared at Lin. Instantly, a metallic greatsword materialized in his hand, and he charged towards Lin. Last time, I underestimated you and accidentally fell into your trap. This time, I must beat you until you call me daddy. Take this. Lin assumed a stance and smiled, saying, good. I really appreciate your enterprising spirit. Come on. 2 hours later, in the dream, Beihua watched Lin approaching from the opposite side. With a thud, he knelt on the ground and trembled, saying, Daddy, stop hitting me. Lin, who was about to engage in another battle with him, was suddenly taken aback, stopped, and frowned, asking, what's wrong? Didn't we have a great time fighting in the past 2 hours? Beihua was on the verge of tears. Countless expletives ran through his mind. Have a great time? Have a great time, my ass. It's you who's having a great time fighting, okay? 2 hours ago, he thought he had lost only because he underestimated his opponent. Therefore, he was enterprising and, holding the belief of not admitting defeat, repeatedly tried to even the score. However, now, 2 hours later, he no longer thought so. After all, being crushed continuously for 500 matches, even the most resilient person would break down. At first, he fought with the metallic elemental affinity and easily crushed his opponent. Later, it got even more excessive. He used all 5 elemental affinities, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, against him. What was even more infuriating was that he actually fought with the wood elemental affinity, which is by metal, and still crushed him. But that wasn't the most maddening part. What made it worse was that he became increasingly outrageous later on. For instance, he offered to fight with 1 arm handicapped, then 2 arms, then 2 legs, and even all 4 limbs. He broke down. He truly broke down. Frowning, Lin said, get up. Let's talk things out calmly. Stop crying. I can't stand it when people blubber in front of me. Beihua trembled and pleaded, spare me. I'll call you dad, okay? If you really want to fight someone, find someone else. Please, spare me. Lin took a deep breath and sighed. How about this? I'll handicap myself by 2 arms, 2 legs, and even my 2 eyes. If that's still not enough, I won't use my spiritual root. What do you think? Hearing this, Beihua suddenly raised his head and roared. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Lin squatted in front of him, frowning. When did I humiliate you? I'm putting so many restrictions on myself just to take your feelings into account. After all, you're so weak. Shouldn't I accommodate you? Beihua tremulously extended his hand. Pointing at Lin, his body quivering, he stammered, you, I. Lin sincerely patted his shoulder and said, moreover, you're aware that there aren't many powerful cultivators near Jiahai City. You're the dear friend I've painstakingly found, willing to fight 500 matches with me. How about having another 500 matches with me, and then I'll treat you to a meal? What say you? Lin implored with utmost earnestness. Beihua stared tremulously at Lin, who wore an earnest expression. Suddenly, he thrust out his fist. A gleam flashed in Lin's eyes as he asked, shall we start? Beihua's expression froze, and then he burst into tears. Venting his anger, he pounded the ground with his fists. Bang, 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 bang. I'm not your friend. I'm not your friend. Lin frowned and queried, are you really that reluctant to fight me? I thought we were making progress together. Haven't you gained profound insights and made significant improvements from our battles? Beihua wailed loudly and pounded the ground even more forcefully, shouting no, not at all. And it's impossible to do so. Lin wore a knowing smile and declared, I don't believe it. Those 3 words hit Beihua like a critical blow. He knelt there, stunned. The next moment, he threw his head back and sobbed, I'll call you father. Is it okay if I call you father? Please, stop fighting with me. Lin heaved a sigh, shook his head, and rose to his feet, saying fine. Originally, I thought we had forged a profound friendship in the battle. Unexpectedly, this is how things turned out in the end. I regarded you as a brother, yet you treated me like a father. Lynn stared at him seriously, then extended a finger and said, one last battle, and then we part ways. How about it? Beiwa was on the verge of collapse. He suddenly conjured a sword blade and pointed it at his own neck. Looking up at the sky, he wailed, why did I have to encounter such a thing? Why me? Lynn quickly reached out his hand and said, brother, this shows that we're fated. Put down the sword in your hand, and let's talk it out calmly. This is a dream. You won't die like this. Beiwa wailed towards the sky, shedding tears on the spot. With a puff, Beiwa slit his own throat with the sword, and blood splashed everywhere. Lynn stood there, stunned, not knowing where to put his outstretched hand for a moment. Ah, Lynn said in a daze, system. Do you think I've gone too far? System, although the wool comes from the sheep, you can't keep shearing the same sheep. The host has already sheared 2 sheep to death. Lynn retracted his hand and sighed, I understand. It's just a pity for such a good opponent. If he stops fighting with me, where can I find someone like him in the future? Lynn shook his head, feeling rather sorrowful. Chapter 62. Remember to say hello to the Queen Mother of the West if you become an immortal. Meanwhile, in the hotel, amidst the shrill and desperate screams, Beiwa suddenly sat up from the bed. His eyes were vacant, wide open, and he gasped for breath continuously. The sweat on his body almost soaked the entire bedsheet. Upon hearing his shrill scream, several of his junior apprentices outside the door rushed in hastily and inquired anxiously, Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Beiwa raised his head and gazed at them haggardly, muttering, have you found out the information about that person? Observing Beiwa's haggard state at present, all those junior apprentices subconsciously swallowed hard. They had never before witnessed their senior brother in such a condition, as if he had just returned from the brink of death. Why? Yes, we found it out. One of his junior apprentices quickly placed a stack of documents in front of him. That person is named Lynn. He is the son of a well-known group tycoon in Shanghai City and a young entrepreneur. This is his secular identity. However, we can't figure out his identity in the cultivation world for the moment. This person might be extraordinary. Beiwa picked up the documents tremulously and perused them slowly. But upon seeing Lynn's photo, his pupils suddenly contracted. What was going on? Where did this inexplicable sense of familiarity and the sudden surge of fear stem from? Why did he shiver involuntarily after seeing this photo? He rubbed his temples forcefully. It must be because he had been deeply affected by that terrifying being in the illusory realm. As he regained his composure, the image of that bastard in his dream gradually faded away. It would be best to forget everything completely. With just a smidgen of recollection of such things, one's mental state would be on the verge of collapse. He clenched the documents in his hand tightly and gritted his teeth ferociously, declaring, fine, excellent. So, his name is Lynn. Today, I'm extremely irritated. I'll just vent my anger on you. Let's see how I'll beat you to death bit by bit today. In Lynn's manner, Lynn concluded a more than 2-hour dream combat practice with contentment. He recalled that good buddy in the dream, stroked his chin and thought, if I ever meet him in real life later, should I invite him to a meal? Well, I have to comfort him properly. Maybe there'll be a chance to fight again in the future. Lynn was overjoyed. He clearly felt that his understanding of overwhelming opponents had improved significantly. Lately, he didn't know what was going on, but he always felt that his mind was becoming more and more agile. Many extremely difficult things were really easy to learn at first glance. Judging from his current strength, it shouldn't be too difficult to score 700 points in the college entrance examination. Lynn daydreamed cheerfully. He picked up his phone and noticed several missed calls and a text message from Su Yanyan. Lynn opened it and immediately curled his lips into a smile. Senior Lynn, remember the class reunion at 8 o'clock. We'll wait for you at the crossroads of Zhongjing Tianjia. See you there? Smiley face. It was a message sent 5 minutes ago. Lynn casually replied with an okay gesture. Since the holiday began, it had been a long time since he last met his classmates. Then he opened the call log and was immediately stunned. Those 7 or 8 missed calls were all from his father. He casually called back and said nonchalantly, Dad, what's up? You called me so many times. A deep, toned voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end of the phone. Damn boy, do you still remember I'm your father? You didn't even answer my calls. Lynn plopped down on the sofa, crossing his legs, and said, Well, I've been quite occupied lately. What have you been busy with? I heard you've become a hands-off boss of your overseas company. Don't tell me you've been playing games all day? Lynn replied with a smile, No. I've been cultivating immortality. There was a brief pause on the other end, then the voice said, Oh, well, if you become an immortal, Remember to say hello to the Queen Mother of the West for me and ask her to give your father a pot of immortal pills. No problem. The system. All right, I'm calling you about something serious this time. Lynn casually took out a plate of Great Restoration pills, tossed one up and popped it into his mouth, chewing as he asked, "What's the matter?" "I have some business friends who want to expand their internet business in our country recently. They're looking for some investors. But I'm a bit short of funds and can't manage the turnover. Could you give me a hand?" Lynn took a sip of Coke and said, "I thought it was something huge." "No problem," the voice on the other end said with a smile. Then it settled. "I'll send you their contact information later." Lynn nodded and asked, "Dad, what are you doing? Still doing business in the United States?" "Hee, I'm having a spa with Mr. Trump." Lynn, "Does Mom know about this?" Lynn stared wide-eyed and asked, "Your mom is on vacation in Europe and won't be back for a while." Lynn nodded and said, "Oh, then I'll call Mom." As he said this, Lynn was about to hang up the phone. Immediately, the roar of Lynn's father came from the other end of the phone. "Don't. Rascal. Don't. Listen to your father." Lynn stared blankly with his dead fish eyes, holding the phone to his ear, and said, "Then do me a favor. I want to buy Times Square, but I don't have a good way. Could you mention it to Siachuan?" "Got it. We're all in the same boat. It's no big deal." Lynn nodded in satisfaction and said, "Thanks, Dad. I'll send you 2 caddies of local specialties here in a few days." "What local specialties?" "The Great Restoration pills." "Are they snacks like figs?" "Sort of." Casually hanging up the phone, Lynn found an empty take-out box, spent 300 yuan to weigh 2 caddies of the Great Restoration pills, and sealed them up. Then he opened the mobile app and called for a courier service. Then he called his little maid over with a beaming smile and said, "Lon, here's 2,000 yuan for the courier fee. I'm going out. When the courier comes later, just give him this box." Lon blinked her eyes and said, "Yes, got it." "Young master." Lynn gently stroked her head with a smile, glanced at his watch. It was already 7:30. "No, I have to hurry. Otherwise, I'll miss the class reunion." Lynn strode out of the room, looked at his garage, and his face instantly darkened. He dialed his butler's phone and said, "Hello, where are my cars? Why are they all gone?" "Sorry, young master. The cars in your manor's garage haven't been driven for a long time, so I had them sent for maintenance temporarily. If you're in a hurry to use a car, I'll drive one over right away." Lynn shook his head and said, "No, there's no time. I still have to attend a class reunion. That's it." After saying that, Lynn hung up the phone. He hailed a taxi casually and headed towards his destination. Chapter 63, The Perfect Godlike Man Emerging from a Female-Oriented Novel. Meanwhile, at the Zhongjing Street Square, Su Yinyan was standing by the road, wearing a beautiful white dress and holding a handbag. She blinked her eyes and gazed into the distance. Under the evening glow, such a pretty young girl naturally caught the frequent glances of passers-by. She checked her watch and wondered in confusion, "It's almost 8 o'clock. Why hasn't Senior Lin come yet?" Just as she finished speaking, 2 lecherous hands suddenly reached out from behind and grabbed her waist. Su Yinyan let out a startled cry and exclaimed, "Oh." She quickly turned around. After seeing the young girl with a mischievous smile on her face behind her, she heaved a sigh of relief and scolded affectionately, "Yan, you scared me to death." The young girl named Yan, with a mischievous smile on her face, sized Su Yinyan up and down. She grabbed Su Yinyan's little hand and said affectionately, "Our Yinyan is so beautiful today. If I were a boy, I'd be tempted to devour you right now." Su Yinyan blushed and stammered, "No way." Feng Yuyan grinned and whispered in her ear, "Tell me quietly, did you dress up specially for our class monitor Wang today?" Su Yinyan was taken aback and asked, "Class monitor Wang?" Feng Yuyan said with a beaming smile, "Stop pretending. Don't you know? Our class monitor has always had feelings for you. Moreover, I've heard that the father of our monitor, Wang, is an internet tycoon worth hundreds of millions. Aren't you tempted?" Su Yinyan gently tucked the loose hair in front of her forehead behind her ear, exhaled a breath, and said, "Yin, you're overthinking. I only regard him as a classmate and have no other thoughts." "Really?" Feng Yuyan expressed her doubt. Then, she rolled her eyes and smiled. "Could it be that you've taken a fancy to that Lynn?" Su Yinyan was instantly stunned, her face flushing red. She said anxiously, "You don't talk nonsense." Seeing Su Yinyan's expression, Feng Yuyan's expression gradually turned solemn. She said, "Yinyan, we're best friends, so there are some things I still need to tell you. After entering university, we're already stepped into society. And what do people compete for in society? Isn't it money? That Lynn not only doesn't have good looks, but his family is probably not well off either. If you really get together with him, you'll have a hard time in the future." Su Yinyan frowned, not quite pleased with Feng Yuyan's remarks. Just then, a white Mercedes slowly pulled up to the roadside not far from Su Yanyan and Feng Yuyan. The car window rolled down, and a well-dressed young man in a suit smiled at the two girls. Then he opened the door and stepped out. Yanyan, Yuyan. Long time no see. Su Yanyan was startled and raised her head, looking at the young man. Feng Yuyan's eyes lit up immediately. She walked over quickly and said with great enthusiasm, Monitor Wang, long time no see. You've finally come. All the surrounding students' eyes brightened, and they gathered around. Monitor Wang, you've finally come. Monitor, you look so handsome today. Monitor Wang, I heard you scored 650 points in this exam. Is it true? Looking at those classmates around, Wang Feng gave a calm smile, tidied his tie, and said, It's just a piece of cake. Since everyone is here, let's get ready to go. I'm treating today. You can order whatever you want to eat and play. Don't be polite. As soon as he said this, the surrounding students cheered. Monitor Wang is really generous. Let's wish Monitor Wang to get admitted to his ideal university. Wang Feng politely nodded to the classmates, then turned his head and his gaze fell on Su Yanyan's face. It had to be said that Su Yanyan was truly extremely beautiful today. She was naturally beautiful, and with a light makeup, she looked even more perfect. Wang Feng suppressed the amazement in his heart, showing a gentle smile to Su Yanyan. Then he stretched out his hand and said, Let's get ready to go, Yanyan. It's still some distance away. Let me give you a ride, shall I? As soon as he said this, the onlookers, eager for some excitement, all started to jeer. Since Monitor Wang has offered, of course you should accept. Monitor Wang, your car should be a Mercedes-Benz SLS, right? I remember it costs more than 3 million. Alas, it seems I've discovered something. Gazing at the smile on Wang Feng's face and the jeering classmates around, Su Yanyan felt somewhat embarrassed. She shook her head and said, No thanks, Monitor. How about we wait a bit longer? There are still some people who haven't arrived. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone around wore a puzzled look. They glanced at one another and then realized that indeed 2 people were still absent. Vice Monitor Bai said he had gone ahead first, so the remaining one should be Lynn, right? Don't worry about him. Just let him take a taxi there on his own. Exactly. It's almost 8 o'clock. He's standing us up. Everyone around showed signs of discontent. After all, he was just the class's perennial underachiever, a student who had no presence at all. Su Yanyan frowned slightly, looking at the classmates around with a hint of distaste. Wang Feng smiled gently, reaching out to open the car door. He said in a gentlemanly manner, Yanyan, get in the car. No need to wait for him. I'll call him later and tell him to take a taxi. If he can't find the place, I'll send someone to pick him up. Su Yanyan knitted her brows, casting a worried look at the road. Feng Yuyan noticed her expression and quickly took her hand, smiling mysteriously. Come on, Yanyan. The monitor is personally inviting you. Don't turn him down. As she spoke, she pulled Su Yanyan towards the car. But the next moment, her eyes caught sight of a figure on the sidewalk not far away, and her eyes lit up immediately. Senior Lynn. She extended her hand, waving it in the direction of Lynn with a delighted expression, and swiftly ran towards him. Those in the vicinity were momentarily stunned, then turned to gaze in that direction. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. A strikingly handsome Adonis was approaching them, towering at well over 1.8 meters. His aesthetic appeal was undeniable. The faint glimpse of a sensual clavicle beneath his vest was irresistibly alluring to the female gaze. His eyes, imbued with a hint of mischievousness, the subtle upturn of his lips, and the aura of masculine charm emanating from him, all accentuated the godlike quality of his presence. He was the embodiment of a flawless male protagonist from a romance novel. With a soft thud, Feng Yuyan's purse fell to the ground, unnoticed by her. Not only the girls, but even the boys were rendered speechless. Beyond handsome, they were at a loss for words. My apologies for the tardiness. Lynn extended his hand, his voice resonating with a magnetic timbre. Upon hearing this voice, Lynn's classmates were instantly enraptured, their expressions incredulous. Lynn, is that you, Senior Lynn? This is preposterous. Senior Lynn, you've become so remarkably handsome in just over a month. The eyes of the female students around him sparkled with an intense radiance, their hearts pounding erratically. Chapter 64, Young Master. Su Yanyan walked up to Lynn excitedly and said, I've brought your motorcade here. Then she stood beside Lynn, raising her head to gaze into his eyes, her heart pounding. Blinking her eyes, she said, Senior Lynn, you've finally come. Lynn smiled and replied, There were some family matters that delayed me. I'm sorry. Feng Yuyan stared at the male god chatting with Su Yanyan, swallowed nervously, and walked over in a daze. Are you really? Lynn? She stammered. Lynn turned his head and looked at this dazed girl. knowing that she was Su Yinyan's best friend. Although they didn't have much interaction at school, he still politely showed a smile and reached out his hand, saying, "Long time no see." The moment Lynn uttered those 4 words, Feng Yuyin instantly felt dizzy. That handsome smile, combined with the alluring masculine aura, left her mind completely blank. So long no see. She held Lynn's hand. Immediately, Feng Yuyin trembled all over, as if a surge of electric current swept through her from his strong hand. She almost went limp and wanted to fall into the male god's arms. Is he really Lynn? But the change is so great. Previously, Lynn was tall. Yet he was dark, skinned and thin, having nothing to do with high-level good looks. Now, he seemed like a completely different person. Su Yinyan looked at Feng Yuyin covering her nose and asked worriedly, "Yuyin, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Feng Yuyin quickly took out a tissue from her bag to wipe away the nosebleed that had flowed out and said, It's okay. For someone like her who was a die-hard admirer of good looks, she simply had no immunity to Lynn's current appearance. This was so magical. And Lynn's appearance instantly emptied the area around Wang Feng. Wang Feng stood there rigidly, and the awkward atmosphere spread rapidly. His brows slowly furrowed as he stared at Lynn in the crowd, his gaze scrutinizing. Lynn? Is he Lynn? The Lynn who used to sit in the last row? Had poor grades and skipped classes every day? His gaze then fell on Su Yanyan, who was standing beside Lynn with an adoring expression on her face. Unconsciously, he squinted his eyes. He clenched his fist and strode towards Lynn, a smile reappearing on his face. "It's been a few months, Lynn. You've changed a great deal." The people around automatically made way. Lynn gave a gentle smile. Although Wang Feng was the class monitor, they hadn't exchanged a single word in an entire year. "Long time no see, and may you be in good health." As he spoke, Lynn politely extended his hand. Wang Feng smiled and was about to reach out to shake hands with Lynn. But then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he withdrew his hand. Then, with gentlemanly poise, he took out a glove from his pocket, put it on, and said with a smile, "Sorry, there have been some serious skin infectious diseases recently. I've heard that many people in the slums have been infected. You don't mind my wearing a glove, do you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Su Yinyan looked at Lynn with some concern. She knew that Lynn was as powerful as a superhero. If she accidentally killed Wang Feng, it would surely cause a huge commotion. She turned her head to look at Wang Feng and sighed softly. "Don't court death, Sergeant Wang. People can really die here. Although I don't like you much, it's truly not worth it to die here." Everyone could sense that the atmosphere around them had become rather strange. Lynn remained calm, smiling faintly as she said, "Of course I don't mind." Then the two of them shook hands with smiles on their faces. There was a faint, almost imperceptible click sound. The smile on Wang Feng's face instantly froze. Drop by drop, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "It's broken. My hand seems to be broken." His arm trembled slightly as he tried to pull his hand out of Lynn's grasp. However, he immediately realized that Lynn's hand was like a pair of iron clamps, and he couldn't pull it out at all. Due to the intense pain, Wang Feng's face turned ashen. Lynn asked, "Sergeant, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Wang Feng stared at Lynn with quivering eyes. His smile faded as he said, "No, I'm fine." Lynn let out a sigh of relief and released his hand. Then, she kindly patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "That's good. Since that's the case, let's all set off." Click. Wang Feng's expression froze. He suddenly felt that the shoulder patted by Lynn was like being shot. It immediately went numb. "It hurts. It hurts so much." His whole body trembled, and his face had turned even paler than a liver. Several students beside him immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly stepped forward to hold him up. One of them asked, "Young Master Wang, what's wrong with you?" Wang Feng gritted his teeth, gasped in pain, and replied, "My hand seems to be broken, and my shoulder aches terribly." As soon as he said this, all the students showed stunned expressions and exclaimed, "This? How could it be? You were fine just now." Wang Feng gritted his teeth and turned his head with difficulty, casting a glance at Lynn chatting and laughing in the crowd. The students immediately frowned and said, "That Lynn? That bastard. Let's teach him a lesson. It's simply outrageous." Infuriated, they were about to take action. Wang Feng's face darkened as he commanded, "Come back here. Don't cause any trouble for me today." Those students glared at Lynn fiercely. Wang Feng squinted his eyes, endured the pain, and stood up. Forcing a smile, he walked towards the crowd and said, "Lynn, have you been learning martial arts with Bai Zhe recently? Your strength is quite great." Lynn stretched his body and replied with a faint smile, "Learning martial arts is too tiring. I don't have the leisure for that." Wang Feng endured the pain and forced a smile, saying, "Indeed, Instead of having that kind of mood, it's better to earn more money and find a good job. After all, in this society, those without money are doomed to struggle at the bottom, while those with money can stand on top and enjoy life. Am I right? Lynn moved his shoulders and said, that's true, but having too much money can also be a headache. Lynn thought of himself. Wang Feng let out a haughty smile and said nothing. He strode towards his Mercedes, got in, and said, since that's the case, Lynn, come and take a seat. If you walk such a long distance on foot, you'll never get there. As soon as he said this, everyone around held their breath. Lynn didn't care. His state of mind was quite different from before. The city was beneath his notice. Moreover, he found it most absurd when someone tried to compare wealth with him in a sarcastic way. He had long since seen through such things. When he was 2 years old, the money his father gave him was enough to match the annual GDP of a small country. Lynn was both amused and annoyed. Since the classmate Wang had invited them, let's go. Those who can fit in can come. Lynn shrugged and was about to step forward when his phone rang. He casually picked it up, pressed the call button, and said, hello, who is it? The next moment, he heard the gasping voice of the butler from his manor. Young master, I've brought your motorcade here. Look up ahead. As soon as he heard this, Lynn was stunned for a moment. Then he looked up towards the end of the road, and his face darkened instantly. Damn it. Chapter 65, Seeing You So Low-Key. I'm in agony at the end of the road. Hundreds of luxury cars were approaching in a grand and imposing manner, attracting the onlookers. Pedestrians around the road covered their mouths, their eyes filled with great shock. Holy cow, what a luxurious motorcade. My goodness. Is it the President of the United States coming? This is so spectacular. Goodness. A modified Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Lamborghini Miura, and a Bugatti La Voiture Noire. This can't be true. It seems that all of them are luxury cars with a starting price of tens of millions. When that magnificent motorcade slowly drove in, all the students around showed looks of shock. Feng Yuyin covered her delicate lips in disbelief, with a glimmer in her eyes, and murmured softly, what an incredibly cool motorcade. Wang Feng looked at the motorcade, frowned slightly, and said, I'll pull the car over to the side first. You all stand farther away. Don't scratch the cars in that motorcade. I couldn't afford to pay for even a single scratch. Hearing Wang Feng's words, all the students around gasped. Truly, in this society, there are still quite a number of extraordinary people. They knew that their class monitor's father was already a tycoon worth hundreds of millions, which was something they could only look up to. However, it seemed that some of the luxury cars in this motorcade could directly match the entire net worth of his father, especially the leading Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, which was worth at least 1.55 billion renminbi. It was worth more than a dozen times his father's fortune. Wang Feng frowned and glanced at Lynn, who was standing beside him, staring intently at the motorcade. He said impatiently, Come on, Lynn, get in the car. There's no point in staring. You won't be able to earn enough to buy even one of those cars in 10 lifetimes. You can only satisfy your curiosity by looking. But Lynn didn't hear a single word he said, because the very next moment, everyone around suddenly saw Lynn striding towards the motorcade. Then he blocked in front of the leading Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost worth 1.55 billion renminbi and lifted his leg to give it a kick. Boom. With a deafening noise, right under the extremely shocked gazes of everyone, the front hood of the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost instantly caved in. Holy crap. Everyone was stunned. Su Yin stood there, motionless in a daze. Wang Feng was struck dumb. All the students present, including the passers-by, were so shocked by this scene that they stood rooted to the ground. A luxury car worth 1.5 billion yuan was kicked by a single foot. Lin stared gloomily at his chief butler sitting in the driver's seat and said, Who allowed you to come here? The butler driving the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost was instantly jolted in fear. He quickly opened the car door and rushed in front of Lin in a flash, his forehead covered with cold sweat. Then he bowed to Lin in a standard manner and hurriedly said, Sorry, young master. It's truly my dereliction of duty. I had no idea that you were going to attend a classmates' reunion today. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have made the decision on my own to send the cars for maintenance. Well, after you left, I immediately had the cars picked up. But since I didn't know which car you wanted to drive today, I took the liberty to bring all the cars here. Behind him, the doors of those hundreds of luxury cars opened one after another. One bodyguard after another in black suits and sunglasses rushed over rapidly, lined up in front of Lin, and then bowed in unison. Good day, young master. All the people present were completely shocked. Wang Feng stood there rigidly, as if he had turned into a statue, motionless. Why, young master? Wang Feng swallowed hard. Su Yin and the others stared blankly, covering their mouths. Their eyes wide open, and even their breathing seemed to stop. The passers-by on the roadside all stared blankly at this scene, unable to utter a single word. This, could it be? Lynn glanced at the stunned crowd around him. He gritted his teeth and quickly strode up to the butler. He grabbed the butler's neck and hissed through clenched teeth, "Couldn't you just call me, you bastard? I was just attending a class reunion. Why make such a big deal out of it?" The butler was sweating profusely and said dejectedly, "Young master, to be honest, for all these years, this old servant has been driving that Mercedes worth just a few $100,000 to send you to school. I felt so ashamed." "Who are you?" "You're the sole young master of the Lynn Group. Seeing you being so low key every day, this old servant has suffered so much in his heart." Lynn was so angry that his teeth were grinding. He said, "I'm not even ashamed, yet you've started to be picky. Tell me, did you deliberately come here to ruin my day today?" The butler looked miserable and said, "Young master, you've been through this too. Don't you know that nowadays class reunions are not about reminiscing at all? They're just for showing off. Whenever I think about those classmates of yours trying to act superior in front of you, this old servant just can't stand it. They're not worthy, young master." He slapped his thigh, on the verge of tears, and exclaimed, "They're not worthy, young master." Lynn was so angry that he was gasping for breath. He lowered his voice and raged, You've infuriated me to death. Well, it would be okay if you could get me a Santana worth several $100,000 yuan, exclaimed Lynn. "It's not like we don't have one." The butler's eyes were bloodshot as he replied, "Young master, there really isn't one. The Mercedes worth several $100,000 yuan. I sold it for you on the very day you graduated. It was so beneath you. Now, the cheapest ones are Ferraris worth 8 or 9 million yuan. Lynn's chest heaved with anger. "Your salary this month will be deducted by 10,000 yuan, he stammered. The butler wiped away his tears and said, "Thank you, young master. Having only 1,000th of my salary deducted is worth it." The old servant, seeing Lynn's gritted teeth expression, swallowed hard and said, "Young master, since I've brought the entire motorcade here, how about you pick one?" Lynn turned his head, glanced at his petrified classmates, covered his forehead, and took a deep breath. The surrounding classmates stared at him blankly and asked, "Lynn, is this luxury motorcade really yours? They call you young master. Who on earth are you?" Everyone was utterly bewildered. This sudden turn of events had left them all in a state of complete confusion. Seeing the confused and trembling expressions of his classmates, Lynn shook his head, trying to salvage the situation one last time. "If I say they have nothing to do with me, would you believe me?" he asked. All the people around him shook their heads in unison, with the word disbelieve written all over their faces. Lynn knew this would be the result. It was his blunder, the most serious one in his history. "Oh well." Lynn shook his head, knowing that the situation was irretrievable. He said, "There's no need for you all to take a taxi. Get in the car. I'll have them give you a ride." The butler's face immediately lit up with joy. He turned to look at Lynn's classmates, bowed politely with a smile, and said, "All of you are classmates of our young master. Please get in the car. Don't be constrained. We'll safely send you to your destinations." All the surrounding classmates gradually snapped out of their stupor, and then everyone opened their eyes wide in disbelief. "Holy cow. No way. No way. Is our senior Lynn actually a hidden billionaire? Am I really not dreaming? This is just too surreal." Lynn let out a helpless sigh, opened the back door of Wang Feng's Mercedes-Benz, and plopped himself inside. Wang Feng's body shuddered involuntarily. "Monitor Wang," Lynn said, covering his forehead and reclining on the seat as he took a deep breath. "Your car is so comfortable to sit in. It's understated yet full of connotations. Simple yet elegant. I'm so envious of you." Beads of sweat on Wang Feng's forehead were dripping down like a heavy rain. He swallowed hard, his eyes bulging, and said, Lynn, can I ask you something?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lynn's phone rang. Lynn glanced at the screen, frowned slightly, and said, "Wait a moment. I'll answer this call." Then he picked up the phone and leaned against the seat, saying, "Hello, who's this?" "Oh, it's Mr. Ma Xiaoyan. Long time no see. Long time no see. Why do you suddenly have time to call me?" Wang phone. Chapter 66. Poor Senior Lynn in on the road. Countless people stopped to watch. A supremely luxurious motorcade was lined up in an orderly formation, slowly making its way along the road. All the vehicles ahead dodged one after another, not daring to get close to this luxurious motorcade even a bit. For if they accidentally scraped it, they would be bankrupt even if they sold everything they had. However, what seemed extremely out of place was that right in the middle of this motorcade, being escorted by over 100 top-notch luxury cars like a star surrounded by numerous satellites, was an ordinary Mercedes. It was as if an ugly duckling had mixed among a flock of swans, looking utterly peculiar. Inside the Mercedes, Wang Feng stared with wide, open eyes throughout the journey, clutching the steering wheel stiffly, with cold sweat all over his palms and the backs of his hands. He stole a glance at Lynn, who was on the phone, in the rear view mirror, and subconsciously swallowed hard. It's okay. It's just a piece of cake. Lynn leaned back on the seat, holding the phone and smiling. Since my father sent you to me, let's settle this investment matter. Mr. Ma, name your price. 1 billion? Lynn frowned sharply and said into the phone, Mr. Ma, this is not right of you. If you come to me for investment, you should show me more respect. How could you have the nerve to ask for just 1 billion? Hearing this, Wang Feng's teeth chattered even more incessantly. Feng Yuyan and Su Yinan, sitting in the front passenger seat and the back row respectively, all held their breaths and sat rigidly on the seats. Their ears pricked up in nervousness. The voice of Ma Xiaowen came from Lin's phone. No. Mr. Lin, that's not what I meant. Lin shook his head and said, all right, stop explaining. $5 billion US. This deal is settled. Wang Feng, Su Yinan and Feng Yuyan involuntarily shivered. Hearing that figure, their breathing quickened. Mr. Lin, this is too much. The urgent voice of Ma Xiaoyan came from the phone. Lin said earnestly, Mr. Ma, I truly value the development potential of your Alibaba. You came to me for investment even after your retirement. Whether for business or personal reasons, as a brother, I've got to offer a helping hand. Moreover, you're still young. You're only in your 50s. It's no problem for you to work for another decade. All right. This matter is finalized. Having said that, Lin hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and leaned back on the seat, rubbing his temples. The car was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Wang Feng swallowed hard and said nervously and tremulously, Lin, I have a question to ask you. But before he could finish his words, Lin's phone rang again. Lin offered an apologetic smile, then answered the call. Leaning back on the seat, he said cheerfully, Hey, Mr. Ma shouting. It's been a long time since we last contacted. Why do you suddenly think of reaching out to your brother today? Su Yinan, Feng Yuyan. Wang Feng staggered even more. His hand slipped, and he almost crashed the car into the guardrail beside. Feng Yuyan instinctively grabbed the seat and tremblingly looked at Wang Feng, who was sweating profusely, and said, W. Squad leader Wang, are you all right? Wang Feng took several deep breaths, wiped the sweat from his forehead, stared straight ahead, and said tremulously, I'm fine, nothing's wrong. All three of them pricked up their ears, holding their breaths, listening to the sounds behind. You're talking about the matter of Alibaba asking me for investment? Lin leaned back on the seat, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and sighed, Alas. There's nothing I can do. He personally approached my father and used his connections. I can't just turn a blind eye, can I? Well, Brother Ma, you don't need to worry about the market share. I'll have a word with Lao Ma. I won't let him squeeze your market. After all, I hold 30 of your shares, right? Okay, then that's settled. Find a time, and let's have a good get together. Will you give me a red envelope? No. Do you think I'm the kind of person who cares about money? After saying that, Lin heaved a sigh and hung up the phone. The car fell into complete silence. Lin put away his phone, looked up, and glanced at Wang Feng, who was driving, and said, Squad leader Wang, what did you say just now? Tears welled up in Wang Feng's eyes. He held the steering wheel tightly and said, Nothing. Mr. Lin. Sorry. Su Yinan swallowed hard and stared blankly at Lin. Senior Lin, who on earth are you? Wang Feng and Feng Yuyan both held their breaths, not daring to utter a single word. Coming from wealthy families with numerous opportunities to engage with the upper-class society, they had vaguely guessed Lin's identity. Although Su Yinan had witnessed Lin's astonishingly opulent display at the bathhouse once, she was still rather hazy about his exact identity. All she knew was that Lin was extremely wealthy. Lin gazed out of the window pensively and said, I'm Lin, the heir of the Lin Group. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire vehicle fell into a deathly silence. Despite having had an inkling of his identity, Wang Feng and Feng Yuyan still instinctively shuddered all over. Su Yinyan's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she covered her small mouth in disbelief. Are you really? Young Master Lin, how could Su Yinyan not have heard of the well-known Lin Group? In an instant, she felt a dizzy spell coming over her, and her entire being grew groggy. Wang Feng was in utter despair. Who could have ever thought that the notoriously poor, performing student in the class, a repeat student who often skipped classes and got rebuked, would be a concealed super tycoon? His surname was Lin. Their Jianhai city was the ancestral hometown of the internationally renowned magnate Lin Jining. Undoubtedly, Lynn was the only son of the legendary Lynn Jinying, the vice president of the Lynn Group, and the so-called most low-key super-rich second generation. No, being a second-generation wealthy is definitely a derogatory term for him. Legend has it that without the financial support of his father, he established his own business empire on the international stage. He and another are even known internationally as the two Lynn brothers and rank among the top 5 on the global rich list. He wished he could give himself a hard slap. How stupid he was. Flaunting his wealth in front of someone like this was nothing short of courting death. Lynn sighed dejectedly. Don't mention young Master Lynn in front of me. I rather dislike it. In fact, I'd prefer it if you just call me by my name. He raised his head, closed his eyes, and reclined on the seat, saying, My greatest dream in this life is to be able to finish high school in peace like you all and get into an ideal university. I wish I could spend the 4 years of university as an ordinary person, living a tranquil life. I don't want to be surrounded by flashlights in the media every day, nor do I want to be regarded as an outcast, because I have too much money. Everyone takes the subway, so why should I drive a luxury car on my own? He slapped his thigh, his eyes glistening with tears, and said with a slight sob, System. Wang Feng was on the verge of tears. Big brother, I know I was wrong. Please stop making fun of us like this, okay? Can I kneel down to you? By his side, Su Yinan swallowed hard, gingerly extended her hand, widened her beautiful eyes, and timidly said, Senior Lynn. Lynn raised his head and stared pensively at Wang Feng, who was driving rigidly, saying, Actually, what I envy the most is still Monitor Wang. Wang Feng immediately shuddered, with tears almost welling up as he said, No, I don't deserve to be envied. Lynn sniffed. His eyes slightly red as he patted Wang Feng on the shoulder and said, Because if I could possess even half, or even a bit more than half, of the assets of Monitor Wang's family, I wouldn't have to hide my identity so nervously. For people, the most terrifying thing is to be wealthy for wherever you go. It will attract flashlights in the media. Your life will never know peace. So I truly envy you. If I had the same amount of assets as Monitor Wang's family, I could drive my car to and from school in a proper manner. Lynn choked with sobs. And I wouldn't have to be so on edge every day. The system. Feng Yuyan and Su Yinyan's eyes instantly welled up with tears. How pitiful. Senior Lynn was truly so pitiable. Chapter 67. It's really all with me. I don't know if it's true or not. And Wang Feng was on the verge of crying. I know you're extremely rich, but please, are those even human words? Do you have to be so sarcastic? I was wrong. Can't I apologize to you? Feng Yuyan, sitting in the passenger seat, stared at Wang Feng in surprise and said, Monitor Wang, why are you crying? Wang Feng's eyes were red. He vigorously wiped away his tears with his sleeve and said, I'm so excited. A few minutes later, more than 100 luxurious cars parked in front of a top-notch bar in a grand and imposing manner. All the handsome men and beautiful women going in and out of the bar were astounded. Damn it, whose motorcade is this? It's so luxurious. Exactly which big shot has come. The value of this motorcade should be no less than 5 billion. The receptionist could hardly contain the envy in his heart. He knew that the person who could own such a luxurious motorcade must not be an ordinary one. However, when he saw a Mercedes-Benz worth about 1 million among these luxurious cars, he was slightly stunned. What's going on? How come there is a duck mixed in among a group of swans? How strange. Nevertheless, adhering to his professional ethics, the receptionist walked over to the Mercedes-Benz with a smile and was about to open the door. At this time, Wang Feng, sitting in the driver's seat, had already opened the door and got out. The receptionist was immediately shocked. He recognized this young man who was driving. Wasn't he General Manager Wang Feng, who often visited their Mingwei bar? He took a look at the 100 luxurious cars behind and was immediately in awe. He said, So it's General Manager Wang. General Manager Wang, does this motorcade belong to you? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was shocked. Wang Feng often came to this bar, and every time he spent a large amount of money and was very generous. Most people here basically knew this super rich second generation named Wang Feng. His father was a boss with a fortune of hundreds of millions. Everyone gasped in astonishment. It seems that this luxurious motorcade belongs to Wang Feng. With such a grand display, one can't help but suspect that his net worth might be far more than just hundreds of millions. Wang Feng shot him a fierce glare and said nothing. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, Wang Feng dashed to the rear seat door, then reached out to open it and bowed at a 90-degree angle. Master Lin, we're here, he stammered. As soon as these words were uttered, the people around instantly showed expressions of utter shock. Holy crap! The next moment, Lin shook his head, stepped out of the rear seat, then patted Wang Feng on the shoulder and said, "Wang Feng, how many times have I told you not to call me Master Lin? Just treat me as an ordinary classmate." Wang Feng was extremely nervous and said in a hurry, "I dare not, Master Lin. Previously, I was blind and failed to recognize your true worth. From now on, you can just order me around like a lackey. Really, there's no need to be polite. Then go buy me a bottle of water." "Sure." Watching Wang Feng stagger off towards the convenience store across the road, Lin shouted, "Do you need me to transfer 10 yuan to you?" Wang Feng quickly replied, "No. No need." All the classmates who had gotten out of the luxury cars stared blankly at this scene. They watched as their class, Monitor Wang, staggered around the speeding cars and rushed towards the convenience store across the street. Everyone swallowed hard. Then they turned their gazes towards Lin. It turned out that Senior Lin was the vice president of the Lin Group and one of the super rich, known internationally as the Big and Little Lin. It felt like a dream to me that my classmate was actually a hidden super rich. They had already learned Lin's identity from the driver bodyguard in the car. What an exalted status. If Wang Feng's assets were like a 2-story building, then Lin's assets had broken through the atmosphere. In less than a few minutes, Wang Feng gasped as he ran over from across the road, holding a convenience bag in his hand. "Lin, I've bought the drinks for you." Lin nodded approvingly and said, "Good. Let's go." Wang Feng was a bit constrained and dared not look Lin in the eye. He said nervously, "Lin, how about you host today's gathering? I feel I'm not qualified enough." Lin patted his shoulder with a smile and said, "What are you saying? Bring out that boldness you had before. Who are you?" "You're young Master Wang. Don't you have such ability?" Wang Feng was in a difficult position. "With you around, how can I put on an act?" He glanced awkwardly at the surrounding classmates and said uneasily, "Well, classmates, let's go in. Today, have a good meal and a good drink." Everyone nodded blankly. It was the first time they had seen Monitor Wang so constrained, but it was understandable. Soon, under everyone's gazes, Wang Feng led the classmates into the Mingwei bar. The bar was a scene of debauchery with the music deafeningly loud. Wang Feng walked ahead and introduced loudly, "Lin, to be frank, this is a place where I often come to spend. The environment here is the finest in Zhanghai City, and it is equipped with a wide range of entertainment facilities. Over there is the dance hall. Upstairs on the second floor is the VIP area, where there are professional spa therapists. Moreover, all the wines here are high, and imports from abroad. Of course, there are also the best bartenders here, all from Europe." Lin smiled and said, "Excellent, truly excellent." As Wang Feng continued his introduction, he took out a black card from his pocket with a beaming smile and declared, "Well, everyone, have a great time today. I hold a Supreme VIP membership card here, which offers a 50% discount on the entire consumption. Hee. Today's expenses for everyone will be charged to my account." Lin smiled and commented, "The black card here doesn't come cheap." Wang Feng scratched his head and replied with a grin, "It's not a big deal. I'm on good terms with the manager here. If you want one, Lin, I can pull some strings to get one for you too." Lin didn't give a definite response. When they reached the bar, the barmaid looked at Wang Feng with a smile and said, "Welcome, Mr. Wang. Your private room has been prepared. Your classmates are already waiting for you in the room." Wang Feng nodded and then inquired, "Has the 1982 Lafite I reserved arrived?" The barmaid quickly replied with a smile, "It's been ready for you for a long time. I'll go and fetch it right away." A few minutes later, the barmaid came over with a bottle of high and red wine. When the classmates saw the English letters of Lafite on it, their eyes lit up. "Wow, it's really Lafite. Sergeant Wang is truly most generous. It's from 1982. Amidst the exclamations of the classmates, although Lin was by his side, he still couldn't quite suppress a hint of pride. The barmaid smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, shall I decant the wine for you?" Just as Wang Feng was about to speak, Lin frowned, looked at the barmaid, and said, "In 1982 Sichto Lafite?" The barmaid smiled and replied, "Yes, it's an authentic 1982 Lafite. It was just airlifted from Europe yesterday." Wang Feng, noticing Lin's expression, asked in confusion, "Lin, is there something wrong?" Lin shook his head and said, "What 1982 Lafite? They're pulling your leg. Can't you tell? When buying wine, don't just go for the prestigious brand blindly. Nowadays, where can you find real 1982 Lafite outside?" The barmaid immediately frowned in dissatisfaction. She sized Lin up and down, but didn't see anything remarkable about him. "You're saying our wine is fake? This is the 1982 limited edition Lafite that we transported overnight from Europe." Lin frowned and said, "Don't try to deceive me. Call your manager here." The classmates around could sense the anger in Lin's tone. Everyone was stunned, wondering why Lin had suddenly become so angry, even if it wasn't a 1982 Lafite. There was no need to get this angry. The barmaid glared at Lynn, then turned around and headed towards the backstage, obviously going to call the person in charge. Wang Feng swallowed hard and said, Lynn, how do you know it's not the 1982 To Lafite? I just checked. The label and anti-counterfeiting seal are all in order. Lynn scowled and retorted, all the 1982 To Lafite wines are stored in my cellar. Don't you think I can tell the authenticity? Upon hearing this, Wang Feng stood there, stunned. All the classmates around were also completely dumbfounded. This. Chapter 68. I've been here earnestly introducing things to people. Manager, it's him. Soon, the barmaid led a well-dressed middle-aged man over. The man glared fiercely at Lynn and said, Manager, this is the man who claimed our Lafite is fake. I suspect he's here on purpose to undermine our business. The manager frowned immediately and said in a menacing tone, Who has the audacity to cause trouble in our establishment? He really. The next moment, he caught sight of Lynn's face. Then his expression froze. Young master, the manager exclaimed in shock. Hearing this, Wang Feng was jolted. An incredulous look spread across his face. All the classmates around were also startled. Young master, what's going on? Could it be? Under the barmaid's shocked gaze, the manager quickly trotted over to Lynn, wearing an obsequious smile. Young master, what brings you here today? You should have informed me in advance so that I could make proper arrangements for you. Lynn frowned and asked, What? Am I not allowed to come? The manager quickly said, My young master, what are you saying? This is your property. You can come here whenever you like. I didn't know you were coming today. It's truly my dereliction of duty. What a dereliction! Wang Feng suddenly felt a deafening roar in his brain, and his mind went completely blank. He stared blankly at Lynn. This bar was his property. Lynn stared at him expressionlessly and asked, What's the deal with that 1982 To Lafite? The manager was instantly stunned and broke into a cold sweat. He stammered, this is... Lynn's anger flared up. He said coldly, How many times have I told you that in business, integrity is the key? One should earn money with a clear conscience. How dare you sell fake wine right under my nose? Lynn slapped the bar counter. The manager's legs went weak, and he immediately knelt down with a thud. His face turned as pale as paper as he said, My young master, I'm so sorry, young master. It's our greed. It's... Lynn managed to hold back his anger and said gravely, Carry out a major rectification tomorrow. If I ever find out that you're doing such shady business again, all of you can pack your bags and get out. I spend a fortune on you guys every month, and this is how you bring honor to me? The manager was so scared that sweat poured down his face. He trembled so much that he didn't dare to utter a single word. The barmaid was so frightened that she lowered her head and stood beside the bar, her whole body shaking. Who could have ever thought that they'd managed to cheat their own boss this time? Indeed, all the so-called 1982 To Lafite was fake because all the real 1982 Lafite was stored in their young master's winery. However, many wealthy individuals flocked here, demanding bottles of To Lafite Rothschild 1982 as soon as they opened their mouths. They were blinded by profit and thus came up with the idea of selling counterfeit wines. Ordinary people couldn't tell the difference at all because the bottles of the 1982 Lafite were secretly retrieved by them after Lynn had finished his drinks. But who could have imagined? This time they had offended the boss. Lynn suppressed his anger and said gravely, What are you still standing there for? Take someone to my winery and decant several bottles of genuine red wine for my classmates right away. The manager scrambled to his feet and replied, Yes. Young master, I'll go right now. Wait a moment. Lynn said gravely again. After decanting the wine, smash the bottles for me. If I ever catch you filling my empty bottles with cheap wine and deceiving others again, I won't spare you. The manager kept saying yes and rushed out of the bar in a flurry. Everyone was in a state of shock. Taking a deep breath, Lynn shook his head and said, I'm sorry to have made you laugh. It's my dereliction of duty that I failed to manage my subordinates properly. Wang Feng, please continue. Wang Feng swallowed hard, looking at the trembling barmaid. He felt extremely bitter inside. Damn it. Why didn't you say earlier that this is your bar? I've been babbling about it in front of you for nothing. What a self-inflicted humiliation. All the classmates around gasped. The way they looked at Lynn was beyond description. A real tycoon. Perhaps this is what a real tycoon is like. How could he tell at a glance that the 1982 Lafite was fake? Truly, they were all at the place. After this little episode, everyone felt embarrassed. The barmaid, trembling with fear, led Lynn and the others to the private room. Boss. The barmaid was almost in tears as she said, Sorry, really sorry. I truly didn't know you were the boss here. Lynn shook his head and said, All right, go down. You probably won't be involved in this matter about Rafi. Work hard in the future. If you perform well, I'll promote you and raise your salary. The barmaid immediately shed tears of excitement, bowed, and said, "Thank you, boss. I'll surely work hard." As a boss, Lynn naturally understood the underlying principles well. He should show magnanimity towards grassroots employees so that they would work hard for him. For subordinates with high salaries, he needed to give them more admonishments to prevent them from causing troubles. A few minutes later, everyone arrived in the private room. As soon as the door was opened, their eyes lit up. "Teacher, you're here too?" They saw Beige chatting with a middle-aged woman on the sofa. Lynn immediately recognized that the middle-aged woman was their class teacher. Lynn felt a twinge of embarrassment. Their class teacher was Zhang Jianhuat, a well-known strict teacher in the school and had been their homeroom teacher for 5 years. The class teacher had absolutely no good impression of him. A repeat student who often skipped classes and often used him as a negative example of students who didn't study hard. The class teacher reached out her hand with a beaming smile and said, "You've graduated. How could I not come to see you? Right away. You'll all be heading off to university. Seeing each and every one of you achieve such outstanding results, I'm truly delighted for you." The female students in the class immediately sat over with beaming smiles. When Baizé saw Lynn enter, he instantly sprang to his feet, his body taut, and cold sweat trickling down. A faint sense of foreboding welled up in Lynn's heart. In the next instant, Baizé executed a perfect 90-degree bow and said, "Mas." However, before he could utter the word master, with a stamp of his foot, a wisp of cold air shot along the floor and into Baizé's body in a flash. Baizé's eyes widened in shock, and his tongue froze into an ice cube. Nevertheless, his actions caught the attention of the classmates and the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher asked in confusion, "Baizé, what are you?" Lynn walked over with a smile, helped him up, and said, "It's okay. Vice, class, monitor Bai probably has some issues with his lumbar spine." Lynn gave him a menacing look, and Baizé immediately nodded and said, Ye. Yes." Suddenly, the homeroom teacher noticed Lynn's face. Her eyes widened in an instant. This student was so handsome. Even an old woman in her 40s like her felt a flutter in her heart. Her heart pounded wildly. She stared in surprise and asked, "Are you a student from another class? Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before?" Su Yin smiled and held the homeroom teacher's arm, saying, "Teacher, don't you recognize him? He's Senior Lynn." The homeroom teacher's eyes bulged in disbelief and she exclaimed, "Lynn? What a joke. Did you go to Thailand for plastic surgery? How could you suddenly become so handsome?" Lynn gave a faint smile and said, "No. It might be because I've taken some tonics." "Higi, dear teacher, long time no see." The homeroom teacher's face darkened and said, "Don't show off in front of me. You even have the nerve to come and see me. How many points did you get in this year's exam? Tell everyone right here." Chapter 69. It's not that I don't want to, but I simply don't have the nerve. The surrounding classmates suddenly fell silent. Lynn felt a bit embarrassed. Sitting on the sofa, he said, 305. The homeroom teacher, with a gloomy face, looked at him and said, "Lynn, I've been your teacher since you first entered school 5 years ago. It's been a full 5 years. 3 college entrance exams. Why haven't you made even the slightest progress?" Lynn was extremely embarrassed and somewhat at a loss for words. However, what the homeroom teacher said was all true. The whole place was dead silent. The homeroom teacher let out a sigh and said, "Over the years, I've never given up on you. But you should also think more about your future. You're not a kid anymore. You can't just waste your time here every day. Look at your class monitor, Wang." Everyone's gazes fell on Wang Feng, and Lynn's gaze also landed on him. Wang Feng suddenly shivered. "Teacher, you, don't drag me into this." The homeroom teacher shook his head and said, "Look at your class monitor, Wang Feng. He is not only good looking but also has excellent academic performance. His family is well off. Even if he fails to get into college, he can still lead a good life in society. But it's different for you, Lynn." The class teacher sighed and said, "You don't have the family background of the class monitor. Getting into a university is your only way out. If you don't work harder, who knows how much hardship you'll have to endure in society in the future." The whole class fell into a deathly silence. Wang Feng subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his pupils trembled. Lynn, say something quickly. Refute the teacher." After a moment of silence, Lynn replied helplessly, "What you said is true, teacher." The whole class was in stunned silence. Wang Feng tiptoed towards the door. He felt that if he didn't leave soon, something extremely unpleasant might happen. However, before he reached the door, the class teacher spoke up. "Wang Feng, come here." Wang Feng shivered involuntarily. He turned around, glanced at Lynn, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and forced a smile as he walked over. "Sir, is there something?" The class teacher sighed and asked him to sit beside Lynn. Wang Feng. Although in this matter, there isn't much the teacher can say, I really can't stand by and watch anymore. Lynn is your classmate. As the class monitor, you should offer as much help as you can, whether in study or in life. If Lynn really can't get into a university, see if you can arrange a job for him. After all, you're classmates. The whole class fell into an absolute hush. Wang Feng was even more petrified on the spot. Unable to utter a single word, he was on the verge of tears. Arrange a job for Lynn? Oh my goodness. Teacher, you can't just say such things casually. I don't have the ability to do that. Wang Feng trembled and said, Teacher, please listen to me. The class teacher asked in confusion. Do you have any difficulties? Wang Feng was on the verge of tears and cried. It's not a matter of difficulties. It's just that, well, The class teacher heaved a sigh of relief and said, since that's the case, I'm relieved. Although Shaolin doesn't have a good foundation, he should be able to do physical work. He won't have to worry about having no job in the future. Wang Feng was on the verge of breaking down in tears. The surrounding classmates swallowed hard and looked at Wang Feng with great sympathy. This feeling was truly beyond deep comprehension. The class teacher stared and said, why don't you thank your monitor quickly? Lynn said helplessly, thank you, Monitor Wang. Wang Feng's legs suddenly went weak. If he hadn't been holding onto the sofa, he would have slumped to the ground. Wang Feng looked at Lynn with tears streaming down his face and said, you're welcome. Bai Zhe struggled to suppress the urge to burst out laughing. His face turned alternately blue and purple, looking extremely uncomfortable. If it weren't for Lynn's presence, he would probably have burst out laughing. Then, the class teacher turned his head, looked at Bai Zhe, and sighed. Bai Zhe was stunned and said, Teacher, what? The class teacher sighed and said, I've heard that your family runs a martial arts school. Bai Zhe instantly had a very bad premonition. Staring blankly, he said, well, yes. My father is the master of the Bai's martial arts school. The class teacher shook his head and said, I see. Bai Zhe, after all, you are the deputy monitor of our class. It's only right to help each other among classmates. Lynn has failed to get into university for 3 years. Judging from his foundation, his hope of getting into university is indeed slim. It's really unreasonable to always trouble your class monitor, Wang. Do you think it's okay like this? If your father is willing, you can also help classmate Lynn. See if your martial arts school is willing to take him in. In this way, when he enters society in the future, at least he'll have a skill and can become a martial arts instructor or something. This is better than living a muddle-headed life without any skills. Bai Zhe. He subconsciously glanced at Lynn's meaningful eyes. Then his legs went weak and he plopped to the ground. The surrounding classmates were immediately startled and quickly helped Bai Zhe up from the ground, saying, Deputy Monitor Bai, are you okay? Bai Zhe gasped and tried to stand up several times. But his legs were so weak that they just wouldn't obey him, and he couldn't exert any strength. I'm fine. Don't help me. I can get up by myself. Damn it. Why was he so useless? Why couldn't these 2 legs stand up? The class teacher quickly said, hurry. Let Bai Zhe sit down. What's going on here? Several male classmates struggled to help Bai Zhe up and placed him on the sofa. Bai Zhe looked at Lynn's smiling eyes in fear and trepidation, lamenting inwardly. Why was he involved again? Damn it. I should have thought of it earlier. Why didn't I take the opportunity to leave just now? The class teacher looked over and said, Bai Zhe, can you do this favor? Sir. Bai Zhe swallowed hard, his face as pale as a sheet, and said, I'm afraid Bai Zhe was on the verge of tears. How could he answer this? If he refused, wouldn't it be disrespectful to his master? If he agreed, wouldn't it be an insult to his master? To ask his father to take his master as an apprentice? If his father found out, he'd probably break his legs. Seeing Bai Zhe's tear-filled expression, the class teacher said anxiously, Bai Zhe, I was just saying, if you really have difficulties, just forget it. Bai Zhe glanced at Lynn, then at the worried class teacher, on the verge of sobbing, and said, it's not that I don't want to. I don't have the nerve. He is. Lynn coughed and said, thank you, Vice Monitor Bai. Bai Zhe, looking like he was about to cry, replied, no, I dare not. Master, stop pretending, okay? Let's just be straightforward. It's really painful to play like this. The class teacher looked at Wang Feng and Bai Zhe, who were sitting on either side of Lynn, trembling and extremely ill at ease. It was quite strange. What was wrong with the 2 of them today? At school, they were clearly 2 very confident and even arrogant teenagers. Why were they acting so oddly today? The class teacher shook his head, stood up, and said, I'll go to the restroom first. You guys play by yourselves. Got it. Lynn, offer a toast to your 2 class monitors. The class teacher glared and said, Lynn stood up smilingly, picked up a bottle of beer and said, "Got it, Mr. Teacher. You can go first." "Well, then I'll leave." The door banged shut. Instantly, Wang Feng and Bai Zhe jumped up as if they had their hackles raised. Chapter 70. Close the door. "No one can leave today." Wang Feng quickly supported Lin to sit down and said timidly, "Young Master Lin, you mustn't listen to what our teacher said. How dare I find a job for you? If there's anything in the future, I still have to rely on you." Bai Zhe knelt down with a thud, kowtowed to Lin and said seriously, "Master, please forget all the words just now. I'm a man of principle. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. This will never change." All the classmates around were in a daze. It seemed understandable for Wang Feng to act like this, but they really didn't expect that even Bai Zhe, the vice classmate, would be like this. Master. How extraordinary was their senior Lin. It seemed that Bai Zhe had even worshipped him as a master. Looking at the two timid people, Lin shook his head and said, "Actually, what the teacher said is not wrong." "What's not wrong?" "It's all wrong." Wang Feng and Bai Zhe shouted in unison, interrupting Lin. Lin shook his head and sighed, "Actually, I quite like the teacher. After all, he's the only one in my life who treats me as an ordinary student. When you make something of yourselves in the future, help take care of the teacher more. Do you understand?" Yes. Wang Feng and Bai Zhe quickly replied. Lin gave a faint smile, picked up his wine glass, and said, "Come, let's have a toast." Wang Feng and Bai Zhe quickly grabbed a bottle of white wine and said, "Young Master Lin, Master, we'll drink first as a show of respect, bottoms up." So, right under the gazes of all their classmates, the two gulped down their whole bottles of white wine, watching them vying to offer toasts to Lin. All the classmates around swallowed hard. Could this be the power of money? They felt as if they were on a completely different level from them. In such a situation, they really couldn't get a word in. As time ticked by, the atmosphere gradually livened up. Everyone was having a jolly good time, toasting each other one after another. "Huh?" With a flushed face from drinking, Su Yinyan looked at the door in confusion and said, "Sir has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he come back yet?" She stood up, gave an apologetic smile to the classmates around her, and said, "I'll go to the restroom to check on Sir. You guys keep having fun first." "Sure." "Yin, go and come back quickly." Su Yinyan nodded, opened the door, and walked out. Just a few minutes later, Su Yinyan suddenly flung open the door and rushed in. Out of breath, she said anxiously, "Something's wrong. Lin, Sir's in trouble." Bai Zhe and Wang Feng instantly jumped to their feet. Lin narrowed his eyes and said, "Calm down and tell us what happened." With her eyes red and on the verge of tears, Su Yinyan said, "Go and have a look quickly. Sir is covered in blood, and there are so many people surrounding the homeroom teacher." Lin's expression instantly turned cold. He suddenly stood up and walked towards the door, saying, "Lead the way." Bai Zhe and Wang Feng gritted their teeth and picked up the beer bottles before walking outside. Immediately, their fellow friends around them eagerly followed the three out of the private room. In the corridor near the dance hall, amidst the noisy music, Lin's husband was lying on the ground with blood all over his head, gasping while covering his head. Broken beer bottles were scattered all around. With blood streaming down his eyes, which were red with anger, he exclaimed, "How could you beat people?" The leading young man with an earring spat on the ground, kicked the woman in the abdomen, and shouted, "Can't you watch where you're going? Didn't you see that you bumped into my girlfriend?" Beside him snuggled a heavily made-up woman who was holding a cigarette between her lips, blowing out a smoke ring as she looked down at Zhang Jianhua on the ground with a faint smile. The woman covered her abdomen and kept retching, with her whole body convulsing. The woman took a puff of her cigarette and smiled coquettishly. "Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Do you know where this place is? This is the biggest bar in Jiahai City. It's not a place for someone of your status to enter." The woman covered her abdomen, closed her eyes, and trembled, saying, "Yes, sorry." The woman gave a faint laugh and said, "Oh, so you know you're wrong now? What were you doing just now?" The woman cast a disdainful look at her, stepped on her high-heeled shoes, and held the cigarette between her fingers, saying, "Why don't you get out of here quickly? Do I have to call someone to throw you out?" But just as he finished speaking, a gloomy voice suddenly came from behind. "Who did you say you were going to throw out?" Just as the woman turned around, a fist suddenly came out of the crowd and landed on her face with a thud. Amid her shrill scream, the woman was sent flying more than 10 meters through the air and crashed heavily into the middle of the dance hall. Damn it! The young men nearby were immediately startled. The next moment, they saw Lynn, dressed in casual clothes, standing expressionlessly in front of the woman lying on the ground. The teacher, trembling, looked at Lynn's back, stretched out his hand, and said, "Lynn, don't fight." Lynn said coldly, "How dare you attack my teacher?" None of you will leave here alive today. The young men roared, abruptly picked up the chairs beside them, and shouted curses. Lynn remained expressionless. With a sudden punch, the young man was sent flying more than 10 meters along with the chair. Two other young men tried to ambush Lynn from behind. Lynn turned around suddenly, expression unchanged. And with a single slap, those two young men let out a shrill scream and were sent flying across the room. This scene stunned everyone present. Lynn turned around, helped his teacher up, inspected the wound on her head, and said coldly, "Sir, who hit you?" The teacher's mind was still lingering on Lynn's astonishing punch. She subconsciously looked in the direction of the young man who had been sent flying by Lynn. Lynn stood up abruptly, walked expressionlessly up to the young man lying on the ground wailing, grabbed him by the collar, picked up a bottle of wine from the bar counter, and smashed it down on his blood-smeared head. With a loud bang, the bottle shattered instantly. The young man passed out on the spot. The master subconsciously trembled and quickly said, "Lynn, come back quickly. Someone might get killed." Baizé and Wang Feng had already rushed over with their classmates. When they saw the blood on the master's head, their eyes all turned red. Baizé gritted his teeth, grabbed a chair beside him, and said, "Su Yin, you take good care of the master. I'll go. How dare they lay a hand on my master?" Baizé was filled with fierce determination. He walked up to another young man who had been sent flying by Lynn, picked up the bench, and started pounding on his head wildly. Wang Feng, emboldened by the alcohol, rushed over after Baizé and kicked the young man a few times during Baizé's beating. The ferocity of the three of them frightened everyone around. The master said anxiously, "Lynn, Baizé, stop hitting. This will really cause trouble." And at that very moment, in the dance hall, a middle-aged man suddenly pushed through the crowd and walked out with a gloomy face. Looking at Lynn, he said, "Who are you? How dare you lay a hand on my subordinates?" In the dance hall, dozens of young men immediately surrounded them, standing behind the middle-aged man. Several of them even took out steel bars from their sleeves. Lynn kicked the unconscious young man several meters away, then suddenly turned his head and said, "These guys are yours." The middle-aged man said expressionlessly, "That's right. Do you know who I am? After beating my men, do you think you can leave here alive today?" Lynn moved his body, stood up, strode forward, and shouted, "Turn off the dance music for me. Lock the door. No one is leaving today." Chapter 71. In a bad mood and want to beat your father too, a bar hostess rushed onto the stage and whispered something in the panicked DJ's ear. The DJ instantly broke out in a cold sweat and blanched as he asked, "You mean he's our boss?" The DJ immediately turned off the dance music, and the entire dance hall fell silent in an instant. The middle-aged man frowned, a faint sense of unease creeping into his heart. And the next moment, as the music stopped, one burly security guard after another rushed into the hall from outside the dance hall, each holding a police baton. The leading security captain immediately spotted Lynn standing in the middle of the hall. His heart skipped a beat, and sweating profusely, he hastened towards Lynn. When the middle-aged man saw the security captain of the bar, he stepped forward to greet him and said gravely, "Captain Wang, you're finally here." But the next moment, his expression froze. To his surprise, the security captain ignored him completely, pushed him aside, and walked up to Lynn. Saluting, he said, "Boss." As these words rang out, the whole venue fell into dead silence. An expression of utter shock flashed across the middle-aged man's face. The class teacher stared at Lynn in disbelief. "Boss." He called Lynn boss. "This," Lynn said solemnly, "lock the doors. Don't let anyone out. If I find that someone has left, you're fired." The security captain, sweating buckets, turned around and roared, "Close the doors," in front of the bar's main entrance. Several security guards immediately shut the doors, pulled down the rolling shutter door, and locked it. Hundreds of security guards, each holding a police baton, immediately surrounded them. Bowing their heads in front of Lynn, they said, "Boss." All the other customers cowered fearfully into the corridors on both sides. The middle-aged man stared at this scene in horror, took a step back, and looked at Lynn, stammering, You couldn't possibly be that one from the Lynn family." Before he could finish his sentence, a beer bottle came flying from afar and hit him on the head. Instantly, the bottle shattered with a loud noise. Baizé roared, "Damn you. Who do you think you are in front of my master?" With that, Baizé dashed into the crowd and started fighting furiously. In an instant, the whole place was filled with screams. Lynn waved his hand forcefully and said gravely, "Beat them. Beat them to death." Immediately, the scene descended into chaos. Without a word, the security guards rushed forward with their batons and started pummeling the young men on the head. Soon, the entire dance hall had turned into a brawling ground. Amid the screams of pain, within just a few minutes, all the people were knocked to the ground by Lynn's security guards. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, covered his head, and stared at Lynn with a trembling body, asking, Who exactly are you? Lynn said nothing. He helped the shocked class teacher up and let her sit on a chair. Frowning, he asked, Teacher, are you okay? The class teacher looked at Lynn in utter astonishment and said, Lynn, who exactly are you? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Feng rushed forward, kicked the middle-aged man, pointed in Lynn's direction, and shouted, Who is he? My brother is the heir to the Lynn group. This bar belongs to my brother. You're so blind. How dare you lay a hand on our homeroom teacher on my brother's turf? With that, Wang Feng stepped forward and gave another kick. As soon as these words were uttered, the whole place was in shock. All eyes fell on Lynn. He is young Master Lynn, the deputy general manager of the Lynn group, one of the two great Lynn figures who single-handedly founded a world-class business empire. The homeroom teacher stared at Lynn in disbelief and said, Lynn, are you really? Lynn took a deep breath, fished out a great returning pill from his pocket, and said, Sir, take this pill first. We'll talk about other things later. I'll handle this matter first. With that, Lynn turned around, walked expressionlessly up to the middle-aged man who was full of fear, squatted in front of him, and said, My teacher is in his 40s or 50s. One blow from you guys could cost him half his life. How do you think I should deal with you? The middle-aged man trembled and said, Let me tell you, my name is Luo Chen. My father is the master of the Luo Martial Arts School. If you offend me, Lynn stretched out his hand, and the security captain immediately handed his police baton to Lynn. Without saying a word, Lynn swung the baton at his head. The middle-aged man let out a scream of pain at once. Do you think this is a novel? Lynn stared down at him expressionlessly and said impatiently, I can't stand people like you who always bring up their fathers. Don't you think it's so kitsch? Luo Chen clutched his head and stared at Lynn malevolently, his eyes full of such hatred that it seemed he could tear the latter apart. Lynn remained expressionless as he retrieved the phone from Luo Chen's embrace, flipped through the phone book, dialed the number of his father, and then tossed the phone to the security captain not far away. With a blank look on his face, he said, Tell his father that his son has gotten into trouble. Ask him to bring more people to the Mingwei bar. Luo Chen instantly showed a panicked expression and stammered, What do you mean? Lynn replied impassively, I'm in a foul mood. I want to beat up your father too. The entire crowd was struck with terror. Lynn strode up to the dance hall. A security guard quickly placed a chair behind Lynn. He sat on the chair with his legs crossed, waiting stoically. The class teacher finally snapped out of the shock of Lynn's identity. After taking the pill Lynn gave her, she immediately felt as if all her injuries had healed at once. Supported by Su Yin, she walked towards Lynn nervously and said, Xiaolin, don't make this matter too serious. Teacher is already fine. Lynn gritted his teeth and retorted, No, this matter isn't over yet. Teacher, you suffered such great humiliation in my place. That's an affront to me. No one is going to have an easy time today. The class teacher extended his trembling hand and said, Lynn, alas, I truly never expected that you would turn out to be. Then all those days you skipped classes before. Lynn said dejectedly, I've been flying around the world, attending meetings everywhere. One day I'm meeting with presidents of different countries, and the next I have to participate in international conferences. There's simply no time for studying. The class teacher heaved a long sigh and said, Lynn, I really don't know what to say to you. Lynn said gravely, Since you know now, old teacher, just leave today's matter alone. You've taught me for 5 years. If I let you be wrong because of me, what kind of person would I be? And at that very moment, there came a series of sounds of the door being pounded from outside. Lynn said gravely, Let them in. A few minutes later, an old man with a bandage around his head led hundreds of martial artists and rushed in imposingly. The old man looked around angrily and roared, Who dared to touch my son? Lynn suddenly turned his head and said expressionlessly, Luo Jiang, haven't seen you for 2 days. Do you still recognize me? As soon as these words were spoken, the expression on the old man's face froze. He turned his head and stared at Lynn in disbelief, trembling as he said, You are. Lynn said expressionlessly, It's me, Lynn. Including the old man, all the martial artists he had brought in showed looks of horror. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Could it be that he's the monster who single-handedly challenged their entire martial arts association the other day? Lying on the ground, Luo Chen tremulously gazed at his father and then at Lynn, saying, Father, do you know him? Before Luo Jiang could reply, Lynn roared, Shut the door. Beat them up. Chapter 72. Should I call your father too? In an instant, accompanied by the loud sound of the rolling shutter door descending, Luo Jiang and over 100 martial artists were all trapped inside the bar. Without hesitation, Lin charged into the crowd like a tiger among wolves, punching one by one and making those martial artists scream in pain. Once they realized that the person in front of them was Lin, they didn't dare to fight back at all. Many martial artists present had witnessed Lin's terrifying abilities in the Martial Arts Association. He was a cultivator, an immortal cultivator. All those martial artists squatted down, covering their heads, not daring to resist. Even when the security guards surrounded them with batons and beat them, they still didn't dare to resist. They were terrified that Lin might actually punch them to death. "Don't hit us. Stop hitting." "Great Master Lin. We just arrived and have no idea what's going on. Let's talk it out. Have a good talk." Just a few minutes later, the over 100 martial artists brought by Luo Jiang were all black and blue, lying on the ground wailing. Luo Chen stared at this scene in trepidation. He never imagined that things would end up like this. Even the martial artists brought by his father were all taken down. "Stop hitting. Stop hitting." Luo Jiang, sitting on the ground with a bruised face, stretched out his hand, almost in tears, and said, "Master Lin, let's talk this out. What on earth is going on?" "I have absolutely no idea." Lin crouched in front of him, took out his phone from his embrace, and said expressionlessly, "Your son was not convinced and asked you to come and support him. I've helped him call you. Well, do you want me to call your father for you too?" Luo Jiang quickly waved his hands and cried, "I submit. I really submit. Please don't call my father. He's already 90. It's not worth it for him to come and get beaten up." Lin flipped through the phone she had taken from him and said indifferently, "What about your friends? Those martial arts school masters who are close to you? Do you want me to call them over for you?" Luo Jiang was on the verge of tears and said, "No, really no need." Lin stood up expressionlessly, looking down at him, and said, "Your son's men beat up my teacher. I'm very angry. What do you think should be done about this?" Luo Jiang turned his head and stared angrily at his son, Luo Chen. Luo Chen immediately shivered all over and stammered, I really had no idea. Those guys were on drugs. It really has nothing to do with me." Luo Jiang said in a fit of rage, You infilial son. How could I have a son like you? You don't study martial arts hard. You just know how to hang out with a bunch of hooligans every day. Do you really think you're a gangster boss? Damn it. I even came here and got beaten up on your behalf for nothing." Luo Jiang slapped him across the face. Luo Chen quickly got up and knelt in front of Luo Jiang, saying, "Father, I dare not do it again. It's my fault that I didn't manage my subordinates well. I'll never do it again." Luo Jiang said gravely, "Where are they?" The surrounding security guards dragged over those young men who were already beaten to a pulp and on the verge of death. Lin turned his head and looked at his classmates cowering in the distance. Yan Yan helped the teacher to the private room to rest first. "Classmates, go and accompany the teacher too." "Leave this to me," he said. Su Yan Yan nodded. Her face was slightly pale. She walked over to support the head teacher and said, "Teacher, let's step aside." The head teacher hesitated to speak, but finally sighed and was led back by Su Yan Yan. She had a premonition that something extremely cruel might happen next, which was why Lin asked her to avoid it. Among the surrounding classmates, apart from fear, there was more excitement. Their hearts were ablaze with enthusiasm. They had also been involved in group fights at school usually, but those were just trifles. Nothing comparable to this scene. They looked at Lin with uncontrollable excitement in their eyes. This was truly a big shot, and this big shot was actually their classmate. It felt like a dream. Lin crossed his legs and sat on the chair. He said calmly, "Wake them up." Several security guards around whispered to each other. Soon, a few of them brought several buckets of salt, water from the kitchen, and poured it on the young men. Immediately, shrill screams echoed throughout the bar. The young men woke up in excruciating pain, their faces full of terror. They looked at Luo Chen kneeling beside them and shouted, Boss, save us quickly." Luo Chen gave them a ferocious look and said, "Shut up. Your actions have brought about dire consequences for me." Only then did those youths fully comprehend the situation at hand, casting terrified glances toward Lin. They realized they had embroiled themselves in a grave predicament. Lin stated calmly, "Assaulting my associate within my establishment, and moreover, targeting a defenseless elderly woman. How do you propose we resolve this matter?" Wang Feng stepped forward, exclaiming vehemently, "Unless my brother is satisfied today, none of you shall depart." Wang Feng was elated, relishing the sensation of wielding authority under the aegis of a powerful figure. He felt the pain in his wrist and shoulder gradually dissipate. Clenching his teeth, Luo Chen turned and glared menacingly at the youths, declaring, "Sever one hand from each of them as recompense." Upon hearing this, the youths were seized with terror, lamenting, "Boss, please, no. We acknowledge our transgression. We shall never repeat this. Spare us, we implore you. With a subtle gesture from Lynn, several security personnel promptly retrieved cleavers from the kitchen and deposited them before Luo-chan. Luo-chan shuddered involuntarily, never anticipating that Lynn would genuinely be so ruthless. Lynn remarked impassively, "You shall execute the deed on their behalf." Luo-chan, gritting his teeth, seized a blade and approached the three youths, who watched in abject horror. With swift, decisive strokes, he carried out the act. Piercing screams echoed throughout the bar. Lynn's classmates instinctively averted their gaze, unaccustomed to witnessing such brutal scenes. With a resounding clang, the bloodied cleaver fell to the floor. Luo-chan gasped and said, "Young Master Lin, I'm terribly sorry. From now on, I'll definitely discipline my subordinates well. I swear they won't step into your bar ever again." "I'm so sorry." Lin cast a nonchalant glance at him, and then turned to look at Luo Jiang, saying, "Luo Jiang, take good care of your own son. Don't let him swagger around using your name. Otherwise, he won't even know when he's going to meet his end." Luo Jiang nodded repeatedly and bowed obsequiously, indicating that he would surely educate his son properly. "Get out of here. Don't let me see you again." After saying that, Lin turned around and headed towards the private room. The surrounding classmates immediately followed him excitedly. Staring at Lin's back, their eyes sparkled with admiration. The female classmates around were even more flustered, their hearts pounding uncontrollably, unable to contain their excitement. Senior Lin is so domineering and handsome. If I could have a boyfriend like him, I'd feel so secure. Senior Lin is simply a perfect domineering CEO. The female-oriented novels really don't lie to us. Lin didn't hear the discussions behind him at all. He said in his mind, "System, do you think I handled this matter inappropriately?" "System, host, you handled this matter impeccably. This is what my fated host should be like, be indifferent to life and death. If someone disagrees, fight back. Come on." Lin gritted his teeth and said, "That's good. Anyway, anyone who dares to touch the people around me will end up dead in my hands. Otherwise, I'll be really angry. System, there, host. Take a calming pill to soothe your anger. Ding. You have received a system benefit, Ningxin Pill X1. Chapter 73. It's not a matter of beauty soon. Lin returned to the private room. "Teacher, how are you? Does your head still hurt?" Lin walked over with a hint of concern, sat on the sofa, and inquired. The class teacher sighed, gazing at Lin with a complex expression, and said, "I'm fine, Lin. Anyway, thank you today. If it weren't for you, this old frame of mine wouldn't have been able to withstand that beating." Lin shook his head and smiled. "What are you saying, teacher? Why are you thanking me? You've been my class teacher for 5 years. The class teacher feigned annoyance. "So, am I being overly sentimental?" Lin picked up a glass of wine and said with a half-laugh, half-cry expression, "Yes, way too sentimental." The class teacher also burst into laughter and picked up his glass. Seeing this, all the classmates around picked up their glasses too. Is being sentimental acceptable? No. Everyone replied in unison. Cheers. Their glasses clinked together. Soon, the atmosphere in the private room became lively again. Watching this harmonious scene, Wang Feng truly admired Lin this time. Previously, he thought he belonged to the upper class and thus became overbearing, looking down on others with arrogance. However, after meeting Lin, he realized that he was far inferior to those at that level. Truly remarkable individuals don't bother to deliberately showcase their prowess. They maintain an amiable demeanor with everyone in daily life. However, when it comes to critical moments, their resoluteness in handling matters far surpasses that of the average person. Wang Feng felt envious. No wonder the person could achieve success. The ability to take control of the overall situation and make decisive decisions was beyond his reach. After indulging in a feast of wine, the class teacher, slightly tipsy, said, "Lin, I just can't fathom why, as the heir of the Lin group, you choose to appear so ordinary." Upon hearing this, all the surrounding classmates fell silent, pricking up their ears and looking at Lin expectantly. Lin was silent for a moment. He took a sip of wine, heaved a sigh, and gazed upwards with a look of melancholy. "Teacher, I know that many people nowadays strive desperately to become wealthy and lead a better life. But when you truly become a global tycoon, you'll find that kind of life is incredibly dull and boring." Lin recalled his childhood, his eyes reddening. "Can you imagine that terrifying feeling? Since I was born, my father had already registered a dozen diamond mines under my name. To curry favor with my father, presidents of various countries shamelessly stuffed all kinds of manors and mineral resources under my name. By the time I was 2 years old, my personal assets had already reached tens of billions, and they were increasing every day." Everyone around was stunned. Lin suddenly raised his head and downed a bottle of wine. With red-rimmed eyes, he exclaimed, Every morning when I wake up, there are a dozen or so maids coming to assist me with my daily routines. I tell them I can manage on my own, but the moment I say so, they start to weep. What can I do? For breakfast, I merely mentioned in passing that I fancied the red shrimps from the Maldives, and they actually flew all the way to the other side of the globe to catch them for me. Am I really that capricious? What's even more infuriating is that every day, I have to go and learn the ABCs with the little princess of Britain, watch the Japanese princess arranging flowers, and play junior golf with the American princess. Don't I know their intentions? They just want to foster an emotional bond from an early age so as to tie me to their royal families. Wang Feng swallowed hard and stammered, Are those little princesses beautiful? Lin's eyes were slightly red as he replied, It's not about beauty. It's that kind of. He sighed and casually switched on the TV, changing the channel. On the TV screen, there was a live broadcast of the coming of age ceremony of the British royal princess. A fair-haired and blue-eyed maiden in a magnificent gown, surrounded by people like a star in the sky, was smiling gracefully while facing numerous media interviews. All the classmates around were utterly astounded. Wang Feng trembled and said, The British princess. Elizabeth IV. Could it be? Lynn switched the channel again. There was a documentary on the TV. An elegant and demure young woman in a kimono was standing under a cherry blossom tree, looking extremely beautiful. She held a paintbrush gracefully and gently sketched the face of a boy on a pure white drawing board. The moment the boy's image appeared, the whole audience was in shock. Wang Feng stood there, stunned, and stammered. This is. Lynn switched to another channel. There. A tall black girl wearing a platinum crown was facing the camera, being interviewed by the media. Wang Feng shuddered all over and exclaimed, The little princess of Alenkyo. On TV, it happened to be the part of the media interview. Princess Ekaterina, do you have someone you have feelings for now? The little black princess looked into the camera, revealing an enchanting smile, and said in fluent Chinese, Brother Lin, I. Snap. Lin turned off the TV, covering his forehead, with an expression of horror on his face. All his classmates stared at him blankly, and Wang Feng was completely frozen. Lin said miserably, This is another reason why I kept a low profile. If I could do it all over again, I definitely wouldn't have been so nice to them back then. I would have kicked them all away. The homeroom teacher swallowed hard and said blankly, Lin W. What happened later? Lin took a deep breath, sipped a cocktail, and forced a smile, saying later? Later on, needless to say, when I was 8 years old, I truly couldn't endure such inhumane life. I really didn't want to be a good nothing under my father's protection. So, I made a 5-year agreement with my father. Within 5 years, I wouldn't borrow any of his assets and would start my own business independently. If after 5 years I still achieved nothing, I would come back to inherit his family fortune. If I succeeded after 5 years, he would let me do whatever I wanted. The class teacher opened his mouth and said in a daze, 8 years old. Then what happened later? Did you succeed in your business? Lin looked dejected and aggrieved. Yes, I did, but I was overly successful. In 2 years, my assets reached half of my father's. In 3 years, they were on a par with his. By the 5th year, I had exceeded his by more than half. As soon as he said this, the whole audience was in a daze. Lin was overwhelmed with grief. After having a bit of wine, he covered his eyes and sobbed softly. It's so empty. If I had known I would succeed so spectacularly, I might as well have gone back to inherit his family fortune. Now, it's double the emptiness. Su Yinan swallowed hard, reached out her hand to pat his back, trying to comfort him, but found she had no idea what to say. All the classmates around were on the verge of tears. Some little girls couldn't help taking out their tissues to wipe their eyes. This kind of sadness, though hard to fathom, truly seemed quite sorrowful. It was so difficult for Senior Lin. And just then, there came a knock on the door. The manager entered nervously and said, Young master, I've fetched your 1982 Lafite. May I present it to you? Lin wiped away his tears and waved his hand, saying, Open a bottle for each person. Then you're dismissed. Yes, young master. Amid the stunned gazes of his classmates, the manager wheeled in crates of 1982 Lafite and opened a bottle in front of each person. Lin picked up a bottle of the 1982 Lafite and gulped down half of it. With red-rimmed eyes, he said, From that moment on, I made up my mind. I must lead an ordinary life. I want to finish high school like an ordinary person and get into college. I have no interest in money. The happiest time for me was when I went to school every day with just a few dimes in my pocket and couldn't even afford a Coke. Everyone looked at the crates of Lafite and then at Lin, who was in tears. Then they all started crying. How inspiring. Senior Lin is truly inspiring. Chapter 74. Beiwa. My good brother, you've come soon. They were satiated with food and wine. Everyone left the bar. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. Lynn asked the bar staff to drive his classmates home. Goodbye, Senior Lynn. Watching them get into the car, Lynn smiled and waved at them. The system said, feeling better. Host. Then should we go back and practice? Lynn waved his hand grandly and said, not in a hurry. Let me enjoy the cold wind and sober up. The system snorted. Starting tomorrow, I won't allow you, the host, any slack anymore. Tomorrow, I'll teach you the sword control technique. I've filled your schedule with body, training, and chi training courses. Just focus on your cultivation for a few weeks, you useless host. Lynn scratched the back of his head and strode down the street, smiling and saying, got it, got it. What Lynn failed to notice was that in the distant night sky, several immortal cultivators flying with swords were concealed in the darkness. Watching Lynn strolling on the street from afar. The night was pitch black with a high, rising moon and a cold, gentle breeze. One of the cultivators said gravely, Senior Brother Beiwa, that's right. That person should be the immortal cultivator, Lynn, who injured our junior sister before. Beiwa was dressed in black. His expression indifferent. He stood on a flying sword, arms folded, motionless and imposing in the night sky. Good, he narrowed his eyes and said. We've been looking for him for so long, and he finally shows up. Today was definitely not a pleasant day for Beiwa. In the dream this afternoon, he was mercilessly tortured by that bastard for several hours, and the pain couldn't be erased in a short time. Just thinking about the scenes in the dream made his mouth twitch involuntarily. He clenched his fists tightly with a cracking sound. So irritating. He was determined to make Lynn pay for all the suffering he endured in the dream. Let's go. Beiwa said indifferently, find a deserted place. Today, I'll teach him a lesson. How dare he lay a hand on my junior sister? He's really tired of living. Yes, Senior Brother. Soon, accompanied by streaks of sword and tint, they vanished into the clouds. Lynn strode along the deserted roadside, utterly oblivious to the fact that he had been targeted. Time ticked away. Suddenly, the inebriated Lynn abruptly lifted his head, only to witness the streetlights around him crackling violently. In the next instant, all the streetlights went out on the spot. Lynn exclaimed in astonishment, has there been a malfunction with the streetlights? Darkness descended like a thick, impenetrable iron curtain. Lynn glanced around. The surroundings were completely desolate, and there was not a single pedestrian or vehicle on the road. It was a pitch black night with a cold moon hanging high in the sky. Immediately, the voice of the system echoed in his ear. System, host, be cautious. There's danger. Just as the system finished speaking in an instant, the clear sounds of sword vibrations rang out from afar. In the next moment, Lynn's eyes widened in shock. In the sky, in the direction of the full moon, several flying swords glinting with a cyan light shot towards him like lightning. Lynn quickly dodged to the side, and a flying sword narrowly grazed his cheek before stabbing into the ground with a resounding clang. Then, another flying sword instantly stabbed at Lynn's head. Lynn quickly crossed his arms to protect his head. With a clang, the sword struck his arm, creating a shower of blinding sparks before bouncing off and stabbing into the ground. What on earth is this? Lynn grimaced and complained, it hurts so much. And at that very moment, 3 more swords descended from the sky and stabbed into 3 other positions around Lynn. The 5 flying swords immediately glowed with a blinding light. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, beams of light shot out from the flying swords in an instant, connecting with several other flying swords and forming a 5-star formation. Lynn was immediately trapped within it. Lynn was slightly stunned and said, could this be a formation? System, yes, indeed. This should be the lowest, grade 5, element formation. Once activated, it can confine people within the formation, rendering them immobile. Higher, grade 5, element formations are even more terrifying. Even a beast in the Nascent Soul Realm would find it difficult to escape. Lynn moved his body slightly, and the 5 swords immediately trembled, as if they were about to be pulled out at any moment. Lynn frowned and said, but why do I feel that the formation will collapse with just a slight movement? System, because this is the lowest, grade 5, element formation, which can only control second-order chi refiners at most. As for you, a formation suitable for the Foundation Establishment realm is needed to control you. Lynn, oh. At that very moment, a cold voice came from the night sky. Lynn, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Lynn immediately looked up. The next moment, under the illumination of the full moon, 5 people flying on swords slowly appeared in the night sky. The wind whistled through their robes, and the blades of the swords under their feet exuded a chilling cold. As soon as those 5 people appeared, Lynn felt a sense of grandeur rushing towards him. If the solemn and menacing peace ambush from all sides were played at this moment, the atmosphere would be truly overwhelming. It was a moonless and windy night. A perfect time for murder. Under this atmosphere, even Lynn's breathing quickened slightly, for the feeling was truly irresistible. A master. Those 5 individuals are undoubtedly masters. Amidst this grand and imposing atmosphere, bathed in the glow of the moonlight, Lynn finally beheld the face of the leading man, arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority. Lynn was immediately stunned. Why did this face seem so familiar? Instantly, a series of images of a man being soundly thrashed by himself flashed across Lynn's mind. He is. Could it be? Daoist stood there indifferently, arms folded, looking down haughtily at Lynn, who was confined by the 5 elemental formation on the ground, and said coldly, "Lynn, do you know why we've come to find you today? Do you know who I am?" His voice resounded like rolling thunder, sharp and full of shock. The moment he uttered these words, he released his aura. The terrifying aura of the 8th level of the Qi, refining realm instantly transformed into a chilling gale, sweeping towards Lynn. However, the expected scene of Lynn being overwhelmed by shock did not occur. The next moment, Lynn excitedly lifted his head and exclaimed, "Daoist, you're Daoist, right? What a coincidence." Daoist's body suddenly stiffened, and he involuntarily shivered. His gaze fixed on Lynn became increasingly bewildered, shocked, and tremulous. How did he know his name? Moreover, what was this excited and rather odd tone? The next moment, under the astounded gazes of the other cultivators beside Daoist, Lynn, seemingly unaffected by the 5 elemental formation at all, strode out of the formation. The 5 element formation suddenly burst into crackling light. The moment Lynn stepped out, there came several cracking sounds, and the 5 sword blades instantly shattered. The cultivator. Lynn strolled casually in the direction of Daoist, exclaiming with admiration, "Daoist, I always knew you wouldn't forget your good brother. Today, when I saw you commit suicide in the dream, I thought you really didn't want to fight me anymore. Who would have thought that you'd come all the way to find me in reality? It truly touches my heart." Lynn burst into hearty laughter, beaming with joy. In mid-air, the 4 cultivators beside Daoist turned their heads, staring at Daoist, who stood there rigidly in astonishment. One of them said, "Senior brother. Why does he claim you two are good brothers? Have you known him before, senior brother?" Daoist stared at Lynn, who was approaching with a beaming face step by step, his body trembling. He murmured, "Run." The junior brothers were puzzled and asked, "Senior brother, what did you say?" "Run." His body trembled more violently, as if he had witnessed something extremely terrifying. The next moment, Daoist suddenly whipped his head around and roared at the top of his lungs, "Run for your lives." Chapter 75. Recognizing the glance the next moment, Daoist mounted his flying sword under his feet and sped away in the opposite direction without even a backward glance. He even pushed his spiritual energy to the limit. And in an instant, he vanished into the city's night sky. His face was deathly pale, his lips quivered slightly, and his pupils were filled with dread. That was right. There was absolutely no mistake. It was that utterly annoying tone, combined with that infuriatingly arrogant smile on his face. He was undoubtedly the scoundrel who had ravaged him 500 times in his dreams. It turned out that he was Lynn. Oh gods! Daoist felt tears welling up in his eyes. All he could think about now was to run away as fast as possible and keep as far away from that monster as he could. He mustn't have any interaction with him. It was a psychological horror. Behind him, his junior brothers caught up with all their might, gasping for breath, and cried out, "Senior brother, slow down. What's going on? What on earth has happened?" Daoist trembled and said, "Don't ask. Just listen to me and follow me to run." One of the junior brothers, out of breath, shouted, "Senior brother, we've finally found the real culprit who injured our junior sister. Are we really going to let him go so easily?" Daoist was on the verge of crying. "Let him go? Spare me. You really have no idea how terrifying this guy is. He's a monster, a heartless monster. If we fight with him, we might not even have a single bone fragment left afterwards." Daoist gritted his teeth and said, "Don't interfere. Quickly check if that guy is catching up." "No, senior brother." When we ran away, that Lynn was still standing there, one of the junior brothers reported. Daoist took a deep breath and said, "It's good that he didn't catch up. It's good that he didn't catch up." "Daoist, why are you flying so fast? How about we land and have a meal first? I know a nice food stall where we can have some beer and have a good chat," Lynn suggested. Daoist shook his head and said, "I'm not in the mood right now. We'd better." But the next moment, his body froze. This voice is... He turned his head with a series of cracking sounds and looked beside him. Instantly, As if he had seen a ghost, his pupils dilated abruptly. Just behind one of his junior brothers, Lynn was standing on the hilt of his junior brother's flying sword, with his arms folded, smiling at him. "Aya!" Beiwa let out a terrified scream. When did you get up here?" The shock to Beiwa was no small matter. It was as if his gallbladder was about to burst. Lynn shook his head and said with a smile, "Hee, I can't fly with a sword yet. So I just hitched a ride. You don't mind, do you? Also, Beiwa, why are you running away when you see me? I'm not going to eat you. Aren't you going to catch up with me?" His junior brother turned around in surprise. After seeing Lynn behind him, he was stunned for a moment and then let out a terrified scream. "Ghost! It's a ghost!" Lynn slapped him and said, "Stop screaming like a banshee. Fly your sword properly and don't wobble around." Beiwa was on the verge of tears. The other 4 cultivators were all terrified, their teeth chattering constantly. Their eyes were filled with horror as they looked at Lynn. When on earth did he get on silently? Is he a human or a ghost? To be able to do this, how high must his cultivation level be? Lynn patted the cultivator riding the flying sword in a very familiar manner, pointed at the downtown area ahead, and said, "Stop in the alley up ahead. Yes, that one. There's a nice food stall there. It should still be open. I'll treat you to barbecue." The junior brother riding the flying sword was on the verge of tears. He looked at his senior brother for help, but the next moment, he suddenly widened his eyes. Senior brother? Where had the senior brother gone? Why was there only a sword left? How did the senior brother disappear? Wasn't he here just now? The senior brother even abandoned the sword and ran. Meanwhile, in the night sky, Beiwa gritted his teeth and plummeted towards the ground like a falling meteor in free fall. No, he mustn't be found by that guy again. He had been massacred 500 times in the dream, but that was just a dream. If it were in reality, he would really die. He had never been so embarrassed before, but it didn't matter. As long as he could avoid that guy, he could completely abandon his dignity. Boom. With a loud noise, Beiwa crashed directly from a height of over 1,000 meters into a secluded alley. The concrete floor cracked instantly as he landed. Amid the dust, a smile of success appeared on Beiwa's face. Finally, he had gotten rid of that guy. Then he looked up, and in an instant, their eyes met. A crow flew over their heads. Lynn was seen squatting at the spot where he had landed, smiling with crescent-shaped eyes. The surroundings instantly fell silent, and an extremely eerie atmosphere pervaded the air. Beiwa clutched his head in utter horror. "You've got to be kidding me. Oh my goodness. A ghost. Are you a ghost? Why are you everywhere? Weren't you flying in the sky just now?" Lynn drew out his sword from behind and clicked his tongue. "Well, seeing you suddenly jump down and even forgot your own sword, I just followed suit. I merely landed a bit earlier than you. Wasn't I coming specifically to return your sword?" Beiwa was completely distraught, on the verge of bursting into terrified tears. "I don't need you to return my sword. I just want to go home as soon as possible. I'm begging you. Please let me go," Lynn asserted with certainty. "I'm sure you just want me to treat you to a meal." Beiwa was on the verge of madness, his tears streaming down his face. "I don't. Where on earth did you get the idea that I want you to treat me to a meal?" Lynn pointed at a brightly lit food stall not far behind him. His eyes sparkled with a glint of insight, wearing a knowing expression. "Right after I mentioned there was a nice food stall here, you were in such a hurry to jump down. Isn't that a sign that you want me to treat you?" Beiwa turned his head stiffly, the tear streaks on his face still unblemished. Then his gaze fell upon that food stall in the distance, and he stood there, stunned. Why is there just a food stall here? Why did I happen to land right beside it? Lynn let out a burp with a beaming smile. He put his arm around the other's neck as if they were old friends. Under Beiwa's stunned gaze, he strode towards the food stall. "Let's go. Today, I'm treating. Order whatever you like. It won't cost much. After the meal, we'll have a good spar." Chapter 76, Mom, Leisure is Too Hard. I want to go home a few minutes later. On the open space outside the food stall, 2 small square tables were put together, and the tables were already filled with all kinds of barbecued food. "Pop." Lynn opened a bottle of beer, raising it with a smile, and said, "Come on, buddy. Have a swig." Across the table, Beiwa sat there in a daze, still in a state of shock even at this moment. His 4 junior brothers sat huddled together with their legs clamped, looking as meek as wronged young brides, not daring to utter a single word. Beiwa picked up the beer with a trembling hand, clinked glasses with Lynn, and murmured, "Wasn't I here to kill him today? Why am I sitting here having a barbecue with him now?" Lynn finished off a bottle of beer and asked in confusion, "What did you just say, buddy?" Beiwa shivered involuntarily, wearing an expression on the verge of crying, and replied, Nothing." Lynn let out another burp and pointed at the junior brother sitting beside him, saying, "Come on, make room for me. Let me have a good chat with your senior brother." The junior brothers quickly stood up nervously and made way for Lynn. Beihua instantly widened his eyes and quivered. Don't leave. Lynn plopped down beside him. Beihua sat there, choking with sobs, pressing his legs tightly together. And an impulse to cry welled up within him. Lynn held a beer, let out a belch, and said, Brother Beihua, to be honest, I really went too far today. You're the brother I've painstakingly found who's willing to play 500 rounds with me. I really shouldn't have goaded you with my words. Beihua burst into tears. No one is willing to play 500 rounds with you. I didn't volunteer for this at all. Lynn picked up the beer, slurring, What do you think of this? Brother here will apologize to you today, and we'll let bygones be bygones. How about that? If you're my brother, down a bottle with me. Will you give me this face? Beihua tremblingly picked up a bottle of beer, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart, and stammered, Let bygones be bygones. Lynn, with bleary, drunken eyes, said, Let bygones be bygones. Those 500 rounds don't count from today on. Beihua's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Really? If that's the case, it couldn't be better. Lynn said, Let's play another 500 rounds. Uffed. Hearing this, Beihua sprayed out the half-drunk beer. Calm down. Calm down. Lynn patted him on the back, consoling, Drink slowly. Brother knows you're happy. But don't take it out on your own body. Beihua tremulously extended his hand, pointing at Lynn, and stammered, You. Lynn shook his head and smiled gently, saying, Say nothing, brother. I understand. We're kindred spirits. After all, in this world, there are so few cultivators. It's truly arduous to find a compatible opponent. You're just being overly delicate. In fact, I know you're eager to fight me too, right? I comprehend. Seeing Lynn's knowing expression, Beihua was on the verge of tears. In a fit of rage, Beihua stretched out his hand, his eyes streaming with tears, and stammered, Are you trying to thank me? Thank me for accompanying you as your sparring partner? Lynn flashed a smile as if he had seen through Beihua. Beihua trembled and stammered. You. Don't mention it. Lynn laughed heartily and gave him a slap on the back. Critical hit. It's only right. Lynn gave him another slap. Critical hit x2. We're making progress together. Lynn slapped him again. Critical hit x3. Uffed. Beihua was so enraged that he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Tears welled up in his eyes, streaming down his cheeks in rivulets. Why did the heavens decree that I should encounter this fellow? Senior brother. What's wrong with you, senior brother? Lynn was also startled. He quickly took out a tissue to wipe the blood from the corner of Beihua's mouth and asked, Brother, what's the matter? You can't vomit blood just because you're overjoyed. Beihua tremulously extended his hand and said, I want to go home. Lynn was stunned. He turned to look at the 4 junior brothers and asked, What did he say? One of his junior apprentices swallowed hard and said, Senior brother said he wants to go home. Where is his home? In the north. It's very far, thousands of kilometers away. Lynn quickly grasped his hand and said, Brother, your home is too far. How about going to my place and staying for one night? Beihua said with tears streaming down his face, I want to go home. Mom. Lynn said in astonishment, Brother, don't cry. What's going on? Do you miss home? Beihua's tears gushed forth, and he murmured in a despairing tone, Mom, I don't want to cultivate immortality anymore. I want to go home. All of his junior apprentices were completely stunned. Was this really their senior brother? In their impression, their senior brother was an arrogant and extremely talented prodigy. How could he be like this just after having a bit of alcohol today? Could it really be that he missed home? It seemed that he had drunk too much. Lynn shook his head, nudged Beihua, and said, Look at those skinny arms and legs. It's obvious there's an issue with his alcohol tolerance. Then, Lynn turned his head and looked at Beihua seriously, saying solemnly, Let's have a fight while we're in high spirits to arouse that passion of yours. It'll be very beneficial for sobering you up. What do you think? I. Beihua looked at his sincere eyes tremulously and stood up shakily while holding onto the table. I don't want to fight with you. Beihua was on the verge of a breakdown. He burst into tears and suddenly pushed the crowd aside, right under the shocked gazes of everyone. Beihua suddenly hugged a utility pole and slammed his head against it with a thud. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the utility pole, indicating just how forceful that impact was. Lynn and his junior disciples were all greatly shocked. Senior brother, Beihua. Lynn and his junior disciples rushed over immediately and helped up Beihua, whose head was bleeding profusely. Looking at Beihua's expression of utter despair, Lynn wore a look of deep pity and distress. Brother, what on earth are you doing? If there's anything bothering you, just tell me. Beihua trembled and said, I don't want to fight with you. Lynn, still filled with pity and annoyance, exclaimed, I thought it was something serious. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have fought with you. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I, I, you. Beiwa trembled and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His head tilted to one side and he fainted. Lynn and the junior disciples were extremely shocked. Beiwa. Lynn reached out and placed his hand under Beiwa's nose. Then he let out a sigh of relief, shook his head and said, "It's nothing serious. He's just suffered a rush of qi and blood to the heart and fainted. He'll be fine after some rest." One of his junior disciples trembled and asked, "What on earth is going on?" Lynn said dejectedly, "To be honest, your senior brother and I are the kind of intimate friends forged through real battles. Our friendship is unbreakable. He was so overjoyed to see me today that he couldn't help but bash his head against the wall to express his elation. It really warms my heart." Lynn let out a sigh. The junior disciples were all stunned. It seems that he didn't bang his head against the wall out of joy. Lynn shook his head and said wistfully, "After he wakes up, you must remember to tell him that there are still 500 unfinished matches between us two. I'll surely come to see him often in the future." "Did you hear me clearly?" The several junior apprentices gulped and replied dully, "Why? Yes, we heard clearly. L. Lynn said wistfully, "Since I'm on terms of life and death friendship with your senior brother, you can just call me Big Brother Lynn." Big Brother Lynn. Lynn felt in his pocket and found he had no money. So he had to rummage through Beihua's pocket for the wallet, took out 2,000 yuan, slapped it on the table, and shouted towards the inside of the store boss, "I've left the money on the table. No need for change." Meanwhile, at the hotel where Beihua was staying, in front of the hotel gate, an old man frowned and paced back and forth constantly. That old man looked refined and had another, worldly air. Although his hair was all white, he had a rosy complexion and was full of vitality. He clearly wasn't an ordinary person. He was the real man of the Qinglong sect and also Beihua's master. After Beihua left the Qinglong sect upon hearing that his junior sister had an accident, he started to worry, for he knew his disciple's character very well. He was overly conceited and doted on his junior sister a great deal. If he saw Hua Qiming injured, he would surely go to settle the score right away. In the afternoon, he received a call from another disciple, saying that Beihua wanted to fight the cultivator who had injured Hua Qiming. This scoundrel, Master Qilian, gritted his teeth and said, "I'm really infuriated." The thunderous tribulation at noon was ample evidence that there were hidden talents in Jiahai City. Moreover, he had also heard that several supernatural agencies under the state had been alerted by the noon thunder tribulation, and soon there would be undercurrents surging here. At this crucial moment, if any trouble were to arise, it would be a disaster. Suddenly, at that very moment, the sounds of sword humming came from the sky. Master Qilian immediately looked up and saw several of his disciples flying on their swords. On one of the flying swords, a strange man was carrying his disciple Beihua on his shoulder. Master Qilian was instantly shocked and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Beihua, what's wrong with him?" Those disciples immediately jumped off the flying swords nervously and said, "Master, Lynn was stunned for a moment. He looked up at the old man and immediately carried Beihua over, saying, "Are you Beihua's master?" "I'm Beihua's friend. He got drunk, and I've brought him here." Master Qilian was taken aback and said, "Drunk? Then why is his head covered in blood?" Lynn sighed and said, "He was overly excited to see me and went on a drinking spree. I couldn't hold him back, and he banged his head." Master Qilian gritted his teeth and said, "This is truly disgraceful. However, it's also a relief that he just went out for a drink and didn't cause me any trouble." Then he looked up at Lynn. Suddenly, he gave a slight start. "I see that you, young man, have an extraordinary bearing. May I ask which sect you belong to?" He could tell at a glance that Lynn was no ordinary person. From his perspective, Lynn exuded a lingering aura of spiritual energy all over his body. There was a profound and lofty aura of the Tao between his eyebrows, and his straight figure was a clear indication of his excellent, innate foundation. Moreover, he could tell at a glance that this young man's cultivation was above the fourth stage of the Qi refining realm, and the richness of his spiritual energy far exceeded that of his peers. This person's aptitude was definitely far superior to Beihua. How could there be such a fellow cultivator in Beihua? Lynn put down Beihua, who looked completely dejected, from his shoulder and said, "My name is Lynn. I don't belong to any sect. I'm just a freelance cultivator." Upon hearing this, the true Lord Qilian's eyes immediately lit up. He looked at Beihua, whose head was covered in blood in his arms, and suddenly felt that his own disciple was no longer so appealing. The true Lord Qilian casually tossed Beihua to the side. Senior brother. The disciples were greatly shocked. Lynn was startled. His gaze passed over the true Lord Qilian and landed on Beihua, who was lying face down on the ground. "Well, about Beihua." The true Lord Qilian stroked his beard and looked at Lynn, becoming more and more amazed. Excellent. Being a freelance cultivator is truly wonderful. Young hero. At such a young age, you have achieved such a high level of cultivation. You are truly a person of exceptional talent and promise. May I ask how you got acquainted with my disciple? Lynn stared blankly at Bei Hua, who was lying face down on the ground, and casually replied. We became friends through battles. We improved together during the fights and established a profound friendship. The true Lord Qilian stroked his beard, and his eyes immediately brightened. Excellent. Splendid. Truly, it was utterly unexpected that his own disciple, who seemed rather unreliable in idle chatter, was so remarkable when it came to making friends. The more he looked at Lynn, the more he took a fancy to him, and a strong urge welled up within his heart. Without the support of a sect, yet having cultivated to such a level, it was sufficient to demonstrate his extraordinariness. If he could really recruit Lynn into his sect, his status in the Qinglan sect would surely soar. He failed to recruit that little lass, Hua Qiming. Now that such an opportunity presented itself, how could he simply let it slip away? Immediately, the true person Qilian cast Bei Hua to the farthest corner of his mind and focused all his attention on Lynn. Young lad, I wonder if you have any interest in joining my sect? The spiritual qi is about to revive soon. If you have a sect to back you up, it will be like a dragon encountering water, soaring to great heights. Lynn stared blankly and said, a sect? The true person Qilian tried to entice him, winking and gesturing. Exactly. Our sect is called the Qinglan sect, a major sect in the north. There are quite a number of foundation establishment realm cultivators within the sect. Young lad, would you like to give it some thought? Lynn stroked his chin and said, there are actually foundation establishment realm cultivators? I thought there were only a handful of cultivators in this world. The true person Qilian smiled and said, compared to the 7 billion population, the number of cultivators is indeed small, but not negligible. Most of them simply live in seclusion. However, since the spiritual qi is about to revive, more and more ancient cultivating families will surely enter the mortal world in the future, and our Qinglan sect is among the first to do so. Young lad, do consider it. Watching true man Qilian winking and making a provocative expression, Lynn's face twitched slightly. For the time being, I have no intention of joining a sect. However, thank you all the same, Lynn declined. True man Qilian showed no sign of annoyance at all. He never thought that he could recruit such a young prodigy just upon their first meeting. True man Qilian said with a beaming smile, it doesn't matter. The future is long. Young man, take your time to consider. But if you ever decide to join a sect in the future, our Qinglan sect should definitely be your top choice. As he spoke, true man Qilian leaned in mysteriously and said, there are many female disciples in the sect with an otherworldly air. Moreover, they are all in the prime of their youth, innocent and naive. True man Qilian gave him a knowing look that all men would understand. Lynn couldn't help but shiver and said awkwardly, well, it's quite good, really. System. Then, true man Qilian looked around furtively. He then took out a card shimmering with white light from his sleeve and stuffed it into Lynn's hand, saying mysteriously, here, take this. Lynn was taken aback and asked, what is this? True man Qilian whispered, it seems you're unaware, young man. 2 weeks from now, the current master of the Medicine King Valley and Mr. Du Gu, the president of the National Martial Arts Association, will host a grand banquet in the imperial capital. Our Qinglan sect has also received an invitation. This is the last entry pass in my possession. If you're interested, you can go and have a look. In fact, about half of the guests at the banquet will be cultivators. As soon as these words were uttered, Lynn's eyes immediately lit up, and he became intrigued. What on earth was this grand feast? Immortal Qilian explained with a beaming smile, the revival of spiritual energy is imminent. Since the Medicine King Valley is entering the mortal world, it naturally needs to recruit disciples extensively. To tell you the truth, major immortal cultivating sects are behind the Martial Arts Association. Every once in a while, they select martial artists with good aptitudes from the Martial Arts Association and guide them into the path of immortal cultivation. This is a well-kept secret known to very few. Lynn's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Hua Qiming also came for this matter? Chapter 78. The incredibly horrifying system task. Immortal Qilian stroked his beard and said with a smile, moreover, the Medicine King Valley, which is recruiting disciples this time, is a great sect. The Medicine King Valley and our Qinglan sect have had a long-standing friendship and are intermarried. After this grand feast, the Medicine King Valley will give our Qinglan sect a large batch of rare pills, and every participant will receive a share. Lynn was stunned and said, rare pills? Immortal Qilian continued to entice, that's right. Have you ever seen large lower grade great restoration pills? Have you ever seen the yellowish gold lower grade marrow cleansing pills and spirit absorbing pills? Lynn was taken aback and recalled the tens of thousands of top grade great restoration pills he had stored in his inner space. He mused. Lower grade great restoration pills. Well, I really haven't seen them. Immortal Daoist smiled and said, of course. Don't underestimate these pills just because they are of the lower grade. In our era, lower grade pills are like divine medicines. Countless immortal cultivators are vying for them. So are you tempted? He said mysteriously, if you join our Qinglan sect, I'll definitely allocate 2.5 pills for you. Lynn was startled and stammered, 2.5? A look of pride flashed across the eyes of the true man Qilian as he declared, don't think it's a meager amount. Our sect master can only obtain dozens of pills from the Medicine King Valley each year. If you're not an outstanding inner sect disciple, you might not get a single pill in a decade or more. Lynn coughed and replied, it's truly a considerable quantity. The true man Qilian smiled amiably and stated, remember, if you wish to attend this grand banquet, take this invitation and head to the imperial capital in 2 weeks. Of course, those who don't join the Qinglan sect won't get a share of the pills. Lynn replied awkwardly. All right, thank you, venerable sir. Well, it's quite late. The true man Qilian stroked his beard, his eyes brimming with amusement, and said, very well, young man. Go back and think it over carefully. If you've made up your mind, there's my contact information on the invitation. The gates of the Qinglan sect will always be open for you. Lynn nodded, then turned around and cast a worried glance at Beiwa. Beiwa, my friend, I'll see you off here. Take good care of yourself. I'll come to see you after you wake up. The unconscious Beiwa suddenly trembled. Watching Lynn's retreating figure, the true man Qilian was filled with self-satisfaction. He believed he had already won Lynn over. No cultivator could remain unmoved in the face of 2.5 lower grade great return pills. They were lower grade great return pills, after all. Not just anyone could casually obtain such potent medicinal pills. Before long, Lynn returned to his own residence. System, hey, dog-like host. Judging from your expression, you truly desire to join that Qinglan sect? Lying on the bed, Lynn waved his hand and replied with a broad smile. What a joke. I have absolutely no such intention. System, actually, it's quite a good idea. After all, there are so many young and innocent fairies. Why don't you go? Host. Lynn stroked his chin and said, well, you're right. Crackle. Suddenly, Lynn felt a jolt of electricity surging through his body. The pain was so intense that he immediately sprang up from the bed. System, are you crazy? Why did you shock me? It hurts so much. System, the host has been slacking off, only indulging in pleasure every day. How can you become a lofty immortal king like this? Starting tomorrow, you're not allowed to go out. The system has already formulated a comprehensive study plan for you. Lynn grimaced in pain and said, but there was no need to shock me. It really hurts. System, humph. Early the next morning, Lynn yawned as he got out of bed. Under the system's constant nagging, he listlessly made his way to the hot spring room in his manor. When he previously soaked in the thunder tribulation liquid, he had the water in the hot spring completely drained. Now, the hot spring room was empty and dry. Yawning again, Lynn asked, System, what are we practicing today? Isn't it sword control? Why did we come here? System, to learn the sword control technique. The host must first break through to the 5th stage of the Qi refining realm. For cultivators, the 5th stage is a crucial juncture. Upon reaching this point, cultivators can begin to master the way of controlling Qi. Only after mastering the way of controlling Qi can the host learn to control the flying sword. Lynn immediately clenched his fist and said confidently, well, I understand. System, then strip naked first. Lynn, oh. System, take off your shorts too. Lynn, I don't want to. System, absolutely not. Soon, Lynn was completely naked, sitting cross-legged in the pool where the hot spring had flowed earlier. As time ticked by, Lynn felt extremely embarrassed. Although the room was not cold, just sitting there idly made him feel rather self-conscious. System, are you there? System, stay there and don't move. I'm looking for a task for you. Don't bother me. Lynn, oh. Meanwhile, within the system space, the system flipped through its task list and fell into deep contemplation. Travel to the Qinling Mountains and slay 50 fierce beasts in the Qi refining realm. Reward. No, it's too dangerous. Search for the 5 elemental caves such as ice pools and volcanoes. And use being burned by flames and covered by ice as training methods, persevering for 10 days. No, the host will suffer pain. Go into seclusion for 50 years, abstaining from food and drink, specializing in the art of fasting, and tempering the mind. Reward. No, no. The host will definitely get bored. The system rapidly flipped through the task list, canceling one automatically, generated task after another. After a long time, the system directly tore apart the task list and said, "What kind of absurd tasks are these? It's clearly meant to make things difficult for my host. No, I'd better edit them myself." Soon, another half an hour passed. Lynn began to feel nervous. Although he knew that the system was quite kind to him and many tasks were extremely simple, seeing that the system had not responded for half an hour, he feared that this time it might be rather unusual. For the entire evening, the system had ignored him. It must be angry. Could it be that it was searching for some extremely difficult tasks to make things hard for him? Surely not. Surely not. System, I was just joking yesterday. I definitely won't go to that so-called Qinglan sect. Even if there are many young girls there, I definitely won't go. Lynn grew more and more nervous, and that sense of foreboding grew stronger. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss. He gritted his teeth and said, "System, haven't you found a task yet? What am I supposed to do this time? Climb a mountain of knives or dive into a cauldron of oil? I'm mentally prepared." Finally, the system's voice rang in Lynn's mind. The system said, "Yes, sorry to have kept you waiting. I found a task for the host." Lynn stared wide-eyed and said, "It took so long. Is it quite difficult?" The system said, "Well, indeed, it's rather challenging." Lynn gritted his teeth and said, "Come on. System, I'm mentally prepared." The system said, "Well, host, please raise your left hand." Lynn was stunned, utterly confused, and said, "Why? System, just do as I ask when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Lynn nervously raised his left hand above his head, feeling completely uncertain. What would it be? Would he be engulfed in flames? Or pierced by a volley of swords? Or would it be a terrifying task of breaking his left hand to enhance pain resistance? Never mind. Lynn suddenly raised his left hand high, gritted his teeth, and thought to himself, "Come on." And at that very moment, he heard the system's prompt. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the task issued by the system, raising the left hand to demonstrate the truth. You have received the system reward, 1 ton of supreme spiritual water. Lynn. Chapter 79. Must boost my realm today. Supreme spiritual water, a divine water imbued with pure spiritual power. Soaking in it offers numerous benefits, such as enhancing cultivation and accelerating the progress of spiritual practice. The next moment, accompanied by a burst of white light, the surging spiritual water instantly poured down, filling the hot spring pool. Gazing at the onrushing spiritual water, Lynn was completely stunned. What was going on? I merely raised a hand. How could I have suddenly completed the system task? And this 1 ton of supreme spiritual water, it clearly seemed to be an extremely precious thing. Lynn stammered in astonishment, "System. This. System. Host, lift your right hand for a moment." Lynn swallowed hard and clumsily stretched out his hand. Following the system's instruction, he raised his right hand above his head, and the instant he did so, he heard the system's prompt. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the system task, raising the right hand to comprehend the Tao. Congratulations on receiving the system reward, 1 set of the 5-element spiritual absorption formation. Lynn. The next moment, under Lynn's stunned gaze, one after another formation nodes slowly emerged on the ground around the hot spring pool where he was located. Centered around him, a colossal formation gradually lit up. At the 5 positions of the formation, the Chinese characters for metal, wood, water, fire, and earth in their traditional forms were inscribed respectively. And in that instant, the spiritual chi of the supreme spiritual water emanating from the hot spring pool was instantly sealed within the formation. Lynn could clearly feel that his body seemed to become the eye of a storm. Billowing spiritual chi entered his body through his pores. The circulation of spiritual chi within him started to operate on its own due to the overly rich external spiritual chi. Lynn was astonished. System, host, blink your left eye. Lynn's mind went blank. Subconsciously, he followed the system's instruction and blinked his left eye. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the system task, blinking the left eye to comprehend the Tao. Congratulations on receiving the system rewards, 1 bottle of ambrosial jade wine and 50 pieces of century-old Ganoderma. Under Lynn's stunned gaze, accompanied by streaks of white light, a pot of wine exuding an indescribable delicate fragrance and 50 century-old Ganoderma with swirling spiritual chi instantly appeared beside the hot spring pool. Lynn swallowed hard and stared blankly at all this. This system, host, well, blink once more. Wait a minute. Lynn grew anxious and promptly extended his hand to halt the system. The system? Lynn took a deep breath, endeavoring to soothe the tumultuous emotions within his heart, and exclaimed in a fluster, "System, what on earth is going on? I'll be at a loss if you don't tell me." The system replied, "Well, since the tasks refreshed for you today were extremely inhumane, I edited a few tasks for the host on my own. Hush about it. It'd be trouble if the higher-ups find out." Lynn swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing his astonishment, and said, "System, but aren't these tasks a bit too easy?" The system retorted, "Easy? To increase the difficulty. I specifically added the words enlightening the Tao after the tasks. Do you think an ordinary person can enlighten the Tao just by raising their hand? Apart from those with extraordinary talents, who can achieve the enlightenment of the Tao by simply raising a hand?" Lynn stared in disbelief and said, "But it seems I haven't enlightened the Tao either." The system declared, "I say you have, and you have." Lynn, "Fine. You're being unreasonable now. But why does my system suddenly seem so adorable? I'd like a dozen of such systems." With tears in his eyes, Lynn said, "You understand me, system. I also believe I've enlightened the Tao, and quite thoroughly at that." The system boasted, "Of course. I'm a highly should be proper in context. Here we'll use legitimate system. All rewards are strictly in line with proper procedures." Lynn was on the verge of tears. "Indeed, my lovely system is so proper. There's no system more proper than mine. System, I love you. Let's become sworn brothers. System, this is all because of the rules. The system can only offer small items as perks. For large items, the host must complete tasks, otherwise, it'll be detected. So, we have to follow the process. Host, please cooperate. Let's finish the process." Lynn nodded vigorously and said, "I'll follow your lead." System, well, follow my command. Blink your right eye. Lynn blinked her right eye. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the system task, blinking the right eye to gain enlightenment. Congratulations. You have received the system rewards, 999 Baoyulu pills and 99 Huadu pills. Baoyulu pills, top, grade elixirs for the Qi refining stage. After taking them, they can quickly assist cultivators in dredging their meridians and breaking through to a higher realm. But they will produce a certain amount of elixir toxins and are not suitable for excessive consumption. Huadu pills can dispel elixir toxins. Lynn. System, well, perfect. Follow my command again. Stick out your tongue. Lynn stuck out her tongue. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed. Thus, in the following half an hour, the continuous system prompts rang in Lynn's ears. Lynn now felt that she had gained enlightenment, and every part of her body was enlightened. Lynn was in tears. System, you're amazing. You're the only one I admire in this world. System, all right. Take the pills. Host, you must boost your realm today. Boost it. Does the host have the confidence? Yes. In the open space outside the hot spring room, Lynn's 10 training partners had been standing there silently for a long time. When Lynn woke up, the system summoned them and told them that after the host broke through several realms, they would be asked to teach the host sword flying. Time gradually approached noon. Qin Daoxian said silently, "This morning, the system told me that she has a way to make Lynn advance from the 4th stage of the Qi training realm to the 8th stage within 2 hours. What's your opinion?" One of the sparring partners looked up with a stony expression and said, "She's kidding us." The other 8 sparring partners all nodded in agreement. Qin Daoxian shook his head and said, "It's still possible for 1 stage. After all, she planted the 5-element top-grade celestial spiritual roots in Lynn. However, for stages is just wishful thinking. After all, cultivation emphasizes step-by-step progress, and there isn't any highly effective way to achieve rapid success." He turned his head and looked at Gong Sun Xuanyuan in the distance. Although it was just a wisp of Gong Sun Xuanyuan's mark, he still respected it. "Ancestor, what's your view?" Gong Sun Xuanyuan said silently, "For cultivators, every time they advance to a new realm, they have to go through a period of precipitation. If they break through to the next realm during this period, the precipitation periods will accumulate, which will double the difficulty of breaking through to the next realm in a short time. According to my summarized experience, if one makes consecutive breakthroughs in 2 realms in a short time, the difficulty of breaking through to the next realm will increase by 2 times. If one breaks through 3 realms, the difficulty will reach 20 times. If one makes 4 consecutive realm breakthroughs, the difficulty will reach an unprecedented 200 times." Everyone clasped their fists and said, "We're enlightened, ancestor." Qin Daoxian turned his head and looked towards the hot spring pool, saying, "That is to say, if Lynn wants to reach the 8th level in a short period, he will encounter 200 times the obstacles, right? Gongsun Xianyuan replied in silence, wrong. It's 4,000 times. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned and couldn't understand the meaning. Gongsun Xianyuan said indifferently. Yesterday, he continuously broke through from the 2nd level to the 4th level. His precipitation period hasn't passed yet. At this time, if he breaks through to the 8th level, it will be the difficulty of breaking through 6 levels in a row. The difficulty of the 5th level is 400 times, and for the 6th level, it doubles 10-fold, which is 4,000 times. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped in shock. Chen Daoxian said in silence, so? She was fooling us. Everyone nodded in agreement. It is well known that cultivation is as difficult as ascending to the blue sky. This 4,000-fold difficulty is like the insurmountable blue sky. However, just at this moment, suddenly, the voice of the system came into their minds. Elder Xianyuan. Chen Daoxian, come in. My host is about to break through to the 8th level of qi refining. Hurry in to protect the law. Chen Daoxian. Gongsun Xianyuan. Other training partners. Chapter 80. Truly feeling the blow, the 10 training partners looked at each other, and all could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. What's going on? What on earth is happening? Are you joking? It's only been 2 hours, just 4 hours. Let's go? Chen Daoxian frowned and said, let's go in and have a look. The 10 training partners immediately nodded and rushed into the hot spring room. Yet, in the instant of their incursion, they were taken aback, their countenances betraying utter disbelief. The spiritual energy. Such an abundance of spiritual energy. The chamber was saturated with an intense concentration of spiritual energy, so dense that it had coalesced into a palpable mist, obscuring their vision. The sparring partners gasped in unison. Spiritual energy manifesting as mist. Such an environment is typically relegated to the fabled paradises of immortals, having lived through eras that had long since passed their zenith. They turned their astonished gazes toward Gongsun Xianyuan. He extended his hand, gathering a wisp of the mist. The purity of this spiritual energy is exceedingly high. I have only encountered such a concentration once before, atop Kunlun Mountain. This environment verges on an immortal's abode. A collective gasp echoed through the chamber. System, hurry. Come quickly. The host is on the cusp of a breakthrough. The sparring partners promptly traversed the mist, arriving at the edge of the thermal pool. However, they were immediately struck dumb by the spectacle before them. Within the crystalline pool, the surging spiritual waters resembled the celestial jade pool of the heavens. At the pool's edge, countless elixirs, miraculous medicines, and rare herbs were casually strewn about. A mere glance induced a sensation akin to asphyxiation. Can this truly be? Is this not the realm of immortals? Gongsun Xianyuan crouched down. Dipping his finger into the spiritual water, he gasped sharply and said, it's actually the supreme spiritual water. I remember this spiritual water is one of the 5 most renowned spiritual waters in the 3 realms, on par with the Luo River water, the Nether Blood Pool, and the Heavenly Lake water. This. Gongsun Xianyuan's body trembled slightly. Gnashing his teeth, he said, how could such a precious thing be used for bathing? Chen Daoxian felt a pang of suffocation. Then his gaze fell upon the pills scattered beside the pool. Instantly, his pupils quivered violently. The precious flower jade dew pill. In a flash, his mind recalled the pill his master had dug out from the ancestral grave when he had just entered the qi refining realm. He still vaguely remembered what his master had said when handing the pill to him. Daoxian, take this precious flower jade dew pill. Remember, you must wait until you reach the 9th stage of the qi refining realm before taking it. This should be the last precious flower jade dew pill in the world. Back then, your master was chased by enemies for a full 20 years because of this pill. You must remember, never let others know you have such a precious pill, for it might bring you fatal disaster as it's extremely precious. Chen Daoxuan's breathing quickened, and he felt his consciousness quivering. He gazed at the piles of precious flower jade dew pills on the ground, which resembled candies. Damn it. System, dear friends, please assist my host in safeguarding. Thank you all. Fortunately, it was a close call. Finally, I managed to let the host reach the 8th rank by consuming pills. Chen Daoxian stood there in a daze and said, reach the 8th rank by taking pills. System, yes, it was quite arduous. Gongsun Xianyuan gasped in astonishment and said seriously, this is a joke. Forcing through the precipitation period has a difficulty of 4,000 times. Even if taking pills. The system replied, just take more pills. Gongsun Xianyuan was rendered speechless. And all the other training partners were also left in shock. It seemed that this statement actually made sense. If one took enough pills, No matter how many times the difficulty, it didn't seem to be an issue at all. However, why did they always feel that something was off? Why did they have an urge to punch someone? Gongsun Xianyuan took a deep breath, turned his head, and said dejectedly, I'm old. It seems that I really can't keep up with the development of the times. So, cultivating immortality can be done in such a way. Qin Daoxian picked up a half-bitten precious flower jade dew pill on the ground and murmured, back in the days when I was young, I was chased by 5 sects for a full 5 years just to keep this one precious flower jade dew pill. All the training partners stood there in a daze. They were truly, deeply affected. Apart from Gongsun Xianyuan. Which one of them here wasn't a great power who had risen against all odds in the era of the decline of spiritual energy? In the past, even if one of the most inferior spiritual pills was taken away by someone, it would be regarded as an irreconcilable feud equivalent to seizing one's wife and killing one's parents. Could it be that the times have truly changed? Everyone's eyes welled up with tears. In the spiritual pool, Lynn slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the 10 accompanying trainers around him, Lynn clasped his fists in salute and said, Masters, you've come? Gongsun Xianyuan nodded slightly and said, Yes, we're here to guard you. What's your current cultivation level? Lynn smiled, clenched his fist, and said confidently, Ancestor, I've reached the 7th stage of Qi refinement. Please wait a moment. Let me break through to the 8th stage first. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lynn walked to his safe with great enthusiasm, took out 2 stacks of cash, and said solemnly, System, exchange another 10,000 top-grade Baohua Yulu pills for me. Here's 100,000 yuan. As soon as these words were spoken, the corners of Qin Daoxuan's and Gongsun Xuanyuan's eyes twitched violently. 10,000 Baohua Yulu pills. 100 pills for 10 yuan. Goodness. The next moment, accompanied by a flash of white light, 10,000 Baohua Yulu pills fell like fruits, making crackling sounds. In the stunned gazes of the crowd soon, the Baohua Yulu pills piled up into a small mountain. This. Then Lin sat cross-legged in front of the mountain, held his breath, and suddenly opened his eyes, taking a deep breath, along with his long, drawn-out breath. The medicinal power in the Baohua Yulu pills instantly transformed into a surging storm and was sucked into his mouth with a whooshing sound. Qin Daoxuan's breathing suddenly quickened. He stepped forward abruptly and said, No. How could this be? Absorbing pills in this way will result in a loss of 50% of the medicinal power. Lin questioned with a look of bewilderment. Really? But I find it quite fast to absorb in this way, Lin replied. Qin Daoxian, filled with frustration at Lin's lack of understanding, grabbed a precious flower and jade dew pill, gritting his teeth as he was about to say, Do you know how? Then he seemed to recall something. He turned his head and gazed at the mountain, like pile of pills. His expression froze. How precious it is. The words came out so feebly. Chapter 81. You've learned it before I've taught you. Seeing the expression on Qin Daoxuan's face, Lin was startled. He stood up and supported Qin Daoxian, asking with concern, Master. Qin Daoxian turned his head with a blank look in his eyes, his mind in a daze. He staggered towards the door. The system asked, What's wrong with him? Gongsun Xianyuan took a deep breath and forced a smile, saying, I guess he's been hit hard. The system said, Sorry. Lin lowered his head and said, I was wrong. Gongsun Xianyuan shook his head and sighed. I'll go out and check. It'll be fine. He's already thousands of years old. He can't be so overly sensitive. Gongsun Xianyuan strode out of the door and then stopped short. He saw Qin Daoxian sitting on the steps outside the door, his body trembling continuously, and faint, stifled sobs could be heard. Are you crying? Gongsun Xianyuan asked in surprise. Qin Daoxian gritted his teeth, wiped his eyes forcefully with his sleeve, his eyes red, rimmed as he said, I mustn't cry. I'm a true man of metal and shall not shed tears. Gongsun Xianyuan shook his head, sat beside him, and patted him on the shoulder, saying earnestly, Daoxian, you're already over 1,000 years old. There's no need to shed tears over this. Qin Daoxian replied with red, rimmed eyes, but it's truly abominable. Didn't you see that brat's self-assured look? If I'd had 1/10 of his quality of life back then, I would have soared to great heights long ago. Gongsun Xianyuan. Gongsun Xianyuan shook his head and smiled, saying, Actually, this child has a good disposition and is also a good candidate for cultivating immortality. However, he has lived a life of luxury and comfort since childhood and hasn't suffered much. Moreover, with Shaoqi doting on him so much, his behavior might seem a bit. Well, Gongsun Xianyuan pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, Insufferable? What do you mean, Grand Ancestor? Qin Daoxian looked up, stunned. Gongsun Xianyuan smiled and said, Didn't Shaoqi ask us to train that child? Indeed, It's high time he experienced what real, proper training is all about. Soon, in the hot spring pool, under the protection of his training partners, Lynn successfully advanced his cultivation to the 8th stage of Qi refining. The spiritual energy in his body became more concentrated, and his meridians connected with each other, forming a vast circulation within his body. System. Well, the 8th stage is already the limit. If you try to break through forcefully from now on, your body won't be able to bear it. Host. During this upcoming period of consolidation, host, just follow your masters peacefully and learn sword. Flying well. Keep it up. Lynn sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing all the spiritual energy lingering around his body and his own. He opened his eyes with a glint of spiritual light in them. Yes, I understand. From now on, I'll leave it to all my masters. The 8th stage of the Qi training realm. Although he had forcefully reached the 8th stage by taking pills, the surging spiritual power had significantly enhanced his strength. He took a deep breath, raised his head, and gazed into the distance at the sea. Instantly, he let out a loud shout, and the surging spiritual energy immediately gathered on his fist. The 4th level of the Qi, Strength Fist. Boom! A deafening sound echoed. The sea instantly exploded with towering waves from that punch, and countless salted fish were blasted onto the shore by the Qi strength. Lynn looked at this scene with joy. The power of this punch was enough to easily demolish a large building, and it was much more powerful than before. Not bad. Gongsun Xianyuan said silently. From today onwards, I'll teach you the way of sword, flying. Qin Dao Xian and the others will help you break through the next stages of the Qi, Strength Fist. Lin immediately clasped his fists and replied, Yes, Grand Ancestor. I'll surely work hard. Gongsun Xianyuan remained silent. He stretched out his hand towards a nearby big tree, and that big tree instantly transformed into 2 3-foot wooden swords under the effect of an unknown supernatural power. Sword flight is a form of Qi manipulation. To manipulate Qi, one must first learn to project spiritual energy externally and use one's mental power to control the projected spiritual energy. Make the spiritual energy become one's limbs, thus achieving the state where with a single thought, all things move. Lin nodded and suddenly extended his hand. Surging spiritual energy gathered on his fist. Master, is it like the Qi force punch? Lin inquired. Gongsun Xianyuan replied in a solemn tone. The principle is the same, but the directions are completely different. The spiritual energy you project with the Qi force punch is full of wildness and destructiveness. Once you throw that punch, the spiritual energy is no longer under your control. However, Qi manipulation is the exact opposite. You need to continuously exert control over your spiritual energy, like this. Gongsun Xianyuan closed his eyes and gently flicked his finger. That wooden sword instantly soared into the sky, emitting a clear sword cry, and then began to revolve around his body. In the very next moment, Lin stared in shock as he saw that between Gongsun Xianyuan and the wooden sword, delicate spiritual threads slowly lit up. They were so numerous and dense that each thread resembled a floating silk thread, incredibly dreamy. This is, Lin stammered in astonishment. Gongsun Xianyuan explained quietly, this is the essence of Qi manipulation. The sword is your marionette, and the spiritual energy is the string in your hand. Any movement of the sword entirely depends on your control. Lin took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and quickly recalled the spiritual energy circulation path and the sword flight technique provided by the system in his mind. He sat cross-legged on the ground and entered a state of meditation. The wooden sword was stabbed into the ground in front of him. Gongsun Xianyuan extended a finger. Instantly, a beam of golden light shot into Lin's forehead. In an instant, countless key points about Qi manipulation emerged in Lin's mind. Gongsun Xianyuan said silently, This is my comprehension of Qi manipulation over the years. How much you can understand depends on yourself. After saying that, Gongsun Xianyuan stopped talking. He sat cross-legged on the ground and entered a state of meditation, just like Lin. Time passed bit by bit. The stars shifted and the sun and moon changed. Soon, it was already late at night. The sky was dotted with cold stars. Suddenly, Gongsun Xianyuan sensed a faint surge of spiritual energy. He slowly opened his eyes, and in the very next moment, a glint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He saw a spiritual thread slowly surging out from Lin's hand, wriggling like a meandering snake, and gently attaching itself to the hilt of the wooden sword. Gongsun Xianyuan nodded. Not bad. You're truly gifted. In less than half a day, you've already touched the threshold of Qi manipulation. It's impossible for other cultivators to reach this stage without several years of hard practice. He stood up and was about to speak, but at that moment, he frowned tightly and fell silent. No, it's not over yet. The spiritual energy is still surging. In the next instant, he suddenly saw hundreds and thousands of spiritual threads shooting out from Lynn's body like silk threads, one after another. They quickly connected to the wooden sword in front of him. They were so dense that it was gradually difficult to count them. And the spiritual threads continued to shoot out from his body in an endless stream. Gradually, the spiritual threads were no longer confined to the wooden sword alone. Those spiritual threads began to attach themselves to the surrounding gravel, the nearby vegetation, and even the seawater. In the next moment, accompanied by a clear chirping sound, the wooden sword soared into the sky. And at the moment when the wooden sword hovered in the air, the surrounding gravel, vegetation, and seawater all began to levitate as the spiritual threads changed. This is Gongsun Xuanyuan's pupils trembled slightly. Is it the simultaneous movement of all the spiritual threads? He actually transformed the vast majority of the spiritual energy within his body into spiritual threads and then managed to drive multiple objects. This control over spiritual energy far exceeds single thread control, since each spiritual thread needs to be manipulated individually with mental power. Controlling tens of thousands of spiritual threads requires one to divide their mind and use it in multiple ways. This simply shouldn't be something one can master at this stage. Gongsun Xianyuan took a deep breath and said, I haven't taught you how to drive multiple objects. How did you figure it out on your own? Chapter 82. Pioneering a New Way of Sword, Flying, and in the next moment. Gongsun Xianyuan witnessed that all the gravel and vegetation manipulated by the spiritual threads were spinning in the air under his control. All the gravel and vegetation slowly piled up together under his control, layer upon layer, constantly accumulating. When Gongsun Xianyuan saw the shape formed by the pile, even he couldn't help but have his eyelids twitch violently. It was a gesture of extending the thumb from a fist quietly situated on the shore. With a resounding clang, the wooden sword stabbed into the thumb-shaped structure piled up with gravel, swaying in the wind. A gentle breeze blew by. Gongsun Xianyuan, Lynn slowly opened his eyes and saw Gongsun Xianyuan standing beside that thumb-shaped structure, his hair disheveled by the wind. His eyes lit up, and he walked over with great enthusiasm and said, Ancestor, what do you think of this creation of mine that represents excellence? Isn't it quite? Bang! Gongsun Xianyuan gave him a flick on the head and knocked him onto the beach. Stop doing such flashy things. Lynn clutched the back of his head and said, I understand. The corner of Gongsun Xuanyuan's eye twitched violently. He said in silence, I'm asking you, how did you manage to use your mind in multiple ways and transform spiritual qi into numerous threads? I've deduced that unless your spiritual power is increased 1,000-fold, you simply couldn't achieve this by conventional means. Lynn got up gingerly, rubbing the back of his head. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground, folded his arms, and said with a smile, Ancestor, you're absolutely right. If I were to use conventional methods, I could at most control 10 spiritual threads simultaneously. Any more than that, and my mental power wouldn't be able to handle it. However, after reading your insights, Ancestor, I came up with a method that can maximize efficiency at the lowest cost. Gongsun Xianyuan was silent for a moment and then asked, What method? Lynn picked up a branch and started drawing on the beach. Ancestor, have you ever heard of programming? Gongsun Xianyuan raised his eyebrows and said, Programming? Lynn continued carving and said with great enthusiasm, Programming is a mode of operation in modern computers. In a specific equation. As long as the code is written in advance and then you input instructions, the equation will automatically calculate the result for you. So I'm thinking whether we can organize spiritual threads as an equation to make them semi-automated. In this way, as long as I have a thought, these spiritual threads can automatically transform my thought into instructions for different spiritual threads. The spiritual threads on the hilt control the thrust. The tip of the sword changes the flight direction, and a series of spiritual threads on the hilt transport spiritual qi and control the power. We can unify them all for semi-automated management. If we control them separately according to the old method, it not only consumes a great deal, but also once your mind is unstable, the efficiency will drop sharply. Listening to Lynn's eloquent explanation, the wonder in Gongsun Xuanyuan's eyes grew more and more evident. However, if we adopt my method, it will not only be highly efficient and consume less, but also be semi-automated. Even if your mind is unstable, you can still control the flying sword steadily. Lynn brushed the dust off his hands, pointed at the programming diagram he had drawn on the beach with a smile, and said, Ancestor, this is the result of my half-day's contemplation. Gongsun Xianyuan stared at the extremely complex series of pictures on the beach. He concentrated on them for more than 10 minutes. The more he looked, the more amazed he became. After tens of thousands of years of cultivation, he had never seen such a way of utilizing spiritual power. He took a deep breath, looking somewhat incredulous, and said, "Is this the linkage of spiritual lines?" Lynn smiled and replied, "Indeed, each spiritual line is no longer an individual entity but a part of the whole. We no longer need to control them separately to perform various operations." For example, Lynn suddenly stretched out his hand, and the spiritual lines intertwined and connected to the wooden sword. Pointing his finger at the sky, Lynn said, "Shoot down that bird for me." In an instant, the wooden sword shot into the sky. The seagulls in the sky let out long cries and flew around in a panic. Under Gongsun Xuanyuan's astonished gaze, the wooden sword chased the seagull for hundreds of meters, then pierced through it with a single strike, made a turn, and landed in front of Lynn. Lynn picked up the seagull with a smile and said, "Semi-automation. I don't need to control everything. I just need to give the instructions." Gongsun Xuanyuan asked, "How much mental power was consumed?" Lynn replied, 1/10 of the amount used by the old method. Gongsun Xuanyuan gasped. Using less than 1/10 of the mental power was simply unimaginable. Immediately, he frowned and asked, "This is just the simplest sword, flying control. But what if there are 1,000 swords or 10,000 swords?" Lynn smiled and said, "The only difficulty with this method lies in the programming process. But once the programming is completed and each equation is connected, with semi-automatic processing, it becomes a precision machine. The more swords there are, the higher the efficiency." Gongsun Xuanyuan gasped again. If this is truly the case, it is as if a new soul has been injected into the age-old art of chi control. He never imagined that Lynn was such a prodigy. In just half a day, Lynn was able to draw inferences from one instance and create such a profound path. Lynn smiled and said, "Ancestor, why don't you give my method a try?" Gongsun Xuanyuan looked up and replied, "Very well." Then, for the next several hours, Lynn patiently taught Gongsun Xuanyuan how to program using spiritual threads. As expected of the human ancestor, Gongsun Xuanyuan had an incredibly remarkable learning ability. In just a few hours, he had mastered the spiritual thread programming created by Lynn. In the dark sky, Gongsun Xuanyuan suddenly opened his eyes. Countless spiritual threads instantly shot out from his body, then were woven into complex structures in a specific way, and finally linked to the surrounding gravel. The next moment, numerous pieces of gravel soared into the sky. A look of indescribable astonishment flashed across Gongsun Xuanyuan's eyes. Indeed, it was exactly as the lad Lin had said. The efficiency had increased, the consumption had decreased, and it had become much easier to control. Sword riding had achieved semi-automated management. If he rode the sword in this way, his upper limit of strength would definitely increase by more than 5 times. Gongsun Xuanyuan gasped and murmured, "Spiritual power linkage, semi-automated management, foolproof manipulation. This is truly a groundbreaking revolution. Based on this alone, you are worthy of leaving your mark in history." Gongsun Xuanyuan turned his head, and his gaze towards Lin had changed. Lin shook her head and smiled, saying, "When I was 8 years old, in order to earn my first pot of gold, I specifically went to learn programming and developed several excellent software programs. This process enabled me to get in touch with programming. Today, while pondering, I had a sudden inspiration. I wondered if I could combine programming with sword riding, and as a result, I truly succeeded." Gongsun Xuanyuan sighed and said wistfully, "It seems that I've been detached from the mortal world for far too long. I never thought that things in the mortal world could offer such great assistance to immortal cultivation. However, this is also because you're extremely talented. If it were someone else, they probably couldn't achieve what you've done. Ancestor, do you want to learn programming? I'm slightly interested." "Perfect. Ancestor, let me teach you." Chapter 83. The Xuanyuan Sword Technique and the Myriad Sword Technique. Soon, a rooster crowed, and a faint light appeared in the eastern sky. Qin Dao Xian slowly manifested in Lin's manner. Then he paused. He sensed Gongsun Xuanyuan's aura in the room. Could it be that the ancestor had been teaching from yesterday until now? How dedicated the ancestor was. He shook his head, pushed the door open forcefully, and said, "Ancestor. Lin, today." But in the next moment, he was stunned. No, this isn't right." Lin shook her head, knocked on the small blackboard twice with a piece of chalk, her face looking glum, and said, "Ancestor, this code should be written like this, not the way you did it. Also, the C, language Iasente BC, you have to distinguish between the two." Opposite Lin, Gongsun Xuanyuan sat cross-legged on the ground, wearing a pair of reading glasses. Frowning, he was poring over a programming book in his hand, titled Brainless Guide to Programming, From Novice to Expert. On the table in front of him, There were stacks of books, each at least 800 pages thick, such as encyclopedic explanation of sea language, from luxurious hair to baldness. Gongsun Xianyuan frowned, then turned to the keyboard and tapped out several lines of code with a rapid clatter. After that, he opened the book again and carefully searched through it. This process repeated itself. Qin Daoxian was in a daze. What on earth was going on? Hadn't it been said yesterday that the old ancestor would teach him the art of controlling qi? Why was the situation reversed? Seeing Qin Daoxian enter the room, Gongsun Xianyuan looked up, adjusted his glasses, and said, "Good morning." Qin Daoxian replied in a daze, "Good morning, old ancestor. What are you doing?" Gongsun Xianyuan took off his glasses and calmly said, "I'm learning programming. It seems quite interesting. However, my foundation is rather weak. I have to start by learning the basics like ABC and then master C language. Now, I'm trying to write code." Qin Daoxian swallowed hard and asked, "Old ancestor, how's your learning going?" Gongsun Xianyuan closed the book and sighed with a sense of longing. "I've just scratched the surface. There's still a great deal to learn. I never expected the culture of later generations to be so profound. Truly, the sea of knowledge is boundless." He shook his head, then put on his glasses again, frowned, and reopened Brainless Guide to Programming, From Novice to Expert. Qin Daoxian stared blankly and said, But, Grand Ancestor, isn't today the day when you teach him the art of controlling qi?" "Why?" Gongsun Xianyuan was stunned. So was Lynn. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room plunged into an eerie silence. Half an hour later, on the beach by the sea, 50,000 push-ups, 80,000 sit-ups, 100,000 squats. Run 50,000 laps around your manor. Gongsun Xianyuan scowled, pointing at Lynn, who was grimacing while doing push-ups, and declared, "Don't eat until you finish." Lynn grimaced and said, "Grand Ancestor, it was you who asked me to teach you programming. I'm not deliberately slacking off, truly." Gongsun Xianyuan's eyes twitched violently. With a scowl, he waved his sleeve and turned away, saying, "Come to me after you're done. I'll teach you sword techniques then." Time slipped by imperceptibly. Soon, 2 days flashed by in the blink of an eye. By the sea, the surging waves crashed against the rocks. Lynn stood bare-chested, his face solemn. Around him were a dozen sword blades carved from wood. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a glint of light flashed within them. 10,000 sword technique, he roared. His hands swiftly formed a series of mudras. The wooden swords around him let out a soft hum. In the next instant, a dozen sword blades soared into the sky and pierced into the surging waves. Bang, 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 bang. Along with the explosions of spiritual energy, sword chi crossed within the waves. In the next moment, the sword blade broke through the water, and one after another lively sea fish were impaled on the wooden sword and fell beside Lynn. Suddenly, Lynn stretched out his hand, and a glint of golden light flashed across his eyes. "Qingling's sword. Come," he roared. Only a sword's humming sound was heard. From the direction of the manor, a sword as thin as a cicada's wing came through the air and was instantly grasped in his hand. He let out a great shout, and rolling golden patterns spread from his palm to the sword body. In a flash, the Qingling's sword in his hand seemed to transform into a gigantic sword blotting out the sky, the first level of the Xianyuan sword technique. In a daze, rolling golden glints shot out from the sword blade in Lin's hand and finally landed in the sea. Boom! A stretch of sea area over 100 meters wide was directly split to both sides by that single sword strike. Panting, Lin sat on the sofa and ate several great restoration pills. This Xianyuan sword technique is truly formidable. One strike has completely drained all my spiritual energy. It seems the sword strike can't be used frequently. System, host, you're amazing. In just 2 days, you've actually mastered the first level of the 10,000 sword technique and the Xianyuan sword technique. You, host, are truly my destined one. Lin couldn't resist being praised and felt a bit smug. He leisurely carried a sword full of sea fish and headed towards the manor. Needless to say, I'm a genius. System, love you. What Lin didn't notice was that in the second floor of the manor, Qin Daoxian gazed distantly at the elated Lin, then turned his head to look at Gongsun Xianyuan, who was wearing reading glasses, frowning as he pored over the book Mindless Guide to Programming, From Novice to Oblivion. He said, Ancestor, you actually taught him these 2 sword techniques, and he really managed to learn them. Gongsun Xianyuan removed his glasses and said tacitly, both the Myriad sword technique and the Xianyuan sword technique are high-level sword arts. Originally, they were not meant for someone at his stage. However, the way of controlling qi he created has enabled him to reach the threshold of these 2 sword arts. In fact, I taught him these two sword techniques to test the limits of his spiritual aptitude. But now, it seems I underestimated him. Gongsun Xianyuan shook his head and said, he is truly an unparalleled prodigy in the cultivation world. Qin Daoxin sighed and said, indeed, he has spiritual aptitude, the 5-element heavenly spiritual root. And with Xiaoqi doting on him so much, he surely won't lack resources. In this life, he is destined to have a smooth journey. Gongsun Xianyuan said tacitly, but this may not necessarily be a good thing. Qin Daoxian cast an inquiring look at him. Gongsun Xianyuan continued tacitly, although he is extremely talented. His state of mind is not up to par. This is closely related to his privileged upbringing. If Xiaoqi keeps spoiling him like this, he might end up like a delicate flower in a greenhouse, unable to withstand hardships. Qin Daoxin pondered and said, this is indeed a significant issue. Even if he has great power, it would be in vain if his state of mind is not strong enough. Gongsun Xianyuan turned around, closed the book, and said, I can arrange a calamity for him, but he must first pass Xiaoqi's test. However, it's all for his own good. Chapter 84, System. I can't hold on anymore. I'm going to die. Half an hour later, in the system space. System, absolutely not. It's too dangerous. What if my host dies? I'll never agree to it. Gongsun Xianyuan stood there, confronting Xiaoqi. The other 9 sparring partners looked at each other in bewilderment. Half an hour ago, Gongsun Xianyuan brought them to Xiaoqi, expressing his intention to create a calamity for Lynn, but was immediately met with vehement opposition from Xiaoqi. Gongsun Xianyuan fell silent for a moment, then said, my true self left the Xianyuan sword in the mortal realm. Thus, I can establish contact with the spirit of the Xianyuan sword. There are 7 small worlds within the Xianyuan sword, and each world confines 100,000 ferocious beasts. But you needn't worry. The small world I'll open for him only contains ferocious beasts at the Qi, refining realm, and he definitely won't die. Once his life is in extreme peril, the spirit of the Xianyuan sword will directly teleport him out. System. Still, it's unacceptable. It's far too dangerous. Gongsun Xianyuan raised his head, his expression impassive as he stated, but if he isn't exposed to life and death battles now, when he encounters real danger in the future, it will do him nothing but harm. System. With me by his side, I won't let the host face any danger. Gongsun Xianyuan said earnestly, can you stay by his side forever? System. I. Gongsun Xianyuan said in silence. Without experiencing life and death, one cannot speak of the heavenly way. If he continues like this, when the 49 heavenly tribulations of the Nascent Soul Realm arrive, a total of 36 thunderbolts will strike. They are for beheading the body, the spirit, the soul, and the heart, even if he can survive the first 3 stages. The tribulation of beheading the heart will surely cause his downfall. Do you want him to suffer a bit now, or face death in the future? System. But silence descended all around. After a long, long time, the system's voice carried a tinge of desolation as it asked, what are you going to do? Everyone let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xiaoqi was wavering. Gongsun Xianyuan remained silent for a moment and then said, at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will summon the Xianyuan sword and send him into the small world. 10 days inside the Xianyuan sword equal 1 hour in the outside world. I'll give him 9 hours, which is 90 days. During these 90 days, everything depends entirely on him. Xiaoqi, I hope you won't respond to him or offer him any assistance during this period. If he can pass this trial, his state of mind will surely advance. The system said dejectedly, is it for the host's good? Gongsun Xianyuan nodded and replied, it's for his own good. I understand. Early the next morning, Lynn was sleeping soundly in bed, completely oblivious to what was about to happen. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, all 10 sparring partners materialized. The system snorted. Although I've promised you, if anything truly happens to my host, I'll personally go to your world, pluck out your true forms one by one, and then mercilessly beat you to death. The training partners. Everyone held their breath in suspense. Only Gongsun Xianyuan stood firm in the manner, his expression remaining unchanged. He raised his head and said, I'm about to summon the Xianyuan sword. Step back from me. Be wary of being affected by the sword's aura. Everyone immediately retreated, putting some distance between themselves and Gongsun Xianyuan. A gust of wind rustled his robe. Suddenly, a golden radiance veiled his eyes. He abruptly stretched out his hand and intoned deeply, come, sword. In an instant, it seemed as if the very chi and energy of the entire sky underwent a colossal transformation. The sky churned with tempestuous clouds, and in the next moment, a golden glint suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Immediately following it was a sharp sword cry. A golden longsword engraved with mountains, rivers, plants, the sun, the moon, and the stars descended like a falling meteorite and was then grasped by Gongsun Xinyuan. Everyone stared at the sword, gasping in awe. Truly, it was the Xinyuan sword, the legendary sword of the sacred path. We are indeed fortunate to witness the appearance of this sword. Gongsun Xuanyuan's fingers gently glided across the sword's edge, as if reuniting with an old friend he hadn't seen for years. He took a deep breath and thrust the sword into the ground. With a resounding clang, Gongsun Xinyuan said silently, "Since that's the case, I'll begin. Fellow Daoists, please take a step back." He turned his head, gazing at the room where Lynn was resting, and then extended his hand. Meanwhile, while in slumber, Lynn's body gradually became entirely transparent and finally vanished from the spot. In the small world, the forest swayed, and the leaves were a hazy blur. Suddenly, Lynn felt a chill seeping through, and he instinctively shivered. Groggily, he opened his eyes. "System," Lynn yawned and said, "Good morning." But in the very next instant, a stench of blood assailed his nostrils, and Lynn's eyes widened in an instant. Hearing a lion's roar, a huge white, furred lion pounced on him at once. Damn it! Lynn was instantly wide awake, his eyes bulging. He rolled over to avoid the lion's attack. Immediately, he realized that he was no longer in his comfortable bed, but in a pitch-black forest. The lion across from him let out low growls, staring at Lynn malevolently, clearly having regarded Lynn as its prey. "System?" Lynn exclaimed in astonishment. "What's going on? How did I end up here? System, are you there? If you are, say something." "System." Meanwhile, in the system space, the system said anxiously, "The host is calling me. The host must be in danger." "No, I have to." Gongsun Xinyuan shook his head and said, "Shaoqi, calm down. If he's seriously injured, the sword spirit will teleport him out." The system replied, "But, in the small world." Lynn shouted loudly, "System, are you there? I can't hold on. I feel like I'm going to die." As he shouted, Lynn pulled out the Qingling sword from the white, furred lion's head. Then he skinned the lion, draped the hide over his body, slung his sword over his shoulder, and strode forward with long steps. The stench of the lion's blood instantly attracted numerous predators in the forest. Pairs of scarlet eyes glimmered in the forest, fixating on the seemingly innocent Lynn. In the outside world, the system exclaimed anxiously, "The host is calling me again. The host must have encountered an insurmountable crisis." I. Gongsun Xinyuan frowned and said, "But the sword spirit of Xinyuan tells me that he is in perfect condition and in a jovial mood. He should not have met with any danger." The system protested, but, in the small world. Lynn cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, System, I'm being besieged by numerous ferocious beasts. I'm on the verge of collapse. Come and save me quickly." As he shouted, Lynn stretched out his hand and, harnessing his fire's spiritual root, kindled a bonfire in the forest. Then he skinned and dismembered a slain beast and roasted it over the fire. Not far away, the corpses of the ferocious beasts had almost piled up into a small hill. "System, I'm dying. I can't hold on. I'm going to be killed." After shouting a few more times, Lynn tore off a piece of the roasted meat and chewed it greedily. How delicious. In the outside world, the system was on the verge of tears. "The host says he's dying. Woo-woo. I. The veins on Gongsun Xuanyuan's temple bulged. He took a deep breath and said, "He's just shouting nonsense. The sword spirit of Xinyuan has already informed me that he's in an extremely delightful mood and nothing's wrong with him." The system retorted, "Impossible. How could he be in a good mood in such a dreadful place? My host must be scared to tears." Chapter 85. Life is just so boring, yet comfortable. Time slipped by imperceptibly. In a blink of an eye, 2 hours had elapsed. Meanwhile, Lynn had spent a full 20 days in the small world. In the small world, Lynn was lying on the back of a furry giant bear. As usual, he shouted at the top of his voice, "System, come and rescue me. I'm about to be devoured, eaten alive." The giant bear beneath him was covered in wounds, and big teardrops welled up in its bare eyes and trickled down. This giant bear was a spiritual, awakened, powerful beast at the 9th stage of the Qi training realm that Lynn had tamed this morning when he was extremely fatigued from walking. "Your Majesty," the giant bear said with tears streaming down its face, "you call out for the system every day. Who on earth is the system?" Lynn glared at it and elbowed the bear's back, saying, "Why do you have so much idle chatter? Have you gathered all your minions?" The giant bear replied aggrievedly, "Your Majesty, they're all following behind." Not far behind the giant bear, one huge and battered beast after another was trailing timidly. They had all been beaten by Lynn. Lynn roared, "Keep up. From now on, I'm your king of the mountain, although I have no idea where this damned place is." You must remember this. Follow me, and you'll have food. Let's attack the next mountain." All the surrounding beasts replied with tears in their eyes, "Yes, your majesty." Lynn waved his hand grandly and shouted hoarsely, "System, respond if you can hear me. I'm about to be killed by the fierce beasts. They're abusing me." The giant bear was on the verge of tears. "Your majesty, don't talk nonsense with your eyes wide open. In broad daylight. This will lead to unnecessary misunderstandings." "Abusing you? That's ridiculous. It was you who attacked our mountain this morning, seized our resources, and even tried to use me as a mount. Don't slander the bear like this." Lynn shouted, "Hurry up and howl with me. Are you tired of living?" One after another, the beasts behind him, with tears streaming down their faces, all timidly raised their heads and let out long howls. "System, save me." Awoke, the continuous howls resounded through the sky. Meanwhile, outside, the system was so worried that it was almost in tears. "Can you hear that? The host has been calling me for 4 hours. The host must be in great pain now. Host, hold on. The system is coming to save you." Qin Daoxin sighed and said, "Alas, was it really too harsh? With Lin's current ability, it's indeed a bit too much for him to face 100,000 fierce beasts." All the accompanying trainers around looked dejected. Naturally, they could hear Lynn's shouts. That heart-wrenching and hoarse voice moved them deeply. Finally, one of the accompanying trainers couldn't stand it anymore and pleaded, "Ancestor Xianyuan, perhaps we should take Lynn out. It's too pitiful." The veins on Gongsun Xuanyuan's temples throbbed, but there was still a trace of doubt in his eyes. The sword spirit of Xianyuan clearly told him that the keywords for Lynn's current mood were delighted, comfortable, at ease, and even a bit ambitious. However, upon hearing Lynn's shrill screams, he found it rather difficult to make a judgment. Could it be that the sword spirit of Xianyuan had made a mistake? Perhaps Lynn. Gongsun Xianyuan frowned, shook his head, and said, "No, that's not right. Since he can still scream, it means he still has the strength. Since we aim to temper his state of mind, we mustn't show mercy. Only by enduring more hardships can he rise above the rest." Qin Daoxian grew anxious and said, "But maybe Lynn really." Gongsun Xianyuan said sternly, "Stop talking. I can make my own judgment." He secretly clenched his fists. "Lynn, you must hold on. The old ancestor is extremely worried about you. Don't let down the old ancestor's high hopes for you." As time ticked by, the sky had long since brightened. All 10 sparring partners were pacing restlessly around the Xianyuan sword. They glanced at the clock on the wall. It had been 7 hours since Lynn entered the small world. That meant, within that small world, Lynn had already spent 70 days. The system sobbed and said, "My host has been calling me for 2 hours. The host probably can't hold on any longer." Gongsun Xianyuan frowned and asked, "Sword Spirit, how many ferocious beasts has he slain?" Instantly, a mental wave came from the sword spirit of Xianyuan. A number emerged from the mental wave. 250. Only 250 ferocious beasts? Gongsun Xianyuan frowned and said, "Killing so few ferocious beasts in 70 days. It seems he might have really encountered obstacles. Perhaps he's found a place to hide." The system raged. "I'm telling you, if something goes wrong with my host, either physically or mentally, after 2 hours, I will surely annihilate all of you. Don't assume that I lack the ability to do so." All the sparring partners around shivered involuntarily. This time, they sensed that the system might truly be enraged. "Lynn, show some mettle. If you fail, your masters will also be in dire straits." The system wailed, "Host, you mustn't encounter any trouble. Hold on. You must persevere. It'll be over in just 2 more hours. You have to strive." Meanwhile, in the small world, time, 70 days. On a mountain peak wreathed in floating white clouds, atop a throne crafted from a gigantic animal hide, Lynn lounged with his legs crossed, munching on spiritual fruits, leading a life of utmost comfort and leisure. However, at that very moment, he suddenly began to cough violently. Several beast kings standing in attendance around him were immediately alarmed and quickly said, "Your Majesty, what's the matter?" Lynn extended his hand, a pained expression crossing his face, and replied, "I ate too many spiritual fruits and got choked. Let me catch my breath first." The several beast kings around immediately turned around and roared, "Quick! Fetch the finest clear spiritual water for His Majesty. Replace all today's spiritual fruits with the freshest unicorn fruits and blood bodhi. Do you understand clearly?" The little demons below nodded timidly and scurried down the mountain. On the mountainside, numerous colossal beasts could be seen prostrating themselves on the ground, paying homage to the mountaintop. At the foot of the mountain, countless little demons were bustling about in a dense mass. A flag fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with the colossal character Lynn. Dancing wildly with the gusts, Lynn gazed sorrowfully at the countless little demons under his flag. Undoubtedly, They were all his subordinates. Over the past 70 days, he had gradually expanded his power here, conquering one mountain after another. By now, he had become the king of beasts, ruling over a vast territory with more than 50,000 fierce beasts under his command. Now, he no longer needed to go into battle himself. Moreover, every day, rare spiritual fruits and divine beasts were offered as tributes from all over the place, allowing him to indulge in a life of pleasure. Life was truly so leisurely and comfortable. Lynn stretched himself and said, "This comfort is so overwhelming that I really don't want to go back. Maybe it's not a bad idea to stay here and be a mountain king steadfastly." The beast king beside him bowed respectfully and asked, "Your Majesty, is there anything else you need? I'll give orders at once." Lynn waved his hand and yawned. "Bring me some more spiritual fruits. Remember, they should be the top, grade yellow, rank Kylan fruits and blood bodhi, without any wormholes, and make sure to remove the seeds. Also, bring some roasted meat and shark fins. Keep them light. Do you understand?" Chapter 86, To Embrace the Ordinary. Rule the world. Lynn stared pensively at the azure sky and sighed. A cat-eared girl beside him twitched her ears and asked worriedly, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Lynn casually pulled the little cat demon into his arms and stroked her fur. With a pensive look, he said, "Dabai, do you think I'm born with this fortune? You say no matter where I go, how can I inexplicably live such a comfortable life?" The cat-eared girl rubbed against Lynn's chest and said sweetly, "It's because your Majesty is so mighty. No one has been able to unify this world for tens of thousands of years. Yet your Majesty has unified half of a small world in just 70 days. Now all the spiritual beasts call you the king of beasts." Lynn said indifferently, however, "This isn't the life I desire." The cat-eared girl blinked her eyes and asked, "Your Majesty, what kind of life do you want?" Lynn looked lost and replied, "An ordinary, uneventful life. Hunting every day, chopping firewood, raising a cat like you, chatting with the system daily, and living a simple life on plain food for the rest of my life. That's the life I long for." The cat-eared girl said worriedly, "Your Majesty, but you're the king of beasts. Such a life is truly far beyond your reach." Lynn said dejectedly, "So, to live such a life, I must strive hard. Once I unify this world, I'll be able to live the life I want, just like a lazy person." He took a deep breath, looked up at the sky with a weathered expression, and a faint trace of sadness appeared between his brows. "System, how are you? Without you by my side, I feel more and more melancholy." Seeing his melancholy expression, the cat-eared girl was completely mesmerized. Even though they were of different species, she thought His Majesty was incredibly handsome. Moreover, His Majesty's dream was so simple and unpretentious, truly full of charm. Only our great king could utter such words as to live an ordinary life while slightly taking over the world along the way. For the king's dream, for an ordinary life, for simple fare. All the beast kings around and the 50,000 fierce beasts at the refining realm at the foot of the mountain roared in unison. "We shall unify the entire realm of beast kings." Lynn yawned and said, "There's no hurry, no hurry. It will surely be ours in due time. Build up your strength. Once we achieve unification, you'll all be great heroes." Time sped by. Before long, 9 hours finally elapsed amidst the anxious waiting of the crowd. When the hands of the clock reached the final moment, the system could no longer contain itself and exclaimed eagerly, "Old scoundrel Xin Yuan, 9 hours have passed. Shouldn't this trial come to an end?" All the training partners around looked anxiously at Gongsun Xin Yuan. During these several hours, Lynn had rarely called out to them, which was enough to indicate that Lynn was probably on the verge of death. Maybe he didn't even have the strength to call out. The system wailed, "Damn it. Damn it. I'll never listen to you again. So what if he's a delicate flower in a greenhouse? Anyway, he's my host. What business is it of yours?" Gongsun Xin Yuan opened his eyes and shook his head. There was also a tinge of worry in his eyes. Could it be that Lynn really didn't make it? Because during these several hours, the state of Lynn's mood conveyed by the Xin Yuan sword spirit to him had also undergone a tremendous change. Now the keywords describing his mood had shifted to placid and tedious. Has one's will been completely eroded because they have reached a dead end? Or has one become so numb to pain that their heart no longer stirs, merely awaiting the arrival of death? Let's take a look at the situation within the small world. Gongsun Xin Yuan sighed and clenched his fists. "Lynn, if anything truly happens to you, this old ancestor will surely seek justice for you." The next moment, Gongsun Xin Yuan abruptly waved his hand. The Xin Yuan sword instantly glowed with a faint golden light. In an instant, that golden radiance projected the scene within the small world onto the opposite wall. However, the very next moment, after they beheld the sight within the small world, system, Gongsun Xin Yuan, the 9 training partners, Qin Daoxian stared blankly and stammered, "WH. What on earth is going on?" In the center of the small world, numerous fierce beasts were breaking mountains and stones. An extremely magnificent statue of Lynn, of the highest caliber, stood erect in the middle of the world. Surrounding that statue, stone buildings were rising from the ground. And in the vicinity, large swaths of forest were being felled, and massive beasts were clearing tracts of land to create farmlands and sowing seeds in them. This was clearly taking shape as the prototype of a city. Qin Daoxian exclaimed in astonishment, "Old ancestor, Is there actually a city in your small world? And what's the deal with that statue of Lin?" Gongsun Xianyuan stood there rigidly. He didn't know, truly didn't know. Just 9 hours ago, when he last checked the small world, it was still a perilous and dense jungle. What on earth was happening? The picture continued to play. It passed through the city and reached the forest. There were broad avenues crisscrossing the forest, and fierce beasts strolled leisurely on the avenues. If they were not beasts, Gongsun Xianyuan and the others would even have thought that this was a civilized agricultural society. Then, they heard a conversation between two fierce beasts. Alas, 3 months ago, I could never have imagined that I, a tiger demon, would become friends with you, a white rabbit. Truly, the world has changed. Of course, this is all thanks to our king of beasts, Lord Lin. Lord Lin is going to build this place into a society of great harmony. His Majesty Lin's ambition is beyond the comprehension of you little demons. His Majesty Lin is truly remarkable. I've never seen anyone who could unify the entire Beast King realm in just 90 days. I'm in awe of His Majesty. Gongsun Xianyuan. Qin Daoxian. The system. Qin Daoxian swallowed hard and said in a daze, His Majesty Lin, a society of great harmony. This. Gongsun Xianyuan gritted his teeth and said, let's go and see what he's doing now. Meanwhile, in a palace, Lin sat pensively on the magnificent throne, with a white, furred cat-eared girl in his left arm and a pink, furred fox girl in his right. He gazed at his newly founded empire, filled with boundless emotion. Dubai, Ali, what do you think of my empire? The white cat-eared girl said sweetly. Your Majesty, the entire world now belongs to the empire. You are truly the well-deserved king of all beasts. Lin sighed wistfully, alas, this world is truly too small. It's not even as large as a single province in my previous world. Conquering it was so effortless, there was no challenge at all. He spread his hands and sighed. There's not a single worthy opponent. The fox girl named Ali gently peeled a grape and said affectionately, Your Majesty. Have a grape. Lin opened his mouth and took a bite of the grape Ali fed him. He said contentedly, alas, this damn dull life. It seemed I'll have to muddle through from now on. Looking at Lin's contented expression, the outside world fell into complete silence. All the sparring partners froze in place, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 87. You're not playing by the rules. After an unknown amount of time, the 10 sparring partners finally snapped out of it. Who can tell me what on earth just happened? Qin Daoxian said in a daze. This is completely different from what I expected. Shouldn't Lin be cowering somewhere, trembling in fear as he evades the pursuit of fierce beasts? Qin Daoxian suddenly spun around, pointed at Lin's contented expression on the screen, and shouted with wide-open eyes, What's going on here? How has he become an emperor? And that contented look on his face. What on earth has he been doing these 90 days? No one could answer his question. However, wasn't this trial deliberately arranged to let him experience life and death? Normally, he would either hide in some corner and barely survive the 90 days, or he would rise against all odds and fight his way out among 100,000 fierce beasts. Has the script gone awry? This is not following the routine. Lin, we sent you to this small world not for you to found a nation and enjoy life. Gongsun Xianyuan gritted his teeth and said with annoyance, Come, let's go in. We must ask him in person. Soon, accompanied by a golden light. Gongsun Xianyuan led 9 sparring partners and instantly entered the small world within the Xianyuan sword, appearing in Lin's palace. Lin, who was sitting on the throne enjoying a leisurely life, was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes lit up and he said, Ancestral Master, Dear Masters, you've finally appeared. Lin strode forward to greet them, with an extremely delighted expression on his face. System host. Lin was stunned for a moment and then overjoyed. He said, System, you're back. Wonderful. I've been longing for you for 90 days. How wonderful. System host. Why do you use the term I in that imperial way? Lin burst into laughter, spreading his arms. He said, Of course it's because I am now the lord of a nation. I've unified this small world. Now I am the king of all beasts. Naturally, I have to distinguish myself from ordinary people. System, host. He's gotten conceited. The 10 sparring partners trembled as they stared at Lynn's laughing face, and the foreboding in their hearts grew more and more intense. This is definitely a sign of arrogance. It's all over. They turned their heads tremblingly, looking at the rigid-bodied Gongsun Xianyuan. Ancestor, say something. Isn't this training supposed to improve his state of mind, making him more steady and resolute? It seems to have the opposite effect. Lynn walked out of the door with a beaming smile, waving his hand grandly and laughing. Ancestor, dear masters, follow me. I'll show you around my empire. The accompanying sparring partners trembled as they looked at Gongsun Xianyuan and said, Ancestor, please say something. What shall we do? The system murmured in a low voice, kill you all. Everyone shuddered. Gongsun Xianyuan stiffly stretched out his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead and said, Shao-Chi, calm down first. He'll soon return to his former self after being taken back. The system whispered, you've ruined my host like this. I'll kill you. Gongsun Xianyuan suddenly turned around and said anxiously, quick, take him back to the real world. The sparring partners got worried and immediately rushed forward to grab Lynn. Lynn stared in surprise and asked, what are you doing? Chen Daoxian said impatiently, Lynn, be obedient and go home with us. Lynn instantly widened his eyes and said, go home? Do you want me to abandon my empire? Impossible. I won't go back. Let go of me. I won't go back. Guards. Gongsun Xianyuan suddenly waved his hand, and in an instant, a golden light enveloped them. Lynn and the 10 sparring partners vanished from the spot in a flash. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The guards who rushed and shouted, yet to no avail. Lynn had vanished from the spot. Along with a golden light, Lynn was forcefully brought back to his seaside manor. Lynn gritted his teeth and said, what do you mean? Tell me, what on earth is going on? If you can't satisfy me, I won't let it go. The 10 sparring partners exchanged glances, then fixed their gazes on Gongsun Xianyuan. Gongsun Xianyuan took a deep breath. Looking at the inflated expression on Lynn's face, he felt a twinge of annoyance in his heart. How could things have turned out like this? He simply didn't play by the rules. Who could have anticipated such a result? Originally, to prevent him from being overly conceited, they had arranged this training for him, but it seemed that he had become even more arrogant after the training. Gongsun Xianyuan slumped and said, Lynn, please sit down first. Well, Gongsun Xianyuan soon told Lynn the entire story in detail. Lynn frowned and said, so, it means that I didn't travel through time, but was secretly transported into the Xianyuan sword by you, with the aim of tempering my state of mind? Gongsun Xianyuan remained silent and said, that was the original intention. Lynn raised his eyebrows and said, so, have I been tempered? Everyone exchanged glances. Well, how should one put it? Gongsun Xianyuan covered his forehead and said with a pained expression, those ferocious beasts were originally meant for you to slay, not to be tamed for you to establish a nation. I've truly never seen such a situation like yours. Lynn frowned and said, Ancestor, although you are my forebear and I hold you in high esteem, do you know how great a psychological trauma I've suffered because of this matter? Lynn stood up and roared, I had already planned to spend my remaining years there. My empire had fully entered the agricultural era. In another 3 to 5 years, we would have achieved full industrialization and stepped into a new era of great development. Now, at this very moment, you've brought me back? What about my empire? And what about my 100,000 military and civilian people? They're all waiting for me to govern them. Immediately, the other 9 sparring partners rushed up to hold Lynn back to prevent him from losing control. Who could have anticipated such a thing? Gongsun Xianyuan let out a sigh and said dejectedly, it was my mistake. Well then, how about this? I'll give you the Xianyuan sword as compensation. From now on, you can enter the small world at any time to check on your empire. What do you think? As soon as these words were uttered, the whole crowd was stunned. The Xianyuan sword? That sacred sword. Lynn was also taken aback. Then he stroked his chin and said, well, after pondering for a moment, Lynn nodded and said, it's a deal. Thank you, Ancestor. Everyone, damn it. Lynn, did you agree a bit too readily? Weren't you so angry just now? Isn't this change a bit too sudden? Chapter 88. Everyone else can look down on me. But you can't. Gongsun Xianyuan forced a bitter smile and stretched out his hand towards the door. The Xianyuan sword inserted in the courtyard quivered instantly and then came flying through the air with the sword's cry. That huge golden sword appeared in his hand. On its front side were carved mountains, rivers, plants, and trees, and on the back side, the sun, moon, and stars. It was the sword of the Holy Way, Xianyuan. Gongsun Xianyuan said silently, my true self has long ascended. This sword was left in the mortal world for those fated ones of later generations. Since you desire it, From today onwards, I shall entrust it to you. You shall be its second master." Lynn grinned naively and said, "Ancestor, I love you." Gongsun Xinyuan. Gongsun Xinyuan gently stroked the sword blade and said silently, "However, I won't unseal all of Xuan Yuan's power for you. Firstly, your current strength is insufficient to control it. Secondly, I don't wish for you to become lazy because of this sword. Therefore, I'll set up a seal within the sword. It will gradually be unsealed as your strength increases. Nevertheless, among those of the same rank, Xianyuan will still be the most powerful sword." Gongsun Xianyuan turned around and threw the Xianyuan sword in his hand towards Lynn. Lynn suddenly stretched out his hand and grasped the hilt. With a sword's cry, the golden light on the Xianyuan sword burst forth instantaneously. And the ground beneath Lynn's feet cracked directly. Lynn took a deep breath and said, "What a powerful sword intent." Gongsun Xianyuan took a deep breath and said silently, "Are you feeling more at ease now?" Lynn nodded and replied, "Yes." Everyone. Before long, evening descended. Lynn reclined upon her couch, her head pillowed on a soft cushion. With a deft manipulation of her spiritual energy, she commanded the Xianyuan sword to hover above her, regarding it with rapt admiration. "Truly, this Xianyuan sword is a divine weapon," Lynn exclaimed, her voice laced with awe. In comparison, the Qingling sword pales into insignificance. It scarcely merits mention in the same breath as this magnificent blade. The system interjected, its tone hesitant. "Host, are you quite recovered?" Lynn, absent-mindedly traced her fingers along the sword's edge. "I'm perfectly fine," she replied off-handedly. The system probed further. "Do you hold a grudge against me and your ancestor for casting you into that diminutive realm?" Lynn shrugged it off. "Not at all. The moment I arrived, I knew it was your doing." The system emitted a series of exclamation marks, a digital manifestation of its shock. Lynn spread her hands, her explanation flowing smoothly. It was rather straightforward. "You are my system, and I could sense that our connection remained unbroken. Yet, you remained silent, and I knew something was amiss. Moreover, I had previously mastered the Xianyuan swordsmanship. Thus, upon entering that world, I detected the lingering aura of the Xianyuan sword within the very air. Since the Xianyuan sword belongs to my ancestor, I deduced that this peculiar realm was surely his creation." Lynn yawned, her eyes half closed. "Once I realized it was your scheme, there was no cause for alarm. I simply indulged in the experience." The system persisted. "What about those distress signals I picked up earlier?" Lynn grinned mischievously. That. Well, you unilaterally dumped me into such a god-forsaken place without a word. Naturally, I was incensed and decided to have a bit of fun at your expense." The system spluttered in indignation. "You, how despicable. You have no idea. I shall sever all communication with you henceforth." Lynn said helplessly, "Alas, I stayed alone in that godforsaken place for 90 days. If I hadn't known you were up to some tricks, I would have planned to spend my twilight years there." The system asked, "Then, have you really become conceited?" Lynn stroked his chin and replied, "Well, this matter could be either true or false, depending on your interpretation. Mainly, I was extremely vexed because I called out to you for so many days, yet none of you responded. So, I just messed with your minds as a payback." The system stammered, You. Leaning on his arms, Lynn smiled and said, "I understand that you're doing this for my own good, trying to temper my state of mind. However, system, there are some heartfelt words I must share with you. Do you all truly believe there's something wrong with my state of mind?" The smile on his face gradually faded. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The system murmured, "Host." After a brief moment of silence, Lynn gazed distantly at the sky outside the window and declared, "Do you really think I'm just a pampered rich second generation? Do you truly believe I'm a flippant and incompetent playboy? Why don't you think about it? If it were only relying on my father's wealth, how could I have surpassed his 30-year efforts in just 5 years?" Lynn narrowed his eyes, with a glint of killing intent flashing within. "The business world is like a battlefield, fraught with perils at every step. Countless people are eyeing you, eager to bring you down. It's no safer than a real battlefield. If you don't possess strong mental fortitude, not only can you never reach the pinnacle, but you might also end up bankrupt with every single step you take." "System, host," Lynn said calmly, however, "the facts have already proven that those who intended to bring me down have all been eliminated by me, yet I still stand here. Do you think I've reached this position merely by luck? System, therefore, please don't mistake my cynicism for flippancy, system." Lynn closed his eyes and said, "My heart is as clear as a mirror. I have a lucid judgment of the future. The ancestor can look down on me, and Master Chin can look down on me, but you can't, because you and I are bound together. If even you don't believe in me, Then what's the point of cultivating immortality? Lynn closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He had never spoken such words to anyone else. In many people's impressions, he was just a rich second generation with a wealthy father. Even though his assets had exceeded his father's by twice, many people still took it for granted that it was due to his father's covert support. However, he wouldn't deliberately prove his strength to others. Invincibility lies within the heart. So what if you know? So what if you don't? Whether you know or not, what does it matter to me? But this time, he hoped the system would understand. Why? I just want to tell you that I'm no worse than others. Facts will prove everything. Only I can have the last laugh. System, sorry host. I was wrong. Lynn gave a gentle smile, with a slight glisten in the corners of his eyes, and said, achieving the status of Immortal King surely can't be accomplished in a short period. You'll accompany me on a long journey in the future. So I hope you can have faith in me. The system said, host, I trust you, and I will surely assist you in ascending to the exalted throne. I always keep my word. Lynn smiled and replied, well, I'll remember that. The system asked, isn't it quite touching? Lynn nodded and said, a bit. I'm getting goosebumps all over. The system said, hee hee, host, I can offer you whatever compensation you desire. Lynn pondered, compensation. Well, can you give me a bed, warming fairy? Zzz crackle. Ouch, ouch. Stop the electric shock. I'm just joking. Just joking. Location, the military base in Jianghai City. Inside a dark interrogation room, a man with a black cloth over his head sat alone on a chair. The criminal, Gun Ghost. A world-famous international assassin with 31 lives on his hands, has been wanted by Interpol for 5 years, with a reward of 10 million. A few days ago, after an anonymous report, he was arrested on the rooftop of Jianghai City International Building. At the time of arrest, he was in a state of extreme shock, with multiple fractures on his body. Suddenly, a hand removed the black cloth from his head. The glaring light made Gun Ghost unable to open his eyes. Gun Ghost gradually adapted to the strong, light environment. Before him stood a man in black, seemingly around 30 years old. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. What do you want to do? Gun Ghost gritted his teeth and asked. The man fished out a certificate from his coat pocket and said indifferently, I'm Su Feng, a special investigator of the Supernatural Research General Bureau. I've invited you here today to ask for your assistance in investigating someone's identity. The Gun Ghost asked warily, what's Supernatural General Bureau? I've never heard of it. The man named Su Feng took out his phone and said calmly, it doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. You just need to tell us what you know. He picked up his phone, squinted his eyes, and said, you should recognize this man, right? The Gun Ghost stared at the video playing on the phone screen. His expression grew more and more panicked and terrified. The video showed Lynn climbing the stairs on foot and dismantling a helicopter with his bare hands. Su Feng said gravely, what's his name? Chapter 89. Open the door. We're checking the water meter on the third day at Lynn's manor. Ding dong. The doorbell rang outside the iron gate. Lon, who was humming a tune and trimming the lawn in the courtyard, turned around in confusion. Huh? Is there a guest coming? Young master didn't tell me about it. She murmured. Lon walked up to the gate, opened a small window, and peeked out curiously. There stood a man in a gray uniform. He looked up at her and said, hello, I'm from the water company. I'm here to check the water meter. Check the water meter? Lon scratched her head and replied in bewilderment, but we don't use tap water here. We have our own reservoir, and the water is airlifted from the Alps. Suddenly, a deathly silence fell over the surroundings. The man cast a furtive glance at both sides. Right on either side of the gate stood dozens of fully armed soldiers. Su Feng gave him a look. The man wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, then took out a certificate from his jacket pocket and said, I need to check the electricity meter as well. This is my work permit. Miss, please open the door. Lon asked in confusion, electricity meter? The man frowned and said, don't tell me you don't even have an electricity meter. Lon became even more puzzled and replied, we really don't have an electricity meter. We have our own private power station for electricity and don't need to pay electricity bills. The man was left speechless. Su Feng, who was standing beside the gate, was exasperated and couldn't bear to watch any longer. He pushed the man aside, took out a certificate from his bosom, and said seriously, hello, miss. I'm Su Feng, an investigator from the National Paranormal Research Association. Here is the search warrant approved by the relevant authorities. Please cooperate with our work and open the door. Lon was stunned for a moment, covered her mouth, and took a small step back. Please wait a moment. Meanwhile, Lynn, who had just finished his exercise by the seaside, walked leisurely towards the manor bare-chested, carrying a wooden sword on his shoulder. The system asked, "Host, how was today's cultivation result?" Lynn clenched his fist and smiled, saying, "With the current power of my chi force fist, it's no problem to punch through a skyscraper with one blow. I feel that the sedimentation period is almost over. There's already a slight loosening in my meridians. I reckon it won't be long before I reach the 9th level of the chi training realm." System, well done, host. After reaching the 9th rank, you need to prepare for the breakthrough to the Foundation Establishment realm. Although the thunder tribulation in the Foundation Establishment realm is not extremely powerful, due to the 5-element heavenly spiritual roots in your body, its power might be greater than that of ordinary people. Host, be careful. Lynn smiled and said, "Don't worry." Soon, they arrived in front of the manor gate. Lon, I'm back," Lynn declared boldly, and then stepped into the manor gate. However, at the very moment he stepped through the gate, his spiritual sense instantly detected the presence of strangers within the manor. Lynn squinted his eyes and said, "There are uninvited guests." System, yes. Be careful. Lynn shouldered his wooden sword and strode to the center of the courtyard. But at this moment, one after another fully armed soldiers suddenly rushed out from the small bamboo groves on both sides, with their pitch black gun muzzles aimed at him. "Freeze. Raise your hands." Looking at the soldiers around him, Lynn slightly raised his eyebrows, moved his shoulders, and said, "Special forces? You've got to be joking. I'm a law-abiding citizen. What on earth are you doing, breaking into my house without permission?" Lynn suddenly stabbed the wooden sword in his hand into the marble path beneath his feet. A surging aura instantly emanated. The special forces instinctively took a step back. Just then, a calm voice of a man came from the villa. "Put down your guns first." The surrounding special forces shifted their gun muzzles but still stared at Lynn with extreme vigilance. The grand gate of the villa slowly swung open, revealing Su Feng in a well-tailored suit. He stepped out and regarded Lynn intently. "Mr. Lynn," he said, "we're from the Supernatural General Administration. Please cooperate with our work. There are certain matters we'd like to discuss with you." A few minutes later, in the living room, Lon gently placed 2 cups of tea in front of Lynn and Su Feng. "Please have some tea," she said. Lynn waved his hand, and Lon bowed before retreating. Lynn reclined on the leather sofa, lit a cigar, crossed his legs, and smiled. "The Supernatural Investigation General Administration? I'm afraid I've never heard of it." Su Feng gazed deeply at the young man sitting across from him. Since entering the door, he had been sizing Lynn up. Lynn, the young master of the Lynn Group, ranked among the top 5 on the global rich list. He held shares and was involved in numerous major domestic groups. Due to his low-key behavior, he rarely made public appearances. According to the investigation, his actual assets might be more than twice that of the country's richest man, and the world's wealthiest individual was his father. If it weren't for this incident related to superhumans, few institutions would dare to approach him. Su Feng spoke calmly. "It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of us. Our organization is directly under the country's highest decision-making body and was established just a year ago. Our task is to investigate supernatural events in society and maintain social stability. Whether it's ghosts and spirits, witchcraft, special abilities, or ancient martial arts, they all fall within our scope of investigation." He raised his head and gazed deeply at Lynn. Then he took out several photos from a file bag and said, "Mr. Lynn, I wonder which of the aforementioned categories you belong to?" Lynn looked at the photos placed on the table. All of these photos were taken by passers-by when he climbed the building before. Lynn was not surprised. Leaning back on the sofa, he smiled and said, "It was Gun Ghost who told you, right?" Su Feng didn't conceal it either. He said calmly, "He cooperated well with us, Mr. Lynn. Moreover, we've investigated and found that after that, you went to the Martial Arts Association building and had quite a conflict with the association. We found the body of the pilot in the helicopter wreckage. He died in the helicopter explosion. Wang Hong, the president of the Martial Arts Association, is dead. You killed him. You're responsible for 2 lives. In fact, your existence has posed a significant threat to society. We have every reason to arrest you." Lynn smiled, remaining completely unfazed, and said, "Then why don't you take action?" Su Feng crossed his hands and calmly said, "We want to have a talk with you first. However, if the negotiation breaks down, this will be the final solution for you." Lynn smiled faintly and said, "Are you threatening me?" Chapter 90. In the world of martial arts. Only speed prevails. Su Feng remained impassive. Then he fished out a pistol from his bosom and placed it on the table, stating, "We're aware that ordinary bullets pose no threat to you. Hence, we've specially prepared armor-piercing bullets for you. These bullets can effortlessly penetrate a 10-centimeter thick tank armor from a distance of 1,000 meters. At close range." Su Feng lifted his head, gazing at him indifferently, and said, "So far, we haven't discovered anything that these bullets can't pierce through." Instantly, the surroundings fell into a profound silence, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressively tense. So amazing. A glimmer of interest flickered in Lynn's eyes. Then, he swiftly reached for the pistol. "Freeze. Put down the gun in your hand." The special forces around them were on high alert, instantly training their muzzles, as black as a bottomless pit, on Lynn. Su Feng extended his hand, halting their actions. He regarded Lynn calmly, and said, "Mr. Lynn is my friend. I'm convinced that you won't do anything inappropriate, am I right?" Lynn toyed with the pistol and slowly uttered, "You're testing me. You're extremely confident, believing that you've got me firmly in your grasp, which is why you dared to place the gun in front of me. Confidence is indeed a commendable trait, yet on certain occasions." Lynn slowly picked up the pistol in his hand, disengaged the safety catch, and then, with a smile, aimed it at his own temple. "It also depends on the occasion, the location, and, most importantly, the person." A flicker of shock flashed across their eyes. Su Feng's eyes narrowed instantly, a hint of wariness flickering in them. Upon witnessing this scene, all the Special Forces soldiers nearby tightly clenched their guns. What was he up to? They were well aware of the power of this kind of bullet. In the face of it, a human head was as fragile as a sheet of paper. Lin maintained a smile on his face and said, "Have you ever heard that saying?" Su Feng narrowed his eyes and replied, "What saying?" Lin slowly uttered, "In the world of martial arts, only speed. Fire cloud, evil god." Immediately, the surrounding Special Forces soldiers' eyes widened in disbelief, their eyes filled with indescribable shock. Could it be that he was the fire cloud evil? No. Did he intend to emulate the fire cloud evil god and catch bullets with his bare hands? Oh my god. It couldn't be. These were armor-piercing bullets. And that was just a scene from a movie. One couldn't take it seriously. Lin smiled and said, "Unbreakable." The moment those two words left his lips, right under the shocked gazes of all the Special Forces soldiers around, Lin pulled the trigger of his gun. Bang. Oh my god. Bang. Oh my god. Bang, bang, bang. Oh my god. Lin fired 5 consecutive shots, emptying the bullets in his gun. Wisps of smoke curled from the muzzle, while his face still wore that calm smile. All the Special Forces soldiers around were deeply shaken by this sight. Su Feng was also breathing rapidly, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Did he catch them? Did he manage to catch all the bullets? Those were specially made armor-piercing bullets. Lin remained composed. He stretched out his hand and slowly opened it, smiling as he said, "In the face of true speed, do you think the bullets in your guns can really hit me?" He opened his hand. A flattened bullet lay quietly in the palm of his hand. The whole arena fell into dead silence. All the Special Forces stared wide-eyed at the bullet in disbelief. This, he actually caught it. How amazing. But something wasn't right. Everyone noticed a problem, and their eyes became dull. He had clearly fired 5 shots. So why was there only one flattened bullet in his hand? Where had the other 4 bullets gone? Their breathing quickened as they stared rigidly at the ground. The next moment, they were completely stunned. On the floor, one by one, flattened bullets were embedded in it. That meant, stiffly, they raised their heads and looked at the calm Lin. He hadn't caught the other 4 bullets at all. Instead, they had hit his temples and then bounced off. Damn it. This. A chill ran down the spines of those Special Forces, and even Su Feng's face paled slightly. Looking at the unfathomable smile on Lin's face, they were completely unsure. How terrifying could this person be? System, does it hurt? Lin forced himself to maintain a calm and unfathomable smile on his face while responding in his mind. It hurts. System, host. I've told you time and time again not to show off, but you just wouldn't listen to me. See, you made a mistake, right? Lin kept the smile on his face and thought in his mind, it seems that I need to hone my speed. I've been focusing on improving my strength these days, and my speed has lagged a bit, but it's not a big problem. System, let me blow some air for you. Well, a gentle breeze whistled in from outside the window, caressing Lin's temples. Lin slowly placed the bullet in his hand on the table, wearing a faint smile on his face, and said, Su Feng, don't really think that with these so-called armor-piercing bullets, you have the ability to deal with me. If you want to talk to me, then show some sincerity. I really dislike being threatened. Su Feng swallowed hard, then shakily took out a handkerchief from his bosom and wiped the sweat off his forehead. It was a mistake. This was definitely his own miscalculation. He really didn't expect this person to be so terrifying. Being shot in the temples by 4 bullets and still remaining calm and smiling. How strong must his defensive power be? Lin seemed even more unfathomable to him. He wiped the sweat and said, Sorry, I didn't mean to threaten you. It It was my rudeness. Lynn leaned back on the sofa with a smile, crossing one leg over the other, and said, "Moreover, Mr. Su Feng, let your 3 friends come in. It's quite impolite to be hiding on my rooftop all the time." Su Feng's expression froze. He had discovered the people he had secretly arranged. Looking at the unfathomable smile on Lynn's face, he instinctively shivered. Su Feng let out a bitter laugh and said, "It seems that nothing can be hidden from you. Long air, long sand, come out." Just as he finished speaking, Lynn curiously saw that his own shadow began to wriggle slowly. A woman in a tight black outfit, whose exquisite figure was accentuated to an alluring degree, gradually emerged from his shadow. She carried 2 pistols on her waist and held a dagger in her hand. With long hair cascading down her shoulders, she was extremely charming. Su Feng murmured, "Code name, Dragon One. She is a shadow-based esper who can move stealthily through shadows. She is one of the best espers in our Supernatural General Bureau." Lynn stroked his chin and said with interest, "Espers? This is quite intriguing." The woman stood behind Su Feng, coldly eyeing Lynn. Soon, 2 women who looked exactly like Dragon One walked in from outside. They were identical in height, appearance, and even figure. Lynn hesitated and said, "Shadow clones?" Su Feng shook his head and replied, "They are Dragon One's triplet sisters, Dragon 2 and Dragon 3. However, they are proficient in different abilities. Dragon 2 is good at jujitsu, and Dragon 3 can control fire." Lynn sized up the 3 identical women who were looking at him coldly and exclaimed admiringly, "Not bad, not bad." A crackling sound of electricity filled the air. Lynn instantly widened his eyes, tensed his body, and shivered. Su Feng asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Lynn instantly smiled and crossed his legs again, saying, "It's nothing. Are these 3 your trump cards? This is quite interesting. It's the first time I've ever seen espers." Lynn picked up the teacup and took a sip. Small sparks crackled at the corner of his mouth. Espers are those who have awakened their special abilities under the influence of the spiritual energy revival. Chapter 91, Qinling. The revival of spiritual energy, Su Feng said with a wry smile. They are the first batch of members who joined our Supernatural General Administration after its establishment. They are quite powerful, yet they can't be compared with Mr. Lin. The woman named Longy said coldly, "Without a fight, who can tell?" Lin, with his fiery temper, almost stepped forward to rap her on the head. This arrogant young girl. Lin could tell at a glance that she was only at the 4th stage of the Qi training realm, extremely weak. "Step back," Su Feng scolded. "Can't you see I'm talking to Mr. Lin?" The woman named Longy gave a cold snort and turned her head away. Su Feng took a deep breath, looked at Lin apologetically, and said, "Mr. Lin, your strength is truly extraordinary. I deeply apologize for my rudeness before." Su Feng stood up and bowed to Lin. Lin looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Tell me, what on earth brings you here this time? If it's about an arrest, then forget it." Su Feng sat down and said seriously, "To be honest, I'm here to invite Mr. Lin to join our Supernatural General Administration and deal with an emergency with us." Lin smiled faintly and said, "Oh?" Su Feng took out several photos from the file bag and solemnly placed them in front of Lin. Lin picked up the photos. After seeing the scenes in them, he couldn't help but frown slightly. In the first photo, there were rows of towering trees, each at least 100 meters tall. At first glance, they seemed to be nothing more than ordinary weeping willows, yet their lushness far exceeded the norm. The second photo depicted a beast being dissected. This beast was of an enormous stature, with fangs as long as a human arm. Lin leafed through the photos one by one. All of them showed images of abnormal plants, animals, and phenomena. Su Feng said gravely, "In recent years, for reasons unknown, strange occurrences have been happening more and more frequently across the globe. Especially since the beginning of this year, the frequency of such strange events has been on the rise. In particular, in areas such as the 5 Great Mountains, Zhongnan Mountain, the Western Kunlun Mountains, and the Qinling, Huaihe region. These strange happenings have been increasing in a concentrated manner." He took a deep breath, took out his phone, and opened the video player. "Take a look at this," he said. Lin took the phone and slightly arched his eyebrows. The video showed a dense jungle, and it seemed that the person shooting the video was standing at a great height from afar. In the jungle, numerous gigantic beasts were lining up in a long queue, seemingly engaged in some kind of migration. The sheer size of these beasts was astonishing. Lin inquired, "Where were these shot?" Su Feng replied gravely, "Last week in the area around Taibai Mountain in the Qinling Mountains. Now, the area has been cordoned off by the military. The appearance of such a large group of unknown gigantic beasts has caught the high-level serious attention. If these beasts migrate to populated areas, the consequences would be unimaginable." Lin pondered slightly. Is the spiritual energy revival about to commence? Lynn recognized at a glance that these colossal beasts were undoubtedly ferocious beasts, and the fact that these ferocious beasts had appeared in large numbers in the real world. It seemed that the world was truly on the verge of a great upheaval. Su Feng said gravely. It is precisely because such strange occurrences have been happening one after another that our supernatural general administration was established. However, our formation was not a smooth sailing process, for it was the Martial Arts Association that had always been in charge of such matters before. A thought flashed through Lin's mind, and he said, "The Martial Arts Association?" Su Feng nodded and replied, "Yes. The Martial Arts Association has always been the reserve force of our country in dealing with emergencies. But in recent years, for some unknown reason, the Martial Arts Association has gradually started to break away from the country's control. Many of the high-level members of the Martial Arts Association have been replaced by some people of unknown origin, but extremely powerful." His brows furrowed slightly as he said, "The Martial Arts Association is on the verge of slipping out of the country's grasp." As soon as he said this, Lynn understood. Those powerful individuals of unknown origin must be the immortal cultivators who had entered the mortal world. His master in Beiwa had already told him that there were immortal cultivators behind the Martial Arts Association. For those immortal cultivators who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, they had no concept of a nation at all. With the coming of the spiritual energy revival, they would surely gradually wrest the Martial Arts Association from the country's control. This was an obvious fact. Lynn leaned back on the sofa, gave a faint smile, and said, "So, to a large extent, your establishment was to restrain the Martial Arts Association?" Su Feng sighed and smiled wryly, saying, "Indeed, this is partly the reason. However, we've just started and lack profound foundation. Without sufficient strength, it's not even worth talking about containment. Whether we can handle these paranormal events is still a difficult problem." He looked up, gazing at Lynn earnestly, and said, "So, I sincerely hope that, Mr. Lynn, you can join the Paranormal General Bureau and serve the country with us." Seeing the solemn expression on Su Feng's face, Lin smiled faintly without giving an immediate reply. Instead, he asked, "Are you going to the Qinling Mountains?" Su Feng was slightly stunned and then nodded, saying, "The higher-ups have issued an order to us. Tomorrow, we'll go south to the Qinling Mountains for an investigation together with some people from the Martial Arts Association. Since it's an unexpected incident, we just got the news not long ago." Lin inquired, "Going with the people from the Martial Arts Association?" Su Feng smiled wryly, saying, "Although the Martial Arts Association shows signs of getting out of control, at least nominally, it still belongs to a national institution. They have to respond to the country's call." Lin glanced at the photos on the table again. The anomalies in the Qinling Mountains were undoubtedly the harbingers of spiritual energy revival. The world in the future would surely undergo great changes. Those who could seize the opportunity in advance would have more bargaining chips in the future world. Lin looked up and said, "I'll go with you tomorrow. Take me to the Qinling Mountains. I can offer you some appropriate assistance." Upon hearing these words, Su Feng was overjoyed and exclaimed, "So, it means." Lin waved his finger and replied with a smile, "Don't misunderstand. I won't join any organizations or institutions. However, if you wish, you can give me a title, and I'll accompany you." A flicker of disappointment flashed across Su Feng's eyes, but he quickly nodded and said solemnly, "All right. In any case, with Mr. Lin's assistance, we'll surely be like a tiger with added wings on this southern journey." After leaving the meeting place for the next day, Su Feng soon took his leave. Once Su Feng was gone, the smile on Lin's face vanished in an instant. He rubbed his temples and grimaced in pain, saying, "System, quickly give me some painkillers. It's killing me." The system retorted, "Humph, now you feel the pain? Ding. Congratulations. You've received a system benefit, a pain relieving pill X1. After taking the pill, Lin immediately felt at ease and content. He said blissfully, "System, you're truly kind to me.